I didn't do it, I was just too angry. Snake Xiaomian's face suddenly showed panic. She wanted to stop the orc who was going to see the veterinarian, but it was too late. She felt cold inside. If the veterinarian saw her, the origin of her poisonous pollen would quickly be known by everyone. King, you've worked so hard. I think I should go back and see the veterinarian myself, Snake Xiaomian said nervously, her eyes wandering. She was about to slip away. Stop right there, Tung Song said coldly, his deep, cold eyes seeming to see through her. He looked at Snake Xiaomian and said, when a female in the tribe is poisoned, this is a big matter. Of course, I need to investigate, clearly. When the truth is out, no matter who is found to have malicious intent, I will punish them severely. His cold voice made Snake Xiaomian tremble inside. Behind her, several orcs had already blocked her way. Although female status was noble in the Black Abyss tribe, the king had the final say. Snake Xiaomian was held on both sides by orcs, unable to move. Her 3 companions were also lying on the ground, too afraid to lift their heads under Tung Song's pressure. Sandy stood behind, looking up at Tung Song's tall figure. She didn't expect that the notorious villain in the book would act so justly. It was worth all her effort to prevent him from turning evil. Soon, the orcs brought the veterinarian. Ing Rue and several other tribe veterinarians arrived together. Can any of you tell what poison she has? Tung Song asked the veterinarian. Several older veterinarians quickly stepped forward to examine her. Snake Xiaomian tightly covered her face with her fur, but the orcs pulled her apart, revealing large areas of decay. Her entire face, no, her whole person, was unrecognizable now. One by one, the veterinarians approached, but they looked troubled. King, we really can't tell what poison she has, said one veterinarian. Is there any way to see where the poisoning came from? Most veterinarians had limited abilities. They mostly stayed in the tribe, and even when gathering herbs, they hurried back and forth. Their knowledge of the forest was far less than that of other orcs, and they only knew common orc illnesses. They knew little about poisons. King, I said, Sandy poisoned me. She's an outsider female, and the poison she brought must be something the Black Abyss tribe's veterinarians haven't seen before. Snake Xiaomian quietly relaxed, feeling secretly pleased. Just as she was celebrating, a clear, gentle voice interrupted. I know what poison she has. Ing Rue, young, and not competing with the older veterinarians, stood apart, his gaze fixed on Snake Xiaomian's decayed skin. Tell me, Tung Song said coldly. Eagle Rue immediately explained, this is probably caused by the pollen of the poison heart lotus. When touched, its pollen can cause skin ulcers. Even if a wild animal accidentally touches it, its hide can rot. Unlike other veterinarians, he often goes out to find herbs, so he knows more about poisonous flowers and plants. He has seen the poison heart lotus before. Hearing Eagle Rue's words, Snake Xiaomian was shocked. She didn't expect this veterinarian to know about it. If you say it's the poison heart lotus, then it is. I've never heard of it before. Can you help me detoxify and heal my face? Snake Xiaomian glared at Eagle Rue and argued. Eagle Rue saw the guilt and nervousness on Snake Xiaomian's face. He kept a calm expression and said slowly, the poison king bee is not afraid of the pollen of the poison heart lotus and likes to collect its nectar. So, the poison of the poison king bee is the same as the poison heart lotus. I remember the tiger snake tribe catches poison king bees to eat, and they are not afraid of this kind of poison. Some beastmen are also highly toxic. The tiger snake beastmen are one example. The Black Abyss tribe not only has tongue snakes, but also many other snake tribes. Other beastmen may not know much, but I am a veterinarian and often treat beastmen. I know more. The tribe has tiger snake beastmen. Your Majesty might as well find the tiger snake tribe and ask, Eagle Rue respectfully said to Ting Song. Snake Xiaomian's face turned pale, and she was about to speak. Suddenly, from the crowd behind, a beast man exclaimed in surprise, Snake Xiaomian recently found 2 mates, and they are from the tiger snake tribe? Yes, I even heard Snake Xiaomian brag that they are brothers. According to veterinarian Eagle Rue, Only the tiger snake tribe's beastmen can bring back this kind of poison. Snake Xiaomion's mates happen to be from there. Could this poison be caused by Snake Xiaomion herself? Exactly. Sand-Eye just arrived not long ago and doesn't know the tiger snake tribe's beastmen. How could she get the poisonous pollen? A voice spoke up, and immediately others agreed. Hearing the gossip, the truth was almost clear. Snake Xiaomion's body trembled.
King, it's not like that.
I don't know. It was really Sand-Eye who harmed me. She looked at Tung Song, but received a cold, bloodthirsty gaze in return. After Eagle Rue finished speaking, he respectfully nodded and stepped aside. He knew the king was not a biased beast and would surely give Sand-Eye justice. I harmed you? You say you were poisoned after drinking water from the small moon water bottle. I think you wanted to harm Xiaoyu. Sand-Eye looked coldly at Snake Xiaomion. After hearing Eagle Rue explain the origin of the poison, she realized it was all a setup by Snake Xiaomion. If not for the water kettle accidentally falling and getting dirty, and if she hadn't seen it, Xiaoyu would have drunk the water inside the kettle. Her life would have been over. As expected of the supporting character in the story who secretly fights with Luo Yuer, her heart is as vicious as a snake's. It's truly shocking. In Tong Song's mind, he remembered the three young creatures whose true appearances he had never seen. Although he didn't know what they looked like, Sand-Eye was always gentle and loving toward them. If her young ones were poisoned and their bodies rotted away, unable to see the light, she would be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Tong Song's gaze grew colder. He looked at the three companions on the ground, two of whom belonged to the tiger snake tribe. Did you give poison to little snake Mion? The two companions trembled and dared not lie under the strong pressure.
Yes.
Hearing their admission, little snake Mion panicked completely. Poisoning and harming female young ones, little snake Mion. Do you want to be expelled from the tribe with your partner, or accept punishment? As soon as Tong Song spoke, little snake Mion's partner collapsed to the ground. Expelled from the tribe. Without the protection of the tribe, even the strongest beastmen would become prey for wild beasts. This was a death sentence for them. Little snake Mion knelt on the ground, anxiously begging, I want to stay in the tribe. I am willing to accept punishment. King, I was wrong. She couldn't be expelled. The king still gave her a chance to choose, which showed some mercy. Little snake Mion held onto a flicker of hope.
Good.
Tong Song strode forward and raised his hand, sending a neatly cut finger flying.
Ah!
Little snake Mion covered her hand, blood pouring out from the cut, her eyes wide with disbelief, her face pale, as if she had seen a ghost. My hand. My hand. Blood splattered on little snake Mion's face, and all the beast men present widened their eyes. The king was truly angry this time, having cut off one of little snake Mion's fingers directly. Remember, a disabled beast man is considered a disgrace among beast men. Even if females don't need to hunt, physical injuries are shameful and embarrassing. For little snake Mion, this was not only the pain of losing a finger, but also in many ways. Soon, a tongue snake beast man arrived and drove her two tiger snake tribe companions out of the tribe. The veterinarian wanted to step forward to stop the bleeding. Let her be injured. No one is allowed to treat her. With Tong Song's command, the veterinarian dared not approach and could only watch as little snake Mion's last companion carried her away. The companion was panicked, causing little snake Mion's animal skin to come loose. 3 snake children and an orc are gathered outside. At this moment, they happen to see little snake Mion with all her skin badly damaged. Sanqing is shocked. They just heard everything. If their mother had arrived a little later and not let her sister pick up that water jar, she might have ended up like this. All 3 snake children are still scared but also relieved, and their minds recall their mother's advice. Their mother's words are right. They must remember them well. With Tinkong here, the watching orcs outside don't dare to stay and watch anymore, and soon they leave. Ingruei, I really thank you just now for clearing my name, Sand-Eye says gratefully to Ingruei, who is still there. Ingruei's gentle face shows a humble smile. I just happen to know. so don't thank me. It's what I should do. Sandai gave him herbal seeds and wine, which helped him a lot. Even if he didn't know, he would do his best to help Sandai. But he didn't say this out loud. Tinkong glances down at the cheerful young female beside him, his eyes darkening slightly. He clearly helped her just now, so why didn't she thank him? Instead, she thanked Ingrue? Ingrue was talking when he suddenly felt cold. He looked at the sky, but it hadn't changed. Sendai, do you have time now? Ingrue asked her kindly. He wanted to ask about transplanting herbal seedlings. Sandai was about to nod, but Tinkong suddenly stood between them. I still have something to tell you, he said, facing Sandai, but his words seemed to tell Ingrue to leave quickly. Ingrue touched his nose. All right, since you and Sandai have things to discuss, I'll go back first. He felt, maybe it was just his imagination, that the king looked a little displeased with him. Did he do something to upset the king? But it didn't seem so. Ingrue left feeling confused.
King, what did you want to tell me just now?
Sandai stepped back 2 steps, looking up in confusion. She was close, and her neck hurt from looking up at Tinkong. Seeing her move back, Tinkong's deep black eyes flashed with seriousness. What does that mean? When she talked to Ingrue, why didn't she step back then? His eyebrows furrowed. I want to ask you. Found it, Sandai. The plant we were looking for has been found. A joyful shout came from afar. Tinkong's words were suddenly interrupted again. A snake man hurried over, carrying a bundle of unknown plants on his back. Before he got close, he suddenly sensed danger. Suddenly, the vehicle stopped abruptly. I looked carefully and saw there was no danger nearby, only Sandai and Wang. Wang, you're here too, Snake Liang said with some surprise. He immediately ignored the previous sense of danger. With Wang here, it must be safe, probably just his imagination. Sandai's attention was also fully caught by Snake Liang's words. Big brother Snake Liang, what did you find? She asked. Here it is. Sandai, look. Is this the plant I asked you to find last time? Snake Liang immediately set down a bundle of plants on his back and showed it to Sandai. Although he only found one type, Sandai had said before that finding all of them might be difficult. Finding just one was enough. Sandai quickly left Tinkong and went over to check. The plants Snake Liang brought back had thick stems, dark green leaves, and a bunch of small fruits gathered together. The fruits looked a bit like upside-down grapes, but much smaller and reddish-brown in color. Sandai's face lit up with joy as she nodded. Big brother Snake Liang, you found the right one. This is millet. Hearing Sandai's happy words, Snake Liang scratched his head with a simple smile. That's good. I was worried I might have found the wrong one. He didn't understand what millet was. Not wrong. Big brother Snake Liang, where did you find this? Is it far from the tribe? Are there many of these plants? Sandai asked eagerly. Millet could be used to brew wine, and once the wine was made, it could be distilled into alcohol. This could be directly taught to the orcs, so they wouldn't have to suffer from infected wounds anymore. It would greatly increase the chances of wound healing. Although others might think she was just worrying too much for the orcs, only Sandai knew that in the future, the orcs' living environment would become even more difficult. Fierce beasts would attack the orc tribes in large numbers, and natural disasters would also be harsh. Only if the orcs became stronger could it be good for Sandai and her 3 snake cubs. Most importantly, it could delay Tinkong's transformation into darkness. Tinkong stood nearby, watching the young female's joyful smile on her fair face. The gloom in his eyes faded away. He didn't understand why the young female was so happy about these grasses, but there was no need to say it now. There was still time.
Tinkong didn't disturb Sandai.
Instead, he quietly listened to her talk, watching her rosy cheeks, and his gaze softened unconsciously. There are many, an endless field. It's not far from the tribe. You can make a round trip in half a day. Snake Liang answered all of Sandai's questions. A half-day round trip was still fast for an orc. Was that not far? Sandai was surprised, but when she heard there was plenty of millet, she relaxed again. Making wine is not like eating staple food, so it doesn't require much quantity. However, orcs use a lot, and since it's their first try, they might not succeed on the first attempt. At the beginning, they still need a good amount of sorghum. Since there is plenty, she feels reassured. She plans to find a few more orcs to bring back more sorghum at once, so they don't have to go every day. This way, the distance is manageable and won't interfere much with the orcs' hunting. Sandy continues to study the sorghum. The fruits on the plants have turned red, signaling that the sorghum is ripe. She immediately asks, "Brother Shiliang, would you be able to bring me back more sorghum tomorrow? You don't need to cut down the whole plant, just bring me the red fruits on top." Shiliang nods quickly, "Of course, no problem. But what use are these small fruits?" He's curious because such tiny fruits seem to be hard to eat. They hurt the teeth and scratch the throat. Sandy looks excited, as if she's found a treasure. "This is edible," Sandy explains. "But after drying and removing the shells, it needs to be cooked before eating. It can also be used to make wine. The plants I told you about can be eaten or used for brewing." "Oh, so that's how you eat it?" Shiliang looks surprised, glancing at the tiny fruits, which still give him a toothache. Compared to hunting, preparing these things seems complicated. Seeing that Shiliang is just surprised but not very happy, Sandy isn't surprised either. For these carnivorous orcs, crops grown in the fields don't have much appeal. They are naturally meat-eaters, and their race requires them to eat meat. But her main goal in finding these plants is to make wine, not to feed the orcs. More carnivorous orcs live in the Black Abyss tribe because most herbivorous orcs are too weak. They can't survive escaping from fierce beasts and crossing mountains and rivers to reach the Black Abyss tribe.
Wine?
"Is it the water you asked Shiliang to bring last time?" Tunkong suddenly asks. "The pungent water? Is it made from these fruits?" "Yes, the wine can be used to disinfect wounds and drink to keep warm in cold weather. It has many uses," Sandy nods and explains. Then she remembers something and looks at Tunkong with bright eyes. "By the way, Your Majesty, did you use the wine Brother Shiliang brought last time? Did it help clean your wounds?" Now that she has found the sorghum, she can openly take out the wine for Tunkong to use. When Ingrue grows herbs and mixes them with alcohol, it might help slow down the corruption of the evil energy in the body. "Yes, it works very well." Looking into Sandy's bright eyes like stars, Tunkong unconsciously nodded, a hint of affection in his deep voice. Actually, the 10 bamboo tubes of wine were still in his cave, completely untouched. He had only opened them a few times to smell, and each time the smell was too strong, almost making him cough. "Good, that's good." I asked Eagle Ryu's veterinarian. "As long as the wound heals quickly, the anger's harm to the body can be minimized. Although we can't completely remove the anger, washing the wound with wine can prevent it from getting worse. King, you are the backbone of our Black Abyss tribe. You must take good care of your health," Sandy said seriously. She now understood why those old officials in ancient dramas always urged the emperor to take care of his health. Now, she felt the same concern for Tunkong as those officials did for the emperor. Tunkong's eyes slightly narrowed. Was this young lady caring about him? A faint smile appeared on his lips as he quietly responded, and Sandy then discussed with Shiliang how much sorghum to bring back tomorrow. Recently, with wild animal bait and more prey caught by the hunting team, the tribe wasn't short of food. They could also arrange for some orcs to harvest more sorghum. "Mother." As she spoke, 3 snake cubs ran back. Sandy knew her mother was discussing important matters, so she waited until she finished talking with Shiliang before letting her older brother and the others come back. Sang Feng, who had short legs but was the fastest, rushed to the front and hugged Sandy's leg. "Mother." The sight of the ugly face of little Shimian earlier frightened him. He instinctively wanted to act cute and was about to take off his mask. Running too fast, the mask felt a bit uncomfortable. Sandy was about to bend down and hug Sangfeng when she recognized her 3 snake cubs just by their voices. But when she looked down, she saw Sangfeng trying to take off his mask. Startled, she quickly pressed her hand to put the mask back on. Tinkong caught a glimpse of the lower half of Songfeng's face and felt it looked familiar, but Sandy had already covered it with the mask. "King, Shiliang, if there's nothing urgent, you can go back first." "I need to prepare food for my cubs," Sandy quickly told them. Shiliang naturally wouldn't stay long and left after remembering her instructions. "Tinkong, He had just cared about her, so why was she now sending him away? Looking at her 3 snake cubs, Tengkong knew it wasn't a good time to speak, so he left. Until Tengkong disappeared from sight, Sandy finally relaxed and released her hold on the mask.
Huff.
Sangfeng exhaled heavily. He had almost thought his mother was going to suffocate him just now. Mother, is he the leader of the tribe? Sangqing looked at Tengsong's back and asked curiously. It seemed he could always see the king beside his mother. Surprisingly, the king looked no different from an ordinary orc, just with a stronger presence and a more handsome appearance, even somewhat resembling his third brother. Thinking this way, Sangqing suddenly felt that the distance between him and the king wasn't so great. Maybe someday he could become as powerful as the king and protect his mother and younger siblings. Yes, he is the king, Sangdai replied softly. Mother, the king is a good beast. He just helped mother and second sister avenge themselves. Sangfeng said, with pure admiration. Sang Yu rarely argued and simply nodded in agreement. Seeing the 3 little ones liked Teng Song, Sangdai felt a complex mix of feelings inside. In the original story, the 3 snake cubs had always been friends with Luo Yuer, and even after Teng Song turned dark, they still opposed him under Luo Yuer's influence. But no one knew back then that Teng Song was their biological father. Now that she was here, without Luo Yuer causing trouble, the 3 snake cubs probably wouldn't repeat the past and turn against Teng Song and his son, as in the story. The next morning, Sangdai went to finding Rue to learn as agreed. The 3 snake cubs were sensible and knew their mother had gone out, so they stayed at home to watch over the little rabbit and silkworm cocoon. Sangdai could rest assured to leave. She knew nothing about medicine, so she started by learning to identify herbs when she arrived at Ingrue's place. She thought it would be difficult, but after seeing Ingrue take out herbs, she realized many of them were plants she had seen in her childhood at her rural home, such as chingma, dogtail grass, shepherd's purse, cocklebur, and mugwort. These common plants were precious herbs among the orcs. Sangdai recognized them naturally, but she didn't know they had medicinal uses. After Ingrue explained, she quickly remembered what each plant was for. Sangdai, you're really smart. I only said it once, and you remembered everything. You're truly a good candidate to be a veterinarian, Ingrue said warmly. Today, Ingrue only planned to teach her a few herbs to identify. She had even prepared how to comfort Sangdai if she couldn't remember them, but unexpectedly, Sangdai remembered so quickly. Sangdai shyly smiled. Maybe I have a good memory. I might not be good at learning how to treat wounds later. She couldn't say that she recognized all these plants. Ingrue smiled gently. That's still very impressive. Among other veterinarians, I only memorize herbs, and it takes at least a few beatings to remember everything. Orcs are usually strong and prefer brute force, and they dislike using their brains. Sangdai was amused by Ingrue's words. Because she learned quickly, Sandy decided to go back early. In the afternoon, the hunting team returned, and Shiliang also came back with the orcs who were gathering sorghum. The orcs saw Shiliang bringing a large bunch of wild grass and wondered, Shiliang, why aren't you hunting for prey? Why are you bringing back these grasses? If you need hay, the young ones can cut it in the tribe. There's no need for you to bring it from outside, the female scolded. After the rain, the cave tends to be damp, so they often need to replace the dry grass inside. They thought Shiliang was bringing wild grass to dry and use later. This isn't ordinary wild grass. It's useful, Shiliang quickly explained. The females looked confused. What kind of wild grass is this? Yeah, what's so special about this grass?
Can you eat it?
Shiliang chuckled. It can be eaten, but I don't really know how to use it. Sandy asked for it, so I'll go call Sandy. When they heard Sandy wanted it, the curious females immediately understood and stopped asking questions. Sandy was clever and knowledgeable, so if she wanted it, it must be useful. Even the young ones, who were curious and reached out to touch, withdrew their hands. After the previous incident with the water jar, the young ones recognized Sandy's mother, knowing she was a strong female. They knew it wouldn't be good to damage her belongings. Inside the cave, Sandy was dividing cages for the rabbits. The young rabbits had grown and weaned, and the original cages were too small to hold so many. She took out some large cages from the supermarket and separated the rabbits. Rabbits can start mating and having babies at 6 months old. Now, the young rabbits are over a month old, and soon, the number of rabbits in the cave will multiply. Perhaps in the near future, she can be self-sufficient without relying on others. While she was planning, she heard Shiliang say he had brought back the sorghum she wanted. She immediately followed Shiliang to the open space where the sorghum was stored. "Sandy, is this enough?" Sandy roughly looked over the pile. Most of it was sorghum heads, with few stalks. After drying and threshing, it would weigh about 200 or 300 jin, a Chinese weight unit. The ingredients for brewing sorghum wine are sorghum, water, and yeast in a ratio of 3 to 10 to 1. The yeast is also made from fermented sorghum, meaning that for every 4 jin of sorghum, 1 jin of sorghum wine can be brewed. If everything goes well, this sorghum could produce about 500 jin of wine. That's enough. If you have time later, you can go pick more. I'm not in a hurry for now. These are sufficient. Sandai nodded and said. Sorghum rice can be stored, and she wasn't sure when they might run out, so she needed to go pick more when she had free time. Otherwise, by the time she needed it, the sorghum would be fully ripe, and she would have to wait until next year to use it. That's good. As for these grasses, sorghum, Sandai, how do you plan to handle them? Shiliang asked again. With so much sorghum, only their team of beasts could carry it back, and Sandai, being a female, would find it hard to handle alone. Since there was ready labor available, Sandai wouldn't do it herself. She immediately said, "These sorghum need to be dried for a while. Once fully dried, they will be hulled, turning into sorghum rice, which can then be used to brew wine." She explained the next steps to Shiliang. "Good. I'll arrange for the beast men to dry them." Shiliang replied without hesitation. "Brother Shiliang, remember to tell the people in charge of drying to pay attention. Before it rains, they must be collected in time and kept dry. Otherwise, they'll mold and become unusable," Sandai warned. With so much sorghum, she couldn't do it all alone. Luckily, Shiliang and the beast men were helping her. "If we collect more sorghum later, we'll follow the same steps and handle it the same way." "No problem." Shiliang nodded, writing it down carefully, not at all dismissive just because Sandai was female. While Sandai and Shiliang were discussing, the hunting team nearby was distributing food. Many beastmen received their share and curiously gathered around. Sandai originally wanted to teach the beastmen how to brew wine, so she didn't hide the process from them. Curious beastmen asked about the use of sorghum, and Sandai patiently explained. "Is this plant's fruit, the sorghum, really edible?" A happy voice asked. Sandai turned to see a relatively slender male beastman. Most beastmen from the He Yuan tribe were quite strong, so a figure like this was uncommon in the tribe. "Yes, it's edible, but not raw. It needs to be cooked with fire and water before eating," Sandai nodded and explained. Hearing this, the slender male's eyes dimmed. The tribe's beastmen were not allowed to use fire, which they knew. So, even if the fruit was edible, they couldn't eat it. He had wanted to ask where this plant was collected from, but now he lost interest. Disappointed, he held the little food he had and turned to leave. He is a deer tribe orc. Our tribe has few vegetarian orcs. A few days ago, a group of deer tribe orcs came to our village. The king took them in. This is the male member of that group. Seeing Sandy curiously watching the lonely figure of the male orc, Shiliang began to introduce him. "It's the first time a large group of vegetarian orcs has escaped to our village." The king felt sorry for their inability to hunt and promised to help them for a few days. The time is almost up, and they need to go out and hunt on their own. But deer tribe orcs are not very strong fighters, so it might be hard for them to catch prey. Shiliang also expressed some admiration when talking about this. Although vegetarian orcs are generally weak, he admired their unity. At least they managed to escape from fierce beasts. Sandy nodded, remembering Shiliang's words. It seems she needs to speed up and help Xiao Bai overcome his fear. This way, the orcs in the tribe can use fire sooner, and Gao Liang can help lighten the food burden for the vegetarian orcs. Although these vegetarian orcs are weak in combat, and not good at brute strength. Most are clever and better at adapting and learning than the more physically strong orcs. For civilization to develop, such orcs are essential. Brewing wine also requires sealed containers, usually made of stone. Sandy originally wanted to ask Shiliang to make some stone tools for brewing wine, but she immediately saw the tired expressions on the orcs' faces. Making stone tools is very labor-intensive and can affect hunting. Considering that many containers are needed for brewing wine, relying solely on orcs to make stone tools is definitely not enough. Sandy then abandoned this idea and thought of other solutions. Mother, look what I got. Sandfong ran over shouting, like a little calf, heading straight for Sandy. Sandy Ching and Sandy followed behind, both very indulgent towards their younger brother. Unlike other cubs, who are competitive and eager to show off, they always let Sandfong go first. When they got close, Sandy realized that the 3 snake cubs were each holding a beast claw. Cubs don't hunt, but are full of curiosity about everything outside the tribe. The orcs distributing food often give the useless beast claws to the watching cubs. Today, the 3 snake cubs also received claws with their friends' help. Sandfong was very excited, holding the claws and eager to share with his mother. What good thing did Xiaofeng get? Sandy saw the claws but pretended not to know, gently bending down to hug the little one. It's a beast claw. This is a wolf claw. The orc uncle who gives out food said this wolf beast is the most powerful prey today. Sandfong raised the wolf claw high in his mother's arms, his pink face full of excitement. Sandai was smiling gently when her gaze suddenly fell on something in his other hand. Xiaofeng, where did this come from? She asked with some surprise, pulling his other hand to her. Sandai excitedly looked at what was in Sandai's other hand. It was a lump of mud. But this wasn't ordinary mud. It was clay. Sandai blinked with big round eyes, confused. Why was her mother so happy to see a lump of mud? He was puzzled and forgot to answer for a moment. Sun Yu reacted quickly and said, "Third brother's mud was scraped off this wolf beast's paw." Hearing this, Sandai nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was from the wolf beast's paw. I wanted the biggest wolf paw, so I scraped off the mud. I forgot to throw it away. He had just been thinking about telling his mother this good news. Mother, is there a problem with this mud? Sandai also asked curiously. Sandai cupped Sandai's small face and gave him a big kiss. No problem. Mother needs this kind of mud. Xiaofeng, you are really my little lucky star. Mother loves you so much. With the clay, she could make pottery jars. These jars could be sealed tightly, and making them was easier than with stone tools, without wasting claws. She could make any size she wanted without searching for big stones. It was like having everything she needed just by having some clay. Sandai was kissed and felt dizzy, his face turning as red as an apple. Just a lump of mud could make his mother love him? If only he had played with mud more before. Sandai and Sun Yu looked at each other with envy. If they knew how important that mud was to their mother, they would have taken more of it earlier. They regretted not doing so. Sandai, is something wrong? Shiliang asked, as he came over upon hearing the noise. Big brother Shiliang, can you help me ask where that wolf beast was caught? Sandai showed Shiliang the wolf paw in his hand. The male wolf beast's keen sense of smell could track exactly which prey the paw belonged to, so there was no worry about finding the wrong one. Okay, I'll ask, Shiliang said. He sniffed the scent of the wolf paw and went to look for someone. Soon, he returned with a Tengu beast man. This wolf beast was caught at the foot of a mountain north of the tribe. What's the matter? The Tengu beast man asked, somewhat confused. Sandai then showed him the lump of mud and said, This is mud scraped from the wolf beast's paw. I need this kind of mud. Hearing this, the Tengu beast man understood immediately. No problem. I'll go there during tomorrow's hunt and see if I can find this kind of mud. Sandy is different from the females in the tribe. She has made great contributions, and the king specifically ordered them to fulfill all her requests. The snake beast men naturally obey. Please bring back more if you find any, Sandy happily said. Digging in the earth is much easier than making stone tools. A beast man can only polish one clay pot a day, but he can dig hundreds of pounds of clay. All this clay can be used to make many pots. Hearing Sandy's words, the snake beast man blushed a little and said, "No need to thank me. It's what I should do." The next afternoon, the snake beast man delivered the clay to Sandy's cave. The clay had little sand and was very sticky. It was packed in bamboo baskets, enough to fill more than 10 large baskets. Since Sandy taught the females how to make bamboo baskets last time, they became popular in the tribe. Not only females and younglings, but even males started using bamboo baskets. Using bamboo baskets saves many animal skins, which can be used to make clothing for their mates and younglings. Even males without mates learn to make bamboo baskets from females. The skins they save can be given to females they like. Hunting males also widely used water jars. "Sandy, do these soils look enough? If not, I'll go dig more tomorrow," said the snake beast man, followed by several other males. Now, when the tribe's beastmen talk about Sandy, they all look grateful. No beastman is unwilling to help her, especially since the king has given orders. Anyone helping Sandy with her work, even if it delays their hunting, can receive food every day. They are more eager to help Sandy than to hunt. "Yes, yes, it's enough," Sandy nodded repeatedly, seeing the energetic look on the snake beastman's face. With so much clay, she'd need ages to use it all. They seem eager to move the entire mountain back to the tribe. "Mother, what are these soils for?" Sandy's younger sibling asked curiously after the snake beast man left. "These aren't ordinary soils. They are clay. Look, aren't they different from the loose soil on the ground? They don't fall apart easily. Clay can be shaped into any form, and after firing, it becomes hard and can be used to make containers," Sandy patiently explained, seeing her little siblings' eager faces. "Really?" Sandy Foam was the first to pinch some clay from the bamboo basket, nodding with a look of wonder. Among the 3 siblings, Sandy Foam is the bravest now and is less cautious around Sandy than before. Can it be made into stone jars or bowls? Sandy Ching thought, realizing that if clay could be made into containers, perhaps they could make them too. In the past, only adults could make these containers because the young ones' claws were not sharp enough and they couldn't craft good stone tools. If they could make them, they could help their mother with more chores. "Of course, you can make whatever shape you want, and any size is fine," Sandy replied with a bright smile. "Mother, can you teach me?" Sanching looked at her mother with shining eyes and an eager expression. "I also want to play, I want to learn." Sangfeng always loved to join in the fun. Although Sangyue didn't speak, she looked at her mother with hopeful eyes. Stone tools are useful resources, but young ones shouldn't use them freely. If she had a clay pot, she could raise a small snake. The small snakes she raised before could only be carried around, which was very inconvenient. Her 3rd brother was often mischievous and liked to play with her small snake. With a clay pot, she could hide the snake better. "If you like, you can all learn. Come, Mother will teach you," Sandy said. The quiet cave became lively and warm with the cheerful voices of the 3 snake cubs. Sandy took out the base she made yesterday, and while shaping the container with clay, she taught the 3 cubs. She had learned to make pottery in her previous life, but it had been a long time, and her hands were a bit stiff. So she started by making bowls and basins first. Once she found the right feel, she began shaping the clay into a jar. The 3 cubs imitated her, each finding a piece of wood as a base, sitting cross-legged beside Sandy and molding the clay. Sangyue was skillful and careful, almost indistinguishable from Sandy's work. Sangqing was less detailed but still acceptable. Sangfeng initially tried to imitate, making a few crooked bowls. But later, his clay turned into strange shapes. "3rd brother, why did you make a pile of instead of a bowl?" Sandy saw what her younger brother was holding and felt her temples pounding. Songfeng's eyes widened, cheeks puffed out. "This isn't. It's a snake." "Big brother, you're so stupid, you can't even tell." He then proudly handed the snake to his 2nd sister. "Second sister, you love small snakes the most. I accidentally broke your little snake before, so I'm giving you this one." Sangyue silently looked at the dark, coiled lump. She liked small snakes, but she preferred pretty, colorful ones. She didn't like this dark, ugly snake that looked like. So disgusting. What should she do? Seeing the close bond among the three snake cubs, Sandy felt very happy. When she saw Sangfeng holding the snake, she was inspired and shaped three small dolls to resemble the three cubs. After thinking, I copied the appearance of Xiaobai and Tingsong to make two more dolls, which I plan to give as gifts to Xiaobai later. Seeing the clay quickly turn into lively little dolls in my mother's hands, the three snake cubs looked at them with admiration. Can clay be shaped like this? San Qing's head seemed to just realize. I want to make one too, Mother. San Feng excitedly grabbed a lump of clay and started shaping it. San Yu sighed in relief and secretly threw away the snake-like clay that looked like a pile of. Sure, you can shape it however you like. Mother will dig out a kiln cave, and later, we'll put everything inside to fire. Once it's fired, you can take it out and play.
Sandai said gently.
The three snake cubs cheered excitedly again. This was Sandai's first time firing pottery by herself. To avoid waste, she didn't make many items, just a dozen bowls and basins, 3 large jars, a few small clay dolls, and the results from the 3 snake cubs. She probably only needed to dig a few square meters of kiln cave. She took her cheat device, shovel from the supermarket and dug it out quickly. Honestly, the strength of female beastmen was very useful. She was much stronger than she was in her previous life. Plus, after some training recently, she found work much easier. There was no firewood in the supermarket, but the 3 snake cubs collected firewood every day. Since Wang allowed her to use fire, tongue snake beastmen also brought over wood daily. They even dug a special cave in her mountain hut to store firewood. Sandai had no worries about running out of firewood. After digging the kiln cave, the 3 snake cubs finished shaping their items. Sandai placed all the pottery inside, stacked the firewood, lit the fire, and sealed the cave. Although she had never fired pottery before, she had researched the steps online. Following the process, even if she didn't succeed on the first try, a few attempts would eventually work. Since drying and shelling sorghum takes about 10 days, and it rained often in the Black Abyss tribe, the process might be delayed if there's too much rain. With plenty of time, Sandai was not in a hurry. The 3 snake cubs stayed by the kiln cave, reluctant to leave. Mother, how long until it's ready? San Foam couldn't wait to get his pottery. It will take until tomorrow to open the kiln. Be good and wait until then. Sandai gently patted the little guy's face, which looked like a fluffy cat. Your face is all muddy. Go wash up, and I'll make you something tasty. Hearing about food, San Feng immediately shifted his attention and happily ran to wash his face. Sang Qing and Sang Yu both looked helpless and a bit jealous, wishing they could be as close to their mother as their younger brother. They also wanted to, but they were afraid their mother might get tired of it. Just then, Sang Dai had already filled a basin with warm water, wet a piece of animal hide, and waved to the 2 children. Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, come here. Clay is hard to clean, let me help you wipe your faces. Sang Qing and Sang Yu were surprised but quickly ran over. Sang Dai gently wiped their faces and carefully washed their small hands in the basin. Their bodies stiffened like dolls being handled, but their cheeks couldn't help but flush with warmth. They realized their mother didn't dislike touching them. Maybe, in the future, they could also act spoiled with her like their younger brother. Sangdai just wanted to wash off the clay before it dried and made them uncomfortable, so she didn't notice the strange expressions on the little ones. By the water jar, Sangfeng was stepping on stones to fetch water and splashed water all over his face. When he saw his mother helping his older brother and sister, he ran over happily. Oh no! I should have run slower.
Ah!
He watched as his mother finished cleaning the cubs. Meanwhile, Sangdai was preparing ingredients for cooking. The 3 little snakes seemed full of energy and ran to fetch grass to feed the rabbits. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from outside the cave. Sangdai stepped outside and saw Qing Chui and a tall male standing there. Qing Chui, why are you here? Is this Snake Yong? Sangdai looked closely and her face lit up with surprise. You've recovered? She had only seen Snake Yong once, when she helped stop his bleeding, but his face was covered in blood then, so she didn't recognize him at first. Now, seeing his empty arm, she recognized him. Thanks to you, Sang Dai, Ching Chui said with a smile. Snake Yong has recovered quite a bit these days and can get out of bed to work. I wanted to come personally to thank you. Snake Yong, with a single hand, took off the bamboo basket on his back, which was filled with animal horns and fresh meat. His words of thanks couldn't compare to the supplies he brought. Although Sang Dai didn't lack these materials, they were a token of kindness from both of them. She glanced at his missing arm and thought about how he couldn't hunt now and was struggling more. She hesitated, realizing that her words might hurt him, so she decided to accept the supplies for now and find a way to return them later. Ching Chui, Snake Yong, do you have any plans for the future? Sang Dai asked with concern. Snake Yong's arm was wrapped with animal hide bandages, hiding the wound. His once strong body had become thinner due to injury and lack of food. Although the two faces showed some sadness, they still wore smiles. They exchanged a glance and Ching Sui said, Xiong can't go out hunting now. I plan to let him stay in the tribe to take care of me. When it rains, we can pick mushrooms together and he can also earn some food. This is the only way for now. A beast man with a broken arm is considered an outsider in the tribe. Most females would abandon their disabled partners, but Suetsue is determined to stay with Xiong. She had already prepared for this. Hearing Chingsue's words, Sandai suddenly remembered the deer tribe beastmen she saw today. Deer beastmen can still eat plants, but Xiong cannot. Both he and Chingsue are carnivorous beastmen and need to support their families. In the future, fierce beasts will become more aggressive, and more beastmen like Xiong will appear. Sandai felt that the road ahead would be very difficult. Mother, come quickly and look, the silkworm cocoons have broken. The moths are coming out to lay eggs. Sandai's excited voice suddenly came from the cave. Soon, 3 snake cubs ran over. The one in front, Sandai, held a leaf with many tiny black dots on it. Thanks to Sandai's earlier explanation, the snake cubs knew this was moth eggs, not a problem with the cocoon. Sandai, what is this? Chingsue asked curiously. Seeing how happy the snake cubs were, it must be something good. This is eggs from the silkworms my mother raised. The eggs can hatch into silkworm babies. When they grow up and make cocoons, the cocoons can be eaten. They're very delicious. Before Sandai could speak, Sandai's little mouth kept chattering. The little guy looked proud. Can we eat it too? Chingsue exclaimed in surprise. Sandai, you're really amazing. Whatever you get, it seems to become useful. She quickly looked away, knowing that food was a very important resource. She didn't want Sandai to think she was after her food. I just found out by accident. Raising silkworms isn't hard, and they breed quickly. But they don't fill your stomach like meat does. The king has already promised to let beastmen farm them in large numbers, Sandai said. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and thought of something. She turned to Chingsue with a smile and asked, Suetsue, do you want to raise them? Sandai originally discussed with Tungsong about sending a special beastman to raise the silkworms. She thought beastmen wouldn't easily trust raising silkworms, and the beastmen Tungsong sent would be more trustworthy. Otherwise, her hard-grown silkworm eggs might be wasted. Now it seems that beastmen like Chingsue and Xiong are more suitable. They have time, don't need to go hunting all the time, and can focus on caring for the silkworms. They won't delay hunting or their normal lives because of raising silkworms. The harvest from raising silkworms can also fill their material shortages. It's truly a win-win situation.
Me?
No, I can't do that. It's such an important thing, and it's food. How can I raise silkworms? Chingsue immediately shook her head. Sandy quickly explained if you raise them, the king won't need to send orcs to do it. This way, it won't affect the hunting team. These silkworms only eat mulberry leaves, and the path to collect leaves has been cleared by the king, so it's safe. The snakes can go out and collect leaves on their own. You two can raise them together. Also, I have many silkworm eggs here. Even if you don't raise them, you need to share some with other orcs. You two can't handle so many. Sandy listed the advantages for both of them. After hearing her, Chingsue and Xiong both felt a bit tempted.
But
what if we can't raise them well? Shiyong hesitated, clutching his thigh with his remaining hand. Sandy smiled and comforted. It's normal to try for the first time. I will keep some silkworms to raise myself. If you don't do well, I still have eggs to share with everyone. Nothing is successful on the first try. She chose to do it, so she was mentally prepared for failure. As long as she kept enough silkworm seeds, she would have the confidence to face setbacks. I'm not hiding anything from you. These silkworm babies are actually cared for by Xiaoqing and the others. I just teach them. They do most of the work. They can raise even the young ones well, so you definitely can too. Sandy gently patted the heads of the 3 little ones with affection. The 3 snake cubs immediately straightened their backs proudly. Hearing this, Qingxue and Shiyong gained more confidence.
Then,
shall we try? Qingxue asked cautiously. She felt a little excited. If they could raise the silkworms well, Shiyong could have something to do in the tribe, and they could raise silkworms to help with household expenses, without any danger. This was something she had never even dreamed of before. Sandy nodded with a smile and took the 2 to the cave to see the eggs. After a day without checking, the moths had already emerged from their cocoons. The leaves in the box were covered with dense eggs. The mother moths' bellies were flat, indicating they had finished laying eggs. Some moths had even stopped moving. Sandy instructed the 3 snake cubs to remove the dead moths and organize the eggs. The 3 excited snake cubs responded eagerly, like little warriors ready to charge into battle, working with great enthusiasm. Seeing Sandy casually entrust the precious silkworm eggs to the cubs, Qingxue and Shiyong felt even more confident. By the way, Suetsue, I have one more thing I want you to help with. Sandai, my girl, you tell me? Qingxue immediately looked serious. You are quite familiar with the Snake Yongha tribe's beastmen. I want you to help ask the other beastmen in the tribe if anyone is willing to raise silkworms. They can come here to get silkworm eggs. Just say it's approved by the king. There's only one condition. Once they take the eggs, they must raise the silkworms carefully and not slack off. Sandai plans to send out the request first. If not enough people respond, she will ask the Tingkong tribe to send beastmen to raise them. As long as the first batch is raised well, other beastmen will see the results and there won't be a shortage of people to raise the silkworms later. She's prepared for this first step, knowing it's the hardest part, so she doesn't have high hopes. She just wants to try and ease some pressure on the other beastmen. Such a good thing. How could any beastman refuse? Qingxue immediately said. Sandai, do you have any other requests? Sandai thought for a moment and added, the silkworm eggs should be given first to diligent beastmen who have enough time. Both males and females are welcome, as long as someone at home can pick mulberry leaves.
Great.
I'll go ask right now. Qingxue excitedly grabbed Shiyong and turned to leave. Those willing to raise them can come to me tomorrow to get the silkworm eggs. I'll teach everyone how to do it. Sandai looked helpless and had to shout after their backs. Qingxue responded from afar, quickening her pace, as if afraid she'd miss out on such a good opportunity. After returning home, the 2 didn't even bother to eat and went door to door asking the tribe's beastmen about the numbers. Meanwhile, Sandai was counting the number of silkworm eggs in the cave. There were too many to count individually. She noticed that the male and female moths seemed to be about equal in number, and each female moth laid eggs in one spot, totaling around 1,000 eggs. The beastmen are energetic. Raising 2,000 silkworms per person is no problem. Based on this, she estimated that she could give eggs to about 150 beastmen tomorrow. Of course, this was just her estimate. She thought it was good if a dozen beastmen showed up. In a dark, damp cave, Luo Yuer was lying on dry grass with her belly swollen, smelling a foul odor, and finding it hard to turn over. Hyuli, I told you to go fetch water. What took you so long to come back? Hunting doesn't work, and I'm slow at chores. What else can I do? Hyuli looked grim as he carried a bucket of water. Just as he was about to set it down, Luo Yuer's face suddenly changed.
Pain. Pain.
My stomach. Luo Yuer clutched her belly, her face pale. Tiger Lien sniffed a strong smell of blood and went forward to lift Luo Yuer's skirt. He saw liquid slowly flowing down her thigh. Yue, what's wrong? Tiger Lian's face suddenly showed concern. My stomach hurts. I must be about to give birth. Yes, I am about to give birth. Please, go find a veterinarian quickly, Luo Yue said with a twisted face from pain, holding Tiger Lian's hand. Female childbirth is very dangerous. She doesn't want to die in labor. Only when the veterinarian arrives can she feel at ease. Hearing that Luo Yue was about to give birth, Tiger Lian panicked and ignored his anger. Okay, I'll take you to find a vet. Yue, hold on a little longer. He transformed into a striped fierce tiger, carried Luo Yue on his back, and rushed out of the cave, heading quickly to the veterinarian's home. At this time, dew was still on the ground, and the orcs were just waking up to go hunting. When the other tribe members heard the noise and learned that Luo Yue was about to give birth, they all became anxious and followed quickly. Now, besides Sandy, Luo Yue was the only female in the tribe. If she could have another female cub, the tribe would gain another female. This was their hope for survival and reproduction. Soon, they arrived at the veterinarian's cave. Seeing Tiger Lian place the pregnant Luo Yue on his bed, the veterinarian was stunned. Quick, veterinarian, Yue is about to give birth. Please help her, Tiger Lian urged, pulling the veterinarian in front of Luo Yue. The veterinarian looked confused. Why come here? If she's about to give birth, she should do it in her own cave. Why come to me? Although he was a veterinarian, he couldn't help female animals give birth. Seeing the veterinarian hesitate, Tiger Lian got angry. If anything happens to Yue and the unborn cubs today, you'll be responsible. The veterinarian also got angry, kicking Tiger Lian away and shouting, Don't you dare touch me. I'm the veterinarian. Try to move a single hair on me, and see if Wang doesn't cut off your head. Who does this crazy person think he is? He truly considers himself important. Luo Yue, exhausted from the journey and in pain to the point of fainting, turned her head and saw Tiger Lian arguing with the veterinarian, ignoring her entirely. Her stomach suddenly clenched with pain, and a strong urge to defecate hit her.
Aya.
Luo Yue's screams echoed, and just as the two men were about to fight, they stopped.
Yue.
Seeing the bright red blood beneath Luo Yue, Tiger Lian hurried over. Upon closer look, he saw two wriggling black little flesh balls underneath her. She gave birth. Yue, you've given me 2 cubs. Tiger Lian was very excited, carefully holding the flesh-like cubs. Only 2? Luo Yue opened her eyes and saw 2 ugly little cubs, frowning in disgust. Sandai, that mean person, had 3 cubs, but she only had 2, and they were just males. It must be because Hu Lai was not good enough. Due to malnutrition, the cubs were very small, and at this moment, the placenta and umbilical cord had not yet been cleaned up, which was even more disgusting. Luo Yue weakly ordered Hu Lai to clean the cubs. After wiping them clean and placing them on animal skins, they still looked like 2 black and yellow meatballs, making soft whining sounds. Hu Lai was very happy and looked at Luo Yue with a much gentler face. Yue, you've worked hard. Today, I will hunt hard and bring back animal blood to help you recover. Luo Yue, exhausted, nodded perfunctorily. I've given birth to cubs. Quickly go tell the clan elder and grandmother this good news. She had already lost hope for Hu Lai. Giving birth to cubs was a big event. In the past, in the tribe, the beast men would come to visit, and males would take the opportunity to show kindness, allowing the female to choose her next partner. Having successfully given birth to her first litter, she was sure that some male beast men would come to court her soon. She wanted to pick 2 strong new mates. Such an outstanding female like herself must be very popular in the eyes of males. Yes, I must tell everyone this good news quickly. Hu Lai was so excited, he was about to go out. Wait, you 2, shouldn't you first leave my cave? The veterinarian, ignored and angry, spoke up. These 2 rude guys, treating this place like their own home? Hu Lai, caught up in his excitement, didn't bother with the veterinarian. He carried Luo Yue and the cubs and left. Seeing the dirty puddle of fluids on the bed, the veterinarian cursed loudly at their backs. If he had to treat these 2 in the future, he'd be their grandson. Hu Lai took Luo Yue and the cubs back to the mountain cave and went to find the tribe members. The two tiger cubs squealed loudly, pushing against Ruoyue, wanting to eat. Ruoyue looked disgusted, but thinking about finding two new mates later, her mood improved. In the animal world, giving birth was actually a plus for females. Successfully giving birth meant she was healthy and capable of reproducing for the males, making her a highly sought-after partner. However, she waited for a while, but the expected scene of being surrounded by beast men did not happen. Besides a few tribe members, no one came to visit her. Where are the other tribe members? Didn't you tell everyone I gave birth to cubs? Seeing only a few tribe members behind Hulai, Ruoyue clenched her animal skin in frustration. Before Honglai could answer, the tribe member beside him spoke first. Luiyue, you just gave birth to your cubs. Rest well. I heard Sandai found new food, silkworm eggs, and is sending them to the tribe's beast men. We should hurry to see if we can get some too. The tribe member exchanged a few words and hurriedly left. Last time Sandai brought out wild animal bait, the tribe's prey increased a lot. This time, it must be good stuff too. Hurry, if we're late, it'll be gone. Outside the cave, faint excited voices of other beastmen could be heard. The beastmen of the Black Abyss tribe knew that Sandai and Luiyue didn't get along well. They didn't care whether she had cubs or not. Not only that, if they knew Luiyue wanted to find them as mates, they probably wouldn't even appear in front of her for a second. Hearing Sandai's name again, Luiyue's face twisted in anger.
Sandai.
That despicable woman. What's silkworm eggs? Not early, not late. She only sent them after she had cubs. She always causes trouble over small matters, calling all the males in the tribe. She must be deliberately provoking her. I'll go take a look too. You and the cubs wait here for me. If there's food, I can bring some back to help you and the cubs recover. Honglai also felt a bit excited. After speaking to Luiyue, he followed the other beastmen to go. Seeing Honglai leave too, the cave was empty. Only Luiyue and her two hungry tiger cubs left. She was so angry her face turned green. Mommy, wake up. There are many beastmen outside. Aunt Qing brought silkworm eggs. Sandai, still asleep, was suddenly awakened by Sandai's small voice. She opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Sandai. Calmly, she said, "What's the rush? There are only about 10 or so beastmen. Tell Aunt Qing to tell them to wait a little. I'll be right there." She was about to get up, but Sandai shook her head quickly. "No, Mommy, not just 10. There's a big group," Sandai said, opening his arms to make a big circle. Sandai asked with a smile, "A big group? How many is that?" "Even if there are more, at most 20 or 30 people. It won't take long to send the silkworm eggs." Sandai tilted his head and lowered his finger, thinking for a moment before speaking again. More than 100? Or 200? He wasn't sure. Sandai staggered and almost fell to the ground.
How many did you say?
Sandai tentatively held up 3 fingers. Maybe more than 300? There are too many to count. His older brother and second sister are still outside counting. Sandai quickly sped up, wiped his face, tidied his clothes, and went out. When I reached the cave entrance, I almost froze in shock. Outside, a large crowd of orcs stood on the open ground, mostly unfamiliar faces that Sandy had never seen before. If Sandy didn't know that the Black Abyss tribe was large, she might have thought Qingsue brought all the orcs from the entire tribe. They weren't noisy. When they saw Sandy come out, they became even quieter, as if Sandy was some important leader. Sandy swallowed hard, pulled Qingsue aside, and whispered, "Did you call these orcs here?" If this were modern times, Qingsue would be at least a top salesperson. Qingsue shyly scratched her head. "No, I only called about 10 or so orcs yesterday. But by this morning, everyone in the tribe knew. I told them about your request yesterday, and they all agreed to take good care of the animals." She then realized something and asked cautiously, "Sandy, did I do something wrong?" "No, you did very well." Sandy quickly shook her head and gave a thumbs up. She was just too surprised. Having many people is good. It means she doesn't have to find Tinkong to arrange orcs to care for the animals, and it helps spread the news quickly. Qingsue finally smiled again, Even though she didn't understand everything, she imitated Sandy and gave a thumbs up. When there are many people, some might try to take advantage. So Sandy publicly repeated her requirements for leading silkworm eggs. Everyone, don't worry. Each orc here can receive silkworm eggs. I will teach you how to care for them, but there's one condition. If anyone takes the eggs home and doesn't care for them properly, I will report it to the king. From then on, no one in the tribe will be allowed to give them eggs, and I won't teach anyone who doesn't follow this. Hearing this, a few orcs who wanted to take advantage and get some food felt guilty and stepped back. When Sandy saw some orcs retreat, she knew her words worked. Although it might not stop all bad behavior, it was good to out some troublemakers and reduce losses. As for the others, once the troublemakers suffer consequences, they wouldn't dare to come again. Orcs without objections, 10 of you should stand together, preferably those who know each other. Form a line, wait for me to count the number, then distribute the eggs, Sandy said softly but convincingly. Her voice was gentle and not loud, but very persuasive. The orcs immediately started moving. Soon, they formed about 30 small groups, totaling around 300 people. Sandy roughly looked over the crowd. Among them, only a few were females. Most were weak adult males with little muscle, clearly vegetarians. Some of them are teenagers who are not yet adults and cannot go hunting. There are also some injured or disabled orcs, like those missing an eye, half a hand, or an ear. When they saw Sandy's gaze, they instinctively lowered their heads, clutching their hands nervously, afraid Sandy would chase them away. But Sandy only gave an encouraging smile and asked Sanqing and the others to bring out a wooden box filled with silkworm eggs. She took out the eggs and handed them first to the disabled orcs who were with Xiong. Take good care of these. They breed quickly. As long as you're willing to work hard and keep at it for a few months, they might not match meat in nutrition, but at least you won't go hungry. Hearing Sandy's words, the disabled orcs looked up eagerly and looked at her with surprised smiles. We will definitely take good care of them. Yes, even if we don't eat them ourselves, we won't let them starve. The disabled orcs seemed to be full of energy, speaking excitedly and gratefully. About 300 orcs, each receiving roughly 1,000 eggs. Perhaps in just a few months, they could have a big harvest. But Sandy didn't say this aloud, worried that if something went wrong, their hopes would be dashed and she would end up in a bad situation. She distributed the eggs one by one, though she couldn't be exact with the quantity, just roughly dividing them. Out of every 10 orcs, she picked one to be a squad leader. Teaching all 300 orcs individually was too difficult and tiring, so Sandy decided to teach the squad leaders first, and then have them teach the others. This way, it would be easier and less exhausting. The squad leaders could supervise the others daily and report back, preventing a chaotic crowd from coming to her all at once. Sandy, you're amazing. Qingsue was so impressed by how well Sandy managed the 300 orcs that she couldn't stop praising her. She had never seen the orcs in the tribe listen to anyone like this. It seemed that the only one who could rally so many orcs was the king, right? It's not that I'm amazing, it's that everyone trusts me, Sandy said with a smile. Honestly, she didn't think she had any special skills. If the orcs didn't want to follow her, she couldn't do anything about it. The 3 little Xiangs watched everyone obey their mother, their eyes full of admiration. If it had been their old tribe, their mother would definitely have become the next clan leader. No, all 3 of them simultaneously dismissed this idea. In their old tribe, the orcs weren't as friendly as those from the Black Abyss tribe. It had to be the Black Abyss tribe. Sandai was carrying silkworm eggs when suddenly a group of orcs pushed into the line, disrupting the neat formation. Tigerly, along with Tiger tribe orcs, stood in front of Sandai, reached out his hand, and confidently said, I also want to take silkworm eggs to raise silkworms. Sandai had just introduced publicly that after the eggs hatch and grow, they can be eaten or made into thin, cool clothes, and only leaves are needed for feeding. Picking leaves daily is simple and doesn't interfere with hunting. He also collects leaves on the way, while Luo Yuer is caring for the young in the tribe and raising silkworms. In a month, they will have food. He certainly can't miss such a good opportunity. Sorry, you are not qualified to take them, Sandai said coldly with a slight smile, refusing indifferently.
Why?
Didn't you just say anyone who wants to raise them can come and get some? Why not give me some? Tiger Lee frowned angrily, feeling Sandai was deliberately refusing. As her older brother, he thought Sandai was always against him. Yes, Sandai, we're your kin, sharing the same blood. You can't just help outsiders and ignore us. Exactly, don't forget, you're a female of our tiger tribe, not a female from the Black Abyss tribe. Others behind him also angrily criticized. When they said this, other orcs frowned and looked at them strangely. What do they mean by outsiders? Now everyone is in the Black Abyss tribe. Aren't they all one family? The tiger tribe orcs' words made the orcs present feel uncomfortable. At this moment, a soft, childish voice sounded beside Sandai, but since we came to the Black Abyss tribe, we are considered outsiders. I always help my mother and pick the silkworm leaves. These outsiders never call us wild trash or bully us like Uncle Tigerly. They even send us a lot of supplies. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw that it was Sangyu, standing next to Sandai. She was a 3-year-old girl, adorable and delicate, with 2 small braids on her head. Her animal skin dress was embroidered with small flowers, and her skirt was cut out with hollow patterns, very cute and exquisite. Her sweet, soft voice melted everyone's hearts. Their eyes toward Tiger Lee and others also turned fierce and disgusted. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone so shameless as to have bullied Sandai's family and still come asking for silkworms. Although they hadn't contributed much to Sandai when she needed animal skins and horns, they had given her all the supplies they could. I thought coming to pick up silkworm eggs was brave enough, but compared to them, I am nothing. Tiger Lee and the others angrily glared at Sangyu. That girl, why is she embarrassing them in front of everyone? Sangdai pulled Sangyu behind her, blocking their view, and with a forced smile said, I just said, only hard-working and free-time available beastmen can come for the eggs. You have hands and feet, spend all day hunting, yet can't even fill your stomachs, and you're messy. I don't think you can take good care of the silkworms, so I won't let you raise these silkworms anymore. Sangdai raised her chin, facing Tiger Lee's furious eyes without fear.
You.
Tiger Lee was furious. He looked down at himself, messy and unkempt, then at the thin but clean and tidy beastmen, and suddenly wished he could find a hole to hide in. Actually, the other beastmen weren't very clean either, but they knew they were coming to see Sangdai today, so they tidied up in advance, went to the river at night to wash, and wore the cleanest, best animal skins they had. Those without skins made new grass skirts. When the beastmen went to fetch water in the morning, the river water was black. Of course, they wouldn't say this aloud, but they straightened their backs proudly. Suddenly, they felt they weren't so bad after all. Look, there are even some at the bottom. Tiger Lee didn't get any silkworm eggs and was humiliated. He glared fiercely at Sangdai, then left with a dark face. The team collecting silkworm eggs experienced a small hiccup, but was not affected and quickly returned to normal. Some beastmen trusted Sangdai, while others were suspicious. Many gathered outside to watch, curious about what these silkworms looked like. Among the crowd, a woman wrapped in animal skins, with only her eyes showing, looked at Sangdai with a resentful gaze. Xiao Mian, should we also go get some silkworms to raise? Xiao Mian's partner was also tempted. Although they could support Xiao Mian, recently they had spent a lot on medical supplies, and Xiao Mian was hard to take care of. They didn't save much on supplies normally, so if they could increase their food sources, it would be good. They could save the tasty meat for Xiao Mian and eat other things themselves. What's the use of raising these useless things? Xiao Mian refused without hesitation. Silkworms are just bugs. Instead of wasting time on them, better to catch more prey. Not eating bugs is stronger. You're so stupid. Didn't you see those collecting silkworm eggs? They're just useless beastmen. Only trash would want to eat bugs. Xiao Mian openly looked down on them. Sandy could only make these useless things to attract a group of fools, but she didn't care. The snake Mian's partner also thought there was some truth in that. If bugs could be fed, why hunt? They might as well raise bugs. Mian, you're right. We won't raise them anymore, she said. Thinking about her face and her two tiger snake partners who were expelled from the tribe, Snake Mion hated Sandy deeply. But now, with the king protecting Sandy, she could only glare at her from afar, using her eyes to vent her anger. After finishing the silkworm eggs, Sandy explained the care instructions again in front of everyone. She had the squad leader stand at the front, and the other beast men lined up behind. If anyone didn't hear clearly, they could ask the squad leader later, so she didn't have to repeat herself constantly. After teaching the beast men, everyone dispersed. Excited and nervous, they went to the mulberry forest to pick leaves and then returned to hatch the silkworm eggs. Hu Lai returned to the cave with a gloomy face. Luo Yuer was annoyed by Hu Zai's noise. Seeing Hu Lai come back, she scolded, "I just finished giving birth, and you left me and the babies alone in the cave. Are you a male? Didn't you see the babies crying? Hurry up and think of a way to soothe them." Hu Lai, having just been scolded after coming back from outside, looked furious, his face dark as coal. But when he saw his two babies, he took a deep breath and calmed down. "Yuer, the babies are probably hungry. Just feed them milk," he said. Luo Yuer, impatient, replied, "I'm not a cow. I just gave birth. Where's the milk? First, give them some water to drink." She was tired of the trouble in this beast world. If only there was formula, breastfeeding was so tiring and bad for health. Thinking about feeding these ugly things made Luo Yue even more disgusted, and she also looked at Hu Lai with a bad attitude. Hu Lai didn't want the babies to keep crying, so he quickly obeyed, giving them some water. Sure enough, the babies stopped crying and fell asleep, snorting softly. "Where are the things you went to get?" Luo Yue finally felt some peace and rubbed her forehead. She then noticed that Hu Lai had returned empty-handed. Hu Lai carefully placed the babies on the dry grass beside Luo Yue, speaking more seriously. "Sandy didn't give me anything, and she wouldn't give it to the tribe either." The two tiger cubs moved restlessly, but they hadn't woken up. Hearing Hu Lai talk about what had just happened, Luo Yue looked disdainful. "That thing is useless. It's so small, grows slowly, and after months of hard work, it's barely enough to fill your teeth. Let those fools raise them with Sandy. When the time comes, they'll waste time and still go hungry. They'll regret it." "Yue, you also know about silkworms?" Hu Lai was surprised. He is Sandy's older brother. "I've never heard before that Luo Yue and Sandy don't get along, so how would I know?" "I, of course, know." Luo Yue just finished speaking when she noticed Hu Lai looking at her strangely, so she quickly changed her words. I mean, when I was in the tribe, I accidentally overheard Sandy mention it." Hu Lai then didn't think much of it. Luo Yue suddenly had a bright idea and changed the subject, saying, "Hu Lai, I have a better idea than Sandy. You could catch a few female sheep or cows. Cows and sheep eat grass, and there's plenty of fresh milk. This way, she wouldn't have to feed the young ones herself. Milk is much better than what silkworms produce. It's very nourishing." Hu Lai's face looked unhappy. "Where the prey near the Black Abyss tribe is very clever. We can't even catch prey, so how can we catch live cows or sheep?" She was making things difficult for him. Luo Yue's initial excitement was suddenly cooled down. She cursed herself silently for being useless, then thought for a moment and changed her plan, saying, "Then catch chickens or birds. As long as it's prey that lays eggs, bring them back alive. That should be okay, right? Chickens lay eggs every day, don't eat much, and can feed the young ones. Eggs are also good, they can boost nutrition and serve as stored food. Most importantly, they taste much better than silkworms." Once she raised a large flock, they'd lay eggs daily enough for her to eat, and she could hatch more. Isn't that more useful than raising silkworms? Luo Yue was imagining a future where the orcs would abandon Sandy and come to learn how to raise chickens from her, feeling very excited. Hu Lai wanted to refuse, but seeing Luo Yue's expression, he knew refusing would lead to a big argument. Thinking it would be good for the young ones, he reluctantly agreed, saying, "I'll give it a try." Since she had just given birth to the young, he decided to go along with her this time. Luo Yue was dreaming of being surrounded by orcs who admired her, urging Hu Lai to go hunting quickly. After the orc who was tending the silkworms left, more than half of the morning had passed. She had been busy all morning and didn't have time to cook. In the meantime, Sandy took some fruit from the supermarket for the three little ones to eat. Now, she and the children were hungry. It hadn't rained for several days, and the weather was unusually hot and dry. Sandy didn't want to make complicated food, so she used the fresh beef delivered yesterday to make a big bowl of cold beef salad. Each person steamed a bowl of fresh shrimp and egg custard, and she also brought out various marinated snacks from the supermarket. The portions Sandy prepared were large, enough to feed all four comfortably. The three snake cubs had now gotten used to their mother's various fresh dishes, as if they had a silent agreement. They wouldn't ask questions or dig deeper. A mother and her three children had eaten well and were full of energy. Sang Foam couldn't wait to go see the pottery they baked yesterday. Sang Dai took the three little ones to the kiln cave to check. The fire inside was completely out, and the temperature had returned to normal. Sang Dai finally opened the kiln cave, with the children watching eagerly. The three little ones stood beside Sang Dai, stretching their necks and watching her move with big, round eyes that blinked constantly. Sang Dai was also a bit excited. This was her first time firing pottery by herself, and she wasn't sure if it would succeed. She bent down and looked inside the kiln cave. "Mom, did it work?" Sang Foam tilted his small head left and right, blocking her view with his body. He was so anxious he wanted to crawl inside. Sang Dai took out a pottery jar closest to the entrance of the kiln cave. The three children immediately widened their eyes to look. The dark clay, after firing, had a brownish-yellow surface. It had become hard and no longer deformed when pressed. Besides the color, it looked just like a stone jar, even more beautiful in shape. Without needing Sang Dai to say anything, the children knew the firing was successful. Excited, they helped her carry all the pottery out of the kiln cave. Sang Dai checked all the pieces and found that not all had survived the firing. About a third of the pottery had cracks on the surface. They weren't broken, but their lifespan would be greatly reduced. Most of the broken ones were larger pieces. Interestingly, the small clay dolls she and the children made had all been fired successfully. Sang Dai immediately reflected that the cracking might have been caused by putting too much firewood in and not controlling the heat properly, leading to overfiring. She silently calculated how to adjust the fire next time. She handed the children their own clay pottery, and each also received a small clay doll she made. The three loved holding their new treasures. When Sang Dai warned them to be careful with the pottery to avoid breaking it, they immediately wanted to hide their treasures carefully back in the cave. Each child hid their pottery in different corners. Just as Sang Yu finished hiding her piece, a yellowish, dun-colored object appeared before her. "Second sister, you forgot the snake I gave you." Sang Foam grinned widely, suddenly appearing in front of Sang Yu with a big, happy face. Sang Yu's mouth twitched, and after a moment, she remembered. Wasn't that the clay snake she secretly threw away yesterday? "When did you put it in the kiln cave?"
she asked.
"Yesterday. I saw second sister drop it, so I put it in the kiln cave too. Here, I brought it back for you. You can't drop it this time, okay?" Sun Wind innocently handed a yellowish clay snake to Sun Moon. "Sun Moon. She didn't drop it. She intentionally threw it, okay?" Sun Qing had just hidden his pottery when he saw the ugly snake Sun Wind handed out and burst into laughter. "Big brother, next time I'll make one and give it to you." Sun Wind turned around, chuckling. Sun Qing's smile suddenly stopped. No need to bother. In the afternoon, Sun Dai brought a finished clay doll to Xiao Bai's cave. Although Xiao Bai could now eat hot food, he still didn't dare to see fire. Sun Dai now prepares the food before coming every day. After Xiao Bai finished eating, Sun Dai took out the clay doll. "What is this?" Xiao Bai was immediately attracted by the delicate doll. "This is a doll I made from clay. I'm giving it to you." Hearing it was a gift, Xiao Bai immediately hugged and played with it. "It's made of earth? But why is it hard and doesn't break?" "Earth shouldn't break easily," he asked curiously with a young, innocent face. "This larger doll looks just like Dad." His curious expression seemed to open a new world. "Clay is different from ordinary earth. It can be shaped into any form you want, and after firing, it becomes hard, Sundai explained with a smile. She pointed to another clay doll. This small one is you. Xiaobai looked at it from all sides, unable to put it down, then asked, "Why don't you have a doll like Dad and me?" Only he and Dad looked lonely. He wanted Sundai's doll to keep him company with Dad. Sundai was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Xiaobai to ask that.
If you want, I can take you to make one sometime.
I have lots of clay in my cave. You can play and shape whatever you like. Really? I can make one too? Xiaobai's eyes lit up, but after a few seconds, his bright expression dimmed. Forget it, I don't want to go out. Since his face was ruined, he rarely left the cave. He didn't want to go out or be looked at strangely by the beasts. Although they didn't say it openly, he knew what they were thinking. They thought he was useless and unworthy of being a cub of his father. If it weren't for Sundai's appearance, he would want to stay in the cave forever. Sundai could see that Xiaobai wanted to go out. She gently coaxed him. "It's just my cave. My cave is remote, and besides my 3 cubs, no other beasts will be there." During this time together, Sandai realized that Little White wasn't truly mischievous or playful. He was just trying to hide his inner fragility through these unusual behaviors. Seeing Little White's sensitive expression, Sandai felt a bit sad. But if she wanted Little White to return to normal, she had to be tough and let him go. Little White instinctively reached up to touch his half-covered face, full of scars, but then shook his head. "No, I don't want to go." Seeing that the barrier in Little White's heart still remained, Sandai didn't insist and gently changed the subject. After chatting with Little White for a while, Sandai prepared to leave. Just as she stepped out of the cave, she heard a deep voice from the darkness beside her. "I heard you made something called pottery again?" Sandai was startled and turned to see a tall figure standing outside the cave. "King, what are you doing here?" Sandai asked softly, patting her chest. "No, big brother, you're the main villain, not the great ghostly spirit. No footsteps and not even breathing sounds. How can I not notice you?" Tung Song's deep eyes narrowed as he asked back, "Am I not allowed to be in my own mountain cave?" "Of course you can," Sandai immediately nodded, forcing a pleasing smile. "He's the main villain. How could she say no? What is the thing you just gave Little White?" Tung Song looked down at her, his gaze resting on her smiling face, clearly satisfied. The female seemed to enjoy seeing him. Sandai snapped back to her senses and took 2 clay dolls from her leather pouch at her waist, exactly the same as the ones she gave to Little White.
"Can you see this?"
"These are clay dolls I made based on you and Little White. It's the pottery I mentioned, can be shaped into any form and used as containers," she explained while politely presenting the dolls. "King, these 2 are for you just like the ones for Little White. Making pottery also requires fire, and if Tung Song saw its use, he might be less resistant to fire. Of course, she gave these simply because molding dolls was easy. Whether 1 or 2, she had already given one to Little White, so giving one to Tung Song was no problem. Tung Song cared a lot for Little White and would probably like the clay doll that looked like him. When he saw they were for himself, a gentle smile flickered in his icy eyes, and he reached out to take the dolls, examining them carefully in his palm. Females only give gifts to males when choosing mates for mating. Was the female hinting at something? Very nice, but... Tung Song's tone shifted. "Why are there only 2?
Huh?
Sandai was stunned. "Only 2? What does that mean? Is the big villain upset that he didn't give enough gifts, or that he was too stingy?" Thinking about the supplies still in her cave, which she had sent to Tung Song, Sandai reflected. Comparing the 2, she realized she might have been a little petty. Just as she was about to honestly admit her mistake, Tung Song spoke again. "Why isn't yours here?" The 2 clay dolls were holding hands, but Tung Song's clay doll's left hand was empty. He thought if only there was one more Sandai, it would be perfect. Sandai looked up, her gaze unexpectedly falling into Tung Song's deep eyes. For a moment, she felt like she was sinking into a swamp, unable to look away. She had already adapted to the darkness, and her sharp, handsome face quickly appeared in her mind, like an imprint, embedding itself into her heart. Sandai's heart skipped a beat. She had to admit, The big villain was not only strong in combat, but also had an unusually intimidating face. If she didn't know he had a partner and cubs, she might have mistaken his interest in her. After a moment, Sandai adjusted her mood and smiled flatteringly, saying, "King, you and Little White are truly a father and son, united in heart." Little White just asked the same question. "Do you want me to make something for Little White?" "I'll do it next time I make pottery." Seeing Sandai misunderstand his meaning, Tung Tsong pressed his lips slightly and said no. He just simply wanted her.
Huh.
Sandai tilted her head slightly, looking at Tung Tsong with some confusion. She said Tung Tsong and Little White were like father and son, so what was he arguing about? Seeing her innocent, clear eyes, Tung Tsong changed his words. "When you finish, just bring it to Little White." Never mind, Little White was just his. They were the same. All right, Sandai nodded. By the way, about Little White overcoming his fear, I want to ask King for help. Sandai remembered her plan. Since Tung Tsong was here, she didn't want to come back later, so she said it all at once. "Speak." Tung Tsong tilted his chin slightly, indicating she should continue. Sandai looked around, seeing Little White in the cave and not paying attention to them. She pulled Tung Tsong aside, making sure her voice wouldn't reach Little White, and spoke cautiously. "I want to ask King to cooperate with me then." Tung Tsong lowered his head, his gaze falling on the hand that was holding his arm, and he obediently followed her. Not far away, the orcs guarding the cave saw this scene and rubbed their eyes. Were they seeing things? Did King really allow Sandai to touch him? And his expression just now seemed like he was smiling? The orcs thought they were seeing illusions, but when they looked again, everything returned to normal. It was just a hallucination. They must have been mistaken. Sandai explained her plan to Tung Tsong multiple times, assuring him she wouldn't let Xiaobai get hurt, and finally received Tung Tsong's approval. She was happy and felt victory was near. Over the next few days, Sandai focused on practicing how to fire pottery in her cave. After 2 improvements, the success rate of firing pottery rose to over 90%. Sandai was very satisfied with a 90% success rate. She understood that some loss was normal in this craft, so she happily continued making large clay jars to prepare for brewing white wine. Besides making jars, Sandai also took masks from the supermarket. She used clay to shape masks based on the ones from the store. The store masks were plastic, which was fine for the little cubs to play with, but not suitable for many orcs to see. Adults would notice the plastic material easily, and she would have trouble explaining. Clay masks were different. Since she had already shown the way to Tung Tsong, she wasn't worried about revealing them if every orc had one. Sandai shaped the clay into various forms: little foxes, pigs, tigers. She poked 2 small holes on each side of the masks, then used grass to braid strings to tie them on the head securely. After firing over 100 clay masks, Sandai stopped. She carried 2 bamboo baskets filled with masks out of her cave and called 3 snake cubs: Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Feng. Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng, I have a task for you. Sandai crouched down, hugging the 3 cubs close, whispering a few instructions into their ears. "Don't worry, Mother. We'll do it." The 3 replied seriously. Sandai patted Xiao Qing's chest, making it thump loudly. Then, Xiao Qing and Xiao Feng carried the baskets on their backs, while Xiao Yu ran ahead. When it was time to deliver food to Xiaobai, Sandai returned to his cave. Over the past few days, Xiaobai had become restless and wavering about leaving the cave. But because of the scar on his face, he stubbornly refused to step outside. "Xiaobai, if you don't want others to see your face, you can wear this," Sandai said, holding up a half mask. "You haven't been outside for a long time. Wearing this, the tribe's orcs might not recognize you. What do you think?" Xiaobai's eyes widened as he stared at the mask. "This is a mask. You can wear it on your face to hide your appearance, so others can't see what you look like," Sandai explained as she helped him put it on. They poured another bowl of water and gently cupped Xiaobai's face in their hands, encouraging him to look down at the water surface. "See, if you do this, no one will recognize you," they said. Xiaobai blinked, and in the water, he saw that half of his face was covered by a mask, perfectly hiding all his scars. The mask revealed his other, intact face. At first glance, he seemed to have returned to a normal young creature. Xiao Bai felt a small sense of relief. If I go out like this, will everyone really not see my scars? He asked. No, they won't.
Try it.
The rope is tied tightly, so even if you run or jump, the mask won't fall off, said Sandy confidently. Xiao Bai bit his lip, uncertain. Can I really go out? He asked, worried about being called ugly or a monster by the beastmen. Yes, I'll go with you. I can teach you how to make this kind of clay mask.
How about that?
Sandy offered. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Bai finally nodded. Okay, teach me how to make this mask. I want to learn. If he could make a mask, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone seeing his face anymore. It had been a long time since he left the cave. Xiao Bai was nervous and unsure what to do. Sandy didn't rush him and went outside to wait at the cave entrance. After a while, Xiao Bai finally came out. He wore a gray wolf fur skirt and a necklace made of wolf teeth about the size of a finger. His half-visible face outside the mask had a rough scratch painted with green grass juice about the width of a finger. Sandy had been in the beast world for over 2 months and knew that this was a very formal outfit for a beast man. It showed how much Xiao Bai valued this trip outside the cave. Although the little guy didn't want to admit it, he was more excited than anyone else. Sandy's heart softened, and he stepped forward, taking Xiao Bai's hand. Let's go. I'll take you to make a clay mask. Nervously, Xiao Bai clutched Sandy's finger and moved cautiously, his eyes anxiously looking outside the cave. Having not seen sunlight for a long time, it was a bit dazzling. He instinctively raised his arm to block the light. As his eyes gradually adjusted and he saw the outside scene clearly, he froze in surprise. Outside the cave, there was lively laughter and chatter. On the lush green grass, young cubs gathered, chasing and playing. Without exception, all of them wore various masks, some even showing their beast ears and tails, making the masks look more lively and real. Xiao Bai's appearance was like a drop in the ocean unnoticed. He paused, surprised, and looked at Sandy beside him. Sandy smiled and nodded, signaling him to go out and take a look. Little White's nose suddenly felt a twinge, and it was as if the heavy chains in his heart had loosened. He moved his little legs step by step, slowly walking toward the outside of the cave under Sandy's watchful gaze. He was out. It seemed that leaving the mountain cave was not so difficult.
Look.
His mask has color. There's even a flower on it. It looks so nice. Some young creatures noticed Little White's appearance and gathered around him. His mask was decorated with delicate patterns and colors, instantly drawing their attention. Since he hadn't appeared in front of everyone for a long time, his scars were hidden under the mask. No one knew he was a cub of the Tinkong tribe, and some even invited him to play. Listening to the chatter of the young creatures, Little White, who was usually used to quiet, didn't find it noisy. It was as if the grass beneath his feet was not grass but soft clouds, making him feel light and dreamy, as if he were in a dream. These young creatures were very friendly to him, without any dislike or disgust. His lips, which had been tightly pressed, gradually lifted into a smile, and his initial nervousness disappeared. Watching Little White gradually blend in with the young creatures, Sandy knew her method was very effective, and a gentle smile appeared in her eyes. Soon, Little White came to Sandy's side. "Thank you," he said. His eyes, dark and deep like a pond, shone with clarity and gratitude. His soft, shy voice sounded sweet and a little bashful. He knew that the masks the young creatures wore were probably given to them by Sandy on purpose. Sandy had gone to great lengths to help him leave the mountain cave. Sandy gently ruffled his little head. "Whether you have a mask or not, you are not different. Outside the Black Abyss tribe, there are many unknown tribes. You will find a way to restore your face someday." A glimmer of hope flashed in Little White's clear animal eyes. "Really? Is there still a chance for my face to get better?" Although having a mask was good, he also wanted to stand openly outside without one. "Of course. As long as you don't give up, you'll find a way in the future," Sandy nodded confidently. She remembered from a book that the main villain kept traveling between tribes, searching for a veterinarian. At that time, she didn't understand why the villain was so obsessed with finding a veterinarian. She thought he was just afraid of death. Now she realized it was probably all for Little White's face. He had never mentioned it in front of Little White, probably afraid that no veterinarian could treat his face and that Little White would be disappointed. Hearing Sandy's words, Little White's eyes lit up with hope. "I want to make more masks. I'll make a lot so I can find a veterinarian to fix my face someday," he said excitedly. "Okay, I'll take you to make masks," Sandy said, holding Little White's hand as they headed toward her mountain cave. Xiaobai walked quickly and happily, bouncing with each step, finally showing the smile that a young child of his age should have. It hadn't rained for days, so the ground was dry, and the plants along the shaded path looked even greener and more lush than usual. As they walked, suddenly a puff of white smoke rose from the forest ahead. There were many small woods scattered around the tribe, but this smoke was right in the forest they were about to pass through. The smoke grew thicker, and soon fierce flames shot up. Xiaobai's steps froze, and he tightly clenched Sandy's hand, wanting to step back. It was fire. The flames burst out like a fiery dragon from the smoke, swallowing the trees ahead and quickly lighting up the sky with bright fire. Xiaobai's pupils shrank suddenly, and a scene of being surrounded by fire flashed through his mind. His scarred face seemed to burn as well, making him sweat coldly from the pain. Sandy noticed Xiaobai's unusual reaction and held his hand, preventing him from pulling back. Many beastmen had already seen the fire and hurriedly grabbed containers to pour water on it.
King.
The king is still inside the forest. He just went in. "Everyone, bring water quickly," someone shouted, and everyone became more anxious. The beastmen rushed back and forth, pouring river water into the fire, but it was useless. The fire was just too big. "Father? Is father inside?" Xiaobai finally snapped out of his fear, his dark beast eyes filled with worry. The fiery dragon seemed capable of swallowing everything, growing more intense and fierce than the fire he remembered. "Earth! Everyone throw sand into the fire. It can help put it out," Sandy suddenly shouted. The river was a bit far away, and even if the beastmen moved quickly, they couldn't keep up with the fire's spread. They dropped their containers and started digging sand with their claws, throwing it into the flames. "Xiaobai, step back and hide. The king is still inside. The fire is too big for him to come out." "I'll go help." Sandy gently pushed Xiaobai back and stepped forward to help fight the fire. She watched Xiaobai carefully. In the past, Xiaobai would have screamed and been terrified at the sight of fire, but now he was much better. As long as he could overcome his fear and help the beastmen put out the fire, her goal would be achieved. Xiaobai clenched his small fists and gritted his teeth. Father. Father was the only family he had in this world. Although Father was often busy, he knew that Father loved him very much. Father couldn't get hurt, especially not like him, burned by fire. Xiaobai's face was tense, as if he had made a big decision, and he suddenly charged into the flames. "Father!" he shouted, determined to find his father and save him.
Xiaobai?
Seeing Xiaobai's actions, Sandy was stunned. "This unlucky child, I told you to help put out the fire, not to go into the flames like a roasted snake." The fire was planned in advance by her and Ting Tsang. They had dug a circle around the forest to create a barrier. No matter how big the fire gets, it would only burn the area in front of her and wouldn't spread further. The burned land would become fertile and could be used as a medicinal farm for Yingrue to grow herbs. It was a perfect plan. Sandy had thought of everything, but she didn't expect Xiaobai to rush straight into the big fire. Even if most of it was vacuum inside, the outside fire was real, and there was thick smoke. A 3-year-old child could easily get hurt or worse inside. Other orcs were busy fighting the fire and didn't think Xiaobai would run in, so no one stopped him. Sandy's heart sank. If Xiaobai got hurt, the big villain might cut her down. Looking around, she tore off a piece of beast hide, soaked it with water, and poured it over herself from head to toe. Gritting her teeth, she ran in after him. She soaked the beast hide with water and wrapped it around herself to block the fire. Sandy managed to rush into the forest. But the hide could only temporarily protect her from the flames. It couldn't block the heat. The scene ahead was twisted by the fire. Sandy struggled to open her eyes. In front of her was a sea of red flames mixed with thick fog. Fortunately, her sharp eyes caught a small figure ahead. Xiao Bai. Come back, quickly. Sandy shouted loudly, her hands clutching the beast hide as she ran toward him. In just a short while, the water on the hide was almost evaporated by the heat. If she didn't get out soon, she would be roasted alive. Moreover, Xiaobai had no protective gear on him.
Dad.
Where are you?
Dad.
Cough, cough, cough. Xiaobai was frantically searching for his father, anxious because of the raging fire around him. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from behind him. A tall tree was engulfed in flames, its red trunk starting to tilt and then crashing down heavily. Xiaobai, Sandy exclaimed. Before Xiaobai could react, a pair of hands pulled him into a cool embrace. Sandy rushed over, pulling Xiaobai into her arms. She rolled on the ground several times, protecting him. A loud crash of a falling tree echoed past her face. Her heart was pounding wildly. Just as she was about to feel relieved, a burning pain shot through her foot. Hiss! The flying debris from the fallen tree hit her foot. Are you okay? Xiaobai looked up from Sandy's embrace, his face pale.
I'm fine.
Xiaobai, you go out first. I'll find Wang.
仙代忍着疼，把兽皮裹在小白身上，拉起一角捂住他的口鼻。在这场大火中，当然找不到藤仓。他和藤仓商量的是，让藤仓在树林后面等着。等小白出去后，他再从另一边离开，把藤仓带过来就行了。小白拉着他的手，脸上露出犹豫。这时，头顶再次传来大树断裂的咔嚓声。烧红的粗大树干向两人砸下来，仙代只觉得眼前一黑，今天真是天要亡他。用尽最后一丝力气，他把小白推了出去，迅速进入超市，拼命寻找能保命的东西。锅碗瓢盆、鸡鸭鱼肉都不行，来不及了。当仙代准备接受现实时，一条漆黑粗壮的蛇尾扫过，将他头顶的树干撞飞出去。藤仓，虽然藤蛇兽人的兽形大多都差不多，仙代一眼就认出眼前的藤蛇就是藤仓。下一瞬，蛇尾把仙代和小白同时卷起，冲出了大火。王
Sandai，
林子外看到三人出来，兽人们停止了灭火动作。这火是王提前安排的，原本也没打算真的灭掉。嗨嗨！仙代和小白被放在树下，冲出大火时，藤仓的蛇尾把他们包裹起来。他没有被火烧到，但不免吸入一些烟。他捂着嘴剧烈咳嗽，耳边突然传来小白的惊叫声：“你的腿受伤了！”小白看着仙代脚背上明显的烧伤，稚嫩的声音颤抖，充满自责：“对不起，都是因为我，这会留疤的。”他低头垂着脑袋，双手垂在身侧，满脸无助。仙代看了看脚背，上面有鸡蛋大小的烧伤，变黑了，但幸好没有伤到骨头，回去用点药养养就好了。至于疤，他没命都保住了，死里逃生，留点疤算什么？他看得很开，小白却比他还紧张。没事，只是一些疤，对于兽人来说，疤不是荣耀的象征吗？仙代温柔地安慰道：“荣耀。”小白抬起头，黑黝黝的瞳孔中露出疑惑。对呀，你看那些出去狩猎、对抗厉兽的兽人，他们身上的伤疤还少吗？部落里的雄性没有伤疤的吗？他们会觉得丢人吗？仙代没有直接回答，而是反问。小白沉默了，似乎觉得有道理，但可是你是雌性，雌性又怎么样？你小看雌性吗？
Sandy deliberately asked Xiaobai, but he quickly shook his head. No, I didn't mean that.
I didn't mean it like that.
After nervously finishing, he looked up and saw Sandy's gentle, smiling eyes. He immediately realized Sandy was just teasing him to make him happy. We, Xiaobai, did very well today. You're not afraid of fire anymore, Sandy said, pinching his black face that looked like a mischievous cat, smiling. Being able to help Xiao Bai overcome his fear and allow the beastmen of the tribe to use fire was worth this small injury. Xiao Bai also gradually realized this, standing blankly and letting Sandy pinch his face. It seemed like he was truly no longer afraid of fire. Well, he wasn't completely unafraid, but at least he wouldn't be scared stiff by it. Fire wasn't as terrifying as he had thought. Tung Tsong appeared in human form, casually draping a beast hide given by the beast man. He saw Sandy, despite her injury, still comforting Xiao Bai. The two interacted harmoniously, like a mother and son. His cold eyes unconsciously softened. He walked over to them. Sandy also saw the visitor and quickly stood up, leaning on a tree trunk. "King, thank you for saving me just now," she said. If Tung Tsong hadn't arrived in time, she might have been hit on the head by the tree. She might have even lost her life. After speaking, she looked at Xiao Bai and realized the father and son probably had a lot to say. She took the initiative to say, "Since Xiao Bai is fine, I'll go back first." "Xiao Bai, next time I'll take you to make masks." Xiao Bai, still shaken and with his leg hurt, knew today he couldn't go make masks. He obediently nodded. Just as Sandy was about to leave, suddenly he was lifted off the ground by strong arms. "Ah, what are you doing?" Sandy exclaimed. She sensed the surrounding beastmen looking over and hurriedly asked Tung Tsong, why did this villain always like to act violently? It was fine when no one was around, but today so many beastmen were watching. What if they misunderstood? "First, get your injury checked by the healer. Then I'll take you back," Tung Tsong said in a deep voice, carrying her toward the cave. Sandy wanted him to put her down, but Tung Tsong was too strong. She couldn't break free, and struggling might attract more attention from the beastmen. She gave up and just wanted to leave quickly. Xiao Bai blinked his dark eyes and suddenly grinned, not following. His father never treated females so well. Was his father going to make Sandy his mother? He shouldn't disturb his father. Maybe soon he would have a little brother or sister. Tung Tsong carried Sandy back to the cave and laid her on his bed. His bed was just a flat, large stone with no bedding. Before laying Sandy down, he carefully placed a piece of animal hide on it. "Wait here for me, don't move." Sandy wanted to get up and leave, but when she heard Tung Kong's voice sound a bit dangerous, she obediently sat back down. Tung Kong stepped out of the cave and waved his hand. Immediately, a beast man stepped forward. "King, what are your orders?" "Find a veterinarian, preferably one who can treat burns." "Yes." The beast man responded and hurried to find a vet. Before he could leave, Tung Kong remembered something and stopped him. "Wait, not the Eagle Tribe's veterinarian." He didn't want to see that always smiling Eagle Tribe vet, especially when they looked at the young female, smiling like they were trying to court her. Understood. The beast man immediately went to find the vet. Soon, a middle-aged beast man hurried over. Sandy looked around. Tung Kong's cave was very empty, with no clutter, only a few animal hides hanging on the wall, and even the bed was just a hard stone. Is this a place for living? As expected of a big villain, even the cave was so cold and icy. Suddenly, she noticed a wooden box behind the bed, filled with bamboo tubes. Wasn't this the one she asked Shiliang to give Tung Kong last time? Why hadn't he used it yet? Sandy was confused. She moved closer to the bed, picked up a bamboo tube, and looked at it. It was just an empty tube. The wine inside was gone. Strange. Why hide the empty bamboo tube so well? Afraid someone will steal it? Sandy muttered softly. Suddenly, she heard footsteps outside, quickly put the tube back, and sat back on the bed. When she saw Tung Kong come in, she hurriedly spoke. "King, I'm really fine. This small burn doesn't need a vet to come all this way." She had only burned her foot, not her whole leg. It wasn't that serious. After disinfecting it at home and letting the wound scab naturally, she could just apply some aloe vera gel from the supermarket later. It would also help reduce the scar. Who would stare at her foot if they weren't interested? She wasn't that narcissistic. Sit still. Tung Kong glared at her, but didn't listen to her words. Instead, he ordered the vet behind him check her wound. The middle-aged vet stepped forward, and Sandai had no choice but to lift her foot for him to examine. King, she has a burn on her foot. I have some herbs here. Just apply them. The vet usually treated serious injuries like broken arms or legs, so this small wound was a new experience. Soon he gave his conclusion. Will it leave a scar? Tung Kong frowned.
It
probably will. Bring the herbs, Tung Song said. The veterinarian sighed in relief and quickly went to fetch the herbs. Soon, the veterinarian returned with a stone bowl containing crushed green herbal paste. Tung Song took the bowl and walked over to Sandai. Thank you, Your Majesty.
I'll go back now.
Sandai held out her hands, thinking Tung Song was offering her the herbs so she could apply the medicine herself. But before she could move her hand, he suddenly knelt in front of her, grasped her injured right ankle firmly, and lifted her foot. A warm sensation spread from her ankle, and Sandai was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, I can do it myself, she said. Don't move, Tung Song said, without looking up. His large hand held her leg steady, and with his other hand, he dipped into the herbal paste and carefully applied it to her wound. His face was serious and focused, moving gently to avoid hurting her. Sandai felt her breathing lighten as she watched him apply the medicine. Was she dreaming? Even during the day, she shouldn't be having such a dream, right? Who would believe that the great villain was applying medicine to her foot? Thinking further, she realized this was the animal world, where females held high status. Plus, she had just saved Bai and helped him overcome his fear of fire. Maybe the villain was just trying to thank her? Sandai convinced herself with this reason, feeling it made sense. As a female, don't rush into dangerous places in the future. Tung Song finished applying the herbal paste. He stood up, placed the bowl aside, and looked down at Sandai's face. If I had come a moment later, the consequences would have been terrible. This little female was really brave. Last time, she attracted a python and almost got swallowed, and now she still dares to run into the fire. Yes, Your Majesty. I will be more careful from now on, Sandai replied honestly, nodding like an employee just reassuring her boss. She spoke softly, catching her breath.
Ugh.
This veterinarian's medicine really hurt, worse than any other. Seeing her eyes turn red, Tung Song paused, wondering if he had been too harsh or spoken too sternly, scaring her. Females really are delicate. I'm not blaming you, Tung Song said more gently, after some thought, trying to explain. He didn't want to make her cry. Sandai nodded again, sniffling hard. When she was in pain, she couldn't help but want to cry, which was a natural reaction. But she managed to hold back her tears, and instead, her nose started to run. She couldn't just her nose in front of Tung Song, so she kept sniffing inward. Tung Song looked at her silently, feeling that the more he explained, the more she seemed to feel wronged. Tung Song felt a bit confused for the first time. After thinking, he said in a deep voice, Today, you saved Bai. Bai is no longer afraid of fire. Whatever you want, I can agree to it. Even if she wanted him, that would be fine too. Tung Song looked at Sandai, waiting for her answer. The young female should be interested in him too. He had made his intentions clear, so she should speak up, right? Sandai's eyes brightened. Was this the villain fulfilling his promise? She excitedly said, The king promised me that as long as Bai overcomes his fear, the tribe's beastmen can use fire. Does that still count? It counts, Tung Song nodded and kept looking at Sandai. She looked happy.
Great.
King, you are truly the wisest and bravest ruler in the world. Now she was very good at praising him. Tung Song's lips slightly curled. And what else? Sandai was stunned. And? That's all, Your Majesty. I only have this one request. Wasn't this agreed upon earlier?
She didn't dare to be greedy.
The villain hated greedy beastmen the most.
Tung Song was silent.
Is that all? Sandai carefully watched Tung Song's darkening face.
So,
should she ask for something else? Men's minds are really hard to understand. Tung Song carried Sandai to the cave entrance and ordered his subordinates to gather beastmen from all tribes. In front of all the beasts, he loudly announced, From now on, the Black Abyss tribe will no longer prohibit the use of fire. All beastmen can use fire, but they must ensure safety and not set fires that hurt others. Many beastmen in the tribe knew that Sandai used fire to cook delicious food, and they also raised silkworms that could be roasted with fire in the future. Hearing Tung Song's words, the beastmen cheered happily.
Great.
The fire over in the forest hasn't gone out yet. It's still possible to preserve the fire source. Yes, yes. Hurry and go there. It's not good if the fire source is lost. Soon, some beastmen reacted and went to store fire sources. Hearing this, Sandai remembered that most beastmen here used fire by preserving fire sources, which wasted manpower and firewood and also risked forest fires. Using friction to make fire takes too long. I heard there's a kind of stone that can produce sparks when struck together. Some beast tribes use this kind of stone to start fires. I don't know if it's true, Sandai suddenly said. She wasn't all-knowing and didn't know about fire-starting stones, but beastmen could go find them. As long as they knew about this thing and its use, they could find it. Hearing her words, some attentive beastmen immediately remembered and went to look for stones that could produce sparks. Adult orcs hunt every day. Even those who are vegetarians worry about finding food. But the young ones don't need to hunt. They have plenty of free time. The Black Abyss tribe is large, with over 1,000 orcs living there. Near the outskirts of the tribe, there's almost no danger, and the young orcs can transform into beast form as long as they don't wander too far. Smarter orcs quickly went back to tell their young ones this news. Soon, everyone in the tribe was excitedly searching for fire-starting stones. No one doubted Sandy's words. Sandy herself wondered if even if she said something was edible, some orcs would still pick it up and store it. After announcing the importance of reigniting fires, Tengkong personally took Sandy back to her place. Sandy wanted to get down early, but Tengkong refused to let her. Luckily, when they returned to the cave, the three little ones weren't there. Probably they went to the forest where the big fire happened to join in the fun. Sandy sighed in relief, put on a professional fake smile, and waved her arms at the cave entrance to see Tengkong off. Little White was also sent back to the cave by the tongue snake orc. Seeing his father return, Little White's eyes lit up. He stretched his neck to look behind him, but seeing no one there, he looked disappointed and withdrew his gaze. What's wrong? Seeing Little White look so down, Tengkong thought he was frightened by the big fire. Dad, why didn't she come back with you? Little White raised his head and blinked. They took someone away, but then sent her back. How slow was their efficiency? With this speed, when could he have a mother? Little White couldn't help but feel worried. Tengkong picked up the little guy with one hand and walked into the cave. Adults' affairs. Little ones shouldn't worry. Even though Sandy applied medicine to her wound, it still throbbed faintly. Because the injury was on her foot, she couldn't wear beast-skin shoes, and the wound needed air to heal properly. After sitting to rest for a while, Sandy felt a cool sensation like mint on her wound, and the pain began to lessen. Unexpectedly, this veterinarian is pretty good. The herbal medicine actually works, Sandy muttered softly. She looked at the herbal paste, which looked like crushed wild grass, and couldn't believe it could treat her wound. If Tengkong hadn't forced her to put on the medicine, she wouldn't have dared to use it. Now she realized she had underestimated the orcs. After resting, her wound no longer affected her movement. Although it still hurt a little when she moved, it was not serious. Sandy got up to start a fire and cook. Since she was injured, she decided to be a bit lazy. Today, Shiliang brought her food, a sheep that had already been slaughtered. She took out her barbecue tools, skewered the sheep, and planned to make a whole roasted sheep. The woman took out 4 cooked ducks from the supermarket, cut them into pieces, removed the tail end and added oil, onions, and pepper to a large pot to stir-fry. The delicious aroma immediately spread out. In the past, she was afraid to use strong spices, worried the scent would attract beast men. Now that her tribe can use fire, she no longer needs to hold back and can cook freely. The 3 snake children came back attracted by the smell. Only their mother could make such tasty food in the entire tribe. The children didn't need to worry about Sandai. As soon as they smelled the aroma, they knew it was time to eat. Smells so good. Sang Feng saw the golden roasted whole lamb. dripping with oil, and his mouth watered. Strangely, he didn't feel hungry just a moment ago. It must be his stomach acting up again. Go wash your hands, wipe the dust off your face, and get your bowls and chopsticks ready for dinner, Sandai said with a smile. The three snake children obediently went to get their bowls and chopsticks. Under Sandai's influence, they had learned to use chopsticks and no longer ate with their hands directly. The space near the cave entrance was used as a guest dining area and kitchen because it was convenient for venting smoke. The cave's interior wasn't ideal, so she hoped to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles someday, warm in winter, cool in summer, with her own small kitchen. A large round stone table was added at the cave entrance, polished smooth, with a few wooden stools beside it, serving as the dining table and chairs for the mother and her three children. The cold, empty cave gradually looked more like a home under Sandai's care. The mother and children sat around the round table, eating happily. The next day, Sue brought good news. The silkworm eggs they delivered had started to hatch. The beast men were excited but still a bit worried, wanting Sandai to check if their silkworm-raising environment was suitable. After resting for a night, Sandai's leg pain had eased, so she decided to go with Sue to see for herself. She visited several beast men, but didn't see all of them. They took her words seriously. The silkworm areas were very clean, the wooden boxes were made to her specifications, and they even dug a cave to house the silkworms. After visiting a few households, Sandai had a good understanding and praised their efforts. The beast men immediately seemed energized, rushing to pick mulberry leaves with renewed strength.
Huh. What's so impressive about that?
Such uncultured wild people, getting so excited over raising silkworms, Luo Yuer scoffed, looking down on the beast men who surrounded Sandai. She had already let Tiger Liao catch a few wild chickens, which were much larger than modern chickens. If she raised them for a while and they laid eggs, she would have endless wild eggs to eat. Then she could see how smug Sandy would be. These silkworms were only for feeding her chickens. Sandy and Sue stepped out of the crowd, about to leave, when they saw Luo Yuer glaring at them with a fierce, poison-like look. Those who didn't know better might think she had dug up their family's ancestral grave. Luo Yuer felt more confident and walked forward proudly. Sandy, don't think I don't know your secrets. The things you make can fool these fools, but they can't fool me. Sue immediately stepped in front of Sandy, annoyed, and asked, "What are you trying to do now?" This female only needed to open her mouth to cause trouble. "I don't know what you're talking about," Sandy said calmly, with no hint of guilt on her face. She wouldn't be foolish enough to confess to Luo Yuer. Even if they were both from crossing worlds, she definitely wasn't on the same side as Luo Yuer. Luo Yuer glanced at Sue, who she saw as just a wild person, and didn't bother to take her seriously. Her only enemy was Sandy. She withdrew her gaze and arrogantly said to Sandy, "Just wait and see. I will make you admit defeat." She snorted and turned to leave, as if challenging Sandy to a duel. Sandy didn't bother to respond to her challenge. Instead, she looked at Luo Yuer's slender back and suddenly paused, as if something was missing.
Did she
give birth to cubs? Sandy finally remembered that Luo Yuer's big belly was gone. "I heard she gave birth to 2 male cubs a few days ago, and they're still not weaned. She's been wandering around the tribe every day and isn't at home nursing the cubs. The cubs are so pitiful, they're said to be as thin as little kittens." Sue immediately shared the gossip she heard with Sandy. Sandy's tribe had only been in the tribe for just over 2 months, and by now, they should have passed the due date. She wasn't interested in whether Luo Yuer had cubs, how many she had, or whether the cubs were strong.
But
Sandy suddenly remembered an important thing. In the book, 3 months after Luo Yuer gave birth, the Heiyuan tribe would face an unprecedented huge flood. After a month of continuous heavy rain, the floodwaters destroyed many tribes. Some weaker or non-swimming orcs disappeared in the flood. Many orc tribes were washed away and no longer existed. The Black Abyss tribe also suffered greatly, but the most dangerous thing was not the flood itself, but that after the flood, fierce beasts gathered and launched large attacks on the orc tribe. The flood caused many fierce beasts to lose their sources of food, so they focused their attention on the orcs. Sandy had been thinking about how to stop the three snake children and the main villain from turning evil, but it wasn't until she saw Luo Yuer give birth to her offspring that she remembered this concern. Although the Black Abyss tribe is strong and wouldn't be wiped out by a flood or beast attacks, this disaster still dealt a heavy to them. In the original story, Luo Yuer and Huli had gathered many orcs and fought against the main villain during the flood, which caused many orcs to starve. Afterwards, they even blamed the main villain for everything, making him unpopular among the orcs. The main villain, who had worked hard to protect his people, was betrayed and blamed himself, which was one of the reasons he turned evil. Now, Sandy and Luo Yuer are at odds, so she naturally can't just watch these things happen. "Miss Sandy, what's wrong?" Qing Chui noticed Sandy staring at Luo Yuer's back without speaking and looking upset, so she asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I was just thinking about some things," Sandy replied, regaining her composure, pressing her lips, and shaking her head. She had read in a book that a great flood would happen in 3 months. However, telling the orcs about this without any proof was risky, especially since the Black Abyss tribe had never experienced such a large flood before. Even if everyone trusted her, they might not believe it. A month of continuous heavy rain made it impossible for the orcs to go hunting, and the biggest problem was food. "Qing Chui, can you help me pass a message to the orcs who raise silkworms?" Sandy suddenly looked at Qing Chui. "Of course, Sandy," Qing Chui nodded. "If the silkworms are successfully raised in a month, I hope everyone can eat fewer silkworm pupae and leave some for the eggs. In 2 or 3 months, the number of silkworms will multiply, and then eating them won't be a problem. This can help solve our food shortage," Sandy explained. Originally, she asked that at least 1/10 of the silkworm eggs be kept for breeding. But now she realized that 1/10 was still too little. She needed more. Although silkworm pupae can't fully satisfy the orcs' hunger, at least they can provide some food during the heavy rains. Based on the timeline from the previous life, it is probably October now. The Black Abyss tribe usually experiences high temperatures year-round. Most plants in the forest do not grow according to the patterns from the past. However, this heavy rain will lower the temperature, causing many plants to die. Sandai doesn't know if the mulberry forest will still exist after the rain, so she can only try to maximize its use. "Don't worry, I will take Snake Yone to talk to everyone soon. Sandai, rest assured, everyone will listen to you. Even if they say we should eat less, or if we are not allowed to eat, we will follow your words," Qing Sui immediately promised confidently. She had also given them the silkworm eggs for free and taught them how to raise silkworms, so she would never harm them. Everything she said was for their good. Sandai didn't even need to speak. Qing Sui had already convinced herself. Hearing Qing Sui's words, Sandai felt a bit more at ease. No matter what happens, she had already warned them. After parting from Qing Sui, Sandai returned to her mountain cave. She couldn't tell everyone about the flood, but she had to prepare in advance. She didn't live with the other orcs. Even if they didn't hunt, she still had supplies from the supermarket, so she wasn't worried about food. Her cave was on higher ground, so she would likely be safe from the flood. But the greatest danger after the flood wouldn't be the flood itself, but the fierce beasts that would come afterward. After a month of no food, the orcs would be starving and lacking blood to replenish their salts. They would be weak and unable to fight the fierce beasts. At that time, the tribe would suffer heavy casualties, and Sandai and her cubs would be in danger too. Food could be hunted and stored, but salt was a different matter. Orcs get their salt from blood, and in this forest, Sandai couldn't find anything to extract salt from. She was at a loss. She racked her brains but couldn't think of a good solution. She stopped wasting time and went back to her cave to exchange supplies at the supermarket. This was an essential daily task. Recently, the weather had been clear and there were no mushrooms to gather, so the supermarket's income decreased. After selling today's supplies, her balance was only 150,000 after rounding. Luckily, the items in the supermarket were free, so she could take as much as she wanted. She checked her inventory list as usual and was surprised to find new items. She opened it and nearly dropped her jaw. Salt mine detector. Can survey salt mines in real time within a 10-kilometer radius. Exactly what I need when something is missing. Sandai was overjoyed. If she could buy this salt mine detector. But then, her happiness vanished in the next second. Because of this, the salt mine detector was surprisingly priced at 1 million. 1 million. Where could she find a way to make 1 million? With a pace of 10,000 a day and expenses, she would be long gone before saving enough money. The fierce beast would come to eat her. Sandy had no choice but to angrily leave the supermarket. Although she had no money to buy anything, she discovered a pattern. It seemed that as long as she used items from the supermarket to help more orcs, new products would appear on the order list. This had happened several times before, from small snake cubs to major villains and tribal orcs. Today, the orc leader's silkworm eggs had just hatched, and a big treasure appeared. If she could contribute more, she might get even better items. Sandy suddenly felt hopeful about the future. It's just about making money. She could do it. In the afternoon, Shiliang ran over happily to tell Sandy that the first batch of sorghum they brought back was dried. Sandy was pleased. The sorghum was wild, and she wondered if it could be sold like mushrooms. She immediately went with Shiliang to see the dried sorghum. The dried sorghum was hammered with a wooden stick to thresh the grains from the stalks. Now, in front of Sandy, were dark-colored sorghum grains. But these grains still had their shells and couldn't be eaten directly. Sandy planned to brew alcohol, so she needed to shell them first. She asked Shiliang to prepare tools for shelling. Soon, Shiliang found a large stone basin weighing hundreds of pounds and a long, thick wooden stick. Sandy couldn't move the stone basin herself, so she asked Shiliang to help. Other orcs watched and learned from around them. Put some sorghum grains into the stone basin. Shiliang gently tapped the grains with his stick. Then, another orc can help turn the basin slowly. Remember to go slow, Sandy instructed. An orc stepped forward to help Shiliang with the shelling. Soon, with the pounding of the stick and the friction of the stone basin, the shells around the grains gradually broke apart and fell off, revealing the white sorghum kernels inside. Once all the sorghum kernels on the stone basin were shelled, they were poured into a basket that Sandy had prepared for the orcs. They held it up to the wind to sift out the remaining broken shells. What was left was clean sorghum. The process was simple. The orcs learned quickly after watching once. However, shelling by hand was much slower than using machines, and each stone basin could only process a small amount of sorghum at a time. After Shiliang learned, he asked the orcs to bring 5 more stone basins. 12 orcs were responsible for shelling, and 2 for cleaning the broken shells. The orcs worked enthusiastically. After teaching once, Sandy hardly needed to explain again. Soon, she produced many clean sorghum grains. These grains are not as high-yielding or plump as modern cultivated sorghum, but they are enough for brewing alcohol. The surrounding orcs saw that after removing the husks, there were still some fruits, and many accumulated, showing surprised expressions. They became more convinced of Sandy. Sandy noticed a familiar face, the deer tribe orc who had asked about whether sorghum was edible before. Next to him were many thin male orcs. Sandy guessed they were vegetarians. Thinking about the flood in 3 months and the need to store food, she had a bright idea. She said to the orcs, "These sorghum grains are meant for brewing alcohol. The alcohol can be drunk or used to clean wounds. Cooked sorghum with water can also be eaten, but it doesn't taste as good as meat. You might not like it. If you want to eat some, you can ask Snake Liang to take you to pick it. You can also learn how to process the sorghum from him." The weaker vegetarian orcs had been hiding behind the crowd and didn't dare to come forward. When they heard Sandy, they immediately looked happy. They knew Sandy was speaking to them on purpose because the strong orcs didn't need to eat vegetarian. They all ate meat. Once the sorghum grains are dried, as long as they are kept dry and away from mice and bugs, they can be stored for a long time. Properly stored, they can last a year, she added. Hearing this, all the orcs were shocked. Store for a year? Their meat, without white crystal stones, would spoil in a day or 2. How could there be food that lasts so long? Not only the vegetarian orcs, but even others became interested in sorghum. It didn't matter if it didn't taste good. If it could be stored, it could fill their stomachs when food was scarce. Maybe they could trade it with other tribes for useful supplies. Soon, even orcs who didn't like eating fruit started thinking about gathering sorghum for storage. Seeing the orcs eager to try, Sandy knew her words had worked. She added, "But when you pick, make sure to choose ripe sorghum. Don't bring back all of it, and leave some on the ground so new sorghum can grow next year." The orcs were confused and asked why some should be left on the ground. But when they thought there might be no more sorghum to gather later, they decided to follow Sandy's advice. Sandy firmly remembered what she said. She was not the leader of the tribe and couldn't organize all the orcs herself. She only shared the information with them and let them handle it on their own. The orcs worked quickly and efficiently. In half a day, Shiliang and the orcs had processed several hundred jin of sorghum rice. The next day, Sandy took out a clay jar and began teaching the orcs how to brew wine. Before leaving yesterday, Sandy had instructed Shiliang to soak the cleaned sorghum rice in water overnight. To avoid failure in brewing, Sandy only took out 100 jin of sorghum for the first attempt. She placed the sorghum into a large stone pot prepared in advance, lit a fire, added water, and steamed it until cooked. The cooked sorghum was spread out on a bamboo tray to cool. She also took some of the sorghum and put it into the clay jar she made for fermentation, to make the yeast starter. Once the yeast starter fermented, she mixed the cooled sorghum rice with the yeast evenly and placed it into a barrel for fermentation. Since she didn't have a fermentation barrel, she used a large clay jar instead. The jar was left with 1/3 of its space empty to prevent the gases from building up and lifting the lid during fermentation. After 2 days of open fermentation, she sealed the jar with a special lid for the final fermentation stage. She filled 10 large clay jars with mixture. To store these, Tenkam arranged for Shiliang to clear out an empty cave. The next step was a long wait of about half a month. The fermentation of sorghum wine takes at least 15 days. During this time, Sandy kept busy. Besides cooking for Xiaobai every day and visiting Yingrui every other day to learn medical skills, she often took her 3 snake cubs to the river. She needed to teach them how to swim. Not only to swim, but to do it skillfully and to know how to self-rescue during floods. If danger truly struck and she got separated from her cubs, they would be able to save themselves until she found them. Sandy was quick-witted and agile, learning the fastest. She memorized the self-rescue methods Sandy shared, could think creatively, and apply them flexibly. She also learned various swimming styles. With small arms and legs, she could jump into the river and, even in rushing currents, transform into a water snake and swim skillfully. Sandy was very pleased. Although Sanqing couldn't remember all those complicated techniques, he was strong and, after drinking a lot of water, learned to dog paddle. After several days of intensive swimming training, he barely met Sandy's standards. Only Sanfeng. The little guy had been frightened before and was traumatized, so he was afraid to go into the water at all. "Little wind, the water here isn't deep, and Mother has tied a rope to you. If there's danger, she will pull you back. Try going in. Once you learn to swim, Mother will make anything you want to eat. How about that?" Sandai coaxed him until she was dry and tired. Sanfeng still held onto the tree with both hands and feet. "I won't go, Mother.
I'm scared. Boo-hoo."
Sandai wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling helpless. She couldn't just kick Sanfeng into the water, could she? Nearby, Sanqing and Sandua saw their mother sweating heavily and felt worried. "Third brother, look at that. What is it?" Sanqing suddenly pointed across the river.
"What?"
Sanfeng instinctively loosened his grip and looked across the river. But as soon as he let go, he felt a sharp pain in his bottom. "Go down now," Sanqing kicked him in the backside. "Big brother."
"You."
"Liar." Sanfeng, drinking lake water, angrily accused, but soon his voice was drowned out by the splashing of his swimming. Boo-hoo, he no longer trusted Big Brother. Sandai was startled and, realizing the situation, restrained her urge to pull Sanfeng ashore. She shouted across the river, "Xiaofeng, grab the wood and swim over here to Mother." To help the 3 snake cubs learn to swim, floating logs had been placed in the river. She had to be cruel and make Sandfong learn to swim. Sandfong instinctively clung to the wood, his head above water, but he dared not move.
Boo-hoo.
Mother, I can't. His hands and feet wouldn't obey. Seeing Sandfong floating on the water and refusing to move, Sandue quietly moved back, threw a small handful of grass into the river, and a small red-spotted snake slipped into the water. Since the 3rd brother didn't want to learn, she had to think of a way to help Mother. 3rd brother, please don't blame sister. Sandue silently thought, then looked up and shouted, pointing behind Sandfong, 3rd brother, there's a poisonous snake behind you.
Run.
Soon, Sandy saw Sandfong swimming to the shore. She quickly reached out and pulled him up, still feeling confused. Does the tribe's river have poisonous snakes? Probably not, since even snakes are unlikely to be there. Such creatures are considered food by orcs, so they shouldn't appear in the tribe. Could it be a lucky escape? Sandfong was soaked all over. Once on land, he didn't dare stop. He panted and ran behind Sandy, stretching his neck to look around. Seeing no snake follow, he finally relaxed. 3rd brother, weren't you swimming quite well? You were faster than me just now, Sanqing said nearby. I can swim now. Sandfong finally realized, staring blankly at his hands and feet. Yes, Xiaofeng did very well just now. He learned to swim in no time, Sandy said happily. Why not practice a few more times to get better? Sandfong was a bit proud from the praise, but when he heard they wanted him to go back into the water, he immediately shook his head. No, I don't want to go back in. As soon as he said that, his 2nd sister exclaimed nearby, 3rd brother, that poisonous snake has gone behind you.
Ah!
Where? Sandfong was so frightened, he jumped 3 feet high. He had just come ashore, stepping on wet moss near the bank, and accidentally slipped into the river.
Splash!
Sandfong took a big gulp of water and splashed around in the river. Sandy looked at Sandy strangely. Was it just a coincidence? She caught a glimpse of what seemed like a snake's shadow in the grass, but she dismissed the idea. Her little girl was so obedient and caring for her brother, she wouldn't deliberately scare Xiaofeng. With the gentle care of Sanqing and Sandy, Sandfong successfully learned to swim. By the time he was confident, it was getting late. Sandy originally wanted to teach him more, but among the 3 little ones, Sandfong had the worst memory and learned the least. Seeing this, Sandy took her mother's hand and sweetly said, Mom, let me and big brother teach 3rd brother. We've already learned, so you can go do something else. Yes, Mom, we can teach 3rd brother, Sanqing nodded eagerly. He also wanted to help his mother more. Seeing the children so eager, Sandy nodded. All right, I'll go back and cook dinner. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Sanqing and Sandy truly took good care of Xiaofeng. The 3 little ones got along well, and she felt reassured. When they returned to the cave, Sandy saw a few small cubs with deer antlers at the entrance, looking around. She approached and asked, Little ones, are you here to find me? Hearing Sandy's voice, a few young deer-antlered creatures shyly ran away. One of them ran halfway, gathered courage, and then came back quickly, shoving something into Sandy's hand. The little voice stammered, H here for you. Thank you for teaching us how to find food. Before Sandy could respond, they dashed away in a flash. Watching the young creature's retreating figure, Sandy couldn't help but smile. She remembered that many of the tribe's beast people had gone to harvest sorghum. Some had already dried and shelled it, and they cooked and ate it using her method. But those beast people only tasted it once. After knowing the flavor, most accepted it and stored the sorghum grains for times when food was scarce. It shows that the beast people are wise and cautious. These little ones are surprisingly grateful, bringing her gifts at the cave entrance. Sandy's actions were always mutually beneficial with the beast people. She never expected thanks or rewards, but seeing the gifts from the young creatures warmed her heart. It made her feel her efforts were even more meaningful. The young creature quickly disappeared into the grass. Sandy then looked down at what the little one had given her. She was stunned. Where was the item in her hand? It had been heavy just a moment ago, but now it was gone. Soon she realized her mind entered a supermarket. Sure enough, on the counter, she saw a small, pink crystal stone about the size of her palm. The crystal was clear and beautiful, looking dreamy and lovely. It seemed the young creature had given her what they thought was the best. Sandy was briefly touched, then her attention was drawn to the mechanical scale beneath the crystal. After discovering she could sell mushrooms, she tried many things, but the scale didn't react. She concluded that only items sold at the supermarket would be weighed. And this pink crystal made the scale move. The screen on the counter showed 300 grams, and the selling price was an astonishing 6,000. That means a pound of this crystal could sell for over 10,000 yuan. It's worth more than mushrooms, animal skins, or horns. Most importantly, in this primitive beast world, crystals are only beautiful and have no real value. Even if sold to the supermarket, it wouldn't waste useful resources. Sandy felt her blood start to boil. Suddenly, she saw a way to get rich. She couldn't be more excited. Immediately, she followed the direction the young creature had gone and headed to their home. The deer tribe orcs live in small, remote caves. Most nearby creatures are herbivorous orcs. Unlike other orcs, their caves have almost no vegetation in front of them. Maybe the young ones ate the plants out of hunger. Even the trees show signs of being gnawed. Sandy found the deer tribe orcs' home and directly asked to see some young ones who had visited her cave. When the orcs heard this, they immediately panicked, thinking their young had caused trouble and angered Sandy. They were both scared and angry, so they hurried to bring the young ones over. "Let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. Let me go." A 5- or 6-year-old young one struggled in the orc's hands, being brought before Sandy. Seeing this, Sandy quickly explained, "You misunderstood. I just have a question for him. He didn't do anything wrong." Hearing this, the orc immediately released the young one in fear. Sandy knelt in front of the young one, gently wiping the black dust off his face. She took out a pink crystal and asked softly, "Little one, thank you for giving me this stone. It's very beautiful, and I like it very much. Can you tell me where you found it?" From the orc's reaction, giving gifts seemed to be entirely the young one's idea. The pink crystal was probably something the orcs didn't know the origin of. The young one, with big, moist brown eyes, lit up with a glimmer. You really like it?" Seeing Sandy nod, the young one blushed. His parents said it was just a useless stone, but he wanted to thank the female who fed him. Since this pretty stone was the only gift he could give, he ran quickly to avoid being rejected. When he heard Sandy say she liked it, he felt as if the whole world had approved him. His voice was soft as he immediately answered, "This was given to me by Brother Luz. You can ask him." "Luz?" Hearing the young one's words, a nearby young one's father made a strange, skeptical sound. Sandy looked at him curiously and asked, "Is there something wrong with Luz?" The attitude of the orcs and the young ones towards Luz seemed very different. The young one's father quickly explained, "Luz is our male of the tribe. He's not young anymore, and he's been an adult for several years. But he doesn't hunt or look for a mate. He just mumbles to himself all day and talks about things we don't understand." Sandy was surprised. Could this Luz also be a traveler from another world? "Can you take me to find Luz?" Regardless of whether he was a fellow traveler, she needed to find out where the crystal stone came from. Crystal stones are so valuable. As long as I can find the source of the crystal stones, I will have enough money to buy a salt mine detector. Now, the orcs are aware of storing food. With a salt mine, they will have a steady supply of salt. The orcs can store extra prey, so during floods, they will have meat and salt to eat. When the fierce beasts come, the orcs will be able to resist. "Okay, Luze is in the cave. I will take you there, but..." The cub's father nodded, hesitating a bit. "It's a bit messy there." Sandy shook her head. "It's okay." Seeing this, he immediately led Sandy into the mountain cave. They turned several times and finally stopped at a cave entrance. When Sandy arrived, many deer tribe orcs behind her looked on curiously. Why is Sandy looking for Luze? Could it be that she likes Luze and wants him to be her mate? Luze is really lucky. He's sloppy and not very capable. If Sandy likes him, he won't have to worry for the rest of his life. In the orc tribe, females usually don't actively seek out males. So, the only thing the deer tribe orcs might be thinking about is mating. Sandy only wanted to find more crystal stones quickly and didn't notice what the orcs behind her were saying. The cub ran ahead and shouted at the cave entrance, "Brother Luze, some orcs are looking for you." "Who is it?" "Come in," a clear male voice responded from inside. Sandy walked toward the entrance, understanding why the cub's father hesitated. The inside was not just messy. There were stones, plants, leftover bones, dried snake and insect carcasses, and unwashed, unprocessed animal skins. Everything Sandy wanted to find was there. The small cave was almost filled with debris, leaving no space to stand. Sandy lifted her leg, grimacing. She wanted to go in, but she needed a place to step. So, Sandy had to stand at the entrance. Soon, a figure emerged from the trash pile. A young orc stood up straight, pushed aside the weeds on his head, and was surprised to see a female. He quickly stepped forward and cleared a narrow path. "Are you the one looking for me? What's the matter?" Sandy took 2 steps inside and finally saw what this person looked like. She had a messy brown hair, somewhat curly, and although she looked sloppy, her features were delicate and handsome, with doe-like eyes. If she were a female, she would surely be very charming. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Sandy couldn't help but ask, thinking of what the cub's father had said. "If only I could find a fellow villager in this beast world who isn't as wild as Luo Yuer, that would be great. At least someone who can understand what she says." "What's the problem?" Luze asked curiously. This was the first time a female was willing to talk to him. Before, the females in the tribe always looked down on him and wouldn't even glance at him. But he wasn't interested in them either. The female in front of him, with fair skin and gentle speech, was very different from them. She even wanted to enter his cave. Sandy thought for a moment and quickly came up with a few questions most people could answer. "Royal jade liquor?"
Huh.
Luze looked confused. "Aren't you watching the Spring Festival Gala?" "Next question." Sandy opened her big, bright eyes and said, "They all went. I didn't go."
Yeah.
"If you think that way, You?" Luze looked at her, staring intently. Suddenly, he remembered something and clapped his hands. "I got it." Sandy was immediately happy and looked at him encouragingly. He continued, "Are you not very smart? If you're not smart, go see a veterinarian. I can't treat illnesses." Sandy. Looks like she's not a fellow villager. Seeing her excited one moment and disappointed the next, Luze scratched his head, looking confused. What's wrong with this female? Sandy sighed regretfully, took out a crystal stone, and got to the point. "From what this little guy said, this stone is from you. Can you tell me where you found it? You want this kind of stone?" Luze looked at her in surprise. Usually, beast men think everything he finds is useless, and females only care about food. He didn't expect a female to like stones as much as he does. Sandy nodded.
Yes.
Luze was happy at first, then straightened his back, looked at Sandy carefully, and said, "I can tell you, but you have to answer a few questions first. If you can answer them, I'll tell you." Sandy. Trying to imitate her? Luze, stop messing around and quickly answer Sandy's questions. The beast man from the Lu tribe beside him hurriedly urged, worried about upsetting Sandy. "It's okay, let him ask." Sandy shook her head at the beast man. She was asking for help, and it didn't matter if he asked a few questions. She didn't think all beast men had to listen to her. Luze smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on Sandy, a flash of cleverness in his gaze. He asked, "Do you know whether the forest or the sea is bigger?" "Of course, the sea is bigger," Sandy replied without hesitation. "How do you know? Have you met sea beastmen?" Luze's face showed surprise, not expecting Sandy to answer so quickly and correctly. He had asked many orcs before, and they all thought the land was larger. But he once met a crocodile orc who said he had been to the sea. The orcs in the sea told him they could swim for months without reaching the end of the ocean. Even between different tribes in the sea, there were distances that took months to cross. That was when he realized that the biggest place in the world was not the forest. But how could this female know that? No, Sandai shook her head. Except for the months she was missing, she had spent her whole life in the tribe. How could she have met sea orcs living thousands of miles away? It must be a coincidence. Just a guess. Lu Zhe thought to himself and asked another question. Why does water in a stone bowl not leak, but the water seems to disappear? When he asked the first question, Sandai didn't think much of it. But hearing the second question, she looked up in surprise at the scruffy orc in front of her. She didn't expect that a primitive orc would think about such questions. Sandai was convinced that Lu Zhe was a genuine orc, because any child who had gone to school would know these questions. For an orc, being able to ask these was a big step in thinking. Sandai answered seriously, because water evaporates, turns into gas, and rises into the sky. The water in the bowl then disappears. Why? Lu Zhe didn't know the answer himself. He just wanted to see if this female was as smart as he was. But unexpectedly, Sandai answered correctly. Try lighting a fire and boiling some water. When it heats up, isn't there gas on top? The water will get less and less as it boils. The water turns into gas and rises. If you cover the pot, the water will collect on the lid, Sandai explained. If she had said that water vapor turns into rain in the sky, Lu Zhe might not understand. She kept her explanation simple. Lu Zhe was stunned, lowered his head in thought, then suddenly widened his eyes and grabbed Sandai's shoulders. That's it. That's how it is. I have another question. Lu Zhe wanted to ask more, but a nearby deer tribe orc frowned and interrupted. Lu Zhe, are you done yet? Is it ever going to end? After being reminded by the deer tribe orc, Lu Zhe remembered Sandai's question. He felt a bit embarrassed. The previous obsessed look disappeared, and he looked at Sandai. Do you want to know where that pink stone was found? Sandai nodded, with no sign of impatience on her face. Don't look down on Dear Zhe for being seen as idle by the orcs. They are often thoughtless. However, Sandy knows that the progress of orc civilization depends on people like Dear Zhe. Only through continuous thinking can one understand the differences in the world. She can't afford to discourage Dear Zhe's confidence. After hearing Dear Zhe's questions, Sandy remembered that the book also described Dear Zhe as a male. Because Dear Zhe enjoys exploring strange problems, he is a passionate thinker. When he met Luo Yuer, she helped him solve some questions, and Dear Zhe became her loyal follower. Later, he used a few casual words from Luo Yuer to make many weapons, including gunpowder and simple firearms. Truly, he is a talented creature of the Beastworld. Unfortunately, Luo Yuer didn't use these weapons against the wild beasts but turned them against herself, fighting against 3 snake cubs and the main villain, Ting Ting Song. This time, Sandy won't let such things happen again. I found this stone in a cave, but I don't remember exactly where. It was inside the cave, which also had water and many colorful stones. If you like, I have several more here, Dear Zhe said, not noticing Sandy's thoughts drifting to the future. He turned and rummaged through his pile of trash, pulling out several crystal stones. The stones were different colors, each weighing several pounds, probably broken from larger stones he shared with the cubs. Although despised by the orcs, he was very kind to the cubs. Sandy thought he had a good heart and felt more inclined to befriend him. These are for you, Dear Zhe said, pulling out a beast hide and generously wrapping the crystals before giving them to Sandy. Thank you. In return, if you have any questions in the future, just ask me. I will answer anything I know, Sandy said politely. She needed these crystals. She knew that for someone like Dear Zhe, food and supplies weren't the most important. Dear Zhe's face lit up with joy. Great. Sandy smiled at him, said goodbye to the orc tribe, and prepared to leave. She had been too excited earlier and didn't notice the time. Now it was almost dark. Dear Zhe followed her to the cave entrance, waving goodbye as he left. Don't forget what you said. I'll come find you next time, he called out eagerly. Although he was impatient, he knew it was not good to go into the female's cave after dark. When Sandy returned to the cave, the 3 cubs were already waiting for her. Since it was dark, she didn't rush to sell the crystals. Instead, She put them down and prepared dinner to feed the cubs well. Today, the three little ones practiced swimming all afternoon, which was quite tiring. After eating and drinking enough, the three snake cubs washed their feet and faces outside by themselves. Sandy then took the crystal stone back to the cave. While the cubs weren't looking, she quickly took the crystal stone to the market to sell it, so it wouldn't disappear and be hard to explain later. The crystal stone that Deerze gave her weighed about 20 jin. After exchanging it, her balance instantly increased by 200,000. Seeing the sudden rise in her account, Sandy felt like she had found a way to get rich quickly. Crystal stones are really valuable, and they are quite heavy. If she could find more, she could buy a salt mine testing device and go look for salt mines. The next morning, Snake Liang came to help fetch water, and Sandy mentioned her plan. She had kept the smallest piece of the crystal stone she sold yesterday for the beasts to study. Although it might seem a waste to ask powerful beastmen like Snake Liang to help find more crystal stones, Sandy had no other choice. She couldn't go out herself. Deerze said these crystals were found in the dissolving caves, so they could check there or near water sources when searching. No problem. Today, when we go hunting, we'll look for caves in the forest, Snake Liang agreed without hesitation. They would do whatever it took. If Sandy wanted stars from the sky, they would find a way to build a ladder with beastmen to reach them. Sandy trusted Snake Liang to handle things, so she wasn't worried about them slacking off. She knew finding more crystal stones wasn't easy, especially since Snake Liang and the others still had hunting to do. So she stayed at home, doing other things peacefully. She didn't need to visit the silkworm-raising beastmen every day, only when the team leader had questions. The brewing team only needed her to check in for 15 minutes each day. During her free time, Sandy made a few square trays from wood filled with sand to use as writing boards. She taught the three snake cubs to recognize characters on these boards. Xiaogun used a stick to write in the sand, then wiped it clean easily. She started teaching them basic numbers and pinyin. Besides learning characters, she also planned to teach them basic math. They didn't need complicated advanced math like in her previous life. Just the basics would be enough in this beast world. The market also had many children's picture books. After learning pinyin, even if they didn't know certain characters, the cubs could recognize them in the books. Perhaps because Sandy was focused on teaching them, the three snake cubs learned very seriously. Even the simple-minded Sandy Foam was eager to learn, motivated by the promise of tasty food if he learned the 3 words of the day. Sandy's request was simple: 3 words a day. If she couldn't remember, she could take an extra day. She would learn eventually. The young ones had plenty of time to grow and learn. Meanwhile, the hunting team was gathering inside the tribe, ready to go hunting. Shiliang took out a crystal stone and showed it to the orcs present, telling them to look for crystal stones while hunting. Sandy said that finding more of these stones was good, so they should all search for them. Since herbivorous orcs had weak abilities and struggled to fill their stomachs, Shiliang didn't ask them to help. Just as he finished speaking, a deer tribe orc approached. "Can we see the crystal stone too? I want to see it as well." "We can look for it when we go to pick mulberry leaves," said a disabled silkworm farmer orc. Hearing that Sandy was looking for these stones, they all wanted to help. Almost all the herbivorous orcs gathered around. Seeing this, Shiliang showed them the crystal stone and relayed Sandy's words. He didn't think these orcs could do much, but he was happy they wanted to help. The orcs remembered where they could find the crystal stones, whether hunting or gathering mulberry leaves, always keeping an eye out for these beautiful colored rocks. Sandy didn't expect such good news to come so quickly. That afternoon, a group of orcs arrived at her cave, bringing what she wanted. Not only Shiliang, who brought food, but also a large group of herbivorous and disabled orcs carrying bamboo baskets arrived at the cave. The herbivorous orcs stood behind Shiliang, and Sandy initially thought they were all brought by him. "Why are so many supplies being sent again today?" Sandy asked in surprise. Shiliang shook his head blankly. "No, I just came to deliver food today. I don't know what they are here for." When he returned with the hunting team to distribute food, these orcs happened to be returning in groups. He was just bringing food to Sandy when they followed behind. Most of these orcs had joined the tribe later, so Shiliang didn't know them well and didn't speak much on the way. Sandy then looked curiously at the orcs behind him and recognized one, the father of the cub who came to deliver the crystal stone yesterday.
What do you want?
Sandy, female. I heard you're looking for these colorful stones. We just want to find some today. I wonder if these are the ones you're looking for. Take a look. The cub's father was the first to step forward and place the bamboo basket on the ground. The woven basket was covered with a layer of leaves, as if afraid that the sun might damage the stones inside. When the other person lifted the leaves, Sand-Eye was stunned. Inside the basket, there was a full load of crystal stones. Snake Liang was also shocked. Did you find these today? He was even faster than him. His cub's father nodded shyly. Yesterday, I heard you liked this kind of stone, so I asked Lu Zhe about it. I roughly knew the location, and luckily, I found some in a cave. What's on their backs? Snake Liang swallowed and looked at the other beastmen. There were more than 20 beastmen, about a dozen carrying baskets, and a few teenagers with animal skins wrapped around something, but it was hard to see. All these stones. After I found the cave, I couldn't carry much alone, so I returned to the tribe and gathered some beastmen still there to help dig out the stones. Today, we only dug up this much. His cub's father explained. So much, and still not enough? Snake Liang felt like he was being shown off. Thinking he might not believe him, he added, Lu Zhe doesn't go hunting with the hunting team. He usually goes to remote places. His behavior is strange, and the cave isn't in the usual hunting grounds, so it's not easy to find. I just wanted to try. I didn't expect to find them. Since you're out hunting, I couldn't tell you. He was worried Snake Liang might think he was hiding something on purpose, trying to take credit here. He truly wasn't. Finding the stones Sand-Eye wanted is a good thing. We're all part of the same tribe, so it doesn't matter who found them. Snake Liang smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. Everything they did was to make the tribe better. Who found the stones wasn't important. His cub's father was momentarily stunned, then relaxed and smiled. He used to think that the Tengsha beastmen were very strong and proud, looking down on vegetarians like them, even dismissing them. But now he truly felt that Snake Liang treated him like family, with no discrimination at all. The vegetarian beastmen behind them also felt much more friendly toward the Tengsha beastmen. As long as they weren't looked down upon, they were willing to contribute to the tribe. Sand-Eye, the colored stones you liked last time are few, only a few pieces. I don't know if you like other colors. If you don't, we can go find those colors again. The beast man said, placing the basket aside and lifting the leaves to show Sand-Eye. Besides the father of the cubs carrying a basket with a few pink crystal stones about the size of a palm, the other crystals are of various colors: red, green, blue, purple. They thought Sandy liked pink crystals and worried she might not like the others. Sandy was dazzled by the many crystals. With so many, she couldn't even imagine how much her supermarket balance would increase. She was about to become rich overnight. Sandy quickly shook her head and said, "Color doesn't matter. As long as the stones look like this, it's fine. The supermarket doesn't care about the color. Any crystal stone can be sold." Although she didn't know exactly where her supply channels led, she guessed that wild animals and minerals could probably be bought. These were items that used to be quite expensive. In the current primitive era of the beast world, underground resources are still largely unknown. If she searched carefully, she might never worry about her supermarket balance again. Plus, those mineral resources are very useful in the beast world. For example, iron and copper ores can be used to make metal tools. Thinking of this, Sandy added, "Not only these colorful pretty stones, but if you find unusual stones, like ones with different hardness or colors, you can also show them to me. Finding iron or coal mines would be even better." "Okay, no problem." The orcs nodded seriously and took notes. Seeing that their finds were useful made everyone happy. They finally had a purpose too. After placing all the crystals at the cave entrance, the orcs prepared to leave. "Wait a moment," Sandy said, seeing them sweat and run back into the cave. She took out dried pork from her space, unwrapped all the packages, and poured them into a large clay basin. Holding the basin, she hurried out. You've worked hard searching for stones all day. This is a small token of my appreciation. She handed each orc a big handful of dried pork. She had no other containers, so she could only use her hands. The dried pork was salty and made of meat, which could replenish energy, and was not easy to notice as unusual. It was a perfect gift. We can't accept this. The orcs quickly stepped back and waved their hands to refuse. They couldn't accept food from a female. Although orc females sharing food with males usually meant affection, they didn't think Sandy was interested in them. Moreover, Sandy had given each of them some meat. Please take it. The stones you found are very helpful to me and the tribe. I will ask the king to give you some food in return, Sandy said with a gentle smile that made it hard to refuse. The orcs had no choice but to accept with thick skins, feeling even more grateful to Sandy. After returning, they worked harder to find various stones. Sandy was thinking that before the flood, the tribe must prepare for flood prevention. The hunting orcs couldn't spare much time, so the herbivorous orcs, who were hard to hunt, were the best candidates. They weren't very strong in combat, but were good at logistics. Sandy wanted to make use of everyone in the tribe. After Snake Liang and the orcs all left, Sandy eagerly took all the crystal stones to the supermarket to sell. Most of the crystal stones brought by the orcs were scattered. Some young orcs only took 1 or 2 pieces. The crystal stones from about a dozen orcs filled exactly 3 big bamboo baskets. Sandy weighed 1 basket at the supermarket. Each was about 100 jin, around 50 kilograms. The 3 baskets of crystals sold for 3 million. Seeing the rapidly increasing balance, Sandy felt very secure. Without hesitation, she opened the procurement list and bought a salt mine detector. The detector was palm-sized, like a smartwatch, square and neat, with a small indicator light and a manual included. Sandy studied it for a while and found it quite smart. It didn't need much operation, just hold it and walk around. If there was a salt mine within 10 kilometers, the indicator light would turn on, and it could be used unlimited times. Sandy immediately took the detector and walked around the tribe. As expected, there were no salt mines. If there had been, the orcs would have found them long ago. Sandy wasn't disappointed. Instead, she looked forward even more. Next, she needed to find a way out of the tribe. Last time, she used the excuse of looking for materials to make beast bait, and a few days ago, she had the orcs look for stones. If she left the tribe again, she wondered if it would raise suspicion. There was still time, so Sandy didn't rush and thought carefully all night. The next day, after having breakfast and lunch with the cubs and preparing to teach them reading, a visitor suddenly arrived at the cave. A blue figure descended from the sky, transforming into a human shape and rushing toward the entrance. The visitor was Eagle Rue. Why are you here? Sandy looked at the visitor with curiosity. She had just visited Eagle Rue's cave yesterday to learn. Today wasn't a learning day. Could something be wrong? The herbal seeds you gave me, I checked this morning, they're all mature. Eagle Rue excitedly took out 2 green herbs from his arms to show Sandy. This plant can stop bleeding, and this one can relieve pain. I have already used them on injured orcs. I happen to have seen these 2 herbs before, but the previous herbs didn't seem to work against the damage caused by aggressive energy. However, these 2 herbs are effective. Sandai, where did you get these herbal seeds? Can you tell me? I want to find some seeds myself and grow more. Igri looked at Sandai with anticipation. With these herbs grown from seeds, we can treat orcs injured by aggressive energy. The orcs affected by this energy won't have to wait for death anymore. But I don't know if it's because of the seeds or the planting method. Maybe herbs grown from seeds are more effective than wild herbs. I want to try planting some more seeds. You mean these herbs grown from seeds can heal wounds caused by aggressive energy? Sandai's eyes widened in surprise. The herbs had been transplanted for less than a month, yet they grew so quickly. Could it be that these seeds grow faster than normal herbs? She remembered the description on the purchase order. These seeds can clear toxic miasma. Could the miasma be the same as the aggressive energy on those beast-like creatures? Yes, she nodded firmly, her excitement hard to hide. Sandai explained, I accidentally found these seeds. I have quite a few here. Why don't I give you some? I can't remember exactly where I found them. She couldn't say she bought them at the supermarket. All of them? That's not right. These seeds are very precious. Igri hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "How about I trade you some supplies instead?" He couldn't take all these valuable seeds. Keeping some might have greater use later. In Igri's mind, Sandai had become a capable and all-powerful female. No need. I don't lack supplies. If you can teach me, I can also teach my young ones in the future. I don't have time to plant these seeds anyway. Keeping them is a waste. Besides, you grow them to help the tribe's orcs. That's for the good of the tribe, not for yourself, Sandai said. Hearing this, Igri found it hard to refuse. He was happy to teach the young ones.
All right.
Sandai immediately returned to her cave, bought various herbal seeds from the supermarket, opened the original packaging, and separated them into small clay pots. She handed them to Igri. These seeds probably fell from the herbs. If you grow more, try extracting seeds from mature herbs. That way you won't run out after planting. Sandy gave some advice. Since she was the one who picked the herbs, she couldn't keep taking them out one after another. Eagle Rue felt excited about planting and believed that with more practice, he would never run out of herbs in the future. Can it be like this? Eagle Rue looked surprised, then thought that seeds didn't just appear out of nowhere. Maybe he could try getting them from herbs. I'll remember that. Next time I grow herbs, I'll give it a try. Eagle Rue nodded seriously, looking like a curious student eager to learn. Sandy explained the important points about planting these herb seeds again, and Eagle Rue remembered them carefully. When they were about to leave, a snake beast man suddenly appeared. Eagle Rue, veterinarian, we finally found you. Today, we're going to hunt the fierce beast. You said you wanted to go find herbs, right? You can join us. The king has agreed, said the snake beast man. Really? Wait for me. Eagle Rue turned around and handed the herb seeds to Sandy. Sandy, could you please keep these for me? I'll come back to get them after I return to the tribe. The team going to hunt the fierce beast didn't have time to wait for him. The herb seeds were precious, and he couldn't risk losing them outside the tribe. Sandy's eyes lit up. You're leaving the tribe? Can I come too? She wanted to go find salt mines. Since Eagle Rue could go out, she could also use the excuse of searching for herbs with him. After all, she had studied for a long time and was almost a veterinarian herself. The snake beast man looked hesitant. But then he thought Sandy was not an ordinary female, so he said, "We need to ask the king." He didn't dare take Sandy out of the tribe without permission. If something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to handle it. All right, I'll come with you to ask the king. Sandy put down the seeds and told the 3 snake cubs to stay in the tribe. Then she prepared to go with Eagle Rue. When the 3 snake cubs heard Sandy wanted to leave the tribe, they didn't want to stay behind. Mom, we want to go too. Take us with you. Mom, what are you looking for? We can help find it too. The 3 cubs looked up at Sandy eagerly. If it was any other task, Sandy might have agreed out of kindness. But this time, she was going to hunt the fierce beast, and she couldn't let the cubs follow her. She bent down gently and looked at the 3 cubs with kindness. Be good, little ones. Mom is just going to find herbs. We'll come back after we finish hunting the fierce beast. If I come back late and you're hungry, go find Aunt Ching. Recently, she had learned many ways to cook from Ching Chui, so feeding the cubs wouldn't be a problem. The 2 of them get along well. Ching Sue likes young creatures and doesn't mind if the little ones go to her house for meals. When they return, she plans to bring food to thank Ching Sue. Mother. Sang Ching pouts, still staring at Sang Dai, unwilling to give up. Be good. When you grow up, I'll let you help protect me. For now, stay in the tribe so I can rest assured. Hearing Sang Dai's words, the 3 little snakes finally give up their ideas and reluctantly nod. Mother, come back early. We'll wait for you at home. Sang Yu speaks first, her small face showing a cute, obedient expression. Since they can't help their mother, they won't distract her or cause trouble. Good, very obedient, Sang Dai says happily. After comforting the 3 little ones, she leaves with Ing Rue. At the tribe's entrance, Tung Song is waiting with 3 beastmen from the hunting team. King, Sang Dai said she wants to go out with Ing Rue to find herbs. Do you think we should take her today? The Tung Snake Beastman reports. Tung Song glances at the beastmen behind him and sees Sang Dai walking alongside Ing Rue, his eyebrows furrowing. No. He quickly and firmly refuses. Sang Dai hears the rejection and is unwilling to give up. She steps forward and pleads, King, I've recently learned some medical skills from Ing Rue and can recognize herbs. I promise I won't wander outside the tribe or cause trouble. Just follow your arrangements. You learn medicine? Tung Song narrows his eyes. What else can this little female not do? Sang Dai immediately nods, yes. If you don't believe me, ask Ing Rue. I recognize many herbs, and I even have seeds from the new herbs I planted. I might find more seeds outside. Ing Rue raises his hand to testify. He thinks Sang Dai just wants to go find herb seeds. Only Sang Dai can handle this task. Tung Song's previously calm face darkens again after hearing Ing Rue. Giving her herb seeds? When did these two become so close? Last time they met, they didn't even know each other. Now they're exchanging gifts? So you also gave him that wine? Tung Song asks expressionlessly.
Sang Dai hesitates.
Her intuition tells her that if she answers yes, something bad might happen. Her mind races to find a good response, but Ing Rue speaks first. Yes, Sandy also gave me some wine. That kind of wine is very useful. Using it to clean wounds greatly reduces the chance of infection. Eagle Rue didn't notice Tung Song's expression at all, only thinking about how effective the white wine was. Tung Song's face darkened slightly. He looked coldly at Eagle Rue, but spoke to Sandy, saying, Today is not for patrol, but for hunting the evil beasts. It's very dangerous. You should stay in the tribe. He agreed to bring Eagle Rue because Eagle Rue is an orc from the Eagle tribe. When facing danger, he can leave on his own and protect himself. Sandy refused to give up. King, because today is dangerous, I want to go even more. If any orc gets hurt fighting the evil beasts, Eagle Rue, and I can treat them immediately. Waiting until we return to the tribe for treatment would only let the evil energy worsen. Sandy blinked her eyes and looked pleadingly at Tung Song. King, please let me go. The coldness in Tung Song's eyes eased a little. Treatment? So she's going because she's worried he might get hurt by the evil beasts? You're learning medicine and herbal knowledge from Eagle Rue to help. Treat the orcs? Tung Song suddenly asked again. Seeing his tone soften a bit, Sandy nodded repeatedly yes. Is the young female only learning medicine for herself? Hearing this, Tung Song pressed his lips and the icy look in his eyes slowly melted. Then follow me. Since the young female cared so much about him, he couldn't let her down. Okay, I will stay close to the king at all times. Sandy said happily, without hesitation. A faint smile flickered across Tung Song's eyes, gone in an instant. He turned to the orcs and ordered, let's go. Every time Tung Song took orcs to hunt evil beasts, they were divided into hunting teams. Today, he brought 3 teams. Some orcs found traces of evil beasts in the eastern forest, but there were no nests, so they planned to hunt first without bringing too many orcs. These 3 teams included not only Tung Snake orcs but also other strong orcs. Although Eagle Rue is a veterinarian, he has wings and can fly just as fast as Tung Snake orcs, and he doesn't need constant care from them. Sandy usually stood on Tung Song's snake scales. She carried a small animal hide bag, holding her snake scale with one hand and reaching into the bag with the other to hold her salt mine detector tightly, occasionally glancing at it. Along the way, she carefully observed the changes on the salt mine detector. However, the indicator light never turned on. Above their heads, the blue eagle closely followed, without falling behind. Sandai looked up and was surprised to see Ing Rue keeping up with Tung Song's speed. Usually, even the Tingsha beastmen were far behind Tung Song. She didn't expect Ing Rue to have this ability. Tung Song also noticed Ing Rue above, and his deep beast eyes darkened slightly. Suddenly, he stopped and ordered the beastmen behind him, you guys go around from the other side and flank him.
But Sandai.
Ing Rue hesitated. He still wanted to find medicinal seeds with Sandai. Tung Song coldly said, "You and Sandai both know herbs. It's a waste of time to stay together." Sandai agreed, thinking it made sense. Plus, there were too many beastmen following, making it hard for her to use the salt mine detector. She told Ingrue, "The king is right. We should look separately. It will be faster." Ingrue nodded and changed direction, flying toward the other side with the beastmen. Without Ingrue above, Tung Song felt a bit happier. Sandai could now openly hold the salt mine detector. Anyway, Tung Song was rushing ahead and wouldn't look back at her. After about an hour and a half, Tung Song stopped and placed Sandai in a high mountain cave. "There's a territory where fierce beasts appear. Wait here first. After I deal with the beasts, I will come back to find herbs with you," he said. Hearing this, Sandai quickly put the salt mine detector into her bag and nodded honestly. "Okay, Lord. You can go. I won't run away." Tung Song looked at her deeply before turning to leave. The cave entrance was hidden by tall grass, so as long as Sandai didn't run around, fierce beasts wouldn't find her hiding there. Sandai obediently found a stone inside the cave, wiped it clean, and sat down to wait. As soon as she sat, she noticed a faint glow inside her bag. The cave was dim, and the light was especially noticeable. She opened her bag and saw the indicator light on the salt mine detector flashing green. "Is there salt mine nearby?" She was surprised, and a bright smile appeared in her eyes. Sandai excitedly stood up, about to go find the salt mine, but suddenly remembered Tung Song's instructions. Tung Song was careful. Since he had left her here, no fierce beasts would come. Staying here was safe. Going out now might lead to accidents in the forest. Also, the indicator light was not yet at its brightest, and the detector's range was 10 kilometers. Even if she went out to look, her speed might not be enough to find the salt mine. It's better to stay here and wait patiently for Tung Song to return. If we don't seek trouble, we won't get hurt. She also wants to live a long life, so she immediately sat back on the stone. With nothing to do, she took a small table from the supermarket, placed some small cakes and milk tea on it, and happily enjoyed herself. Meanwhile, in the Black Abyss tribe, 3 young snake cubs obediently stayed inside the cave, not going anywhere. Sang Feng was usually lively and active, never sitting still, but today, since Sang Dai left the tribe, he couldn't find any energy to do anything. He looked like a sunflower drooping in the sun, with his head hanging low. "It's all my fault. If I could protect my mother and go hunting for food, she wouldn't have to risk leaving the tribe." Sang Qing sat at the cave entrance, feeling guilty and pounding his thigh. Sang Feng looked down, discouraged. "But we're only 3 years old. We need to be at least 10 to join the hunting team." He counted on his fingers. But he wasn't good at counting, and after a long time, he couldn't figure out how many years it would take. Seems like a very long time. "It's all for us that mother works so hard," Sang Qing said regretfully. Since they came to the Black Abyss tribe, they realized how difficult it was to raise a young one. Their mother didn't have a partner, and raising 3 cubs alone was even harder. The 3 snake cubs wished they could grow up overnight. If only mother had a partner, she wouldn't be so tired. Sang Yu nodded in agreement. Although they often helped their mother with chores, they were too young and couldn't do many tasks well. Hearing Sang Yu's words, Sang Qing suddenly brightened, raising his head. "Xiao Yu, you're right. If mother had a partner, she wouldn't have to work so hard." Sang Feng looked confused. "But mother doesn't have a partner," he said. "Stupid. Can't she find one? Mother is always busy taking care of us, so she has no time to find a partner. We can help her find one. Look at the females in the tribe. They all have several partners taking care of them," Sang Qing said, patting his younger brother's head and asking back. Sang Feng blinked his moist beast eyes. "That makes sense," he exclaimed. They were their mother's cubs, her closest family. Helping her find a partner shouldn't be a problem, right? Sang Yu's bright eyes lit up. "Big brother, that's a great idea. But who should we find as her partner?" Sang Feng tilted his head, thinking deeply. Sang Qing and Sang Yu also pondered seriously. "There are so many males in the tribe. Surely we can find a good partner." Since Mother isn't here, let's split up and look around the tribe. Sang Qing clapped her hands and decided. Okay. Sang Yu agreed. With something important to do, the three snake-like creatures suddenly seemed energized and split up to act separately. Unbeknownst to Sang Dai, the three snake-like creatures were worried about her lifelong happiness.
Achoo.
After eating a small cake and tidying up the trash in the supermarket, Sang Dai sneezed several times. She rubbed her nose with the back of her hand, thinking, "Who's talking about me?" As she muttered, she suddenly noticed 2 strands of fur on the back of her hand. The tips and roots of the fur were different colors, fading from white to yellow. Where did this fur come from? Sang Dai looked confused. Suddenly, she felt a chill behind her, as if a cold gaze was watching her from the shadows. She turned around. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes glowed, like 2 bloody lanterns, glaring fiercely at her. Oh no! There's a wild beast in this cave. Before she could react, the 2 large red lanterns, no, big eyes, approached quickly, revealing their true form. It was a large yellow tiger, but its head had a big bloody wound that was already rotting and oozing pus, with flies buzzing around. Half of its ear was missing. Sang Dai's sharp eyes noticed that the tiger's wound was black. Has it been bitten by a fierce beast? Only wounds caused by such beasts would turn black like being poisoned, and they would be hard to heal. No wonder it had hidden here for so long without being noticed, not even by Tungsong. But fierce beasts usually attack humans and other animals when they're hungry, treating them as food. How could this tiger have survived? Sang Dai didn't have time to think about this because the tiger suddenly opened its bloody mouth and lunged at her. After being corrupted by evil energy, the tiger's bad breath was much worse, making Sang Dai almost unable to keep her eyes open. The tiger was faster, stronger, and more agile than a normal one. Without hesitation, Sang Dai turned and ran out of the cave. At this moment, she also forgot her promise to Tungsong. If she didn't run now, she might be killed. As she ran, she grabbed everything she could from the supermarket: pots, pans, knives, electrical appliances, meat, anything she could find, and threw it behind her to block the tiger. But it was useless. The tiger didn't hesitate to ignore the thrown meat. It won't eat the meat. It just wants to eat me? Seeing the tiger getting closer, Sang Dai cursed inwardly. She didn't notice that the cave Tungsong found was on a cliff. When she ran out of the cave, she didn't have time to look around and lost her footing, falling rapidly downward. No, why didn't Tungsong tell her that the cliff was right next to the cave? The wind howled in her ears. Sang Dai struggled to turn her head and saw a green pond below the cliff. She felt relieved. There was water down there, maybe a chance to survive. Just then, she saw a dark shadow leap down from the cliff. A huge snake tail swung and knocked the big tiger away. Sang Dai's breath caught. Her waist was tightly wrapped by the snake tail, completely enveloped in snake scales. There was a loud splash as something heavy hit the water. Even if there was water at the bottom of the cliff, falling from such a height could cause injuries. But under Tungsong's protection, Sang Dai didn't feel any pain. She was perfectly wrapped up, and she could feel Tungsong swimming with her. Soon, the snake scales disappeared, replaced by strong hands holding her at the waist. Tungsong carried Sang Dai out of the water. Although she wasn't hurt, she had almost suffocated. As her head broke the surface, she took a big breath of air and instinctively clung to Tungsong's arm to prevent falling. Her wet hair stuck to her cheeks. Even though she was still in cold water, Sang Dai felt her skin was burning hot where they touched. She tried to pull away from Tungsong, but his grip tightened around her waist, like a burning chain. She also sensed something in the water. Her face flushed. She was about to scold him for being perverted when she noticed blood floating on the water's surface. Are you hurt? She remembered that Tungsong had just gone to kill the fierce beast. After returning, he protected her as they fell from such a high cliff. He could have ignored himself. The cliff was dozens of meters high. Even if there was a deep pond below, falling from that height was like hitting concrete. Sang Dai struggled to check Tungsong's injuries. I'm fine, don't move around, Tung Song said calmly. He gently lifted her onto the shore, holding her like a child. When she felt his body react, Sandai didn't dare to move. In this remote wilderness, Tung Song had just changed back from his beast form and hadn't yet put on his beast skin. In case the other person becomes overly aggressive and tries to harm her, she wouldn't even have time to run. Although Tung Song is handsome, strong, and responsible towards his people, Sandai is not interested in superficial attractions. She values emotional connection more. As soon as her feet touch the ground, Sandai immediately turns around, with her back facing Tung Song. She rummages through her bag, thinking of taking out clothes for Tung Song to wear, but then hesitates, worried about exposing herself at the supermarket. Seeing her back turned, Tung Song glances down with a teasing look in his eyes. Is this shy girl embarrassed? He pulls a vine from a nearby tree, wraps a few leaves around it, and ties it around his waist, barely covering himself. All right, you can turn around now, Sandai says. She looks back and sees Tung Song has made a simple grass skirt to wear, so she blushes and turns around. Your wound is still bleeding, she notices immediately. She sees a long cut on Tung Song's arm, which is submerged in water. The flesh around the wound is slightly white, indicating it's deep and still bleeding. Luckily, it's not black, so it's not caused by a fierce beast. It's okay. Wait here for me. I'll find the way back, Tung Song says, glancing at his injury, without much concern. He's had countless injuries since childhood. This small wound is nothing to him. The young girl was just frightened, and they're separated from the hunting team. It's urgent to find the group and take her back to the tribe. No, I need to treat the wound first, Sandai insists firmly. She pulls Tung Song's arm and forces him to sit on a stone by the water. There are small stones and twigs on the wound. If not cleaned properly, the wound will worsen. Although Tung Song wasn't injured by a fierce beast this time, Sandai knows his body has been subtly affected by a dark energy before. Having a wound will make that energy more intense inside him. Sandai can't physically pull Tung Song, but as she holds a small, fair hand, he unexpectedly lets her press him down. Of course, we can find the way back. The priority is to clean the wound first, or it will get worse, Sandai says, taking a water bottle. This is alcohol. First, remove the dirt from the wound, then clean it with white medicine. Be patient. She reaches into her bag, pulls out 2 wooden chopsticks from the supermarket, and rinses them with the white medicine before carefully picking out small stones from the wound. Tung Song hums softly, without even frowning. After cleaning the wound thoroughly and rinsing it again with alcohol, Sandai stops. It would be better if they were back at the tribe. Such a large wound should be stitched to heal faster, she worries. The wound in the middle is almost a centimeter open, which is really shocking. If Sandy hadn't come to the Beastworld and seen many bloody scenes, she wouldn't dare to look at it, let alone clean it. Watching the little female's eyebrows furrow into 2 black caterpillars, Tung Song instinctively raised his hand to smooth her brow. He said in a deep voice, "It's okay. This small injury won't affect me. It will heal in a few days." Noticing Tung Song's caring gesture, Sandy was momentarily stunned. Then, "I'll go back and ask Eagle Rue for some herbs to apply to you," Sandy stammered unconsciously. "Okay," Tung Song nodded without refusing, his deep eyes showing a hint of affection. Sandy suddenly remembered something and reached into her bag. She looked down and saw that the salt mine detector was still inside, with the indicator light on and undamaged by water. She finally relaxed. Although she had found the crystal stone now and didn't need to worry about balance points, she still felt a little pain spending 1,000,000 points. Perhaps it was her illusion, but she felt the indicator light on the detector was brighter than before. Could it be that she was closer to the salt mine? Suddenly thinking of something, Sandy ran to the edge of the pond and squatted down, dipping her hand into the water and licking her finger. "It's salty." Sandy's face lit up with joy. It seemed the salt mine was nearby, and this pond water was affected by the salt, with a faint salty taste. Tung Song looked confused, not understanding what the little female was doing. "King, you should try this water," Sandy said, scooping some water into her hand and running back to Tung Song, holding the water close to his mouth. Tinkong glanced at her and lowered his head to take a sip. His soft lips accidentally touched her hand, and quickly, he was drawn to the salty taste in the water. Why does this water taste like this? Tinkong's eyes flashed with shock. White crystal stones are precious, and many beasts haven't eaten them, only replacing them with beast blood and other things. But he had eaten them before and also eaten soup made with white crystal stones. The soup with white crystal stones tasted the same as this pond water. King, there might be a lot of white crystal stones nearby, so the water here is salty. Let's look around. Maybe we can find some white crystal stones,
Sandy said.
White crystal stones are more precious than food for beast tribes. Sandy's words made Tinkong hesitate no longer. He immediately started searching around with Sandy.
They followed the pond, looking around.
The salty taste in the pond was very light. Sandy guessed the salt mine might be some distance away from the pond. She kept observing the indicator light. Once it brightened, they would continue moving forward. As expected, when the animal hide bag nearly blocked the light of the indicator, Sandy accidentally kicked aside the fallen leaves covering the ground and saw buried beneath the white stone. Seeing this, Tung Song stepped back to let Sandy move aside, then bent down to clear the area and dug out a fist-sized white stone. He touched it with his fingertip and tasted it. It's a strong, salty flavor. It's white crystal stone. Tung Song's deep voice was filled with disbelief. They were at the foot of a mountain, with a tall, rocky hill above. Sandy also tasted a bit of the salt mineral and looked happily at the hill in front of her. King, these white crystal stones probably aren't just under our feet. Maybe the whole mountain is filled with them. Let's go back and get everyone to help dig them out. Of course, the salt mine couldn't be just a small patch. Not only this hill, but nearby mountains might also contain salt. But she couldn't say this openly. She could only let the orcs slowly mine it. Tung Song was stunned, looking at the mountain, and suddenly realized this mountain has no vegetation. Could it be because there's white crystal stone underneath, so plants can't grow? Sandy nodded, then shook her head. That might be part of the reason, but plants need soil to grow. The main reason is that the soil on this hill is very sparse. She knew what Tung Song was thinking. He believed that all barren mountaintops must have white crystal stones underneath. But she couldn't let the big villain have such a misunderstanding. Tung Song nodded thoughtfully, his brows lowered as if lost in thought. Sparse soil also meant there might be other stones underneath, maybe not white crystal stones, but other useful stones, like the ones the little female had asked the tribe's orcs to find. Tung Song silently remembered this feature. The joy of finding the salt mine eased Sandy's earlier shock. The tiger, corrupted by hostility, had already been knocked onto the rocky wall by Tung Song's tail to pretend to be dead and then fallen into the water pool, no longer posing a threat. There are cliffs all around here. Wait here for me. I'll go find the way out. Tung Song looked around and decided to search for an exit first. He had just come this way and found no way to leave. Climbing back the way he came was impossible. He could stay outside overnight, but the little female couldn't do that. Wait, King, come look at this. Sandy suddenly ran behind a bush and pointed at a depression on the ground. Footprints? Could there be orcs living nearby? Tung Song immediately recognized the footprints and said, "These footprints are different from those of ordinary orcs. There are human-shaped footprints and beast-shaped footprints on the ground, and they are quite messy. There are no signs of fighting, so they are probably from orcs. The area is surrounded by tall mountains, and usually orcs don't hunt in such low-lying places. It's great if there are orcs living here. Maybe they know how to get out from here," Sandy said happily. Seeing the smile on Sandy's face, Tung Song's furrowed brow eased. Sandy ran back to the spot Tung Song had just dug up, picked up some salt crystals, and put them in her bag. "Take some back first, and later the orcs in the tribe can come and dig," she said. The tribe's orcs have never seen white crystal stones dug from the ground. If she just talks about it, some orcs might not believe her. It could also cause trouble for Tung Song. What Sandy doesn't know is that, with her reputation in the tribe, not only would everyone believe her if she said there were white crystals in the ground, but even if she said the sky would rain crystals, everyone would come out with stone basins to catch them. "Give me that," Tung Song said, reaching out his big hand to take her bag, which was full. The white crystals are heavy, so he didn't want to crush the little girl. Unexpectedly, the big villain was so considerate. Sandy didn't refuse, but instead happily continued collecting scattered salt crystals. She kept going until her animal hide bag was full and then stopped. The footprints came from that direction. "Let's go see over there," Sandy said, pointing in the opposite direction of the mountain. "Okay," Tung Song replied affectionately, walking closely behind Sandy. It seemed that orcs often came here. The nearby plants weren't very dense, and the small paths made by orcs had no branches or weeds blocking the way. Sandy moved quickly. The footprints on the trail increased. When they started looking carefully for nearby caves where orcs might live, a group of orcs wearing grass skirts and necklaces made of beast teeth suddenly jumped out from behind the bushes, holding long bone knives and glaring at them. "Where are you orcs from? How dare you enter our tribe?" The leader orc, strong and muscular like a ball, spoke. His muscles bulged, and he looked like he could smash Sandy's head with one punch. Seeing the other's unfriendly tone and guarded face, Sandy quickly explained, "We fell from the cliff. We didn't mean to invade your territory. We're just looking for a way out. Could you please show us the way?" Since she and Tung Song had entered someone else's land, her tone was apologetic. "Chief, they took our stones." A sharp-eyed orc nearby shouted angrily when he saw the white crystals Tung Song was holding. The originally calm expression of the orc suddenly turned fierce, with teeth bared and eyes wide. "Chieftain, don't believe their lies. They are definitely here to steal our stones. There's also a female. Our tribe is short of females, so why not tie her up and bring her back to have babies?" "Exactly. She's only with one male, who's injured. He's no match for us." A few orcs looked at Sandy with lecherous eyes. They had lived here for generations, unaware of what white crystal stones truly were. They only knew these white stones could make water salty, and these were their survival. In the past, orcs who accidentally fell here were always killed. Today, a female arrived, and she was valuable because she could reproduce. Maybe they could keep her. Hearing this, Tung Kong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Sandy didn't expect these white crystals to have owners. The others clearly saw them as thieves. "Wait, if these white crystals belong to you, I can trade some supplies for them. We won't steal your things." Sandy decided to calm the orcs first. Tung Kong was injured, and the size of their tribe was uncertain. If they had hundreds of people, could Tung Kong fight them alone? Trade? We don't need that. Even one female can fetch many supplies. "Why should we risk it?" said a young orc with a bald head, sneering. Most of these orcs had little hair on their heads. The leader, the chieftain, waved his hand and ordered, "Capture them first." A group of orcs immediately responded and moved toward the two. Tung Kong, who had been silent, pulled Sandy behind him. His powerful aura suddenly exploded, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Before they could react, a towering giant flying snake appeared before them. With a sweep of its tail, dozens of orcs were thrown back, crashing into the few trees nearby. Flying snake orcs? Everyone, attack! The chieftain was only momentarily surprised before shouting orders for his tribe to attack together. Since fighting was inevitable, they had to face it head-on. The muscular orcs quickly bent down and crouched on the ground. In an instant, their skin turned into tough scales. Seeing their beastly forms, Sandy was a bit surprised. It turned out they were armadillos. These were all the things Sandy learned in her previous life. She wasn't sure if these pangolin orcs were the same. In just a moment, the previously hostile pangolin orc was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Tung Song, who easily crushed him. Tung Song transformed back into his human form, stepped on the clan leader's back, caught the grass skirt that was just thrown into the air, and casually tied it around his waist with smooth, flowing movements.
"Dead or get lost."
The orc clan leader's face was half pressed to the ground, feeling humiliated. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can't beat you. If you want to kill us, go ahead." Tung Song exerted force with his foot, and the clan leader spat out a mouthful of blood. "Clan leader, A nearby pangolin orc who had just gotten up exclaimed in shock, glaring angrily at Tung Song. They didn't expect this orc to be so powerful. More than 30 strong men couldn't match him. Only some teenagers and older orcs remained in the tribe, along with young cubs and females. None of them could fight him. Even if they all died here, they couldn't let him find out the tribe's location. Wait, King. Seeing Tung Song was truly intent on killing, Sandai hurriedly called out to stop him. Pangolin orcs are skilled at digging tunnels, and if they could be used for mining, it would be very efficient. Orcs don't reproduce easily, and the number of fierce beasts is increasing daily, while the orc population is decreasing rapidly. Now is the time to unite the orcs. Tung Song paused and turned to look at Sandai. King, the orcs in the tribe are busy. We also need orcs to dig for white crystal stones. Why not keep them here to help us? Look at their claws. They seem sharper than those of tigers or wolves. They could dig faster. Sandai wanted to pull Tung Song's skirt, but seeing the grass skirt about to fall, she instead gently tugged his arms and whispered her suggestion. Feeling the soft, warm touch on his arm, Tung Song's murderous intent faded. His cold gaze swept over the pangolin orc's claws, which truly were sharper than tiger or wolf claws, just as the little female had said. Though they weren't very strong, they could still dig stones. All right, if they are willing to join the Black Abyss tribe, I agree. Tung Song nodded and responded, helping the clan leader to get up. He wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. Sandai's face lit up with joy as she turned to the clan leader. We are members of the Black Abyss tribe. He is the king of the Black Abyss tribe. As long as you are willing to join us, the king will protect you from fierce beast attacks, and you'll have endless food and supplies, she offered, trying to persuade them. The armadillo orc supported the tribe leader and angrily replied, We don't have any dangerous beasts here, and we lack neither food nor supplies. They had no intention of joining the Black Abyss tribe. If you don't lack supplies, then why are you all still wearing grass skirts? In our tribe, even the young ones who can't work wear animal skins, and even injured or disabled orcs can still fill their stomachs, Sandy asked back. She wasn't lying. Since they started using wild animal bait, the tribe's supply of animal skins increased. Originally, only females wore skins, but now even orcs could dress their young ones in them. Almost everyone in the tribe could wear a skin skirt. As for injured or vegetarian orcs, they found crystal stones, and Tengen would give them food. Now, most of the tribe's orcs are well-fed. The armadillo orc looked upset and couldn't find words to reply. They weren't lacking supplies. Although there are no dangerous beasts here, there are few prey animals. Most of the time, they stay inside the valley and barely manage to get enough to eat. Many females only have grass skirts to wear. Thinking about Sandy's description of life, they all fell silent. Can your tribe really have such good days? Are you lying to us? A young man asked nervously. If you don't believe us, send someone to come back and see for yourselves, Sandy said confidently. And your tribe should be able to collect rainwater easily, right? We often have rain here. If females and young ones stay in waterlogged caves, they might get sick. Our tribe doesn't have water accumulation problems, and we have skilled healers and medicinal herbs that can treat bad spirits. If the waterlogging was just occasional, it wouldn't be a big problem. But after 3 months of continuous rain, this place might be flooded. Whether the armadillo tribe could survive then was uncertain. Joining the Black Abyss tribe might save their lives, perhaps as payment for digging their salt mines. Sandy silently thought to herself. Hearing Sandy's words, many armadillo orcs looked tempted. Could there really be such a good tribe? They felt like they were dreaming. All the beasts looked at the tribe leader, but he had a stern face and said coldly, Anyone who wants to go, get out of the tribe. Our tribe has guarded this place for generations, and I will never join your tribe, even if I die. The armadillo orcs who had been eager suddenly withdrew their gazes. If the tribe leader refused, they wouldn't betray him. If you want to kill or cut me, go ahead. I won't leave this place, the tribe leader said stubbornly, lifting his chin. He has lived for many years and has never heard of such a good tribe. Even if there are such tribes, can these outsiders, the orcs, receive the same treatment as the tribe orcs? Maybe once they are tricked away, they are killed, and the females are taken for themselves. He would rather die here than take such a risk. Sandy rubbed her forehead, surprised that the tribe leader was still so stubborn. She wanted to persuade him, but Tung Tsong's eyes showed impatience. Since you want to die, I will help you. Anyway, the young female said these orcs can mine white crystal stones, so losing a leader isn't a big deal. He only needs to keep the orcs willing to join the Black Abyss tribe. Leader, something's wrong. Yuechan just fell into the water and isn't breathing now. It looks like she's dead. A pangolin orc hurried over. The pangolin tribe leader's face turned pale instantly. Ignoring Tung Tsong and Sandy, he grabbed the orc's shoulders tightly. What did you say? Yuechan fell into the water. She was in there for a long time before we found her. When we pulled her out, she was already gone. The orc stammered and repeated. No breath means she's dead. The pangolin tribe leader staggered back 2 steps, his face suddenly looking 10 years older. Sandy quickly realized that Yuechan was very important to the pangolin leader. She turned her eyes and loudly said, no breath doesn't necessarily mean she's dead. I can try to save her. If I succeed, would you be willing to join our tribe? The pangolin tribe leader frowned deeply, clenched his fists tightly, and didn't answer. Leader, you need to decide quickly. If you act early, there might still be hope. If you're too late, even the god of beasts can't save her. Don't regret it later, Sandy kindly reminded him, urging him to decide. In emergencies, people might change their minds. Sandy was betting on this. The pangolin leader clenched his teeth and said, save Yuechan first. He had lived most of his life, and this was his only daughter. He fought hard outside, but he didn't want her to suffer in someone else's tribe. If this female really can save Yuechan, it shows she's capable and kind-hearted. Then he could consider her. All right, then take me there quickly. Sandy nodded and didn't make things difficult for him. She didn't want to delay with life and death matters or force him into joining. If he wasn't sincere, he'd find it hard to integrate into the tribe later, and it might cause other problems. The pangolin leader looked cautiously at Tung Tsong. Tung Tsong made no move but reached out to lift Sandy into his arms, signaling for her to lead the way. The pangolin clan leader quickly led the 2 people toward the place where Yuechan had fallen into the water. They wound through a canyon and soon reached a lake. On the shore, many beastmen gathered, including females and young ones. Most wore grass skirts and looked small and thin. When they saw the clan leader return, the beastmen moved aside. Sandy immediately spotted the female lying on the ground, about 15 or 16 years old, small and thin, with slightly yellowish skin. Her lips and cheeks were pale and lacked color. Her chest was still, with no sign of breathing. As the beastmen said, she had no heartbeat. Sandy patted Tung Tsong's shoulder, and he gently placed her on the ground. Sandy ran to Yuechan's side, ignoring her water-drenched grass skirt. After checking her mouth for foreign objects and finding none, she knelt down to perform CPR, rescue breaths, and chest compressions. Luckily, Sandy had learned basic first aid at school. She did 30 chest presses, then opened Yuechan's mouth to give 2 rescue breaths, repeating the process. The other beastmen looked at Sandy's strange actions with puzzled expressions. What is she doing? She's a female, right? Why is she doing this to Yuechan? I've never seen this female before. Isn't she from our tribe? The beastmen were also confused about Sandy's appearance. In their view, only males and females would kiss during mating. Some beastmen didn't show much affection, even when trying to mate. The pangolin clan leader didn't expect Sandy to kiss Yuechan. He was about to get angry and step forward to stop her, but Tung Tsong raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. Try to stop her and see what happens, he threatened coldly. Although Tung Tsong didn't know exactly what the young female was doing, he could tell she was serious. She wasn't playing around. Whatever she was doing, he would support her. The pangolin clan leader felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, like a mountain pressing down, making him unable to move. He thought to himself, I'd like to stop her, but she didn't give me a chance. Helpless, the clan leader could only watch Sandy closely, hoping Yuechan would wake up. After a while, Sandy's arms grew tired. After another rescue breath, Yuechan's chest finally responded. Coughing and gagging, she started to cough violently. With Sandy's help, she sat up and spat out the water. Sandy gently patted her back, relieved to see her wake up.
Who are you?
Yu-chan saw Sang-dai, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. She then noticed the pangolin leader among the crowd. Father. Sang-dai suddenly realized. No wonder the leader was so anxious. This was the leader's daughter. How do you feel? Are you having trouble breathing? Sang-dai asked softly, looking down. Yu-chan remembered the moment she opened her eyes and saw Sang-dai touching her with her mouth. Her cheeks turned red, and she shook her head instinctively. No, I'm fine. That's good, Sang-dai said gently with a smile. She then walked back to Tung-song's side and said to the pangolin leader, please change her into clean clothes quickly. If she stays in water too long, she might catch a cold and get sick. Seeing Yu-chan wake up and call her, the pangolin leader finally regained his composure. He loosened his grip on Tung-song's hand and hurried to his daughter's side. Yu-chan, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? When Yu-chan's face returned to a healthy color, just like a normal beast man, he finally relaxed. Quick, go get some animal skins, he ordered. 2 older female beast men stepped forward and helped Yu-chan back into the cave to change into new skins. I've already saved her. Are you willing to join our tribe now? Sang-dai smiled at the pangolin leader. When she said this, the beast men in the tribe looked at her in shock. Join their tribe? What did that mean? Could they no longer live here? The pangolin leader looked at Sang-dai with shame. He had just seen Yu-chan stop breathing, and yet this female had saved her. She was truly capable. The male behind her, who could have killed them all, chose to give them a chance. Such a tribe probably wouldn't be unreasonable. You saved my young one. I am willing to join your tribe, but I cannot speak for the others. I need to ask everyone's opinion, the pangolin leader said firmly. Their tribe had lived here for generations. Not only him, but many older beast men were very stubborn and probably didn't want to leave. After speaking, he gathered all the beast men and explained the benefits Sang-dai had told him earlier. At first, many beast men were reluctant. But when they heard that their females and young could live better lives, many hesitated. Plus, they had just witnessed Sang-dai saving Yu-chan. To them, Yu-chan seemed to have been resurrected. If a female could be so powerful, then their males must be even stronger. Thinking of this, the beast men all declared, Chief, we are willing to follow you. Wherever the chief goes, we go too. Once the orcs make a decision, they rarely change it. The majority rules, and even if a few pangolin orcs are unwilling, their fellow tribesmen will use force to persuade them. Sandy doesn't need to worry about this. She looks back at Tung-song, who nods in agreement. Sandy then tells the pangolin tribe leader, all right, go pack your things. Once you're ready, join us to return to the tribe. In 3 months, this place will be flooded, so there's no need for the pangolin orcs to stay here. The pangolin tribe leader immediately begins making arrangements. The male orcs who initially wanted to claim Sandy for themselves, after seeing her abilities, no longer have such thoughts. Not only because Tung-song is protecting her, but also because Sandy has shown a remarkable reviving power. They believe she must be blessed by the beast god to have such skills. Who would dare oppose the beast god? Their respect for Sandy grows. Half an hour later, all the orcs gather on an open space by the lake. The pangolin tribe has only about 100 or so orcs, including 6 females, over 20 young ones, and 2 small females in slings. The remaining males are mostly over 30 or 40 years old. Orcs are strong and healthy, and theoretically, they should live longer than humans. However, life is hard for orcs, and most don't reach old age. Once they pass their 30s, their strength begins to decline. So, at this age, orcs are considered old and are less useful to the tribe. Only about 30 or 40 young and strong orcs can bear the responsibility of caring for the group. Some orcs who were reluctant at first felt ashamed when they saw the entire tribe gathered together. They weren't unwilling to join but worried that Sandy and Tung-song might dislike them. After all, their aging orcs are seen as burdens to the tribe. What if they are abandoned halfway? Sandy, however, was very happy. Even at 30 or 40, they are still strong workers. With so many pangolin orcs, mining salt and white crystal stones will be easy. When they reach the Black Abyss tribe, the king will arrange hunting for them. Orcs who can hunt will come here to mine white crystal stones, these white stones in Sandy's hand. The salty water they drink tastes like white crystal. The tribe needs a lot of white crystal stones, and the orcs mining them will be given food to ensure everyone can fill their stomachs. Before leaving, Sandy gave the armadillo orc a reassuring pill. There's no need to hunt. Digging stones can also fill your stomach? The orc, who was originally worried, looked surprised upon hearing this. Is there such a good thing? Yes, but you must follow the arrangements. As long as you complete the tasks as required, each orc will have supplies, food, and a place to stay. If you get hurt, there will be a healer to treat you. Sandy nodded confidently. The armadillo orc immediately felt safe. As long as they could eat well and stay warm, what more could they ask for? They worked hard hunting, and wasn't that for this? For a moment, they even looked forward to life in the new tribe. The armadillo clan leader personally led Tang Song and Sandy. The mountain path he took was not a regular trail, but a road carved through the mountain. To be precise, it was a long tunnel dug through the mountain to the outside world. Sandy thought to herself, if it weren't for the armadillo orcs, she and Tang Song would really find it hard to leave. Sandy.
King.
Not long after emerging from the mountain tunnel, Rui and the tongue snake orc arrived. Tang Song had just finished killing the fierce beast and came back to find Sandy. The tongue snake orc was not as fast as Tang Song, so when they reached the cave, they couldn't find the two and had to search around. Seeing the two, many beasts gathered around. Sandy, are you okay? Where did you just go? We looked everywhere and couldn't find you. We thought something happened. Rui folded his wings and looked at Sandy with concern after landing. In the forest, the males obviously didn't have time to put on beast skins. Sandy could only look straight ahead, awkwardly shake her head. It's nothing. We accidentally fell off a cliff just now. We searched for a long time before we managed to get back up.
Who are they?
Some orcs looked at the armadillo orcs coming out behind the two and showed suspicion. Tang Song frowned, pulling Sandy behind him and shielding her from view with his body. For the first time, Sandy felt that being with the big villain was surprisingly comfortable. At least she didn't have to be blinded by their appearance.
They want to join the Black Abyss tribe.
We'll talk about it when we go back. Tang Song said simply, not wanting to talk more in the forest. Hearing they weren't enemies, the orcs no longer asked questions. They transformed into beast forms and headed toward the Black Abyss tribe. Rui wanted to say more, but seeing it was getting late, he realized if they delayed, it might be dark by the time they returned to the tribe. He spread his wings and flew into the sky toward the tribe. Tang Song also transformed into a tongue snake, leading Sandy and the large team to continue their journey. The evening glow painted half the sky red. As the bright red sunset dipped below the horizon, a group finally returned to the Black Abyss tribe. At the tribe's entrance, 3 snake children eagerly peeked out, worried. Why hasn't Mother come back yet? It's almost dark, said Sanqing with a worried face. Don't worry, big brother. Mother went out with Lord Wang. He's very strong, so she's probably safe, comforted Sanhua softly, trying to reassure him. Sanfeng climbed a tree, stretching his neck to look outside. They're back. Mother's back. Seeing the approaching group from afar, Sanfeng slid down the tree trunk excitedly and ran toward the tribe. Hearing this, Sanqing and Sanhua hurried to follow. Mother. Tung Song led Sandai at the front of the group. When the 3 little ones saw Sandai, they ran happily to greet her. As it was getting dark, Sandai worried that the children might be scared at home. Suddenly, she heard Sanfeng's voice and looked over. To her surprise, the 3 children had come to meet her at the tribe's entrance. There were too many beast men at the entrance, so they couldn't all go inside. Tung Song stopped outside, letting Sandai get down. She quickly stepped forward, bending to hug the 3 snake children. Mother, you've been gone a long time. We thought you wouldn't come back, Sanfeng said, with a pout. He was worried about his mother, But as he spoke, his feelings of sadness overwhelmed him, and his eyes turned red with tears. Even though life had improved since arriving at the Black Abyss tribe, they still felt worried today because their mother hadn't been home all day. They remembered her previous harsh words and feared she might abandon them. Foolish children. How could mother not come back? Today, I found a lot of white crystal stones outside, so I was late, Sendai gently explained, knowing they were sensitive right now. Hearing her words, the children felt reassured like they had received a comforting potion. White crystal stones. Sendai, you found white crystal stones? When Teng Tsang returned with many unfamiliar beastmen, many of them gathered around after overhearing Sendai. Yes, there are many white crystal stones near where they live. From now on, they will be part of our tribe. We will have endless white crystal stones. Sendai nodded happily, showing everyone the stones she brought back. The beastmen became excited and pushed forward to see the white crystal stones. Sendai was worried the children might get pushed around, so she tried to pull them aside. Unexpectedly, a tall figure stepped in front of her, shielding her and the children as they came out. Sendai looked up and saw Teng Tsang's broad chest. Just as she was about to thank him, she noticed Teng Tsang's gaze fall on the faces of the 3 snake cubs. They 3. Teng Tsang's deep eyes narrowed, and his tone suddenly became more serious. Sendai's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a jolt of nervousness. Oh no! I forgot the big villain is still here. He probably saw something. Sendai's heart pounded like thunder, and sweat appeared on her forehead. Her mind raced quickly, trying to think of an excuse to cover up. Teng Tsang carefully examined the appearance of the 3 snake cubs, his gaze deep. The cubs looked up curiously at him, but showed no fear. Teng Tsang's lips curled slightly, and he changed his tone. You've raised your 3 cubs very well. Seeing that they weren't afraid at all, other young ones in the tribe would have cried if they saw him, and none dared to stare at him for so long. Are their father and Tongue Snake Beastman? Teng Tsang asked in a low voice.
Huh?
Sendai was stunned and didn't immediately understand what Teng Tsang meant. However, Sang Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Teng Tsang. King, do you recognize our father? If they could find their father, that would be good, then there would be a beast man to take care of their mother. I don't know him, but I can sense the scent of Tongue Snake Beastmen on you, Teng Tsang explained patiently. Tongue Snake Beastmen have many branches, so I believe your father is from another tribe. Seeing Sang Yu's similar eyes to Sendai, Teng Tsang's usually cold voice softened a little. He knew Sendai's original tribe was far from the Black Abyss tribe, so her partner couldn't be from the Black Abyss tribe either. Hearing this, Sang Yu's little head drooped in disappointment. It seemed she'd have to find a new father for the cubs. Cough cough. What you said, King, Sendai quickly reacted, realizing Teng Tsang hadn't detected the identity of the 3 cubs. She nodded vaguely. Teng Tsang's gaze grew deeper as he looked at Sendai. He heard that after Sendai had her 3 cubs, she stopped looking for a new mate. She didn't even mention the male anymore, indicating she still had feelings for him. Was that male really so good that she couldn't forget him? He snorted coldly and turned to approach the gathered beastmen. Noticing Teng Tsang's expression darken, Sendai felt even more nervous. This big villain was truly unpredictable. He had been fine just now, but suddenly his face darkened. Xiao Qing, take Xiao Yu and Xiao Feng back first. Mother has some things to do. I'll come back soon and make you something delicious. Sendai distracted the 3 little snakes. Good. Seeing that Sendai had returned safely, Shangqing felt relieved and nodded obediently. This really is white crystal stone. Such a big piece of white crystal stone. It can last us a long time. Do you really have a lot of white crystal stones where you live? The orcs from the Black Abyss tribe were very excited upon seeing the white crystal stones and eagerly asked the armadillo orc questions. The armadillo orc thought that it would be hard to fit into the new tribe, since Tinkong was so powerful and proud. Strong tribes usually look down on weaker orcs like them. But unexpectedly, these orcs were so friendly. Not only did they not reject them, but they also showed great kindness. Especially after hearing that the white crystal stones belonged to their tribe, everyone wanted to become close friends with them. This was very different from what they imagined about a strong tribe. Everyone, don't worry. There are many white crystal stones, but these cannot be eaten directly. They need to be refined first. We just arrived, so let's settle them in the tribe first. Tomorrow, Wang will arrange for them to mine the white crystal stones. I will teach everyone how to refine them. Sandai couldn't squeeze into the crowd, so she had to speak loudly from outside. Hearing Sandai's words, the orcs calmed down a bit. Snake Liang, take them down to settle in and distribute supplies and food to them, Ting Song ordered.
Yes.
As Ting Song's most capable subordinate, Snake Liang handled these matters smoothly. Seeing that the armadillo orc still carried luggage, many orcs eagerly stepped forward to help carry their bags and led them to a new cave. Some guided, some introduced, and others went to fetch supplies. When the armadillo orc arrived at the cave, they still looked confused. It felt. People might think they were a hunting team returning from a successful hunt. Sandai, you're amazing. Last time, you brought back silkworm eggs, and this time you brought back white crystal stones. You're really a lucky star for our Black Abyss tribe. Yes, Sandai must be blessed by the great beast god to protect our tribe. Ever since Sandai arrived, our days have been much better. Outside the cave, the orcs gathered around Sandai, constantly praising her. Sandai touched the salt mine detector in her bag and smiled sheepishly. I was just lucky. Wang and I found these together. Without Wang, I wouldn't have found the white crystal stones. If it weren't for the cheat device from the supermarket, she wouldn't have had that ability. Faced with the orcs' praise, Sandai felt a bit shy. But the orcs didn't think the same. Wang went out almost every day. How had they never found these before? Even if the things weren't found by Sandy, good luck must have been brought by Sandy. Outside the crowd, Luo Yuer saw Sandy surrounded by people, her eyes full of jealousy. This mean person actually found the salt mine. If she had been the one to take care of Xiaobai from the start, now that the salt mine is discovered, she would be admired and respected by everyone. Luo Yuer deeply regrets this. But it's okay. She has already ordered Hu Lai to bring back the wild chicken. Once her chickens lay eggs, she will step firmly on Sandy's reputation. Since they are all from different worlds, she isn't much worse than Sandy. Thinking about her chance to turn things around, Luo Yuer confidently returned to her cave. But as soon as she stepped inside, a stinky wild chicken flapped its wings and flew right at her face. Cluck cluck. Cluck cluck. The cave was full of chicken droppings and flying feathers. The small cave was turned upside down by 3 wild chickens, with nowhere to stand. Hu Lai was holding 2 tiger cubs in one arm and trying to catch the flying chickens with the other. Seeing Luo Yuer return, he complained unhappily. You said these birds could lay eggs. I caught them for you, kept them for 2 days, but they still haven't laid any eggs? If it really doesn't work, we can kill them and eat them. The cubs can drink some beast blood, Hu Lai suggested with a dark expression. Recently, Luo Yuer also refused to feed the cubs milk. He could only exchange food for beast blood to give the cubs to drink. The cubs had diarrhea every day, and their fur smelled bad. He was starting to lose patience. Moreover, he had to go hunting during the day, come back to care for the cubs, and clean the messy cave caused by the chickens. He couldn't take it anymore. No. You've only been raising them for a few days. It's not easy for them to lay eggs. If they don't, just catch some insects for them to eat. How can they have the strength to lay eggs if they're not full? Luo Yuer naturally disagreed. She was still waiting for these chickens to help her turn things around. As long as the king saw that she was more capable than Sandy, he would give her a higher position. Hu Lai's face darkened further. She knew that if they didn't eat enough, they wouldn't lay eggs. But then, would he have enough strength to hunt? Thinking that this was her chosen partner, Hu Lai felt a bit upset. Their life in the previous tribe was good, but after arriving at the Black Abyss tribe, everything changed. Hu Lai could only compromise, since Luo Yuer was female. In the old tribe, Luo Yuer was willing to help him willingly, speaking softly and gently. But after arriving at the Black Abyss tribe, although reluctant, she still worked when he asked. Now that she had cubs and her belly was lighter, she became even lazier, doing nothing all day but wandering around the tribe and provoking other males. He still wanted to use Luo Yuer's past words to pressure him, but Luo Yuer had become clever. She exaggerated in front of other beastmen, claiming he mistreated females, which was considered a very serious crime among beastmen. If someone was accused of abusing their partner, they would be punished. Tiger Lai couldn't bear the pressure and could only be dominated by Luo Yuer. He had never felt so oppressed in his life. The arguing between the two made the two tiger cubs cry out loudly. Their sharp voices sounded like they were crying, which annoyed Luo Yuer and strengthened her resolve to escape the current situation. The most urgent thing was to find a capable partner. Recently, she had been searching for a long time in the tribe, but most males were either rough or untidy. Although they looked okay, compared to Sandy's good life, she felt none of these males could give her a better life, and she didn't like any of them. The only one she could accept was the veterinarian Ing Rue. However, in recent days, she had been waiting outside Ing Rue's cave, but hadn't even seen his face. Thinking of Sandy often flattering Ing Rue, Luo Yuer's eyes darkened. No, she couldn't let Sandy get ahead. Sandy stepped out from the beastmen crowd, intending to discuss with Ting Song again about teaching the beastmen to refine salt. But when she came out, she found Ting Song was already gone. This guy, so unpredictable, he shows up when you don't want to see him, but runs away when there's something to do. Sandy muttered softly, just then seeing Xiliang walk quickly over. Sandy, the king said it's too late today, so you should go back and rest first. Tomorrow, the king will arrange for the Jia tribe beastmen to mine white crystal stones. Once the white crystals are mined, you'll be asked to teach everyone how to refine them, Xiliang conveyed. Although she didn't understand why the mined white crystals couldn't be eaten directly, Tung Tsang and the beastmen didn't question it and were willing to follow Sandy's instructions unconditionally. All right, I'll go back first, Sandy nodded, thinking Tung Tsang was just tired after a long day, so she decided to rest first. After delivering the message, Xiliang hurried back to Tung Tsang's mountain cave. King, I've already sent Sandy back, Xiliang said, a bit confused. The king was nearby just now, so why didn't he go personally to talk to Sandy? Tung Tsang responded softly, already dressed in a new beast skin skirt, lying on a stone chair with his head slightly tilted back, seeming to rest his eyes. Xiliang scratched his head, thinking the king hadn't given any more instructions, and prepared to leave. Just as he moved, he suddenly heard the king's voice. Tell me, what kind of beastman do females usually like? Of course, like the king, strong and powerful beastmen. Without hesitation, Xiliang replied, in the tribe, which female doesn't want to be a mother to little white? Surely, it's all for Wang. Tung Tsang opened his eyes, revealing deep, mysterious pupils, and asked softly, so, tell me, what kind of male would a female still think about after he's gone? Xiliang looked confused and said, I don't know. Maybe it's the male that the female liked very much? As soon as he said this, Tung Tsang's face darkened instantly. Get lost. He hadn't thought Xiliang's words sounded so harsh before. Feeling the coldness, Xiliang trembled and quickly lowered his head to step back. He was puzzled. What's wrong with Wang today? It seems that finding the white crystal stone made him even more irritable. Serving Wang is really hard. The pangolin beast man slept peacefully through the night in the tribe. Not only did he receive animal skins, but each beast man also got enough meat to fill their stomachs. In the old days, they could only eat half a full, and animal skins were rare. Every time they went hunting, they had to be careful of the fierce beasts following them and bringing them back to the tribe. The anxious feeling on the way was greatly relieved once their stomachs were filled. Early the next morning, Xiliang received Wang's order to arrange for the pangolin beastmen to go to the bottom of the cliff to mine white crystal stones. Or rather, white crystal ore. This was the new name given by Sandai. The white crystal ore needed refining to become edible white crystal. 40 young, strong laborers were sent directly to mine the white crystal ore. The remaining 40 or so older beastmen stayed in the tribe, digging their own caves. With over 100 beastmen now involved, their previous caves were just barely livable. To live better, they had to dig more caves. Tung Song had already assigned mountain peaks for them. Within the area, they could expand their caves freely. This was not difficult for the pangolin beastmen. Once the white crystal ore was mined, they and the older cubs could be responsible for refining the white crystals, so they wouldn't have to go out and risk danger. The pangolin beastmen were all satisfied. Wang promised they would always have enough to eat, no matter what work they did. The refined white crystals would be given to them first. The cubs could even learn hunting skills from the strong beastmen in the tribe. No one would see them as outsiders. The bottom of the cliff was not far from the tribe, so the pangolin beastmen went there that day and returned the same day. 100 of them were willing. By evening, 40 pangolin beastmen each carried back a basket of white crystal ore. Sandai was called to teach the beastmen how to refine the white crystals the next morning. 3 little snakes also wanted to come along, so Sandai took them with her, letting them play nearby. She asked the orcs to prepare the necessary tools and personally taught the armadillo orc how to do it. Since the stuff was going to be eaten, it was important to process it carefully. Unrefined, harmful substances could remain, which must be avoided. These white crystal ores can't be eaten directly because they contain impurities that are bad for health. The refining method isn't difficult, Sandai explained while instructing the orcs to fill a large clay jar with water and soak the white crystal ores inside. Soon, the ores dissolved gradually, with salt dissolving into the water and other impurities and harmful substances dispersing and sinking to the bottom. This is the first step. After soaking the white crystal ores in clean water and letting them settle, the impurities can be separated. Then, the water containing the white crystals, called brine, can be taken out. When the brine evaporates and crystallizes, it becomes edible white crystal. Sandai explained step by step, and the armadillo orc listened carefully and practiced gradually. Hearing that unrefined white crystal ores could be toxic, the armadillo orc felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they rarely went outside and didn't know much about the crystal's effects. The water they drank was already dissolved with white crystals, so they avoided danger. If they had always stayed at the bottom of the cliff and no one told them about the risks, one day the water in the pond might run out, and they could end up eating the crystals unknowingly. When that happened, they wouldn't even know how they died. Big Sister Sandai. Just as she was focused on guiding the armadillo orc, a shy girl's voice suddenly came from behind. Sandai turned around and saw a small girl, shorter than her by half a head, standing behind her. She held a stone bowl with clear water and 2 green leaves floating on the surface. The girl blushed as she raised the bowl. Sandai sister, please have some water. Thank you. Are you feeling better? Sandai recognized her as Yue-chan, whom she had rescued yesterday. She took the water and took a small sip, asking with concern. I'm much better now. Thank you, Sandai sister. Yesterday, I thank you for saving me. My father said if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have woken up. Hearing Sandai's caring words, Yue-chan's cheeks turned even redder, and she shyly replied. Sandai smiled warmly, finding the shy little girl very adorable. Although she was thin and small with a pointed face, her big eyes made her look charming. If she gained some weight, she would look even prettier. It's good that you're fine. From now on, we're all part of the same tribe. You don't need to be polite to me. If you need help, just come to me, Sandai said kindly. Moon-chan saw her convincing the pangolin clan leader to join the Black Abyss tribe as a big help. Plus, in her previous life, pangolins were protected animals and they could eat termites and insects to help maintain ecological balance. Sandai naturally liked them. Thank you, Sister Sandai. Can I learn too? Moon-chan pointed quietly at the pangolin orc refining white crystal ore, her voice barely a whisper. She also wanted to be capable like Sister Sandai. Yesterday, when she saw Sister Sandai, she thought a fairy from heaven had come to save her. Of course, it's easy. Even females can do it, Sandai said happily, not expecting Moon-chan to want to learn this. Female orcs are also useful workers. Although they lack the orc form and can't hunt or fight like males, they are just as capable in other tasks. Moon-chan smiled happily, shyly standing beside Sandai and seriously starting to learn. The place where she was refining white crystal stones was the same area where Sandai had previously taught orcs to brew alcohol. Many orcs gathered around, curiously. When they heard it was about refining edible white crystal stones, they became very excited. 3 snake cubs stood outside the crowd, their round eyes scanning from the nearby male orcs, like scanners. The 3 little heads huddled together, searching for targets and whispering quietly. How about that orc? He's stronger than Uncle Huli. He's a black bear orc. I saw him catch a lot of prey yesterday. He can definitely support Mom and us. Sang Qing pointed at a tall, 2-meter-high male with a full beard. No, he's too fierce-looking. Such a big guy might accidentally hurt Mom, Sang Yu immediately rejected. Even if they wanted a strong one, they should find someone who looks compatible with Mom. Mom is very clean and has fair skin. She probably wouldn't like a dark, hairy orc. Second sister, what about that one? He's not very big, a tongue snake orc, just like our dad. His hunting skills are good too, Sang Feng whispered, pointing at a tall, slim male. No, look at his face, pockmarked and uneven, and there are flies around him. He's probably very messy. If he stays with Mom, he'll make her smell bad. Sang Yu frowned slightly and shook her head. How about this clean one?
He's too weak.
Then what about this strong one? He's not ugly, dirty, or weak. Your loud voice might scare Mother. Brothers Sang Qing and Sang Feng nearly pointed out all the males they saw. Sang Yu's head was almost shaking like a rattle, but she wasn't satisfied with any. Second sister, this one isn't good, that one isn't good. What kind of male do you want as our father? There are hardly any other males left in the tribe. Sang Feng pouted and sat down on the ground, looking discouraged. He just wanted to find a new father, but why was it so hard? Yes, Mother can't stay alone forever. Sang Qing also looked worried. Although he was anxious, her words seemed reasonable. If these males stood with Mother, they wouldn't look right together. What should they do? There are still others, like Dr. Ingrui and Brother Shiliang. Sang Yu blinked her big, round eyes. Sang Feng slapped his forehead and nodded happily. That's right. Dr. Ingrui may not hunt, but he's clean, good-looking, and Mother often visits him. Plus, he has lots of food. Sang Qing also brightened up and thought carefully. Brother Shiliang is good too. He's good at hunting, kind to Mother, and kind to us. But I still feel like something's missing, Sang Yu said, tilting her head and whispering. Mother is so wonderful. Only the best male in the world deserves her. The best male? That must be the king, Sang Feng said without thinking. The king? Sang Yu's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed. But the king already has cubs, so he probably won't look for a mate. Sang Qing clapped his hands and decided, then let's make Dr. Ingrui and Brother Shiliang our fathers. Anyway, they didn't have to choose just one. The 3 little cubs looked at each other like secret agents making a plan, their eyes full of determination. The father recognition plan begins. Unbeknownst to Sang Dai, her 3 good cubs were secretly plotting how to send a man to her bed. At noon, after teaching the armadillo beastmen, Sang Dai was about to go back and rest. She didn't see the 3 snake cubs and thought they had already gone home, so she headed straight back to the cave. Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng, why didn't you tell Mother you were coming back? Hearing movement inside the cave, Sang Dai thought it was the snake cubs and went inside. To her surprise, she saw a handsome man with a muscular, bare upper body, looking so attractive that it made her mouth water. Ingrui, why are you here? Seeing the man's face clearly, Sang Dai exclaimed in surprise. Hearing Sandai's voice, Ingrui turned around and nervously explained, Xiaofeng said you were sick and asked me to come see you, so I came. I didn't mean to enter your cave. Xiaofeng said he went out to find you, but didn't come back. Before leaving, he insisted on washing his hands for her, pouring a basin of water over himself, and taking off his animal hide skirt to get a new one. The skirt was now a size smaller, tight-fitting, with a prominent bulge. His body was also wet, dripping with water droplets, looking very tempting. Sandai naturally saw this and awkwardly looked away. Did Xiaofeng say I was sick? That brat. When did he learn to lie? Sandai apologized awkwardly. Sorry to trouble you and waste your time. It must be this mischievous little guy playing tricks. I'll teach him a lesson later. Ingrui quickly waved his hand, his gentle face flushing slightly. They couldn't find the 3 snake cubs inside the cave, so Sandai had to give Ingrui another loose animal hide skirt. After multiple apologies, she saw him off. Sandai didn't notice the fleeting look of disappointment in Ingrui's eyes as he left. Where could those 3 little ones have gone if they're not at home? Sandai muttered as she left the cave to look for the cubs. Usually, the 3 cubs were well-behaved. Today, why were they starting to play tricks? Meanwhile, beside the main path leaving the mountain cave, the 3 little heads were hiding in the bushes, watching outside. When they saw Ingrui appear, the 3 snake cubs looked disappointed. Why is Dr. Ingrui back so soon? Does that mean Mama doesn't like Dr. Ingrui? Songfeng's small face frowned. Probably. I remember Xiaoli said that when their parents mate, it takes a long time. Sometimes from sunset to dawn. Since Dr. Ingrui left so quickly, he probably didn't mate with Mama. Sangqing nodded seriously. Xiaoli was a young snake they met in the Black Abyss tribe, a chatterbox who often told them gossip about the tribe. They also learned from Xiaoli that as long as male and female beastmen are alone, they tend to mate. Xiaoli said several males became his father this way. That's Xiaoli, his words are not reliable at all, Sangqing muttered with a look of blame. It's okay, big brother. Isn't brother Xiliang here? Sang Yue whispered comfortingly. Sandai didn't know where the 3 cubs had gone, so she searched along the way into the tribe but suddenly met Xiliang. Xiliang was holding a large bunch of colorful flowers, bright and stunning. Sandy looked surprised. When did the beast men start caring about flowers and plants? Sandy, this is for you. I picked these because I heard you like flowers, said Xiliang, handing her a bunch of fresh flowers. The bouquet was tied with grass and leaves, almost too big for Sandy to hold. She held the large bouquet, which nearly covered her upper body, tilted her head and asked, "Who told you I like flowers?" Today, everyone seemed unusually strange. Something was off. Although she often picked flowers to decorate her cave, she usually did this inside where beastmen wouldn't notice. Even if Xiliang saw, he would have known already. Why would he need to hear about it? Xiliang scratched his head awkwardly. I forgot, he stammered. He couldn't say that Sandy Qing asked him to bring the flowers. Sandy Qing wanted to surprise her mother and told him not to tell Sandy. He didn't think much, just didn't want to disappoint Sandy Qing. Seeing Xiliang hesitating, Sandy immediately understood. Beastmen don't lie, especially honest ones like Xiliang. Lying is easy to see through. Did our little one ask you to do this? She guessed, recalling what had just happened. How do you know? Xiliang said, then realized he had slipped up and quickly shut his mouth. Under Sandy's persistent questioning, he finally explained that it was Sandaiking's request. Sandy's face darkened as she guessed her children's intentions. This little bunny, she'd seen others push their children into marriage, but this was the first time she saw her own daughter trying to set her up with a matchmaker. Xiliang, I'm sorry. Just take these flowers as a thank you from Sandy Qing, Sandy said, handing him the flowers before angrily going to find her children. Xiliang held the flowers, feeling helpless. He seemed to have messed things up. Would Sandy Qing blame him? On the way back to the mountain cave, many beastmen looked curiously at Xiliang holding a big bunch of flowers that couldn't be eaten. Xiliang, what are you doing with so many flowers? Can you eat these? A beastman asked loudly. Xiliang shook his head and explained, no, these are for Sandy. She didn't want them, so I brought them back. Not far away, Tungsong, who was patrolling with other beastmen, paused. His deep beast eyes flickered with coldness as they swept over the flowers in Xiliang's hands. Suddenly, the scene of Sandy's cave appeared in his mind. He remembered that the female's cave was filled with bottles and jars holding many flowers. Did she often let Xiliang into her cave? Tungsong's expression darkened. Xiliang had carefully picked flowers Sandy liked and given them to her. Was he trying to make her little white one his stepmother? Snake Liang, come to my cave, Tungkong ordered as he stepped forward. Yes. Suddenly called by Wang, Snake Liang was confused but hurried to the cave, thinking Wang had an urgent matter. He was so anxious, he didn't even have time to put down the flowers in his hand. When he arrived at the cave, Snake Liang was panting heavily. Wang, what do you command? Tinkong looked at him coldly, his presence towering over him. After a moment, he spoke in a cold voice. What do you think of Sandai, this female? Snake Liang lowered his head, but seeing that Wang wasn't giving urgent orders, he looked up and spoke confidently. Sandai is very good. Not only is she beautiful, but she also speaks softly. Unlike other females who are fierce, she can do many things and knows a lot. Anyone lucky enough to be chosen by her as a partner would be truly blessed by the beast god. All the males in the tribe wanted Sandai as a partner, but they only dared to think about it. They felt they weren't good enough for such a fine female, so they wouldn't have inappropriate thoughts. Snake Liang spent all day mingling with the male orcs, so he was very familiar with these compliments. Tinkong's face darkened. The beast god's blessing? This kid was definitely after Sandai. As the tribe's king, he never needed to compete for anything. The orcs naturally regarded the best resources as his. Xiao Bai really likes Sandai. Tinkong suddenly spoke softly, reminding him. He had made it so clear, surely Snake Liang understood now? Snake Liang looked confused but nodded. Yes, thanks to Sandai, Xiao Bai is now willing to leave the cave. Tinkong. Seeing Snake Liang's clueless expression, Tinkong was annoyed. He slowly exhaled. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for leading the armadillo orcs to mine white crystal stones. This foolish fellow. Better keep away from Sandai.
Why?
Our Tingsha tribe doesn't have sharp claws and digging stones isn't fast, Snake Liang asked instinctively. Tinkong's eyes darkened with displeasure. Do I need to explain the reason to you? Snake Liang quickly shook his head, sensing Wang's irritation. He hurriedly accepted the order and left. With one less annoying person around, Tinkong felt a bit more relaxed. Brother Snake Liang hasn't come out yet. This time, it should be successful, right? Mother loves pretty flowers the most. If all goes well, this time it will definitely work. Three little heads whispered together. They quietly approached Sandai, behind the three snake cubs. Unexpectedly, she was already here. Sun Feng was excited and asked, if Brother Shiliang becomes Mom's partner, what should we call him? Should we call him Shiliang Dad? Sangyu was about to speak when she looked up and saw Sangdai standing behind the three of them. She immediately shut her mouth and blinked hard to signal her older brother and younger brother. Second sister, did you get sand in your eyes? Sang Qing didn't understand and nodded along with Sun Feng, saying, I think it's fine. It's just 2 words different, not a big deal. Tomorrow we can go to the tribe and find some strong partners for Mom. Sangdai's face darkened the more she listened. She guessed what was happening, but hearing her children say they wanted to find her a man was another matter altogether. Are you planning to find some partners for your mother? Sangdai asked softly. 3. 1 for hunting, 1 for cooking and chores, and 1 to take care of Mom. Sang Qing answered instinctively. After saying it, he realized the words sounded a bit familiar. When he turned stiffly to look back, he saw Sangdai standing behind them with a stern face, glaring at them like a fierce dragon. Sang Qing and Sun Feng's faces immediately froze. Sangyu slapped her forehead in frustration, unable to watch. You've thought this through quite well, even arranging someone to take care of me. Why not add 1 more, someone to take care of all 3 of you? Sangdai asked with a forced smile.
Mom.
When she sensed her mother's displeased tone, Sang Qing realized she was angry. He quickly stood up, unsure what to do with his hands. After a moment, the 3 children were pulled back to the cave, leaning against the wall, heads lowered, standing in a row. Tell me, who came up with this bad idea? Sangdai asked seriously, hands behind her back, looking at the children.
Mom, it was me.
It has nothing to do with second sister or third brother. Sang Qing immediately stepped forward. Sang Yu and Sun Feng were anxious, afraid Sangdai would punish only Sang Qing. They hurriedly said, it was me who splashed water on the veterinarian Ing Rue, so he stayed in Mom's cave. If you want to punish someone, punish me. It was my idea to suggest that veterinarian Ing Rue and brother Shiliang become Mom's partners. Otherwise, Big Brother and Third Brother wouldn't have thought of it.
It's all my fault. Punish me, Mom.
Seeing the children eager to admit their mistakes, Sang-dai's heart softened. Her voice remained stern, and her expression unchanged. Let's not decide who to punish first. Tell me, why did you do this? Ing-rue and Shiliang are both busy. Ing-rue treats beastmen every day, and Shiliang has to hunt and work. If you bring someone here and delay things, what if something goes wrong? Sang-dai was exaggerating, of course. This time, if I don't speak firmly, the three little ones will always think that making mistakes is no big deal, and they will keep repeating them. Their small heads immediately hang lower. We know we were wrong, Mother. We won't do it again. The little ones apologize softly. Sang-yu also clutches her small hands and explains in a weak voice. Mother takes care of us every day, cooks, and is busy teaching the beastmen all sorts of things. We can't help much, so we thought to find a male to take care of Mother. All the females in the tribe are like that. She doesn't understand why Mother is angry. But if Mother is angry, it must mean they did something wrong. Brother Shiliang and the Eagle Beast Doctor are the ones we specifically chose. We didn't pick any other bad males, Sang-feng also nods.
Sang-dai.
She was going to thank him? After hearing what the little one said, Sang-dai feels even more helpless. She takes a deep breath and slowly says, Mother knows you have good intentions. You're worried that Mother is working too hard, right? The three little ones nod together. But whether it's taking care of you three or teaching the beastmen, it's something Mother is willing to do. If you think Mother is tired, wait until you grow up and help share the burden. You shouldn't leave the heavy work to other males, understand?
Sang-dai teaches earnestly.
If finding a partner could solve everything, how is that different from outsourcing filial piety in the past life? Understood. The three little ones nod again. Sang-yu softly says, From now on, we will help Mother more with chores and won't find a partner for Mother. Sang-dai feels pleased and gently strokes Sang-yu's little head. That's good. A partner isn't chosen randomly. Although females can have multiple partners, choosing a partner shouldn't be just to do chores, but should be based on genuine liking and mutual affection. Only then can they become partners. Sang-feng lifts his head, his round eyes shining. Mother means she doesn't like the Eagle Beast Doctor and Brother Shiliang, so she doesn't want to be their partner. What if we find a male she likes? Sang-dai's eyelids twitch sharply. Mother's partner doesn't need you to find. Mother will find her own. Little ones, don't worry about adult matters. Sang-dai gently taps Sang-feng's forehead.
Oh.
Sang-feng covers his forehead and obediently responds. It's ridiculous for sons to find a man for their mother. Besides, she doesn't even know what kind of man she likes. After some teaching, Sang-dai finally makes the three little ones realize their mistake. Mother was very angry today, but since you showed a good attitude of admitting your mistakes and are willing to change, I will punish you lightly. Hearing Sang-dai's words, the three little ones finally relaxed. Just punish you for the next 3 days. 10 characters a day. Both Sang-ching and Sang-yue breathed a sigh of relief. It was just learning characters as long as Mother didn't get angry. However, Sang-feng looked very sad, counting on his fingers. 10 characters. His mind was almost overwhelmed. Ugh, this punishment felt really heavy. The next morning, Sang-dai continued to supervise the work, urging the armadillo beastmen to refine the white crystal stones. The earlier steps were simple, except for drying the salt water into crystals, which took more time. The beastmen made large containers out of stones, like boxes, and poured the filtered salt water into dry. Dozens of containers were placed on the open ground. After a day of drying, the salt water only formed a thin layer of crystals, which couldn't even be scraped off. At this rate, if it rained, the drying time would be even longer. No one knew when they would finally get enough salt. The Black Abyss tribe was surrounded by tall trees, so the only open space for drying salt was this patch of land. During floods, trees were very important, so cutting too many was not allowed. Sang-dai thought for a moment and decided to also cook the salt. She set up a big pot, lit a fire, and boiled the salt water. After boiling over the morning, reducing more than a dozen pots of salt water, She finally got the first jar of salt. It was a small ceramic jar, about a pound of salt. Not much, but Sandai was already very happy. The beast men gathered around eagerly. Is this the white crystal stone made from white crystal, or? It's much cleaner than the ore, and looks whiter. I've never seen such delicate white crystals before. Sandai is really impressive. The beast men were amazed. The armadillo beast men looked proud when they saw the white crystals they made. They finally had their own skills to show. Sandai took out half of the white crystals and asked the tribe leader to distribute them to the tribe members. Although there weren't many, they could still add some to their meat soup for extra energy. After all, they did physical work. Without strength, they couldn't mine salt. The other half was sent to Tung Tsang. Since Tung Tsang entrusted her with these tasks, she wanted to show him good results and not let him down. Why isn't Shiliang coming today? Sandai had planned to ask Shiliang to deliver the salt, but today, a different beast man came instead. Shiliang. The king asked him to work with the armadillo beast men to mine white crystal stones. Today, I am responsible for delivering the supplies to you. Oh, I see. Please bring these white crystals to the king. Sandy nodded, thinking that Song had sent Snake Liang to supervise the armadillo orcs because he was worried. The people Song sent were all trusted aides, even if not Snake Liang. They were tongue snake orcs who could enter Song's mountain cave. He was busy patrolling or killing fierce beasts every day, with little free time. When Sandy went to cook for the little ones, she rarely saw Song, so she asked tongue snake orcs to help. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver the white crystals to the king. The tongue snake orc nodded carefully, as if he was holding a rare treasure. After sending off the tongue snake orc, Sandy was about to clean the food delivered today and think about what delicious meal to prepare for the little ones tonight. Big sister Sandy, Yu-chan hesitantly stood outside the cave and whispered, Yu-chan, why are you here? Sandy quickly came out of the cave when she heard the voice. Yu-chan had been helping at the salt-making site all day. She was small but capable. She worked hard and didn't leave even after a long day. She was actually the fastest among the armadillo orcs to learn the salt-making steps. Sandy liked this shy, adorable girl very much. Seeing Sandy come out, Yu-chan's cheeks turned slightly red, and she spoke timidly. Big sister Sandy, I heard you like collecting all kinds of stones. When I secretly left the tribe earlier, I found a kind of black stone that's different from ordinary stones. Today, I asked my dad to come and find it. Yu-chan took out a rough, black stone from her pocket. This kind of stone sometimes even sparks fire nearby. I don't know if it's useful. Yu-chan spoke softer and softer. She didn't have much to thank Sandy for. When she heard that Sandy liked stones, she wanted to bring her one to try. But the stone was dark and not very pretty, and she suddenly felt regret. What if Sandy thought she was dirty? Hearing Yu-chan's words, Sandy was stunned. Sparks? Could it be coal? She looked at the stone in Yu-chan's hand, black, about the size of her palm, and it had stained her hand quite a bit. Oh no! It really was coal. This little girl's luck was incredible. She not only found salt deposits in the tribe, but also discovered coal outside the tribe. Useful. This kind of stone is very valuable. Where did you find it? Do you have more of this kind of stone? Sandy's face lit up with excitement as she grabbed Yu-chan's wrist and asked eagerly. Coal is a very good resource. With the flood coming, the wood outside was wet and hard to find for firewood. Cutting down too many trees could cause soil erosion and lead to bigger disasters. With coal, there is no need to cut down many trees. The orcs now have fuel for cooking, salt-making, pottery, and other uses, so they no longer worry about running out of fuel. Yu-chan looked at her wrist, which Sandai had grabbed, her cheeks flushing, and her voice trembling a little. Yes, I found this kind of stone myself. It's from at the foot of a mountain and there should be a lot more underground. Great. This is coal, which can burn just like wood and lasts longer, Sandai excitedly explained to Yu-chan. Really? Yu-chan looked confused. Why was black stone called no? Seeing her puzzled expression, Sandai understood she was misunderstanding and explained, not no, but another kind of coal ore. It's very useful anyway. Yuechan nodded as if she understood but wasn't quite sure. She also wasn't sure if the king was in the tribe now. Yuechan, come with me to find the king. Since you've found this coal mine, he will reward your people. Sandai couldn't wait for Tinkong to send orcs to mine. It felt like they were digging for gold, but in this primitive forest, coal was more useful than gold. However, Yuechan shook her head repeatedly. No, I won't go. Sister Sandai, you've already helped our tribe a lot. We don't need a reward. This is for you, she said, feeling shy about asking for a reward after coming to thank Sandai. That's different. Since you found it. Sandai wanted to say more, but Yuechan turned and ran away. Sandai sighed. I told her to go claim her reward, but she acts like I'm trying to send her to jail. She thought to herself, well, little villains can be a bit scary. It's normal for a young girl to be timid and not want to go. She knew the coal was brought by the Pangolin tribe leader today, and since the tribe leader knew the location, Yuechan could go too. Sandai told her 3 children to wait at home and immediately went to Tinkong's cave. Luckily, Tinkong was there today. She explained to him about Yuechan discovering the coal and detailed its uses. As for how she knew coal could be used for fire, Sandai simply repeated Yuechan's words. She had seen coal burn naturally, so she understood. If she knew everything, it would seem suspicious. For orcs, the forest is their home, and cutting down many trees affects other animals living there. When animals are affected, their food sources change too. So most orcs are reluctant to cut trees. Their tools are made of stone, and they gather dry branches and leaves for fire, avoiding cutting trees whenever possible. When Tinkong heard that stones could replace trees as fuel, he was happy to send people to dig for coal. King, the orcs refining white crystal can't use that much. We can have some of them go and dig coal mines, Sandy suggested. Tung Tsang is skilled at hunting and killing fierce beasts, but he doesn't know much about salt making or mining work. Although most orcs work hard to live well, some do slack off. Without Tung Tsang's orders, 10 people could do the work that 40 orcs could keep going with. Every orc in the tribe is now an important worker, so we must use them all. Okay, then let the orcs refining white crystal also send 30 orcs to dig coal. Also, give each member of the Jia tribe 2 more days of food, Tung Tsang said confidently, following Sandy's plan. Salt can be stored for a long time as long as it doesn't get wet, so the more the better. Coal, if kept dry, can also be stored, just need to waterproof it in advance. With these 2 supplies and salt for storing meat, the flood in 3 months won't be too hard to endure. Sandy was calculating in her mind, feeling a bit more confident about the unknown dangers. Just as she was about to return, Tung Tsang stopped her. Wait, take this white crystal back and eat it, Tung Tsang said, pushing half a jar of white crystal that the tongue snake beast men had brought back into Sandy's hand. White crystal is good stuff. The small female is so thin. She should eat more to strengthen her body and gain some strength, so she can defend herself if danger comes. This is for you, King. Sandy quickly tried to push it back. It wasn't about politeness to Tung Tsang. It's just that blood from beasts isn't as quick to help as salt. With salt, Tung Tsang can have more protection when fighting fierce beasts. Take it back if you want, Tung Tsang said without argument, pressing his large palm on Sandy's hand to keep her holding the clay jar. She felt a cold touch on her hand, but she also felt a bit hot. Looking into Tung Tsang's deep beast-like eyes, Sandy quickly withdrew her hand and hugged the jar to her chest, stammering, I won't be polite then. I will make more white crystal tomorrow and give it to the king. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little scared to be alone with Tung Tsang. She always felt he was a wild beast full of feral instincts, ready to eat her at any moment. Tung Tsang replied softly, one hand stroking the gentle palm, as if still feeling the soft touch. Then I'll go back first, Sandy said, clutching the jar and rushing away. When Xiaobai entered from outside the cave, he saw Tung Tsang staring into the distance toward the cave entrance, his left hand still rubbing his right palm. Dad, does your hand hurt? His soft, childlike voice brought Tung Tsang's thoughts back. He looked down at Little Bai, who was small and cute, and answered in a deep voice, No, it doesn't hurt. Little Bai pouted, Then why didn't Dad catch even one girl? The beast left, and Dad just watches. It's better to let her stay in his cave sooner. At Dad's pace, when will he ever have a bride? Dad never told him about his real mother. He's given up on that. Now he thinks it's good enough that Sandy becomes his mother. As for the mother who abandoned him at birth, he doesn't want her anyway. Tung Song's face darkened. He didn't expect his little cub to mock him. You, a cub. Stop meddling in adults' affairs. I knew Dad would scold me again. Dad has no time to play with me every day, and now I can't even find a mother to keep me company. Little Bai pouted, showing a sad and wronged expression on his half-perfect face. But Tung Song was looking at the twisted, scarred side of his face. He remembered that only Sandy saw Bai's scars in the tribe. She wouldn't dislike him. Instead, she cared for him. His heart softened. It's Dad's fault. Dad didn't stop you from finding a mother. He slowed his voice and apologized. Little Bai's lowered eyes flashed with a clever glint. Dad still cares about him. He looked up, suspicious, and glanced toward the cave entrance. He asked hesitantly, Dad, did you bully her just now? Since he wanted Sandy to be his mother, he couldn't keep calling her sister anymore. Tung Song was confused. Bully a girl? How could he? No. Then why did she run so fast, like she saw a beast? Little Bai looked suspicious, hands on his hips, acting like an old man to teach him. Dad, girls are timid. You can't treat her like other beasts, always with a stern face. Smile more, and think of ways to make her happy. Oh. Dad is useless. He needs his little cub to help him. Tung Song's deep eyes flickered. Smile more? Make her happy? Suddenly, he remembered the Eagle tribe healer. Every time he saw the girl, he always seemed to smile happily, trying to please her. Was that how to find a partner? Just as Bai finished speaking, he saw Dad fall into deep thought, then stiffly pull the corners of his mouth into a smile that looked scarier than a ghost. Forget it, forget it. Dad, you better not smile. It's better when you don't. Bai quickly waved his hands to stop him. Not smiling is fine, but if he smiles, he might scare Sandy away. Why? Just find a way to make her happy. Trust me, Dad. Seeing Xiao Bai insist, Tung Song finally relaxed his expression. Xiao Bai. He's used to this icy, glacier-like face. So, how can I make her happy? Tung Song frowned, thinking of the flowers sent by Xiliang. The little female likes flowers, but she didn't accept Xiliang's flowers either. Xiao Bai scratched his head. He's just a young cub and doesn't understand these things. Maybe Dad should ask other beasts, he suggested. The males in the tribe surely know how to please females and make them their mates. Tung Song nodded and immediately called over a few male beasts who had just found mates. The males, summoned by the king, stood nervously in the cave, recalling their recent mistakes, worried the king was going to punish them. After all, the king usually only punishes his people, not make such a fuss. Xiao Bai, with his hands on his hips, paced back and forth in front of them, lowering his childish voice on purpose to ask, how do you all make females your mates? Tell me, and if you give good answers, my dad will reward you. The males were surprised. What? How do you find a mate? What's this question? Though confused, they still thought carefully and answered Xiao Bai's questions. My Manhwa loves to eat prey's hearts. I give her mine every day, and she agrees to mate with me. A Hong likes bird feathers to make beast skins. I find the prettiest feathers and make her a skin. Me too. I give her all my food, beast skins, and string my beast teeth together for her. She becomes my mate. The male spoke more and more enthusiastically. Tung Song's face darkened as he listened. Prey hearts? Beast skins? Beast tooth necklaces? He tried to imagine giving these things to Sandy, then quickly pushed that scene out of his mind. Everyone stepped back, Tung Song said grimly, waving his hand. Xiao Bai also held his forehead, knowing that a female like Sandy would definitely look down on these things. Don't worry, Dad. I'll find out for you. Xiao Bai patted his chest bravely, ready to sacrifice himself for his bride. He was all in for her. Sandy ran far out of the mountain cave, finally stopping to lean on a tree, clutching her pounding heart that was about to jump out of her chest. She took several deep breaths to calm down. This big villain really is a demon. With such a face that enrages both gods and humans in her past life, he probably fooled many naive young girls. Luckily, here in the beast world, a male can only have one female partner. Sandai muttered to herself, quickly pushing aside her recent feelings. She hadn't been in love before, but that didn't mean she was a naive fool or a villainess she couldn't admire. When she returned to the cave, the 3 snake cubs were already helping to clean the food delivered earlier. Sandai was about to cook when suddenly a tongue snake beast man arrived, informing her that Little White would come later. Sandai was a bit surprised. Recently, Little White had become more willing to go out, but mostly with her company, and she rarely went out alone. She didn't expect Little White to come on her own today. Seeing Little White becoming more cheerful made Sandai happy. After all, Little White was also the half-sibling of the 3 cubs, sort of like her own son. She immediately agreed, took over the tasks from the 3 cubs, and prepared ingredients to make a delicious meal. Watching their mother busy, the 3 cubs felt a faint sense of dissatisfaction. It was fine that their mother went daily to the king's cave to cook for that young one, but why did he also have to come to their home? Mother, it's already so late. Can he come tomorrow?
Sans Feng putait une apili.
Yeah, Mother, he's just a cub. We don't need to prepare so much food, Sang Qing echoed nearby. When they ate, their mother didn't need to work so long. She had meat cleaned by them and food she found herself, which was enough. But today, she prepared so much, clearly not just for one cub. The 3 cubs felt a strange jealousy. They had waited many years to get their mother's attention, and now that Little White was here, she seemed to favor him even more. It felt like what they had worked so hard for was being taken away. Sandai thought to herself that since Little White rarely came to eat, she should make more food. After all, the little guy had a big appetite, and it would also be good for Tungsong. It's okay. Today, I'll make some new delicious food for you. Eat more, it won't be wasted, Sandai said with a smile, turning back to prepare the ingredients. The 3 snake cubs exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction deepening. It was that young one who made their mother so busy. Sang Feng pulled Sangyu to a corner and whispered, "Second sister, can you let your little snake out and scare that young one away?" He didn't want him to come to their house for dinner. Sangyu nodded, then shook her head. No, Mother will be angry. She would rather be unhappy herself than do something to upset their mother. Sang Feng's eyes, which had just brightened, dimmed again.
All right then.
What's there to be afraid of? Can he really take our mother away? We'll see what Big Brother says later. Sang Qing snorted coldly, giving the 2 a little reassurance. Sangdai didn't know the little tricks of the 3 cubs and focused on preparing the food for later. She set a large iron pot on the fire, boiling a big pot of bone broth with fresh beast bones, adding spices like star anise and cinnamon. While simmering on high heat, she handled other ingredients. She sliced fresh beef and lamb, cut open the solidified beast blood, and took spinach, baby bok choy, vermicelli, enoki mushrooms, and various fish balls, beef balls, crab sticks, crab surimi, fish roe buns, and shrimp paste from the supermarket. Once the broth was ready, she removed the bones and spices, poured in 2 bottles of fresh milk, and added all the ingredients at once. Yes, Sangdai was making a spicy hot pot. Under her influence, the 3 little snakes and Little White loved spicy food, though only medium spicy. Little White and the cubs all loved fresh shrimp, so Sangdai cooked a separate pot of green shrimp, boiled and drained them with soy sauce and mustard. The mustard-loving cubs couldn't eat it, but she liked it. Usually, she not only took care of their preferences but also made sure they knew her likes, so she wouldn't favor one over the other. That way, she wouldn't raise selfish cubs. When Sangdai finished the spicy hot pot and brought it to the table, Sang Feng had already forgotten what he had just said. His round eyes fixed on the delicious food, drooling, and said, "It smells so good. Today's meal is so rich. If that little cub came every day, we could eat so many tasty things every day." As soon as he finished, Sang Qing gave him a big slap on the head. "You want him to come every day? Just let him live with us then. Will he call mother the same as you? Sang Qing looked disappointed and frustrated. When will his stupid little brother grow up? Does he only realize what he's lost after someone else takes their mother away? Sang Feng snapped back to himself, clutching his head and shaking it repeatedly. No, that's not possible. Mother can't be given to others. Sang Yu looked helplessly at her brothers, shook her head, sighed, and turned to help Sang Dai with bowls and chopsticks. Seeing this, the others hurried to follow, one moving a small stool, another handing a banana leaf to fan Sang Dai. Sang Qing deliberately placed 4 small stools close together, with another one far away. Seeing how caring the 3 cubs were, Sang Dai felt very comforted. Just then, a small figure about Sang Feng's size appeared at the cave entrance. You guys go back first, said Little White, who was sent by the tongue snake beastman. He sniffed the delicious smell and waved to the tongue snake beastman behind him. The tongue snake beastman sniffed the air, envying as he looked at Sang Dai's cave. It smelled so good. They didn't even hope to be noticed by Sandy. Instead, they wanted to be her young followers. After all, males are supposed to serve females, and only young ones can eat the food made by females. After saying this, Xiao Bai happily ran toward the cave entrance.
Sister. Sandy.
What delicious food did you make today? He no longer fears fire, and now enjoys hot food. Sandy had told him that her cave was not convenient for cooking with fire, so today he was not only here to ask his father about Sandy's preferences, but also to satisfy his own little stomach. It's just ready. Come sit and eat. Sandy smiled and invited Xiao Bai into the cave. Xiao Bai looked around curiously. The last time he promised to make a mask, he couldn't come because of a fire emergency. Later, Sandy was busy and took the clay directly to the king's cave to teach Xiao Bai how to make it, then took it back to bake. Today was Xiao Bai's first time visiting her cave. As soon as he entered, he felt several faintly hostile gazes. He looked up and saw 3 cubs of about his age standing behind Sandy, 2 males and 1 female. All 3 cubs looked soft and cute, with delicate features, quite different from the dark-skinned cubs in the tribe. Sandy loved dressing up the cubs, often making new clothes for them and headbands for Sandy Yu. They were all clean and fresh-looking. Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with envy. Is this what a cub with a mother looks like? Although he enjoyed the best resources in the tribe and wore the finest animal skins, theirs were more delicately crafted with unfamiliar patterns. So beautiful. His own hair was dull and lacked the smoothness theirs had. The 3 snake cubs also looked at Xiao Bai with curiosity. They were about the same size, and their animal skins weren't as nice as his. They wore masks, revealing half of their faces, which looked familiar. This made the hostility among the 3 cubs lessen somewhat. Come over and sit. Dinner is ready, Sandy said, guiding the cubs to their seats and serving them food. Seeing a spoon in Xiao Bai's bowl, she also brought him a pair of chopsticks. Mother, can he use chopsticks too? Sandy Qing asked with wide eyes. In the tribe, cubs usually eat with their hands. After their mother taught everyone to use fire, most use spoons and forks, but they rarely use chopsticks. This cub must have been taught by Sandy. The hostility from the 3 cubs suddenly resurfaced. Yes, Sandy taught me, Xiao Bai answered before Sandy could reply. Seeing himself and the 3 children using the same chopsticks, Bai's hidden feelings of inferiority gradually faded. Sang Feng pouted and interrupted unhappily. Why do you call me by my mother's name? In the tribe, young cubs usually call female adult sister or aunt, and when their mother cooks for them, they don't call her by her name. Bai just wanted to call her that. If he said he wanted Sang Dai to be his mother, the 3 children would definitely get upset. But his words sounded like a challenge to the children. Sang Feng's cheeks puffed up with anger. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Sang Dai looked confused. Suddenly, they started arguing for no reason. All right, if we don't eat now, the food will get cold and won't taste good, Sang Dai said to smooth things over. Then she turned to Bai and said, You and my child are about the same age, so calling me by my name isn't very polite.
You can call me Andy Dai.
Hearing this, Bai nodded obediently, okay. As long as he didn't call her sister, it was fine, Calling her sister would make her seem like a peer of his father. Sang-dai gently served food to the children, and the tension finally eased. A big bowl of spicy hot pot was placed on the table, topped with a few fried dough sticks she bought from the supermarket. Dipping them in the hot pot broth made them tasty and refreshing. The 4 children were immediately captivated by the delicious food and forgot about their earlier quarrel, focusing on eating seriously. They ate until their faces were sweaty. Sang-yu knew that their mother loved mustard shrimp. She peeled a green shrimp and handed it to her mother, saying, "Mom, here you go." After a hard day and cooking for them, she wanted to take care of her mother too. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. You're so thoughtful," Sang-dai said warmly as she accepted the peeled shrimp from her daughter's small hand. Bai, who was usually cared for by Sang-dai, saw Sang-yu's actions and realized that even young cubs could take care of adults. He quickly thought and carefully peeled a green shrimp himself. "Auntie Dai, here you go," he said, offering the peeled shrimp. He peeled several and placed them in Sang-dai's bowl. She was surprised and smiled, thanking him. "Thank you, Bai." It seemed that environment was the best teacher for young cubs. Bai, who was usually like a young master, had learned to care for others so quickly. Sang Feng snorted discontentedly and muttered softly, "What a copycat." Second sister does everything to learn. Bai, with sharp hearing, caught his words even though they were quiet. He looked at Sang Feng but said nothing, continuing to eat his food. "Mother, please eat more meat. You've worked hard today." Sanqing stood up and put some meat into Sang-dai's bowl. Before Sang-dai could speak, Xiaobai also handed over a chopstick of meat. "Eat, Aunt Dai." The children competed with each other, and soon Sang-dai's bowl was almost full. "That's enough. You don't need to serve me. You can eat your own food." Seeing the 3 children acting like they were in a battle, Sang-dai helplessly rubbed her forehead and stopped them. "It's good to care for others, but fighting over it isn't right." Hearing Sang-dai's words, the 4 children finally calmed down. After dinner, Sang-dai prepared to wash the dishes, but the 3 children had already tidied up their bowls and chopsticks. "Mother, we'll wash the dishes," Sanqing offered to help. "I can help wash too." Xiaobai immediately stood up. He didn't want to compete with them. He just saw what they were doing and couldn't help but want to try. As for the purpose of this trip, he had long forgotten about it. "These are our family's dishes. You don't need to wash them." Sang Feng protected the dishes, as if they were treasures. Sanqing watched closely, and Sang-yu carefully guarded Sang Feng. Xiaobai stretched his neck, as if trying to grab the dishes. A dishwashing fight was about to break out. "Stop!" Sang-dai interrupted just in time, rubbing her forehead. "You all don't need to wash the dishes today. I'll do it." As soon as Sang-dai spoke, the 4 of them settled down. "Shao Qing, you're the big brother. Xiaobai is a guest, so you can't be rude. Take Xiaobai to see the masks we made yesterday." Sang-dai assigned tasks to the children. The 3 children obediently nodded and reluctantly took Xiaobai to see the masks. They could sense that if they caused trouble again, their mother would be angry. Watching their figures, Sang-dai felt a bit helpless. She wondered what was wrong with these little ones. Usually, they got along well with other children in the tribe, and Xiaobai hadn't done anything wrong. Why did it feel like they were enemies? Inside the cave, Sanqing shoved several oddly shaped masks into Xiaobai's arms. "Here, take your mask." "Thank you." Xiaobai could feel their hostility, but since he would soon be like them, calling Sang-dai mother and maybe even living in their cave, he couldn't afford to have a bad relationship with them. Although they spoke harshly to him, they didn't dislike his face. Hearing Xiaobai's thanks, Sanqing's face looked a bit unnatural. What was wrong with this little one? Was he not angry? He thought he could make this little one mad, so he wouldn't have to see him again. "You're welcome. Your father provided us with a cave to stay in and supplies, which is only right." Sang-yu saw that her older brother didn't speak and answered sweetly on his behalf. Sang Qing and Sang Feng nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes, they're just trading partners. Their mother wouldn't let him stay at their home. Xiaobai looked at Sang-yu and seemed to think that among these 3 young ones, this female cub was the least hostile toward him. He thought for a moment, took out the most delicate mask, and handed it to Sang-yu. This is for you. What are you doing? Sang Qing immediately stepped in front of Sang Yu, looking wary at Xiaobai. In the tribe, males only give females gifts if they want them to be mates. He knew this well. I'm treating her like a sister, and want to give her this. Xiaobai explained, just trying to get along with them. But as soon as he said that, Sang Qing became even more angry, looking like he was facing a great enemy. Xiao Yu is my sister, not your sister. My sister doesn't want your mask. Both me and my third brother can make our own. The three snake cubs had been together since they were young. Even when they were almost starving, they shared what little food they had. Now, a new cub appeared, trying to interfere between them, and Sang Qing obviously didn't want that. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Bai's eyes. No, I don't want it. I have my own sister too, and I don't care about yours. Raising his head again, Xiao Bai returned to his stubborn look, snorted, and turned to leave the cave. Back in the cave, Tung Tsong was already waiting. Seeing Xiao Bai return, Tung Tsong asked, "Did you find out what she likes?" Xiao Bai was still angry and, hearing his father's question, remembered he had forgotten the most important thing. He awkwardly scratched his ear. Not yet. Next time, father, I will go again tomorrow. I'm sure I can find out. Tung Tsong sighed. Why would he have such high hopes for a young cub? The next day, the armadillo beast men, under Tung Tsong's arrangement, split into two groups, one to mine the white crystal stones and the other to mine coal. When the hunting team returned in the afternoon, Sangdai also brought the three cubs to the tribe entrance, waiting for the armadillo beastmen's team to see how much coal they had mined. But even after the food was distributed among the hunters, the armadillo team still hadn't returned. Why isn't father back yet? Could something have happened? Yu Chan stood beside Sangdai, looking worried. Other armadillo beast men gathered nearby, also showing concern. Don't worry. Your father is leading so many orcs that even if they encounter wild animals, they won't be in danger. Some orcs have already gone to inform the king, and he will take care of them. Sandai gently supports Yuachan and speaks softly to comfort her. Just as she finishes, excited voices from the orcs come from ahead. They're back. They've returned. What happened? Why are you so badly hurt? When the injured orcs heard about the others, their happy faces quickly turned serious. Yuachan's pale face became even whiter. Move aside, let my mother pass, Sandai said, stepping forward with her small body to clear the way. Sandai and Yuachan moved to the front, while Sangfeng and Sangyue quietly followed behind without running off. As they approached, they saw a group of injured pangolin orcs returning. Several of them were carried back, bloodied and hurt. Father! Yuachan immediately spotted a blood-covered orc and cried out, rushing forward to hug him. The pangolin chief was badly wounded, carried back on a wooden plank, and had already fainted. The other pangolin orcs were also injured, either bleeding from head wounds or covered in scratches and bites from beast teeth. Dad, what happened to you? Why are you like this? Yuachan wiped blood from the chief's face, tears in her voice as she asked the orcs accompanying them. Sandai looked at the other orcs in the group. Seeing they carried no ore and had no rocks, she asked suspiciously, "What did you encounter on the way?" The injuries on these orcs weren't caused by wild beasts. If they had fought wild animals, they wouldn't have lost their ore. Besides, there were 70 orcs in total. What kind of beast could scare them off and make them drop their ore? A young orc carrying the pangolin chief, with red eyes, answered, "Sorry, we were useless. We met a group of orcs, and they stole all our white crystal stones and coal stones. They even killed 5 of our tribe members. We couldn't even bring back their bodies. The chief left to protect us and was badly hurt." The pangolin orcs all lowered their heads, looking guilty. Orcs did this? Sandai was surprised. She wondered how orcs dared to attack the Black Abyss tribe. Were they not afraid of Ting Ting Song? Don't worry too much. Losing the ore isn't a big problem. First, let the healer check your injuries. We'll deal with those orcs when the king arrives, Sandai said softly. She couldn't do much about the outside situation herself, being a weak female, but these injured orcs needed immediate help. After hearing Sandy's words, The orcs quickly reacted and called for the veterinarian. Sandy also asked the surrounding orcs to disperse and make space so she could examine the severely injured orc. The pangolin chief had deep wounds on his shoulders, legs, and waist. Sandy didn't have medicine and couldn't treat the wounds properly, but fortunately, the chief was strong and only unconscious, with no immediate danger to his life. Soon, Eagle Rue and the tribe's veterinarian arrived. The severely injured were first treated on the spot and then carried back to the cave. The lightly injured, with Sandy's help, cleaned their wounds with white alcohol and bandaged them. Thanks to Sandy's herbal seeds, there were enough herbs to treat so many injured, preventing their wounds from worsening. The other veterinarians watched the skilled and new techniques used by the two, feeling amazed. When they learned that Sandy was willing to teach them, they eagerly studied the medical knowledge they had never heard of before. Half an hour later, the injured orcs finished treatment. Only a few lightly injured pangolin orcs stayed behind to report the situation to Tung Tsang. Tung Tsang had already arrived and saw so many wounded, his face dark as a pot. His tribe had only suffered such serious injuries when fighting fierce beasts before, but he never expected orcs to dare attack his people. It was a blatant challenge. Tell me in detail what you encountered, Tung Tsang ordered coldly after the injured orcs were treated. Yes, the pangolin orc felt valued and immediately reported truthfully. It seems those orcs knew we would pass by this road. We are coal miners and plan to meet with the chief and others to return to the tribe together. But halfway there, we were attacked by that group of orcs. We barely escaped and found the chief and others, only to see that the chief was also badly injured. That's why we came back together. This meant the enemy had been prepared and attacked two groups of orcs. Moreover, they knew the ore transported by the pangolin orcs was useful. There were about 100 orcs attacking us. The male members of the chief's team said they also had over 100 orcs over there. We don't know them and don't understand why they attacked us. They even killed 5 of our tribe members, the pangolin orc said with tears in his eyes. They never expected such accidents after leaving the tribe. Don't worry, the king will find those orcs and avenge you, Sandy comforted the injured orc, knowing that emotional distress was not good for recovery. The great villain was very protective of his own people. Since the orcs joined his tribe, they were his citizens, and he would definitely seek revenge for the pangolin orcs. Of course, it was also because the villain never left any hidden dangers. Sandy naturally spoke kindly, aiming to boost the orcs' unity. As expected, once she said that, the pangolin orcs became much calmer. Tung Tsang glanced at Sandy. Was this young female so sure he would help them seek revenge? She seemed to understand him better than the orcs in the tribe. King, could it be that nearby tribes of orcs are trying to steal our supplies? Sandy also looked at Tung Tsang but accidentally noticed he seemed to be secretly watching her. Her heart skipped a beat. Did she flatter him correctly? She originally meant to say that with him, the mighty god of war, no one would dare to come and steal their stuff. Feeling nervous, Tung Tsang looked at her openly and answered in a deep voice, "No orc tribes near here dare to oppose me. You're quite clear about your own strength." Sandy lowered her head and whispered,
"Huh."
Tung Tsang looked down, his eyes dark as he looked at her. I mean, who could have done this?" Sandy hurried to explain. The orc continent is vast. Within 100 miles of the Black Abyss tribe, there are few other orc tribes left. Most small tribes had already been destroyed by fierce beasts, and some migrated to the Black Abyss tribe. A few others, skilled at protecting themselves, live scattered around and do not interfere with each other. Most orcs are honest and simple. As long as they can fill their stomachs, they don't have the greed to attack other tribes or seize territory like humans do. These tribes hold markets at fixed times and places every few months, exchanging goods. This is their only way to share information. The Black Abyss tribe's white crystal stones are obtained this way. All the orcs in these tribes know Tung Tsang is powerful and wouldn't foolishly attack him or steal his things. The mysterious orcs who attacked the pangolin team remain a puzzle. While everyone was puzzled, Ing Rue returned quickly. "King, I found several orcs poisoned, including 2 pangolin orcs." One was bitten by a snake from the tiger snake clan, Ing Rue reported. Can the poison be cured? Sandai asked worriedly. Although orcs often go hunting and face danger daily, these orcs were attacked because of her words. She convinced them to come to the Black Abyss tribe to mine. If not for her, they might still be safe. Ing Rue shook his head regretfully. The poison from the tiger snake clan is deadly. They were poisoned, fled, and only just returned after a long time. If it's just a little toxin, it might be okay, but... He paused, his brow furrowing uncontrollably. They seemed to have used deadly force, passing all the toxins into their bodies. I can't save them anymore. The atmosphere grew tense. An orc asked, tiger snake orcs, could they be the two tiger snake companions who were expelled by the king, Snake Xiaomian? Could they be coming back to revenge on the tribe? That's possible. Those two tiger snake orcs don't look trustworthy. During hunting, the king ordered not to use poison, but they deliberately used poison to hunt, which meant only they could eat the prey they caught. The orc next to him immediately started analyzing. But where did they find helpers? The nearby tribes wouldn't help them, so who else could it be? Suddenly, a pangolin orc remembered. Oh, I heard orcs calling their leader the king. The leader's orc form is that of a scorpion. The group's eyes are all red, like wild animals. These aren't just animals without intelligence, but fierce beasts, ready to tear them apart at any moment. I've never seen such orcs before. The king? Sandy raised an eyebrow. This orc calls himself a king just like Tung Song, showing he has big ambitions. Could he be targeting Tung Song this time? I remember now. When I went to the market to exchange supplies, I heard other tribes' orcs say there's a group of exiled beasts nearby. They often gather and sometimes attack hunting orcs. The leader is a scorpion orc. I've also heard of them. Most of these exiled orcs are highly poisonous. It's said. When they have no food, they even eat other orcs. The orcs who have eaten other orcs are said to have red eyes. Several orcs from the He Yuan tribe spoke up. The pangolin orc, isolated from the outside world and rarely interacting with other tribes, naturally hadn't heard these stories. But He Yuan was one of the biggest tribes nearby, and other tribes' orcs were willing to share these rumors, hoping He Yuan could help eliminate the threat. Hearing that orcs eat other orcs, everyone's face turned pale. Orcs eating orcs? The pangolin orc's eyes turned red. Are 5 tribe members who died. Does that mean they were eaten by them? No wonder those orcs fought like wild animals, biting and tearing them apart. No wonder. Exiled orcs? Sandy looked puzzled. She hadn't heard this new term before. Could it be a new type of orc? The orcs who were expelled from the tribe for making mistakes are called exiled beasts. The tribe's original intention was to let them fend for themselves, but a few years ago, a group of exiled beasts surprisingly gathered together and survived outside the tribe. They have no fixed homes and are mostly violent and fierce, finding pleasure in hunting and killing animals.
Eagle, we explain it softly.
Sandy suddenly understood. 1 or 2 orcs being expelled from the tribe won't live long, but if their numbers grow, they might survive. Usually, orcs expelled from the tribe are those who don't value their own lives. Without the tribe's restrictions, their evil thoughts can grow endlessly. It's like a criminal gang. Tomorrow we will go and eliminate this group of wicked exiled beasts, said the orc from the Black Abyss tribe with hatred for evil. That might not work, frowned Eagle Rue. Exiled beasts live in the forest and know the terrain better than us. They are good at escaping and ambushing. We don't even know where they hide. If we go out recklessly, we might be ambushed by them. Hearing Eagle Rue's words, the orcs looked serious. Then what should we do? With exiled beasts around, how can we mine white crystal ore in the future? We can't always be on guard against their attacks, said the armadillo orc with a guilty look. Sorry, if we had discovered them earlier, we wouldn't have been beaten like this or delayed mining the white crystals. It's okay, you all rest and recover first. The white crystal mines are right there. They can't move away. Once you're healed, we can go and mine, Sandy comforted the orcs. Seeing Sandy's worried face, Tung Song said in a deep voice, Tomorrow, I will go and lure out these exiled beasts to see if we can find their resting place. Even if they don't have a fixed home, they must have a temporary camp. Otherwise, how could more than 200 orcs be commanded by that scorpion tribe orc? Hearing Tung Tsong's words, Sandy's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She secretly glanced at Tung Tsong's cold side profile. In the books, unless he's the main villain or opposed to the protagonist, Luo Yuer and Hu Lai, he is almost invincible and unstoppable. How can an orc like Hu Lai, who has no strength or brains, ultimately defeat Tung Tsong? It can only be through the protagonist's halo, causing Tung Tsong to suffer misfortune, get hurt, and finally make Hu Lai look good. She was reading a book at the time and found the plot too melodramatic, so she skipped through it. She didn't remember the specific details of this part, only vaguely recalling that Tung Kong seemed to be badly injured and was eventually taken advantage of by Hu Li, who stole the credit. This caused many orcs to start following Hu Li.
No.
You can't go, Sandy blurted out. She cared deeply about her strong support. She couldn't let anything happen to him. The orcs around looked at her sharply. Tung Kong's gaze also fell on her face, dark and mysterious. Was this young female worried about him?
Why?
Tung Kong asked calmly, showing no emotion. Feeling the intense attention from the orcs, Sandy realized her reaction was too strong. I mean, these exiled orcs are very cruel and probably very cunning. If the king goes directly, they might get scared and run away, never coming out again. She hurriedly made up an excuse. Tung Kong looked at her thoughtfully and asked softly then, "Who do you think should go instead?" Of course, it should be Hu Li, that little troublemaker. Sandy muttered silently in her mind. When she lifted her head again, her clear eyes shone like stars. Your Majesty, the choice of person isn't the most important. What's crucial is to lure them out, find their current hiding place, and catch them all at once. Catch them all at once?
Yes.
That means eliminating every last one. Tung Kong nodded, clearly satisfied with her answer. So, what good ideas do you have? Your Majesty, I need a few orcs who are good at hiding, clever, and fast at traveling. Sandy already had a rough plan in mind.
Good.
As for who to send to lure out the exiled orcs, just send the orcs in the tribe who haven't joined the hunting team and are the worst at hunting, Sandy said with a sly smile. The orcs looked at Ting Ting and saw that he signaled for them to listen to Sandy's instructions. They immediately followed. Sandy then saw 5 living men kneeling before her, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into 5 wild animals, 2 large gray wolves and 3 big white tigers. Sandy nodded. The beast men from the wolf and tiger clans matched her requirements well. Sandy, are you sending us to kill the exiled beasts? Are 5 of us enough? One wolf beastman asked. Although they were happy to be chosen by Sandy and confident in their strength, they still felt a bit nervous about facing over 200 exile beasts. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to attack the exile beasts directly. I have a different plan, Sandy said with a slight smile. She wanted to train scouts. In ancient warfare, scouts played an important role in gathering military information. Beastmen are often wild, and even when attacking other beastmen, they tend to use brute force. But these exiled beasts are highly venomous, and Sandy didn't want Ting Ting or the others to get poisoned or for Tiger Fire to miss out. The best way is to avoid direct conflict. What they need most now is information about the exile beasts. Not fighting the exile beasts? Then what are we supposed to do? All 5 beastmen looked confused. Ting Ting also looked at Sandy curiously, wondering what new idea this little female had. Just remember, your goal isn't to kill the exile beasts, but to bring back information about them. If you find exile beasts in the forest, do not reveal yourselves. Try to follow them secretly and gather more details, Sandy explained.
Why?
The beastmen asked, puzzled. Following the exile beasts without letting them notice? What's the point? Beastmen never do such sneaky things. Only by understanding everything about the exile beasts can the king lead the beastmen to eliminate them all. If we attack suddenly and only kill 1 or 2, the others will find out and hide even better, making it harder for us to catch them. We might never succeed, Sandy replied. The 5 beastmen looked confused, as if they understood but also didn't quite get it. But they knew they couldn't reveal themselves and just had to bring back the information. We'll listen to you, Sandy. Yes, you're so smart.
You must be right.
Don't worry. Even if I die of old age, I won't let the exiled beasts find me, the beastmen assured her one after another. Hearing their honest words, Sandy couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Ting was deep in thought. Catching them all at once? This little female's method really is clever. Sandy then shared some important tips with them. If you use this method properly, it can also be applied to the wild beasts. Ting thought about how the orcs in the tribe were often attacked by wild beasts or accidentally entered their nests. Only then would he lead the orcs to find and eliminate the beasts. When they didn't find any, he had to patrol the forest with the tribe members. This not only delayed the orcs' hunting time, but often ended in failure. If just a few orcs could find the exact location of the wild beasts, it would save a lot of effort and time. Ting looked at Sandy with eyes full of hope, as if he saw a treasure. Let's do as Sandy says. Yes. In the forest, a few orcs gathered the bodies of armadillo beastmen and their prey, with blood staining the fallen leaves. What are all these things? Why did Ting tell us to dig up these stones? Scorpion asked roughly, kicking the coal stones in a bamboo basket. Standing nearby were two tall, slender male orcs. If Snake Little Cotton was here, she would recognize them as the tiger snake orcs who had been her companions for a few days. The tiger snake leader picked up a black stone and shook his head. I don't know what these black stones are for, but this white one. He picked up a white crystal and licked it, eyes brightening. This is a white crystal, better than beast blood. I didn't expect the king, no, Ting would find so many white crystals. White crystals. Scorpion finally looked at the basket filled with white stones. Are all these white crystals? Are they so big? He had stolen many white crystals from other tribes before, but they were small grains. These white crystals are larger than fists. The second tiger snake orc held a white crystal and offered it to Scorpion. Your Majesty, try this. Scorpion took a bite and found it salty and bitter, just like the taste of white crystals. Good. Good. You two have found so many white crystals, great merit. Today, the bodies of the orcs we killed will be divided between you two. Scorpion laughed loudly. At his words, the nearby orcs looked at each other with envy. Their crimson eyes fixed on the tiger snake brothers, saliva dripping from their mouths. They desperately wanted to the bodies. Since eating orcs, they had become addicted. Eating wild animals could fill their stomachs, but only eating orc meat could satisfy their craving. Thanks for the king's reward. The tiger snake brothers immediately knelt down to thank him. King, I just saw where these orcs dug up the white crystal stones. Why don't we guard that place and take the white crystal stones from Ting? He will definitely come back to take them. When he does, you can kill him, and then all the orcs in the Black Abyss tribe will be our food. The leader of the Tiger Snake clan raised his head, eyes glowing red as he made a suggestion. Ting drove them out of the tribe, causing them to suffer outside, and separated them from their hard-earned mates. They have long harbored hatred. After meeting the Scorpion Owl, the two of them decided to join the exile beasts and accepted the Scorpion Owl as their king. They originally planned for the Scorpion Owl to attack the Black Abyss hunting team, steal the orcs' meat, and get revenge. But unexpectedly, they discovered this group of armadillo orcs. Seeing how well Ting treats the new armadillo orcs, letting them eat well and drink happily while they were driven out, made them resentful. All right, you two, you've brought me such good news right away. After we kill Ting and take over the Black Abyss tribe, I will let you choose any orcs you want. The Scorpion Owl laughed loudly, waving his hand. Let's go see where Ting is digging for white crystal stones. Tonight, all the orcs will feast on white crystal stones until they're full. In just half a day, the 5 orcs fully understood and remembered Sandy's instructions. The next morning, Ting arranged for the orcs to go mining again. Most of the tribe only knew that the armadillo orcs had been attacked and their stones stolen, but they didn't know who did it. The orcs who didn't join the hunting team, like Huli, naturally became the ones to mine the stones. When Huli was chosen, Luo Yuer was very happy. Huli, you must mine the white crystal stones well. Bring back more. I heard that orcs who mine white crystal stones get priority in getting prey and more stones. My son, and I are counting on you. Luo Yuer changed her attitude towards Huli, bringing her 2 cubs to see him off. She emphasized more so he would hide extra stones on himself while mining. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about not having enough salt, and she wouldn't have to drink disgusting beast blood. As for the unrefined white crystal stones being toxic, once ground fine, the orcs wouldn't be able to tell the difference. She could trade them with other orcs without anyone noticing. She was so clever. Huli frowned, not as happy as Luo Yuer. But the king doesn't even let us join the hunting team. Why would he send me to mine white crystal stones? And what about the attack on the armadillo orcs yesterday? He always felt something was wrong. Oh, stop overthinking. Maybe the king saw our potential for raising chickens and wants to promote you, she said. Look at these orcs. Which one is more powerful than you? The armored orcs are useless. If you go personally, you'll definitely be stronger than them. You might even catch the orc that stole the white crystal yesterday and make a big achievement. Ruo Yuer is a bit impatient, but still patiently tries to persuade him. Why think so much? First, bring back the white crystal. Huli thinks about it and agrees. The armored orcs are not very strong. If he can catch the orc from yesterday, he can make a good impression in front of the king. The king will see his strength and let him join the hunting team. Encouraged by Ruo Yuer's praise, Huli quickly dismisses his doubts and leads the team out. The team includes his own people and many orcs chosen by Sandai, who usually like to be lazy and take shortcuts. There are also vegetarian orcs and injured orcs who want to join, but Sandai refuses them all. Sandai feels no guilt because, in the original story, these sneaky orcs enjoy the protection of Tinkong. When danger comes, they are the first to betray Tinkong and stab him in the back. After sending Huli away, Ruo Yuer proudly lifts her chin at Sandai and makes a mouth gesture. Just wait and see. Then, like a victorious rooster, she twists her hips and leaves.
Sandai ignores Ruo Yuers Provokation.
When the team disappears into the forest, 5 orcs quietly appear behind her.
Go now.
Follow them. Remember, your goal is to bring back information. If you can find the habitat of the exiled beasts, that's even better. Since the exiled beasts feed on orcs, they probably won't attack just once. With 5 bodies and over 200 exiled beasts, there won't be enough for everyone. They must hide in the shadows like rats, ready to strike at any moment. The mining team is large and not good at fighting, so ambushing the hunting team is more profitable. Sandai isn't worried that the other side will give up such a big prize.
Yes.
The 5 orcs nod and quickly disappear into the jungle. In the forest, Huli confidently leads his team toward the white crystal mine. They reach near the mine without encountering danger, which makes Huli even more confident. But just after passing through the tunnel, a strong smell of blood rushes into the air, more disgusting and foul than animal blood. Orcs are attacking. The white crystal mine has been taken over by orcs. How can we mine the white crystals now? Let's run. Strange orcs come from all directions, causing the orcs to hesitate and want to retreat. Before leaving, the king had warned them to prioritize their safety. Huli's face darkens. He remembers Ruo Yuer's words. If he captures these orcs, he can make a big achievement. Nobody is allowed to run. Pangolin beastmen are useless. That's why they got hurt by those beastmen. We are all strong beastmen in the tribe. How could we lose to them? Capture the white crystal mine and catch those beastmen. The king will reward us greatly. Tiger Fierce Big Pancake attracted some beastmen. Yes, catch them and we'll make a great contribution. The king might reward us with lots of white crystals. Then I can find a mate.
Charge.
Many beastmen, full of passion, followed Tiger Fierce and charged forward. Afternoon. The tribe's veterinarian gathered everyone again. Was there another beastman attack today? Where did it happen? Is it the same group from yesterday? They are so cruel. Today, half of the beastmen didn't come back. The unknowing beastmen looked at the heavily injured mining team, worried. Now, who dares to go mining? What's going on today? Why are there more casualties than yesterday? Tung Tsong asked coldly. Tiger Fierce, how did you get hurt like this? Those vicious beastmen. How could they be so cruel? Luo Yuer pushed through the crowd and rushed to the bloodied Tiger Fierce. Tiger Fierce was pressed down on his wound and gasped in pain. Feeling Tung Song's cold gaze, he nervously explained, "King, these beastmen are too cruel. There are even more of them than yesterday. We are no match for them." Tiger Fierce lowered his head, a hint of relief in his eyes. Anyway, Tung Song was in the tribe, and no one knew exactly how many beastmen there were. The injured beastmen were just trying to escape, and didn't know much. Even if he lied, no one would find out. "Really? How many beastmen did you encounter today?" Tung Song asked expressionlessly. 3. No, over 400. That's as many as a small tribe. The beastmen present gasped. Yesterday there were over 200. Today, over 400. Next time, there might be more than the tribe itself. What if they attack the tribe? Tiger Fierce, are you sure? Are there really that many beastmen?
Sandy asked.
Tiger Fierce frowned and looked at Sandy with displeasure. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself.
How could I lie to you?
Strangely, Sandy's look made him feel a bit guilty. At that moment, a white tiger ran back from outside the tribe, quickly transforming into human form and bowing before Tung Song. "King, he's lying. That exile beastmen group doesn't have that many, only about 200. Tiger Li's face turned pale. Just as he was about to argue, the white tiger orc continued. They weren't attacked on the road. They reached the white crystal stone mine, which was occupied by the exile beasts. Everyone saw that the exile beasts wanted to escape first, but Tiger Li ordered them to attack, causing heavy casualties. Not all the orcs who didn't return were killed. Some were captured and immediately betrayed the tribe, joining the exile beasts. Hearing the white tiger orc's words, the orcs present looked at Tiger Li with anger and disgust. This guy is full of lies and even dares to deceive the king. And those traitors who betrayed the tribe and joined the exile beasts serves them right if they died. Such traitors don't deserve to be our kin." The orcs were furious. They hated traitors the most. Sandy squinted her eyes. "Isn't this just cleaning up the trash for the big villain?
Who are you?
How dare you slander my Tiger Li? You're just spouting lies. If you say he's lying, I can say you're lying too." Luo Yuer was furious, stood up and scolded, then looked at Tung Song. "King, don't believe this guy's words. He's just jealous of Tiger Li." Tiger Li quickly explained, "King, I swear I am loyal to you." The white tiger orc glanced at Luo Yuer and Tiger Li. "I was following your orders and saw everything with my own eyes. What else do you have to say?" Behind them, more orcs returned, detailing everything about Tiger Li's team. Tiger Li suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. How could they know so much?
Was he played?
Luo Yuer also realized this and glared angrily at Sandy. "You wicked woman, it's definitely you causing trouble again." The Black Abyss tribe only had this wicked woman who was always enemies with them. Sandy raised an eyebrow and asked, "How are you sure it was me?" Luo Yuer blurted out, "Only fools like those beasts wouldn't see through such tricks."
"If it wasn't you, who else could it be?"
Hearing this, the other orcs looked at Luo Yuer with fiery eyes. How dare this female call them stupid? They admitted Sandy was smarter, but that didn't mean she could insult them casually. Feeling the dangerous looks around her, Luo Yuer was a little panicked. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant Sandy is cunning. You all were tricked by her. She's setting us up." But no one listened to her excuses. "Enough. Take them away. Tiger Li will not be treated. Today, we won't bring back the white crystal stones, and food supplies will stop." With a loud command, Tung Kong ordered, and some orcs stepped forward to drag Hu Lai and the others away. The other orcs in the group felt nervous and dared not disobey the king's orders. The king seemed to know exactly what they said and did. Would they not be able to hide anything from the king in the future? They had once considered defecting to the rebels, but they were too timid and not foolish enough to risk being eaten by the rebels if they joined them. If they managed to escape and return, the king would heal their wounds and even give them food. However, their plan failed. Watching Hu Lai being taken away, Sandy felt a bit sad. If Hu Lai had also defected to the rebels today, Kong wouldn't tolerate him. Still, it was a small gain that Hu Lai and the traitor caused a distraction. King, the rebels have taken over our white crystal stone mine and turned it into their camp. It looks like they want to fight us to the end. What should we do now? That's white crystal stone. We can't just give it up, someone said. Don't worry. They can't escape. Tomorrow, the king will lead us to wipe out the rebels, another added. The orcs discussed eagerly. Kong stayed silent and looked at Sandy. Sandy was thinking about how she had finished her task for the day and was planning what delicious food to make for the little ones tonight when she suddenly felt Kong's gaze. What's your idea? Kong suddenly asked. All the orcs turned to Sandy, their eyes full of expectation. Sandy, being the smartest female, might have a better plan.
Me?
Sandy pointed to herself with her finger, looking a bit confused. She didn't know much about fighting or strategies. But seeing everyone's hopeful eyes, she couldn't shake her head. She could only tough it out and try to boost morale. After thinking for a moment, she said, I think the king shouldn't rush to attack them.
Why?
Kong raised an eyebrow. The young female was always able to say something different. First, we haven't finished refining the white crystal stones we dug up earlier. We shouldn't rush. Second, the rebels took over the white crystal mine, probably expecting us to attack and take it back. They are ready and waiting for us to come to them. Although there are more than 200 orcs, and the king can lead the warriors to fight them without fear, they all use poison. I don't want any orcs to get poisoned or hurt. They won't wait for the king. They will gradually become lazy and doubt whether the king will come. When they are tired and resting, the king can attack then. The attack will be more successful. Sandai kept talking, almost convincing herself. Of course, her main thought was that the exiled beast was cunning and ruthless, likely smarter and more scheming than these orcs. She thought waiting a few more days could help them gather more information from the 5 orcs. That makes sense. Sandai is very thoughtful. I agree, waiting a few days is good. It will drive those exiled beasts crazy. Yes, they have no food, so they'll probably eat the traitors first. They deserve it. Orcs are not stupid. They just lack guidance. As soon as Sandai finished speaking, some orcs immediately thought of more ideas. All right, let's do as you say, Kong decided firmly. The orcs in the tribe had no objections. In the following days, the 5 orc scouts continued to gather information near the exiled beast's territory. As Sandai predicted, they brought back useful details, such as the exiled beasts placing poisons along their main paths. They also waited a few days, believing Kong was too timid to attack, and resumed their day and night patrols. The orcs, having learned this, trusted Sandai's words even more. On the 6th day, all the white crystal ore in the tribe had been refined. Kong decided to lead 300 orcs to attack the exiled beasts in the morning and reclaim the white crystal mines. This time, not only the Tingsha orcs but also other tribes volunteered to join, despite knowing the danger. Usually, Kong would think they slowed the team down, but now he saw this as a good opportunity. The orcs were very excited and eager to contribute to the tribe. The exiled beasts were active day and night, resting just before dawn, when they were most tired and vulnerable, maximizing the difference in strength between the two sides. Sandai had earlier asked Eagle Rue for medicinal herbs, packed in a beast hide bag, and managed to catch up with the team before they left. Wait, King, can I come too? She hurriedly waved to Kong at the front of the team. What do you want to do? Kong stopped and looked back at her. Why does this young female always want to get close to danger? Of course, she was worried that the story might follow its original course and that Kong might have an accident again. Sandai muttered in her mind, patting her bag. I brought herbs. If any orcs get poisoned, I can help detoxify them. Otherwise, it'll be too late once we return to the tribe. The herbs she brought from Eagle Rue's seed pack included antidotes. Seeing Kong still expressionless, unable to tell if he was happy or angry, Sandai quickly added, the exiled beasts are very malicious and unpredictable. If they try to poison you first, that would be bad. You are the tribe's leader, and nothing should happen to you. Tung Tsong's tightly knit brows loosened a little. After saying so much and going in circles, It turned out that the little female was worried about herself. That's good. She's special after all. If she isn't allowed to go, she might hide somewhere feeling sad. Come up, Tung Tsong beckoned softly, like calling a pet cat. Sandai's eyes lit up with joy, not noticing the gentle affection in Tung Tsong's gaze. She ran over confidently, and, once Tung Tsong transformed into a soaring snake, skillfully climbed up. The beast men had seen this scene many times. It was normal to see Sandai standing on the king's beast form. Only Sandai would dare to do such a thing. A group of beast men set out together. Behind the bushes of the tribe, 3 small heads huddled together. Big brother, second sister. What if the king becomes our dad? I feel like Mom really likes the king, Sandai's younger brother, Sandai, said, propping his chin with his hands, his round eyes fixed on Sandai and Tung Tsong's figures. Their mother didn't want them to come, but they sneaked over anyway. Do you want Mom to get angry? Sandai's older sister, Sandai, knocked on her younger brother's head, glaring. Mom said they weren't supposed to find her a partner. Sandai rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. I didn't mean it. I was just saying, maybe Mom likes the king, so she doesn't want Brother Eagle and Brother Snake to be her partners. Think about it, Mom never sits in other beast forms, only the king's. Of course. Mom is the strongest. She should sit in the strongest beast form. Ordinary beast men aren't good enough for her. Sandai thought it was obvious and didn't see any problem. Sandai rubbed her younger brother's small head. All right, stop talking about this. If Mom gets angry again, we won't help you.
Oh.
Sandai wanted to say more, but then he thought, if the king becomes our dad, wouldn't Little White really fight us for Mom? Better forget it. Near the White Crystal Mine, after waiting for several days, Scorpion Owl was getting impatient. What's going on? You two said Tung Tsong would definitely bring beast men to take back these white crystals. Why hasn't he come yet? It was because he listened to the Tiger Snake brothers that he stayed here, not hunting during these days. To prevent Tung Tsong from coming and finding no beast men at the camp, the other exiled beast men rarely went out. Their prey was scarce, over 200 exiled beast men, and the dozen beast men who surrendered last time were almost out of food. Those useless ones. Do they even deserve to be their companions? Several days passed, and his patience was finally gone, replaced by some frustration. I don't know what's going on. It shouldn't be like this. The tiger serpent leader scratched his head, looking confused. Are you two playing tricks on me? The scorpion owl's face darkened, ready to get angry, but the second tiger serpent quickly explained, King, we dare not deceive you. It must be that Tung Kong heard of your fame and was afraid to come. A few days ago, a group of orcs escaped, and they probably went back to tell Tung Kong how powerful you are. Hearing the compliment, the scorpion owl's expression softened. Looks like this kid got lucky. He waved his hand. No more waiting. All the orcs go back to rest. Tonight we go hunting to gather strength. Tomorrow, we will hunt down their hunting team. Since Tung Kong isn't coming, he decided to go after his own people. King is mighty. Kill them all. The exiled beasts gathered together, raising their arms in cheers. The tiger serpent brothers sighed in relief. When they were in the tribe, everyone said Tung Kong was unpredictable and quick to anger. But after joining the exiled beasts, they realized that the real unpredictable one was Scorpion Owl. He could kill and eat anyone at a moment's notice, even his own comrades. They had fought and bled together, yet he still ate them without hesitation. As the sun peeked over the mountain, the exiled beasts found places to sleep. They didn't dig caves. Nearby, there were burrows once used by armadillo people, so they took over those. Some even slept directly on rocks or on tree branches, showing no care. Once the 5 scouts from the Black Abyss tribe confirmed that all the exiled beasts were asleep, they silently returned to report to Tung Kong. Tung Kong immediately led his orcs to attack. With previous experience, he didn't dare leave Sandy outside alone. He arranged for 2 orcs to protect her at the back. Sandy was close to the team and kept behind the others, so she wouldn't be hurt by the exiled beasts. If something unexpected happened, the orcs could quickly escape with her. Sandy knew her place well. Staying out of trouble was the best help she could give Tinkong. She obediently stayed behind, her eyes constantly watching him. The exiled beasts were snoring loudly, their snores louder than thunder. Tinkong moved quickly and precisely, grabbing 2 exiled beasts by the neck in a flash and snapping their necks with a twist. The orcs behind him also took the chance to attack. Some of the sleeping exiled beasts were killed instantly. Others woke up and fought back. But tired and caught off guard, they tried to use poison on the Black Abyss orcs, but the orcs dodged quickly and avoided the attacks. The orcs of the Black Abyss tribe came prepared, attacking during the weakest moment of the exiled beasts, catching them off guard. Tung led the orcs to easily take the advantage. Sandai watched from afar. Strange. We've been fighting for a while, but I haven't seen the leader come out to fight, she wondered. Since the other side claims to be the king, they must have some strength. With such a big commotion, he should have appeared long ago. Tung was also searching for the scorpion tribe beast. With a sweep of his tail, he caught a familiar fleeing figure. It was a large tiger snake, about the thickness of a thigh. Once caught, the tiger snake immediately turned into a human form, begging for mercy. King, I was forced to join them. If I didn't, they would eat me. Please spare my life. The tiger snake boss's legs trembled constantly, and his lips quivered. Ting ignored his words and coldly asked, "Where is the scorpion tribe beast?" There was more than one scorpion tribe beast among the exiled, but they were all weak and clearly not the leader. I'll tell you, the king. No, the scorpion tribe beast is over there. The tiger snake boss quickly pointed in a direction. The scorpion owl didn't sleep with the other exiled beasts. The tiger snake boss thought Ting would spare him because they had once been in the Black Abyss tribe, but before he could finish, his neck was twisted and he died instantly. The corpse collapsed limply on the ground. Ting turned and headed toward the direction the tiger snake boss had just indicated. What's going on? You said Ting wouldn't come, so why did he suddenly bring so many beasts here? The scorpion owl shouted angrily from the shadows, clutching the second tiger snake. Their beasts outnumbered them. So how is this possible? And it happened right when they were resting. When the scorpion owl saw Ting arrive, it was already too late. The exiled beasts had been beaten to a pulp, and he saw how powerful Ting was, so he dared not go out. He knew that going out would be death. He was no match for Ting. I don't know either. The tiger snake boss was also frightened. He had just seen his older brother's neck twisted by Ting. He couldn't understand why it had turned out like this. Previously, whenever Ting found a fierce beast, he would lead the beasts to destroy it the next day. But this time, they waited so long, and when they gave up waiting for Ting, he attacked. Useless. The scorpion owl snapped in anger, kicking the second tiger snake away and pacing anxiously.
He didn't want to die. King, I know a small path.
We can escape while they're not paying attention. The old snake, Tiger, saw the scorpion's worry and climbed up from the ground. Hurry up and speak. The scorpion immediately grabbed Tiger and pulled him closer. It's under that water pool, below where you can swim to the river outside the valley. Tiger stammered. As long as he followed the scorpion, he still had a chance to turn things around. But if he was caught by the eagle, he would definitely die. Now only he and another scorpion beast man remained with the scorpion. The scorpion would surely make them his subordinates. Tiger was thinking to himself. The scorpion quickly led the two of them toward the water pool. As they ran halfway, a black snake tail struck from behind. The scorpion was startled, turned his tail, and pierced through the two beast men standing beside him, shielding himself. With a loud bang, the three were knocked back. Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the wound where he had been stabbed.
King, why?
He asked. The scorpion didn't answer him. Instead, he fell into the water pool and quickly disappeared from sight. What mattered more than the lives of these beastmen was his own. Tung Tsang watched the two beastmen who had been killed by the scorpion's tail on the shore. Tiger was still barely breathing, glaring unwillingly toward the water. He wants to, he started to say, but then he ran out of breath. Tung Tsang frowned, looked at Tiger, and then dove into the water pool. The water was murky and filled with steam, making it hard to see anything. The water was salty and stung his eyes, with a faint smell of blood. He couldn't find the fallen scorpion, so he surfaced again and waited on the shore. After a while, there was no movement at the bottom of the pool. The scorpion beast men couldn't stand salt water, so most of them would have drowned. Soon, the beast men from the Black Abyss tribe arrived at the water pool. "King, we've killed all the exile beasts. Check carefully inside and out again. Make sure none are missed." Tung Tsang looked away from the water and ordered, "Also, send 2 beast men here to guard and see if any climb out of the pool." "Yes," the beast men responded. After checking all the corners and finding no missing exile beasts, Tung Tsang allowed them to rest and tended to the injured beastmen. "King, these are all." A beast man hurried over from the woods near the cave. His face was pale and looked frightened, as if he'd seen something terrible. Tung Tsang followed and saw a field of white bones. Unlike animal bones, these bones were human-shaped, with skulls and leg bones, some broken, likely torn apart to extract marrow. Dozens of scattered bones lay on the ground, mixed with beast carcasses, stained with blood, almost piled up. The orc looked at them briefly and couldn't bear to look directly. Although those bones belonged to traders, seeing the bones of exiled beasts eaten by other beasts was still hard for him to accept. After confirming that no exiled beast was missing, Sandy was allowed to enter.
"King."
Sandy looked around for Tung Tsang's figure. She came to make sure Tung Tsang was safe. Her eyes searched, and she saw Tung Tsang standing outside the forest with a beast. Her face lit up with joy, and she hurried over. "King, are you hurt?" Hearing Sandy's voice, Tung Tsang's usually expressionless face showed a hint of emotion. Before Sandy got close, he took a big step forward and blocked her path. "I'm not hurt," he said simply, blocking her view. The little female was so timid that if she saw so many bones of beasts, she would definitely have nightmares. "King, what are you looking at?" Sandy asked curiously, noticing the pale face of the beast beside Tung Tsang. But before she could tilt her head, Tung Tsang pressed her head with his hand. "Nothing. There's an injured beast over there. Didn't you bring the antidote herbs? Go help them detox." Tung Tsang's tone was firm. He pressed her head with his palm, turning her around so she faced away from the forest. Sandy wanted to take his hand off her head, but when she heard about the injured beasts, she obediently followed him without worrying about being ignored. Tung Tsang released her hand, and after they distanced themselves, he turned to the beast behind him and ordered, "Go clean up all those bones." For beasts were poisoned, and more than 10 others were badly injured, but could still return to the tribe. The most dangerous were the 4 poisoned beasts. The toxin wouldn't wait. Sandy immediately asked the beasts to help. She cut open the poison wounds to drain the toxic blood and used a small clay jar she brought to boil herbal antidote soup. These herbs were planted from seeds Sandy bought at the supermarket. Eagle Rue had tested them before, and they were effective against the toxins of these exiled beasts. Once the soup was ready, Sandy fed each poisoned beast a bowl. The beasts, who had been dizzy, confused, and with purple lips, immediately felt much better. She couldn't do more detailed treatment. She wasn't a doctor. She could only hope they would return to the tribe and see a veterinarian. Fortunately, the beasts weren't killed by the poison here, which made everyone very happy. While everyone was resting, Tung Tsang had already ordered the beasts to clean up all the supplies from the exiled beasts. Soon, an orc arrived carrying the white crystal ore that had been stolen last time, along with supplies for the exiled beasts. "King, these exiled beasts ate the unrefined white crystal ore," the orc reported after checking. He noticed that much of the white crystal ore was missing. "Didn't Sandy say that white crystal ore is toxic? I think these exiled beasts aren't very strong today. Maybe it's because they ate the toxic ore," one orc suddenly suggested. Sandy thought this was possible. Overall, their casualties were not heavy, and they defeated the exiled beasts. That was a good thing. Besides the white crystal ore, the exiled beasts had some food supplies, mostly emaciated prey, mostly animal carcasses. Some had already started to rot, So they didn't want them and simply carried them away to throw far away, to prevent wild animals from being attracted to the white crystal mine and disturbing the orc's work. King, there's still one alive, an orc suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Just after he spoke, Sandy heard whimpering sounds from the pile of animal carcasses. Ow! Sandy curiously looked over and saw an orc pulling out a small white wolf pup from inside the pile. The pup was very weak, sounding faint and breathless. Its eyes were a rare red, and when the orc approached, it even bared its teeth and tried to bite. But even this fluffy little creature, even if it wanted to bite, looked adorable and harmless to Sandy. "Is this an orc cub?" she asked. "No, it's just a regular wolf pup, probably caught by the exiled beasts," the orc answered immediately, with a hint of disdain in his voice. Orcs generally do not hunt young animals or pregnant females. It's an unwritten rule. If all the young animals were caught, the wild beasts wouldn't be able to reproduce, and the orcs would run out of food and starve. But the exiled beasts didn't care about these rules. They believed they wouldn't live long anyway, and they wouldn't have the chance to have offspring or consider future orcs. There's also a female wolf here. She was probably born here after being captured, the orc said as he moved the carcasses of the wild animals. Suddenly he paused. Why does this female wolf have traces of evil energy on her? She's injured. She was hurt by a cursed beast, the orc said with surprise. No wonder the exiled beasts didn't eat her and let her give birth to the little wolf, Sandy said as she moved closer to look. Indeed, there was a light gray female wolf, with several dark wolf pups' bodies beneath her. Only the white wolf pup was white. She reached out her hand, wanting to pet the wolf pup. Sandy really likes small animals, but after being in the beast world for so long, she hasn't interacted much with the local beasts. The orcs are very open, so if she makes any moves, the males might think she wants to mate with them. She has to keep her distance from the orcs. As for the orc cubs in the tribe, Sandy is often surrounded by 3 snake-like cubs, so she has even less chance to get close. Be careful, Sandy. This little wolf cub is very fierce. Watch out, it might bite you, an orc quickly warns. Tung Tsong also steps beside Sandy, his eyes sharp as he looks at the wolf cub, as if daring it to bite. Just as he finishes speaking, Sandy's hand gently touches the cub's head. The orcs are surprised to see this. Sandy, it seems the little wolf cub really likes you. It's not aggressive at all, they say, even though just moments ago, the cub looked wild and untamable. Really? Sandy feels even happier hearing this. She gently strokes the soft, white fur of the cub with her fingertips. Tung Tsong narrows his eyes, quietly watching the curled-up, trembling cub. Does it like her? He wonders if the cub is actually scared. Its little legs are trembling so much they look like they might shatter. But if the female is happy, she must like it, right? Since it likes you so much, take it back and keep it. It's still too young to be weaned and would die if released back into the forest, Tung Tsong says in a deep voice. The cub looks at him silently. Aww. King, can you really give it to me? Sandy asks happily. Tung Tsong nods, looking at the smile on Sandy's face, a gentle light in his eyes. Sandy picks up the cub, which obediently curls in her arms, trembling but not moving. She is very gentle. The more she looks at it, the more she likes it. But I don't plan to eat it. Can I keep it as a pet? Wolves were domesticated from wild dogs, and since this cub is so small, raising it from a young age might make it loyal, like a dog. Maybe it could even guard her home someday. Yes, Tung Tsong glances at the cub's belly, realizing it's a female wolf. Great. Little one, you can come home with me. Don't be afraid. Just be good, and no one will take you away to eat, Sandy says happily, rubbing the cub's head. Feeling Sandy's touch, the cub trembles even more. Poor little thing. Are you cold? Come, get inside my bag. It's made of beast hide, so it should be warm, Sandy says, thinking it's just cold, and gently places the cub inside her bag. The herbs and other miscellaneous items in the bag had all been taken out, just enough space for a small wolf cub. Once inside the bag, the little wolf cub indeed stopped trembling. Sandy finally felt at ease. After a brief rest, Tung Song led the beastmen to set out back to their tribe, the Black Abyss tribe. Besides the beastmen who went out hunting, everyone else was waiting at the tribe's entrance, eager for their king's return. He's back. The king is back. One beastman ran back from outside the tribe. The others hurriedly looked outside and saw a group of blacks moving quickly toward the tribe. When Tung Song and the beastmen entered the tribe, the beastmen saw the white crystal, or they brought back. They knew the king had definitely defeated the exile beasts. All the exile beasts are dead now. There won't be any more fighting over the white crystals. Once the pangolin beast heals, we can go back to mining more white crystals, Tung Song announced loudly in front of everyone. The beastmen cheered happily.
Great.
As expected of the king, he killed all the exile beasts in one go. These exile beasts ate beastmen. They deserve to die. The king is just protecting us. Also, Sandy helped a lot. If it weren't for her ideas, we wouldn't have lost any beastmen today. Many beastmen praised Sandy. Behind the crowd, Luo Yuer listened to their words, feeling angry. It was obviously Sandy's idea that caused Tiger Fierce to get hurt and make mistakes. She knew this woman had bad intentions. All of this is everyone's effort. Sandy didn't dare take credit. She was just a bystander. Tung Song ordered the injured beastmen to see the healer, while the others took the white crystal ore to the pangolin beast and then went back to rest. The fight against the exile beasts was easy, and Tung Song wasn't hurt. Sandy's full attention was on the little wolf cub, so she decided to head back first. Mother! As soon as they reached outside the cave, 3 snake cubs happily ran out to greet her. Today, Sandy deliberately stayed inside the cave, claiming she was taking care of silkworm eggs, so they wouldn't need to go outside to meet her. The last batch of silkworm eggs had already hatched successfully, and Sandy kept some for herself to snack on. The beastmen who raised silkworms in the tribe were doing well, and when she was busy, the 3 snake cubs were often asked for advice. Today, you all stayed at home waiting for Mother. You took such good care of the silkworms and little rabbits. You're so well-behaved. Sandy crouched down and hugged the 3 snake cubs. They had grown used to her affectionate gestures and didn't resist. In fact, they blushed and looked very happy. Mother, what is this? Is it food you brought back? Suddenly, Sang Feng saw the wolf head sticking out of the bag around Sang Dai's waist and exclaimed happily. His eyes shone brightly, and his mouth almost drooled. He wasn't craving meat, but today he only went to Aunt Qing's house for a meal. The taste wasn't as good as his mother's cooking, and now he was hungry. Seeing the little wolf cub reminded him of his mother's delicious food. He couldn't help but lick his lips twice, savoring the memory. The little wolf cub shivered violently. No. Was this female's companion really so cruel? This isn't food. This is something my mother wants to raise, Sang Dai said softly as she picked up the little wolf cub and placed it on the ground. Look, this little wolf cub was born not long ago and lost its mother. It's so sad. We can raise it and maybe let it help us watch the cave in the future. But as soon as she finished speaking, Sang Feng's eyes widened as if facing a great threat.
No.
If it watches the cave, what will I, big brother and second sister do later? Isn't this little wolf cub stealing their jobs? For the first time, Sang Feng felt a sense of danger from a wolf. Sang Qing and Sang Yu also looked nervously at their mother. Did she think they were useless and prefer to raise a wild beast instead of them? Mother, we can watch the cave well. We can eat less and do more chores in the future, Sang Qing said eagerly, grabbing Sang Dai's sleeve. Sang Yu didn't speak, but was already thinking about whether to secretly release her little venomous snake and poison the little wolf cub. Sang Dai couldn't help but smile. Silly little ones, you are my cubs and this is our pet. It's not the same as you, she explained gently.
Pet?
The 3 snake cubs tilted their heads, confused. Yes, a pet is different from you. Think about it later. It can watch the house for us. Then you can go out and play freely and Mother can do other things, Sang Dai said with a smile. Sang Feng pouted and muttered, I'd rather go into my stomach. It seemed useless to argue. Sang Yu hugged her mother's arm and sweetly said, If Mother wants to raise it, then we will too. I'll help feed it. If it's not good, the little venomous snake can bite it to death. Our little Yu is really Mother's caring little cotton-padded jacket. Sangdai felt warm inside and gently rubbed Yu's little head. She got up and went to the cave, avoiding the snake cubs. She took some goat milk powder from the supermarket and prepared a bowl for the little wolf cub. She wasn't sure if drinking cow's milk would cause lactose intolerance, so she chose goat milk powder instead. The little wolf cub was hungry after a long journey. When it smelled the scent of goat milk powder, it immediately moved to the bowl and started licking eagerly. Sipping happily, it drank very contentedly. Watching the little wolf cub drink milk was also very soothing for Sandai. Sanqing unintentionally watched with interest and wanted to reach out and poke the little wolf cub's bottom. However, before touching it, the cub quickly turned its head sharply, a hint of hostility flashing in its red wolf eyes, and it bared its teeth at Sanqing. Startled, Sanqing quickly withdrew his hand. Sandai immediately wiped the smile off her face and said sternly, "Don't be mean to the cubs. If I find out you hurt them, I won't take care of you anymore. You won't get to drink this milk, and I'll send you to see your wolf mother." Although she wanted to raise the little wolf cub, she wouldn't allow it to hurt the cubs. If it tried to harm them, she would have no hesitation in abandoning it. In this animal world, it's not like in the past life where pets are treated as family members. No matter how pets behave, they must be well taught, and if they get sick, they must be cared for without abandoning them. The little wolf cub was still wild and difficult to tame. It wasn't a true pet.
Howl.
After being scolded by Sandai, the little wolf cub whimpered and laid its chin on the ground, looking quite wronged. Seeing this, Sanqing boldly reached out again. This time, the cub didn't resist his touch. Sandai gently let the 3 snake cubs touch the little wolf cub one by one to help it get used to them. Although the wolf cub was reluctant, it sensed that the snake cub's strength was light and their intentions harmless, so it forced itself to hold back the urge to growl. Its tail wagged weakly, hitting the ground occasionally. It understood that being full and well-fed was important. Sandai then showed a satisfied smile. "Not bad, you're quite smart and understanding. Since you've come to our home, I'll give you a name," Sandai said, stroking her chin thoughtfully, then suddenly brightened. "Let's call you Mimi." The little wolf cub looked confused. It raised its head in protest. Sandai pushed the bowl back and gave a threatening look. The cub lowered its head again, whimpering, "Howl." A good wolf doesn't fight with humans. Drinking milk is more important. The 3 snake cubs initially felt a bit jealous. When the little wolf cub received a name from their mother right away, they felt a little upset upon hearing Mimi, but soon they felt relaxed and didn't feel any jealousy. That name wasn't as nice as theirs, and it didn't seem as thoughtful as their mother's care. Sandai's reason for naming the little wolf cub was simply because she thought it was cute. Seeing that no one in the family objected, the name was settled. A few days later, under Rui's treatment, the pangolin clan leader's injuries finally healed, and the other beastman's wounds also recovered. The pangolin clan leader hadn't fully recovered yet, but he chose a capable orc to lead a team to mine white crystal stones. Just recently, the white crystals brought back by Tinkong had been fully refined. The orcs in the tribe gradually received their share of the refined white crystals. Priority was given to the pangolin clan, then to female and hunting orcs. Because of the large amount refined, every orc started to get some. The tribe's orcs were more excited than ever. Even the vegetarian and disabled orcs managed to get some white crystals. These were precious crystals usually only the leader and healer could access in other tribes. The orcs felt very grateful to Sandy. They knew that without her, the tribe wouldn't have so many white crystals. Besides the crystals, the coal mine was also operating smoothly. With the coal mine, the orcs didn't need to cut down many trees and could speed up the crystal refining process. Sandy didn't need to leave her home to know how happy the orcs were. She found new items on the supply list at the supermarket. This time, they used a salt mine detector to find salt deposits, allowing the orcs to enjoy salt. They also used herbal seeds to grow herbs that saved many orcs, benefiting the entire Black Abyss tribe. There were many good items on the list. The most noticeable were various fish and shrimp fry, and more types of herbal seeds. Sandy was delighted to see the descriptions of these highly reproductive and tasty fish and shrimp fry. These are all meat. If they can breed them, they won't have to worry about food during floods. Since wild animals are afraid of water, these creatures are not. They are kept in lakes, and orcs can go fishing in the rain without much danger. Orcs are strong, and getting caught in the rain isn't a big deal. But how could she persuade Tinkong to raise fish and shrimp? It seemed that orcs in the Black Abyss tribe didn't usually eat fish or shrimp. Never mind, she would go find Tinkong first. If he disagreed, she would think of another way. Sandy immediately found Tinkong, who was inspecting the orcs refining white crystals in the tribe. Whenever he came, the orcs worked with great enthusiasm. Tinkong visited every few days to prevent some orcs from thinking the king was neglecting them and developing bad ideas. Sandy spotted Tinkong in the crowd and ran over.
King, I want to.
Okay, Tinkong interrupted before she finished.
Sandy.
Tung Tsong turned his head. His deep eyes glanced at her. You have brought a lot of good luck to the tribe. Whatever it is, I approve. That is my promise to you. His intense gaze nearly made Sandy feel hypnotized. She quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding. This villain always speaks so passionately to everyone. People might think he's confessing love to her. Taking a deep breath, Sandy raised her head again, calmed her emotions, and explained her purpose. Raising fish and shrimp? Isn't that only something weak cat tribe beasts would eat? Tung Tsong looked confused. Fish with many bones, little meat, a fishy smell, and easy to choke on, beasts don't like to eat it. Only cat tribe beasts enjoy it, and some herbivorous beasts who can't catch prey might catch it to eat. Also, how would you raise these in water? Tung Tsong had never heard of such a thing. Recently, the beasts are in their breeding season. Fish and shrimp in lakes and rivers are also breeding. I thought back in the tribe, I saw my mother eat a kind of fish with few bones and fresh taste. We could try to raise some. If everyone doesn't like to eat it, we can give it to herbivorous beasts or keep it for emergencies, Sandy explained with a prepared excuse. To raise fish and shrimp, just find a suitable spot in or near the tribe, dig a reservoir. It can store water and also raise fish and shrimp. That way, they won't escape, and it can also serve as a food reserve. She listed the benefits. Fish and shrimp bought from the market are not ordinary. They are large, have fewer bones, and more meat. That's the basic standard. It's hard to please everyone, so she couldn't guarantee all beasts would like it. But as a food stock, it's an excellent choice. Just catch some breeding fish and shrimp, put them into the reservoir after it's dug. The feed, fish and shrimp eat grass, which is simple, Sandy said. Her hometown has many farmers who raise fish. She saw fishermen planting grass by the pond, tossing it in to feed the fish. This traditional method suits the beasts well. As for the fish and shrimp fry, she would secretly put them into the reservoir later. The reservoir is so big that no one would check how many fish or shrimp are inside. All right, I trust you. How big should the reservoir be? I'll arrange for beasts to dig it. Tung Tsong nodded. He immediately called over a tongue snake beast. Seeing Tung Tsong agree so readily, Sandy felt a bit embarrassed. After all, these tasks are very labor-intensive and time-consuming. Hard work. King, I have one more thing to discuss, Sandy said, tapping her fingernails nervously. Our tribe often experiences heavy rain. When the water is high, the reservoir fills up, and fish and shrimp tend to escape. I want to dig some drainage channels near the reservoir. Without proper drainage, the reservoir will definitely flood. The caves where the Black Abyss tribe's orcs live are quite high, but the land around is flat. Although the recent flood didn't drown the caves, it did affect the orcs' travel. By digging a few channels connecting the river and the reservoir and opening them during floods, we can control the water flow. We can block the fish and shrimp with stones at the water outlet, and with proper drainage, the reservoir can act as a buffer to prevent flooding in the tribe. Okay, Tung Tsong agreed immediately. Digging the reservoir and channels isn't difficult. Ordinary males can do it. Once Tung Tsong gave the order, many orcs eagerly volunteered. Sandy initially thought only 20 or 30 orcs would help, which would be good enough. After all, males are busy hunting and females and young ones can't do heavy work. But when she went to choose the location for the reservoir, she saw over 100 orcs gathered in an open space. Their eyes shone brightly and eagerly, ready to act at any moment. Let's do it here. Tung Tsong led Sandy around the tribe, both inside and outside. Sandy finally chose a spot outside the tribe, about 1 kilometer away. The terrain was moderate, with good access to water and drainage. During rain, orcs could also fish there. Even if the drainage system failed, it wouldn't threaten the tribe's safety. Sandy liked her chosen spot more and more. Holding a basket of ashes, she stood on Tungshi's back and sprinkled ashes around as markers, roughly outlining the location and size of the reservoir and channels. The orcs then began working. Because there were many, 2 groups could work at the same time. Various male orcs, with different animal shapes, dug the earth, carrying away baskets of soil and stones. Sandy watched, feeling very safe. This was the tribe's life insurance against floods. Only when they ate well, wore warm clothes, and stayed healthy could they resist beast attacks. The orcs worked for 10 days straight, finally completing the reservoir and channels. The last channel was opened, and water rushed into the reservoir. The orcs also threw in fish and shrimp they caught, which were about to lay eggs. Once the water level was enough, a few orcs worked together to block the water inlet with a huge stone. While everyone cheered, Sandy crouched by the reservoir, releasing the large number of fish and shrimp she bought from the supermarket into the water. As for the small fish and shrimp she released, they could compete freely. Fish and shrimp fry are placed nearby, but Sandy didn't notice a male approaching from behind. "Hey, Sandy, what are you doing?" A curious teenage boy looked at her. Today, the water was released into the reservoir, and many young cubs in the tribe, who haven't started hunting yet, came to watch. Most of the beastmen gathered near the water channel, but Sandy didn't expect a male to come over. She quickly withdrew her hand, pretending to be calm, and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Why aren't you with everyone else?" The boy looked confused and then glanced at the water surface of the reservoir beside her. He frowned and asked, "I think I saw something thrown into the water."
Did you toss something?
It seemed he saw ripples on the water. Sandy's smile froze. No way. Does this kid have such sharp eyes? She was trying to think of a way to lie her way out when suddenly a cold voice came from behind. "There are stones by the reservoir. Falling in is normal." Sandy turned around in surprise and saw the indifferent face of Tung Tsong walking up behind her. "Oh, I see." The boy nodded, feeling a bit intimidated by Tung Tsong. He greeted him and ran to other beastmen. Unexpectedly, the main villain had unintentionally helped her out. Sandy silently gave him extra points in her mind. She was determined to contribute to the tribe and hoped he would live longer. While she was thinking, the main villain bent down, grabbed her arm, and with his strong arm, wrapped around her waist, lifting her up with one hand. Sandy felt weightless, but instinctively wrapped her arms around Tung Tsong's neck to prevent herself from falling. "King, what are you doing?" This guy had a bad habit of acting out without warning, and it hadn't changed. The water in the reservoir is deep. Even males who can't float could drown. "If you want to play near the water, I'll stay with you." Tung Tsong's deep, magnetic voice came from above. Hearing the first part, Sandy thought Tung Tsong was telling her to stay away from the water. But she didn't expect what he said next. Her heart warmed, and her cheeks turned red under the hot sun. Wasn't that a bit too flirtatious? Even the main villain knew how to tease. "I am not playing. I'm not a cub anymore. I just wanted to see the fish in the reservoir," Sandy hurriedly explained. "Now I need to go back."
Put me down.
Just in time, I also want to return to the tribe. Tung Tsong's hand still tightly held her waist, and he turned to walk toward the tribe, without even shifting into beast form. This way, he seemed to be holding her even closer.
Sandy.
"Aren't you just arrived?" Sandy was still forced back to the tribe by Tung Tsong. Luckily, she had just put the fish and shrimp into the reservoir, so there wasn't much for her to do now. Since discovering the crystal stones from Luze, The tribe's orcs have been sending a batch of crystals every few days or 10 days. Each time, it's worth millions in balance. This time, Sandy decided to be generous. Since she didn't have time to wait for the fish and shrimp to reproduce naturally, she bought several million worth of fish and shrimp all at once and dumped them into the reservoir. The reservoir is very large, so she wasn't worried about holding so many fish and shrimp. Even in the tribe, Sandy had the orcs dig some small drainage channels to help with flooding, which could effectively prevent accidents inside the tribe. As soon as they returned to the tribe, they saw a group of vegetarian beasts waiting at the entrance. When they saw Tung Song and Sandy, they hurried over. Sandy thought they had something to discuss with Tung Song. She patted Tung Song's shoulder, finally feeling grounded and prepared to head back. But just a few steps away, she realized these orcs had blocked her way, smiling brightly and looking at her with gratitude.
Sandy,
"Do you need something?" she asked. "Thank you, Sandy, for reminding us earlier that we could harvest the sorghum. We've already collected all the sorghum from that field. We cooked it with water as you suggested, and it's really delicious. It also fills our stomachs," said a male with 2 horns on his forehead. In the Black Abyss tribe, the most common vegetarian beasts are deer, followed by sheep, rabbits, and monkeys. However, these groups are small, only about 10 or so, with a few scattered others. These tribes are weak, low in status, and almost always hungry and cold. It was Sandy's idea that helped them fill their stomachs. "Have you finished harvesting?" Sandy was a bit surprised. "These beasts are really efficient." The male sheep nodded shyly. "We followed your instructions, dried the sorghum, removed the husks, and stored it. We don't dare eat too much, so we can enjoy it slowly." Just then, the other beasts behind him couldn't wait any longer and pushed forward. "Sandy, the sorghum was you who taught us to eat. You also want to brew wine with it. This sorghum is for you. The sorghum stored in our cave is also yours to take whenever you want. Yes, this is my share for you." The beasts all placed their bamboo baskets in front of Sandy. Soon, the ground was filled with bamboo baskets, separated by leaves, with millet hidden inside. Some baskets also contained fresh, colorful fruits. Although the tribe had few members and little strength, they were grateful for Sandy's kindness and wanted to do their best to help her. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Sandy was surprised and flattered. She quickly waved her hands and said, "No need. Since these millet are yours to harvest, you don't have to give them to me. If you need anything, the king will exchange other supplies with you. And there aren't many millet anyway. With so many of you, the amount isn't enough. So, just give me this basket of fruits. I really like eating fruits." Sandy pointed to a basket full of large, juicy, red fruits. It's not that she was particularly kind-hearted, but the simple honesty of these beasts made it hard for her to take advantage of them. "We also found a few millet fields. They're not as big as the one you mentioned, but there's enough millet to eat," the beasts insisted. Tung Song had already stepped in front of Sandy, blocking the view of the other beasts. "Keep these 2 baskets, take the rest back. I will give Sandy the supplies she needs," he said. The beasts looked at each other, afraid to disobey the king's orders. "Yes," they replied. A group of beasts could only look enviously at the single basket that was left behind. The beast who owned that basket was very happy and quickly slipped away, worried that the 2 might change their minds. Sandy couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. It was funny. She, the one receiving, was less excited than the one giving. "Wait a moment." Sandy suddenly remembered something and called out to the departing beasts. They turned around and immediately straightened up, listening carefully. "If you have time, you can pick out the full, unhulled millet grains separately. These can be used as seeds for planting next year or scattered in the millet fields. The millet that grows from these will be better and more abundant," Sandy said. "In the supermarket, there might be herbal seeds, fish and shrimp fry, and later, possibly grain seeds." She was giving a quick explanation so that in the future, the seeds from the supermarket could be mixed with the beast seeds. This way, whether planting or sowing, crop yields could be greatly increased. "Okay, we'll go back and choose now." The beasts responded in unison, none of them finding Sandy's suggestion troublesome. Sandy believed she was doing this for their benefit, and they shouldn't refuse a good thing. The beasts happily left. In their caves, they still had some unhulled millet. Some beasts didn't want to part with the shells, as they found they could eat them too, though the taste wasn't as good. For those living in poverty, some even ate the shells along with the millet. Sandy was unaware of this. Phew, it's just a little sorghum with no real nutrition. Why do you all act so grateful? You really have no sense, thought Luo Yuer as she watched the orcs crowd around Sandy excitedly from afar. This is in modern times. What's the use of eating sorghum rice? It's not enough for the orcs to fill their teeth, and only useless orcs would care about it. They even grow it, just poor farmland. What's the point? When my chickens lay eggs and hatch chicks, and I become a big, I will definitely make Sandy bow to me. Luo Yuer, like a rat in a sewer, dared not show herself, but kept a close eye on Sandy's every move in the dark. King, thank you for making them leave just now. I'll head back first. Sandy's thoughts returned as she considered her situation. She just wanted to get home quickly. Her 3 little ones at home were caring and adorable. Tung Song's gaze flicked over the young female's face. Before he could speak, a rushing snake orc hurried over. King, it's not good. Sandy, you're here too. There's been an incident at the brewing cave. A female drank our white wine and suddenly developed red pimples all over her body and fainted. Sandy's expression immediately turned serious. She asked, when did this happen? Did you call the veterinarian? Just now. A male has gone to get the vet, the snake orc panted as he answered. Take me to see it quickly, Sandy said urgently. The white wine had been brewed a few days ago. Some was given to the veterinarian, and the rest stored in the cave. The longer it stays, the better. Everyone knew it was drinkable, but orcs rarely drank it. They preferred to keep it for healing and treating injuries. So, only a few orcs had tasted it. The snake orc led the way immediately. Before Sandy took 2 steps, she suddenly floated into the air again. I'm fast, said Tung Song with a deep look, then quickly carried Sandy to catch up with the snake orc. Far away, Luo Yuer overheard the snake orc's words, and her eyes lit up. Sandy's brewed wine had a problem? She had to go see what was happening. The details didn't matter. What mattered was that something happened to the female, which would make the orcs distrust Sandy. This was her chance. Luo Yuer kept her distance behind, her eyes full of schadenfreude. Outside the brewing cave, a large group of females and younglings gathered. Most of the orcs in the tribe are out hunting, mining ore, or picking mulberry leaves. The tribe is filled with the elderly, women, and children. Make way, Sandai is coming, said the snake-like beast man leading the way. The surrounding orcs immediately parted to create a small path. Outside the cave, there was a middle-aged female orc, about 30 years old. At this age, she was no longer young among orcs and was almost past her reproductive years. Tung Tian placed Sandai down, who immediately approached to check on her, not daring to move her recklessly. The female's skin was covered with red spots, like a rash, and her face was flushed red. Seeing her chest rising weakly, Sandai quickly told the nearby orcs, everyone, step back a bit and stay away from her. Tung Tian gave a glance, and the orcs retreated about 10 meters. The area became open and the air circulated, allowing the female's breathing to return to normal, though her eyes remained tightly shut, showing signs of pain. Isn't there a male guard at the entrance? Why is she drinking white wine? Sandai asked the leading snake beast man. She is the mate of the male guarding the cave today, the snake beast man replied. He then pulled out a strong-looking male orc from the crowd and scolded him. What's going on? Quickly explained to Sandai. The male orc, nearly 2 meters tall, bowed his head in fear before Sandai and Tung Tian. His voice was hesitant and unclear. Ayan came to see me. She brought me food. I was afraid to eat inside the cave and might dirty it, so I came out. I didn't expect Ayan to sneak some white wine inside and end up like this. Sandai recognized this male orc. He had joined the tribe a month ago. Though not young, he was tall, strong, and steady in his work, so he was promoted to work alongside Tung Tian. His mate, however, loved to seek small benefits, and often clashed with the female orcs in the tribe. Sandai, I'm sorry I didn't guard the white wine properly. That's my fault. But can you save Ian? She might be pregnant with my cubs. The male orc pleaded with a hopeful look. Sandai was shocked. She hadn't expected her to be possibly pregnant. This was a serious matter.
Don't worry yet.
Wait for the veterinarian to treat her. Go prepare some warm water, Sandai said. She observed that Ian seemed allergic to alcohol, with itchy rashes on her skin. Although she had some difficulty breathing earlier, her condition was improving, and she probably didn't need oxygen now. She guessed that Ian probably didn't drink much and had mild symptoms. Mild alcohol allergy can heal on its own just by drinking more water and electrolyte drinks. But she didn't know if Ian was really pregnant and if it would affect the unborn baby. The male immediately went to follow her advice. Seeing his urgency, the watching orcs thought she might not make it. What's wrong with this female? Is she going to die? Probably not. Sandy said that white wine can be drunk, and I heard she secretly drank white wine and ended up like this. But if she can drink white wine, why did she turn into this? She looks so scary. The orcs whispered, questioning what was happening. Linyu hid behind the crowd and listened carefully. She pinched her nose and asked in a sharp voice, could it be poison? Then she quietly moved to a different spot. The orcs in front didn't notice who spoke and soon focused all their attention on that question, ignoring who had said it. No way. Sandy was the first to drink the white wine when it was brewed. Sandy retorted, what do you mean? She made the white wine herself. Maybe she has an antidote, but other orcs don't. Besides her, only Ian drank the white wine. Hearing this, the orcs became excited. It seemed to be true. Most female orcs were friends with Sandy, but some new ones didn't know her well and were quickly convinced by Linyu's words. The veterinarian arrived soon. Ingrue went outside the tribe to pick herbs today, so a middle-aged veterinarian came instead. After examining her for a long time, he shook his head. King, I can't see what illness this female has. The veterinarian had never seen this kind of symptom and didn't know what to do. Can you tell if she's pregnant and if the unborn baby is okay?
Sandy asked.
She guessed that the veterinarian couldn't treat alcohol allergy, and her main concern was the female's unborn baby. The veterinarian sniffed Ian's belly and was surprised. She is pregnant, and the baby is okay for now. He could feel the unborn baby inside her was still alive, just a bit weak, but not in serious danger. Sandy relaxed and was about to have the male observe her again and wait until she woke up to take her back. But nearby, the orc started to get restless. White wine is poisonous. We can't be sure if Ian will wake up. Such a dangerous thing. How can it be used to treat wounds? I wouldn't dare. I heard it's made from sorghum, but isn't sorghum also toxic? I just said that fruits in the forest shouldn't be eaten randomly. Now someone has gotten sick from eating them. King, quickly throw out the white liquor from the tribe. What if another orc accidentally drinks it? That sorghum shouldn't be eaten either. It's better to stick to eating meat. Hearing the orc's words, the male's face changed. He looked nervously at Sandy, lips turning pale, and asked worriedly, Ian, will she die? He was worried Sandy was just trying to comfort him. Don't worry. As long as the red rash on her body goes away and she wakes up, she'll be fine. Just remember not to drink white liquor again, Sandy explained. She then frowned and looked at the troublemaking orcs. These orcs looked unfamiliar, probably new members who recently joined the tribe. Since they often didn't have enough food, they stayed in caves and rarely came out. Sandy raised her voice and explained to these orcs, Ian isn't poisoned. There's no toxin in the white liquor. Her symptoms are just because her body can't handle it, so she can't drink it. Everyone, don't worry. Sorghum is fine to eat as usual. But her words were like a small stone thrown into the sea, quickly swallowed by the water. This white liquor was made by you, so of course you say it's not toxic. I don't know what your intentions are, but you created this poisonous water to harm the injured orcs, right? Even the healer can't see any problem. It must be very toxic. You're such a female, with such malicious thoughts. Fortunately, I arrived late and didn't pick that sorghum. From now on, I won't eat anything made by this female. Leading the others was a few plump-looking females with sharp, harsh voices. They were all new to the tribe. Because they often stayed in caves, Luo Yuer often spoke badly of Sandy when she brought her tiger cubs. These females, sharing the same bad smell, held a strong grudge against Sandy. Luo Yuer watched this scene with glee. No wonder she often complained in front of these females. These foolish natives finally proved useful. I told you, the white liquor and sorghum are not toxic. If you don't believe it, you don't have to eat or drink. Just shut your mouths now, Sandy said sharply, her brows furrowing. She wasn't afraid of these females slandering her. The tribe's orcs trusted her deeply, and their opinions wouldn't change because of their words. But in the future, the Black Abyss tribe would grow several times larger, especially after the flood, with countless new orcs joining. When these troublemakers opened their mouths then, it would cause a huge stir. She must not let them ruin the hard-earned path she had built. The females paused slightly, surprised that this small, gentle-voiced female also had such strong presence. But soon, the fear in their eyes disappeared. This female knew many things, but what use were they? She had taught everything to the tribe's beasts. If they knew so much, they would surely hide it well. There were several females, and in the king's eyes, they were definitely more important than her. When things got serious, the king would surely side with them because they had more people. Females are precious, after all. The females looked proud. Of course we won't eat this. It's better for you to eat it yourself and trick the fools.
Exactly.
Even males are fine, but if weak females or cubs get sick from eating it, that would be a problem. Many new Beast Tribe members had also picked some sorghum. When they heard this, their expressions changed slightly. A female cub, holding a male's arm, clung and pouted. "Daddy, I want to eat sorghum. It tastes so good." The male picked her up and softly coaxed, "Good girl. Today we won't eat sorghum. Daddy will give you sweet fruit, okay?" They could eat their own food without trouble, but their cubs and mates could not. The males valued their mates and cubs more than their own lives. Sandy felt overwhelmed. These troublemakers really knew how to cause trouble. But they were all females. She couldn't just send them away like she did with Snake Little Meon's mate, could she? No tribe would be willing to banish females. Just then, a tiny figure pushed through the crowd. It stood in front of Sandy, with wet black eyes wide in anger, glaring at the Beast Tribe members across. "You fools. You believe everything these fat women say. Annie Dai is the best female. She would never harm us. Xiao Bai?" Sandy looked in surprise at the small figure before her, a cub with half a silver snake mask on his face. Although Xiao Bai was no longer resistant to leaving the cave, he usually went to quiet, less crowded places. He rarely entered groups of people. When there were many Beast Tribe members around, he often took a detour. Even with a mask, he didn't like being stared at by them. Sandy didn't expect him to stand up for her and speak out in front of so many Beast Tribe members. Xiao Bai turned back, his gaze firm, his soft, childish voice strong and clear. "Annie Dai, don't worry. Dad, and I believe in you." After saying this, he ran into the cave. While Sandy looked confused, Little White ran out again, holding 2 stone bowls. "Annie Dai's food is definitely safe. If you don't believe me, my dad and I will prove it." Little White's eyes fixed intently on the females. The females felt a bit nervous under the fierce gaze of those beast eyes identical to Tinkong's. Their voices weakened slightly. "Well, then try it. My dad and I don't know medicine, and we haven't taken the antidote beforehand. If we prove this white wine isn't poisonous, you all have to apologize to Annie Dai," Little White said coldly, word for word. "Why should we? We're just trying to keep everyone safe." The females naturally didn't want to agree. Tinkong narrowed his cold eyes, his intimidating stare sweeping over them. The females immediately felt a chill down their spines and hurriedly changed their tune. All right, we'll listen to you." But inside, they were unhappy, thinking that once Wang and the cubs got poisoned, they'd see how Sandy would handle it. Ruo Yuer in the corner clenched her teeth in frustration. That mischievous cub, she didn't expect him to help Sandy like this. With this fuss, the rumors would be easily broken. She knew then that the white wine was drinkable, but what she wanted was to make Sandy untrusted. Little White handed a bowl of white wine to Tinkong. Dad, you drink too.
Sandy.
Oh my little cub, daring to order even your dad around. Being told what to do by a cub in front of everyone. Isn't the big villain supposed to have no shame? Just when Sandy thought Tinkong would throw away the stone bowl, Tinkong tilted his head back, drank all the white wine in the bowl, and even flipped the stone bowl upside down to show the beast men across. Not a drop was left. Little White's eyes lit up, and he wanted to imitate his dad, drinking it all in one go. But as soon as the wine touched his throat, it burned fiercely, and he couldn't help coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Little White, if you can't drink it, don't. Young cubs shouldn't drink alcohol. Sandy immediately looked worried and tried to take the wine from Little White's hand. But Little White stubbornly continued drinking, taking several sips, pinching his nose, and forcing himself to finish the bowl of white wine, also mimicking Tinkong to show the beast men. Sandy felt heartache. This Little White. The beast men were also surprised. After a moment, seeing that neither of them showed any abnormality, they realized they had been misled by the females and felt ashamed. My dad, and I finished drinking. If you think my dad is strong and that this poison doesn't affect him, then I drinking it shouldn't matter, right? Little White looked at the females, his voice a bit aggressive after drinking. Now, you can apologize to Auntie Di. I. Several females turned pale, not out of shame, but out of worry that Wang and Little White would punish them for their foolish words. They quickly nodded in agreement with Little White and apologized to Sandai, saying, "Sorry, Sandai. We misunderstood you. We shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Please don't hold it against us." After apologizing one after another, seeing that Little White showed no signs of further punishment, their eyes even became a bit dazed from the alcohol, and they felt relieved. Little White was still a young cub, so it was normal for him to be mischievous. After all, Wang favored the cub. If Little White hadn't suddenly appeared, Wang probably wouldn't have helped Sandai. The females had already mentally stored a grudge against Sandai. Since she was close to Little White, and he was causing trouble, they wished they had stopped her to prevent her from embarrassing herself in front of everyone. It's all Sandai's fault. They vowed to teach her a lesson later. At this moment, Ayan, who was allergic to alcohol, also woke up. She rubbed her forehead as a male beast helped her up. Sandai, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now. It was my mistake. I am willing to accept punishment on her behalf. The male beast apologized to Sandai with a look of remorse. Fortunately, he hadn't heard what the females had said. Sandai glanced at Ayan, who was still intoxicated, and said, "She drank the white wine secretly. If anything happens to the cubs in her belly, it will be a punishment from the beast god. From now on, as long as you don't blame my white wine, it's fine. As for you, since you didn't guard the wine properly, I will punish you with your food today." Without any punishment, other beast men might imitate this behavior in the future. The beast god is the faith of the beast men, and next time they steal wine, they will remember this lesson. Yes, I understand. The male beast nodded repeatedly and took Ayan away. Seeing that Ayan was fine, the onlookers, the beast men, prepared to leave. The females also sheepishly turned around, planning to go. Hold on. At this moment, Tinkong, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Sandai looked at Tinkong, thinking he might have objections to her decision. But the next second, she heard Tinkong coldly command, "Arrest these females who falsely accused Sandai and incited the beast men, and exile them from the Black Abyss tribe. They are not allowed to step into the tribe again." This statement stunned all the beast men. Exile from the tribe? And it was the females. Sandai was also taken aback, even scratching her ear as if she thought she was hearing things. The tongue snake beast men reacted quickly, stepping forward to seize the females, lifting them off the ground so they couldn't move. The females panicked. "Wang, are you sure? We're females. How can females be exiled from the tribe? We already apologized just now, and Little White has forgiven us. We only said a few wrong words. We still have mates. How will we survive if we're expelled from the tribe?" The female was truly scared this time because she saw that Tinkong's face showed no emotion. Hearing that they still had mates, Tinkong raised his hand to signal the tongue snake beastmen to stop. The females were happy, thinking Tinkong had changed his mind. But unexpectedly, he said, "Expel the mates of these females too. The beast men who caused trouble for Sandy and the Black Abyss tribe, even if they were females, would not be spared." He didn't want to see the same thing happen again. Only by making these beast men fear them would they not dare to imitate. When the beast men heard Tinkong's words, the females were stunned and even forgot to beg for mercy. Expel everyone? What about these females? Tinkong looked at the crowd. Several males in the crowd trembled and raised their hands, their faces pale, thinking Tinkong was about to expel them all too. "Are you unhappy about something?"
No. No.
The females hurriedly shook their heads. They dared not be dissatisfied. They knew it could mean death for their entire group. Losing a few females or risking extinction, they understood which was more important. Even their own tribe members dared not complain, so the other beastmen kept silent. As a result, the females and their mates were thrown out of the tribe. Before leaving, the tongue snake beastmen also took the tribe's animal hides, tearing them from their bodies. Of course, this was not commanded by Tinkong. They did it on their own. Not for any particular reason. Anyone who dared to slander Sandy would not be allowed to take any of the tribe's supplies. They should just go and wear grass skirts obediently. A dozen females and males were driven into the deep forest, where tall trees blocked out all sunlight. The females shivered, feeling the coldness all around. Occasionally, they heard wild animals roaring and sharp calls from birds and beasts, eerie and chilling, making their scalps tingle. Suddenly, they regretted it and missed the clean, spacious, and safe caves of their tribe.
Back at the tribe,
the three snake cubs also stood behind the crowd. Sang Foam wanted to rush forward and argue with the females, but Sangyu held him back. Soon, they saw Xiao Bai step forward. The three looked surprised. They didn't expect this guy to have such courage. This young one is annoying, but he is also very good to his mother. "Forget it, I won't argue with him anymore," Sang Qing said generously. Sang Foam nodded in agreement, and Sangyu had no objections. The three snake cubs didn't go out. They knew Xiao Bai's identity was special. If they had gone out drinking white wine just now, these beastmen wouldn't believe them. Only Xiao Bai's actions could have this effect. They felt a little grateful for Xiao Bai's behavior. In their hearts, their mother's safety was more important than anything else, even more than themselves. Luo Yue was furious and didn't expect Tung Song to banish even the females for Sandai. What kind of spell did that scoundrel cast on Tung Song? She was so angry she forgot to leave quickly. Sandai noticed Luo Yue in the crowd, her eyes narrowing slightly. Why was Luo Yue always around whenever something happened? She remembered from the book that Luo Yue had a good relationship with the females who joined the tribe later, and it was through them that she gained allies and finally stood against Ting Song. Thinking of this, Sandai's gaze turned cold. Could Luo Yue be the one causing trouble? When Sandai saw her, Luo Yue felt guilty. She tried to turn around and leave quickly, but suddenly a large red-brown bird with big wings swooped past her. "Don't run. Stop right there." Huli was chasing behind the bird and shouted when he saw Luo Yue, "Where? Catch it quickly. It just ran out of the cave. Don't let it escape." Luo Yue was slow and was immediately knocked down by the wild chicken, hitting her face and falling the ground, leaving several scratches. She cried out in pain and angrily grabbed the wild chicken that was on her face. The startled bird squawked and left big droppings on her face.
"Ah!"
"Huli, catch this thing quickly." Luo Yue shouted angrily. Usually, losing face was fine, but now Sandai was watching nearby, and she would definitely laugh at her harshly. She felt humiliated and embarrassed. Luo Yue managed to hold the wild chicken back, giving Huli a chance to catch it. The chicken was still flapping, and its foul smell made Huli turn his head away. He didn't notice Sandai nearby. He only looked at Luo Yue with dissatisfaction. "Yue, how long are we going to keep this wild chicken? You said it would lay eggs, but after so long, We haven't seen a single egg or even an eggshell. Every day, he took good care of these chickens, feeding them well, sharing the cave with them, and cleaning up their droppings, which made the cave smoky and unpleasant. The other beastmen were annoyed, but didn't dare say anything in front of Luo Yue. They just kept their feelings to themselves. Huli was almost driven crazy by these chickens. Rain from Luo just got up from the ground, vigorously wiping the dirt off her face. Hearing Hulai's words, she wished she could find A to hide in. Shut up. Just shut up. This fool, who asked him to say those things in front of Sandy. She felt her dignity was completely lost. However, Sandy clearly heard Hulai's words. She raised an eyebrow and looked at the wild chicken in Hulai's hand, then chuckled softly. Rain, are you raising a wild chicken to lay eggs? That was an interesting idea. Hearing Sandy's laughter, Rain became even more annoyed and asked bluntly, what I raise has nothing to do with you. Don't tell me you also want to learn from me? Sandy laughed even more happily. No way. I wouldn't raise a rooster just to wait for it to lay eggs. A rooster? Rain was a bit stunned and didn't react right away. Yes, your wild chicken is a rooster. You're raising a wild chicken, but you can't even tell the difference between a rooster and a hen? Sandy deliberately mocked her. She didn't hold back when dealing with someone like her. The more embarrassed the other person was, the happier she felt. Hulai, you useless guy. How did you catch the rooster? Rain was furious. She had been raising chickens for a long time, always hoping they would lay eggs, but now she was being mocked by Sandy. It was so embarrassing. In her anger, Rain snatched the wild chicken from Hulai's hand and broke its neck. Wild chicken, it made her lose face. She decided to go back and roast all these chickens to eat. Hulai looked confused. I don't know how to tell if it's a male or female, and you never said whether you wanted a male or female chicken. Are you an idiot? To lay eggs, it has to be a hen. The two argued right there. Sandy didn't have time to watch their fight. In a good mood, she grabbed Tingting's arm, holding Xiaobai with one hand. Wang, Xiaobai, let's go. She momentarily forgot she was trying to leave Tingting's side quickly. Tingting looked at the soft little hand on her arm, and her long legs unconsciously moved forward, walking beside her to her back to the cave. Xiaobai obediently followed along. After Rain and Hulai finished arguing, the first thing they did when they returned to the cave was to kill the remaining few wild chickens inside. They boiled water, plucked the feathers, and roasted the chickens to eat. If Sandy had been there, she would have told her that among these chickens, there was actually one hen, but it was smaller and probably not old enough to lay eggs, which was why it hadn't laid any. When Rain interrupted her, Sandy forgot to pay attention to Xiaobai's condition. Halfway through their walk, Sandy noticed that Little White was struggling to move. She looked down and saw that the little guy's face was flushed, his eyes blurry, and he was staggering as if he might fall at any moment. Startled, Sandy asked Little White, "Are you okay?" Little White seemed not to hear her. He turned and hugged Sandy's thigh, refusing to walk further. Hug. He softly whined in a cute, sleepy voice, acting spoiled. Sandy felt her heart melt from his adorable behavior. She shook her head inwardly, realizing he wasn't her child. She glanced at Tung Tsong and gently said, "Little White, do you want to go back with Daddy?" Tung Tsong reached out his hand. But Little White kept shaking his head, showing a clear resistance. "No, I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Mommy. I miss Mommy," he said stubbornly, his face red like a ripe apple, his soft voice full of determination, but also a hint of sadness. "What's wrong with him?" Tung Tsong asked, confused. Little White had never acted like this before. Sandy apologized. He probably drank some white wine earlier and got drunk. "It's my fault. I should have stopped him from drinking. White wine can make even adults drunk, let alone Little White. Even strong beastmen could have an allergic reaction or get drunk from alcohol." Sandy looked at Tung Tsong, who had a calm expression, and chuckled awkwardly. "He's gifted, so maybe he can handle more than other beastmen, which is why he isn't drunk yet. Everyone's alcohol tolerance is different." Tung Tsong nodded in understanding and reached out to try to lift Little White. But Little White, sensing Tung Tsong's hand, hugged Sandy's thigh, even tighter.
Ouch.
Sandy felt her leg hurt. Tung Song immediately loosened his grip and looked at Little White, who was mumbling about his mother in a drunken state. Sandy softened and said, "King, maybe I should take Little White home and take care of him tonight? When he wakes up tomorrow, I can send him back." No one else could properly care for Little White in his current state. Beastmen generally had no experience caring for drunken companions, and Little White was so small, something could go wrong. "All right, I'll stay with you."
No, no, no.
"You're busy with your important work.
You should focus on that.
Little White will just fall asleep at home. You don't need to stay." Sandy quickly refused. She didn't want Ting Song to stay overnight at her place. Tomorrow, rumors would spread quickly in the tribe. Although beastmen are quite open and she was well-liked now, she didn't want to become the subject of gossip among other beastmen. Seeing this, Tung Kong did not insist and nodded, saying, "I will take you back." Sandai then nodded in agreement. If he was too forceful, Tung Kong might become suspicious. When they arrived at the cave, Sandai held Xiaobai in her arms and smiled at Tung Kong, saying, "King, you can go back to your work. Xiaobai is in my care, so don't worry." She showed no intention of inviting Tung Kong inside to sit. "All right," Tung Kong replied, glancing at her deeply before turning to leave. Sandai sighed in relief, carried Xiaobai into the cave, placed him on her bed, and gently wiped his face and body with warm water. She changed him into a clean animal hide. Xiaobai did not, but there was still a faint smell of alcohol on him. "Mother, how is he in her house?" When the 3 snake cubs returned, they saw Xiaobai lying on their mother's bed, still wearing Sandai's animal hide skirt, with a hint of hostility in their eyes. "Xiaobai drank the homemade white wine I brewed just now to help me. He's drunk and needs to rest here for the night. He'll go back when he's better tomorrow," Sandai explained. The 3 snake cubs looked at Xiaobai sleeping peacefully, their eyes filled with confusion. "Is it really just like that?" Hearing Sandai's voice, Xiaobai turned over, hugged her arm with both hands, and couldn't help but nuzzle his face against her cheek, then snuggled into her embrace. He whispered softly, "Mother, I miss you so much." "Mother, please don't leave Xiaobai." Sandai gently stroked Xiaobai's head, like petting a kitten. Feeling her touch, Xiaobai's tightly furrowed face gradually relaxed. However, the 3 snake cubs' eyes looked as if they were stabbed. Sang Foam widened his eyes in disbelief and looked back at his older brother and sister. He actually called our mother mother. How dare he? This guy really wants to steal our mother." For a moment, the 3 snake cubs' good impression of Xiaobai vanished, replaced by hostility. Sandai took good care of Xiaobai, which made the 3 snake cubs feel jealous and upset. They sat on their beds, glaring at Xiaobai without blinking, feeling annoyed. Xiaobai thought, "Why does my back feel so cold when I sleep?" In the forest, several females who had been driven out of the tribe wore simple grass skirts, but in the mosquito-infested forest, they were almost useless. The king drove us out just because of Sandai. He's really blind. Such a tribe, I don't want to stay anymore." "Exactly, you guys. Hurry and find a new tribe for us," the females ordered their partners, gesturing and giving commands. They are females, so what if they're driven out? Some tribes are willing to take them in. While criticizing Sandy and Ting Kong, they walk slowly. Soon, a group finds a river. "There is water here. I'm so thirsty." "Let's drink some," says a female, pushing aside her companion who is leading the way and rushing to the riverbank. Just as she lowers her head, she sees a strange face on the water's surface.
"Ah!"
She screams in fear. But as soon as she makes a sound, a hand from the water grabs her neck. With a cracking sound, the female's eyes widen as she stops breathing. "Ah Xiang, who are you? Why did you kill my companion?" Other females and males look cautiously at the hand. The scorpion owl, holding the female's neck, steps out of the river, his pale face looking fierce. He glances at the beastmen in front of him and sneers. "Did you just say you came from the Black Abyss tribe?" "Why yes, that's right. Which tribe are you from? How dare you kill a female? Do you want to die?" One female bravely threatens. Males who kill females are considered enemies by the Beastmen, the Black Abyss tribe, Tunkong. Very impressive. Thinking of the beast he had just strangled and killed, the scorpion owl's eyes flash with a fierce anger. If it weren't for Tiger Snake's second telling him about that small path, he wouldn't have escaped. Knowing the gap between himself and Tinkong, he dares not seek revenge, but looking at these beast men related to Tinkong, his eyes turn bloodthirsty. Perfect. You guys just be my food on this journey, he says. In their terrified eyes, the scorpion owl bites hard into the female's neck, tearing flesh and blood vessels, then grins wickedly as he chews. Ah, crazy. Truly crazy. The group no longer cares about avenging the female and tries to run away. The scorpion owl throws down the female, transforming into a huge red and black scorpion larger than a tiger, quickly chasing after them. Blood, bones, everything eventually becomes nourishment for the forest. Where is this? Why am I sleeping here? Xiao Bai wakes up on the second day. As he rubs his eyes and sits up on the soft bed, he feels like he's in heaven. He's never slept on such a soft, fragrant bed before. Pretending. Just pretend. Weren't you deliberately sticking with my mother yesterday? Sang Feng stands by the bed, arms akimbo, looking angry and glaring at Xiao Bai. Is this Dai's cave? Xiao Bai ignores Sang Feng's hostility and focuses on the key point. Sang Qing angrily pulled Sang Feng, who was stomping with frustration, behind her and declared her authority. Stop pretending. Don't think we don't see your little tricks. Yesterday, you wouldn't let go of my mother, and kept calling her mother. I tell you, our mother is not going to be taken away by you. Hearing Sang Qing's words, Xiao Bai's cheeks turned red. Did he really do such things yesterday? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I really don't remember. Xiao Bai sincerely apologized. He knew Dai was not his mother, but he just couldn't help wanting to get close to her. He was very jealous of Sang Qing and the others. I don't want to hear your excuses. Sang Feng covered his ears. Xiao Bai looked helpless. Just then, outside the cave, Sang Dai's voice came. What are you talking about? Xiao Bai is awake? Sang Dai approached the cave and saw Xiao Bai sitting up, looking at the three snake children with suspicion. Mother, big brother, and third brother said Xiao Bai has slept so long because he's hungry. They want to wake him up to eat, Sang Yu said sweetly, hugging Sang Dai's arm. After saying that, she winked at the two boys, signaling them not to reveal anything in front of their mother. Although Sang Qing and Sang Feng felt annoyed, they obediently nodded. Oh, you two are so thoughtful today. Perfect. Mother has prepared breakfast. Let's go wash up and get ready to eat, Sang Dai said cheerfully. The three snake children cheered and immediately ran off. Xiao Bai stayed at the back, hesitating and not moving. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sang Dai asked worriedly, thinking maybe he was still affected by the alcohol. The three snake children also looked at Xiao Bai, with Sang Yu frowning and giving a threatening look, as if to say, try to say what happened just now. Xiao Bai shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel a little dizzy. I won't eat anymore. I'll go back first. He hurriedly left. Hey. Wait. What's wrong with this kid today? Sang Dai quickly followed, but by the time she reached the entrance, Xiao Bai was gone. Just then, a flying snake beast man arrived and told her that the king was out on patrol and didn't have time to come. He had sent other beast men to take Xiao Bai back, so she shouldn't worry. Sang Dai finally relaxed. After eating, Sang Dai went to help with refining the white crystal stones. Refining white crystals was now an important part of the tribe's industry. Recently, there had been more sunny days than rainy ones, so there weren't many fungi to gather. Raising silkworms didn't take much time either. Many females, seeing how delicate and small Yu Chan was, volunteered eagerly to help. Originally, the pangolin beast men who extracted white crystal stones were mostly reassigned to mine coal. After a female joined the team, the group grew larger instead of smaller. Every day, they extracted more white crystal stones, sealing them in clay jars and storing them in caves. Even when not in their hands, the beast men felt very safe. Where is Yue-chan? Sandai arrived a bit late today. She used to see Yue-chan every day, but today she was nowhere to be seen. Sandai looked around anxiously. Over there. Ching-sue, who was helping, pointed with a teasing smile. Sandai turned to look and saw Yue-chan standing under a tree nearby, with a male beast. Sandai immediately understood the meaning behind Ching-sue's teasing smile. Was there something going on with the young girl? No wonder her face was always red these days. She thought Yue-chan was just getting healthier and her complexion was improving. But when she looked at the figure of the male beast, he looked familiar. Sandai, you don't know? Shiliang has been coming to see Yue-chan every day lately. I think they're getting close, Ching-sue gossiped with a motherly smile. Sandai was surprised. That's Shiliang? She hadn't seen Shiliang for a while. Yes, I heard Shiliang was sent to work with the pangolin beastmen mining coal, so he met Yue-chan. They seem very happy together. Yue-chan probably likes Shiliang too, Ching-sue said cheerfully. Beastmen are open and bold. As long as both sides are interested, parents usually don't interfere, and they quickly become mates. For females, having a beast man to care for them is good. For males, it's a chance to reproduce. While they were talking, Yue-chan returned. Seeing their flirtatious smiles, her face turned red. Sandai, sister. Don't be shy. Finding someone you like is a good thing, Sandai smiled. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, Yue-chan, how old are you this year? 16, Yue-chan replied shyly. In Beastman society, 16 is the age for mating. In ancient times, many married at 14 or 15. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Sandai covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Although she wasn't much older than Yue-chan when she had her first child, she still found it a bit strange. To her, Yue-chan still seemed like a child. But then she remembered this was not her previous life. She thought for a moment and advised, you're still young and your body is weak. If you really want to be with Shiliang, you don't need to rush to have children. Wait until your body is stronger. It is too early for young cubs to be born. It is very dangerous for the female. Especially for Moon-chan, who is not very strong. Moon-chan's cheeks turned even redder as she obediently nodded, saying, yes, I know, Sister Sandai. Shiliang said, he listens to me. Seeing Moon-chan's little expression, Sandai knew these two were feeling happy together. A feeling of envy rose in her heart. Being loved by someone is really wonderful. She wondered when she would find her own true love. The thought quickly passed, and suddenly a cold, handsome face appeared in her mind. She was scared and shook her head quickly, pushing the face out of her thoughts. Ridiculous. Why did she suddenly think of the big villain? Ching-sue leaned closer to Moon-chan and gently nudged her with her arm, speaking in a flirtatious tone. It seems Shiliang is pretty good at caring for his partner. Not bad. What does your father think of Shiliang? She heard that the pangolin clan leader loved Moon-chan very much and was reluctant to let her find a partner, wanting to keep her at home for a few more years. Moon-chan shyly said, father also thinks Shiliang is good, but father is going to mine white crystal stones, and Shiliang is going to mine coal. That way, they are both very busy. Father worries that I and Shiliang will become partners, and no one will take care of me. Mining is not only dangerous but also tiring, and it rarely stops unless the weather is bad. Ching-sue nodded, thinking it made sense, but she was suspicious. Strange. Why would King let Shiliang go mining coal? Shiliang doesn't have claws. Could he have offended the king? Sandai, you know the king better. Why don't you ask him? Sandai snapped out of her thoughts, pointing to herself with her index finger.
Me?
She wondered if she was familiar with the big villain. Thinking about Moon-chan's happiness in marriage, she nodded. All right, if there's a chance, I'll ask. Anyway, the big villain isn't that petty. Whether they are close or not, he wouldn't mind these small matters. Thank you, Sister Sandai, Moon-chan said happily, grateful. In the afternoon, Sandai went to cook for Little Bai. When she was about to leave, she heard the orc guard at the cave say the king had returned. Suddenly remembering Moon-chan, she asked the orc to take her to find Tung-sung. Inside the cave, Tung-sung had just taken off his blood-stained beast-skin skirt. Hearing light footsteps outside, He quickly pulled the beast skin skirt back onto his waist. Only one female could enter his cave. "King, Sand-Eye said she has something to see you," the orc announced at the entrance. "Come in," Tung-Song said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Sand-Eye running in. He couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" There were still bloodstains on his face that he hadn't had time to wipe away. He had just fought a lone fierce beast outside the tribe and was returning. The killing aura on him hadn't completely faded, so ordinary orcs wouldn't dare approach. Sand-Eye didn't notice this, only saw the blood on his face and asked, "King, this blood." "It's from another orc," he replied quickly in a deep voice, seeming eager to prevent Sand-Eye from worrying. Sand-Eye then relaxed, glad he wasn't hurt, and shifted to a more serious topic. "King, I want to ask why you assigned Shiliang to mine coal. He's not suited for mining. Do you have a special reason for this arrangement?" Hearing Sand-Eye mention Shiliang, Tung-Song's eyes turned cold. "Why do you ask this? Shiliang and Yuechan like each other, but Yuechan isn't in good health and needs care. Shiliang goes to mine coal every day. If they become partners, he won't have time to take care of Yuechan," Sand-Eye explained honestly, not noticing Tung-Song's change in expression. Tung-Song paused slightly, then asked in a deep voice, "Shiliang likes Yuechan? Not a young female?" "Yes, Yuechan and her father are very satisfied, just waiting for the right time for them to become partners." Sand-Eye nodded. The reason they hadn't made progress was probably because of this. The icy look in Tung-Song's eyes seemed to melt instantly, and his cold aura disappeared. "King, if possible, could you bring Shiliang back? Whether to the hunting team or elsewhere, just not to mine coal," Sand-Eye pleaded shyly. After all, Tung-Song had said before that he would agree to any request, even if it wasn't related to her. He probably wouldn't go back on his word, right? Sand-Eye looked at Tung-Song cautiously. "Yes," Tung-Song agreed happily, then ordered the orcs outside the cave, "Tell Shiliang to come see me when he returns." Since it was a misunderstanding, Shiliang had indeed been wronged during this time. "King, you agreed?" Sand-Eye was surprised. "So, easily?" "Yes." "Any other questions?" Tung-Song's tone, which had been heavy, lightened a bit as he asked back. "No, nothing else. Thank you, King. I'll go back now." Sand-Eye happily shook her head, eager to tell Yuechan the good news. Watching Sand-Eye happily leave, a gentle expression crossed Tung-Song's face. In the evening, Shiliang finished mining coal and returned. He heard that the king wanted to see him, and without even time to wash, he arrived at the king's cave covered in dirt. Tung-Song was resting on a lounge chair when he heard a sound and opened his eyes. He saw a male figure covered in dark black fur, with only his eyes visible. He frowned and asked, "Didn't I tell Shiliang to come?" Shiliang hesitated and replied, "King, I am Shiliang," the male said, opening his mouth. Now, besides his eyes, his glowing white teeth flashed in front of Tung-Song. Tung-Song finally recognized Shiliang's voice. "Why have you become so black?" he asked, furrowing his brows. Could Yuechan really like this ball? If Yuechan refused him, would she come back to find a young female instead? Shiliang scratched his head and explained, "I got sit on me from mining coal. I heard the king wanted to see me, so I came without cleaning up." Then he curiously asked King, "Is there something you want from me?" Hearing that Shiliang's black color could be washed away, Tung-Song's brow relaxed. "I heard you want to become Yuechan's partner?" Shiliang's face instantly turned red, but since his face was all black, it was hard to see. He stammered, "King, how? How did you know?" The king's concern for his subordinate was surprising. It seemed he wasn't just sending him away to work. The king must be trying to train him. Confirming Shiliang's feelings, Tung-Song nodded with satisfaction. "You don't need to mine coal tomorrow. Just like before, manage the hunting team and deliver supplies to Sand-Eye." The tribe's supplies were managed and distributed by designated orcs. As Tung-Song's trusted aide, Shiliang was in charge of the entire tribe's supplies. "Really?" Shiliang was overjoyed. He asked carefully, "King, how did you know I like Yuechan?" He thought hard but couldn't imagine anyone daring to speak such gossip in front of the king. "Sand-Eye told me. Yuechan is worried about your hard work. If you become partners in the future, You must treat Yuechan well, Tung Song said with an elder's tone. When mentioning Sandai, warmth appeared in his eyes. In fact, he was not much older than Shiliang himself. Hearing Sandai's name, Shiliang felt it was only natural. He nodded gratefully. It's Sandai. Don't worry, King. Even if you didn't tell me, I would do the same. Male creatures preferred strong-bodied females for future offspring. Although Yuechan was not very strong and looked a bit fragile, Shiliang knew her qualities well. Moonchan is kind-hearted, cute in personality, and very resilient. She is different from other females. Even if she cannot have offspring, she still wants to be with Moonchan as a partner. Snake Liang was speaking when he suddenly sensed something. He looked up and cautiously glanced at Tinkong, asking, King, you don't also like Sandy, do you? When he saw the expression on the king's face when talking about Sandy, it was exactly the same as when he talked about Moonchan. He hadn't realized this before, but now he suddenly understood that the king's feelings for Sandy were different. Tinkong looked at him with a glance, did not deny, and instead asked, what kind of gift do you think she would like? He wanted to give her the best things because she was such a wonderful young female. Seeing Tinkong not answer but instead ask questions, Snake Liang knew his guess was correct. He immediately began to think seriously. Animal skins? Food? Caves? Snake Liang shook his head to himself. No. Sandy already has plenty of those. The gift from the king must be something special. He also believed that only the most unique and precious things could match Sandy. Suddenly, Snake Liang had an idea. King, our tongue snake clan's shed skin is the most precious thing. Strong tongue snake warriors' shed skins can even be waterproof and fireproof. With your strength, your shed skin must be even more amazing. When the time comes, use your shed skin to make Sandy a leather skirt. She will definitely like it and feel your sincerity. Shed skin? Tinkong lowered his head and thought for a moment. He was about to shed his skin again. His previous shed skins already had waterproof and fireproof properties, but he wondered if the new shed skin could be even better. You, kid, are quick-witted. Good idea. Tinkong nodded with satisfaction. Our tribe has stored a lot of food recently. Once I make the shed skin skirt, I will organize the females with fewer than 2 mates to choose new partners. I will make the decision for you, so you and Moonchan can become mates then. With his words, even the armadillo tribe leader, who was reluctant to part with his daughter, would have no choice but to agree. Snake Liang was very happy to hear this. Thank you, King. Being able to become a mate in the king's presence was a great honor. The entire Black Abyss tribe could hardly find a few such couples. In the following days, Tinkong entrusted Snake Liang with managing the hunting team and the task of hunting fierce beasts. Meanwhile, he stayed by the lake behind the mountain cave to shed his skin. Tongue snake warriors shed their skin once a year. However, for weaker tongue snake warriors, their shed skins had little use and couldn't even be used to make skirts. His snake shed is soft, flexible, and somewhat protective, making it perfect for shielding the delicate young female. When he molts, he works even harder. After 3 days, Tung Tsong finally gets a new snake shed. He chooses a 7-inch piece, cuts out a size for Sandai, and personally polishes fine beast bone needles. He finds the thinnest beast tendons and sews a dress. Tung Tsong has never done such detailed work before. He worries about doing it well, so he specifically calls the snake expert to the cave to discuss sewing techniques and learns carefully. In their world, males usually do this kind of work, and females don't have to do anything. But some females care for their partners and are willing to sew beast skin dresses for them, making the males proud. Tung Tsong practices making several beast skin dresses before starting on the snake shed dress. When he finishes, he's covered in sweat. He thinks he's never been so serious when hunting fierce beasts. It's clear that things for the young female need to be more delicate and require more time and effort. In the afternoon, Sandai finishes helping with the extraction of white crystal stones and is about to go home when Ching Sue stops her. Sandai, why are you going back so early today? Isn't this the usual time? My 3 little ones are still waiting at home for me to cook dinner, Sandai replies with confusion. Ching Sue pulls Sandai aside. Oh, today's different. You should call the little ones out and join everyone for some fun. Sandai is even more puzzled. What's different today? You don't know? Chingsue looked surprised. The king said that everyone has been doing well lately. Today, the hunted animals don't need to be stored. They're all for everyone to eat, and we eat together. Whoever catches the most gets the prize. It's a good opportunity for you to join in. I've been prepared all day and haven't eaten anything, Sandai says, not feeling embarrassed. Taking advantage of the king's generosity isn't really taking advantage. After all, the king is generous. Besides, if she doesn't eat more, the meat will just go to other beasts. Is there really such a thing?
Do they eat outside now?
Sandai asks in surprise. She didn't know that before. When the hunting team returned, the beasts would receive their food and go back to their caves, and the day would end.
Just for a little while.
After the hunting team kills the prey, they'll cook and eat on the open ground. Some beasts are already preparing firewood in the afternoon, Chingsue says softly. She lowers her voice. I heard the king is also choosing mates for the females. Moonchan and Snake Leon will become mates today. Aren't you going to join the fun? It's a bonfire party.
Of course I will.
Sandy immediately nodded. The beast world is so boring. She hasn't had any entertainment for a long time, so she wouldn't refuse. She quickly went home and brought out the 3 snake cubs as well. When Sandy arrived at the food distribution area with the 3 snake cubs, she saw that the ground was already covered with many logs, stacked in piles. Male beasts had killed their prey, cut the meat into pieces, and placed it next to the logs, lined with banana leaves. Various young beast-shaped creatures ran and played nearby, but they were well-behaved and did not touch the food or the logs, probably because their elders had warned them. As evening approached, the female beasts also gathered around the logs and sat on the grass. Someone brought a torch and lit the logs one by one. The bonfires formed circles, with a large open space in the middle where the beast people sat casually on the ground. This scene might not look beautiful because the beast people sat in relaxed postures, with their animal skins lifted, revealing a lot of skin. But they didn't mind. Their eyes were only on the food. In the past, Sandy would have found this hard to watch, but now she had learned to look straight ahead and was used to such scenes. This was ancient times, not modern civilized society. Seeing so much food without any beasts sneaking it back to their caves was already quite good. Miss Sandy, over here. Just as she was looking for a quiet place to fill her stomach, she heard Ching Chui's cheerful voice. Sandy looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ching Chui, Snake Yong, and another unfamiliar male sitting by a fire, waving at her. Miss Sandy, I specifically chose this spot for you. I also brought a lot of meat. This piece is already roasted, so you can eat it. Ching Chui enthusiastically handed a piece of roasted meat to Sandy, and then kindly said to the 3 snake cubs, Aunt Ching has more, and it will be ready soon. Wait a moment. The roasted meat was coated with white crystal stones, making it delicious and flavorful. Sandy didn't hesitate and took a bite, praising, Ching Chui, your cooking skills are getting better. At first, Ching Chui's roasted meat was often burnt. After a few times sharing meals with Sandy, she started learning how to cook, and has improved quite a bit. If only she had some other barbecue seasonings, the taste would be even better. Sandy looked around at the beast people and quickly dismissed that idea. Eating in the cave was fine. Heavy seasonings wouldn't be suitable here with so many beast people. Eating the original flavor of roasted meat was also quite good. Mother, Aunt Ching, I will also roast some for you, Sandy's younger sister, Yu said eagerly, picking up a piece of meat and ready to try. Sweet and gentle voice, making Ching Sue smile brightly. Today, the male animals are especially active, especially those single males without mates who are trying hard to show their charm in front of the females by the campfire. The king is coming, someone shouted, and the orcs immediately fell silent. All the orcs' eyes focused on the middle of the clearing. Recently, everyone has been busy hunting and mining, so the tribe has stored up a lot of food. Today, everyone can indulge. The meat and white crystal stones on the open ground are for all orcs to eat freely. If there's not enough, go to the cave to get more, said Tung Song. As soon as he spoke, The orcs cheered loudly, especially the herbivorous and disabled orcs, who never imagined they could eat meat and white crystal stones to their fill someday. Also, many new orcs have joined the tribe recently. Any single male can today propose to up to 2 females. If the proposal is successful, they can go to the supply station to get a jar of white crystal stones. Tung Song's deep and strong voice reached everyone's ears. White crystal stones. As long as a female agrees to be my partner, I can get a jar of white crystal stones? Am I dreaming? The males were overjoyed upon hearing this. That's a whole jar of white crystal stones. The females were also excited. If they could get a jar of white crystal stones, they would gladly find new partners. In the old tribe, even if they found 10 or 20 partners, they couldn't get a jar of white crystal stones. For a moment, both males and females eagerly looked for potential partners. As long as the female was not strongly opposed, she would accept a jar of white crystal stones. Males with partners wouldn't be picky. Shiliang, Yuechan, Tung Song finished arranging and looked at the crowd. Shiliang was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately took Yuechan's hand and stepped forward.
King.
Yuechan felt shy under the gaze of so many orcs, nervously clutching her skirt. I declare that you are the first pair of orcs to become mates today. Before Shiliang's offspring are born, Yuechan will not choose a second partner. Are you willing? Tung Song had heard that Sandy seemed to want Yuechan to delay having more children, and since Shiliang was his trusted aide, he naturally wanted to consider him. For a long time to come, Shiliang could temporarily have Yuechan all to himself. This was the best gift Tung Song, as king, could give to Shiliang. By the campfire, Sandy heard Tung Song's words and looked surprised. She hadn't expected Tung Song to think so carefully and to plan for Shiliang. That's good too. Not finding a second partner makes their relationship stronger, and Yuechan won't rush to have cubs, which is better for her health. For orcs, this is already the best way, since females usually only have one mate, which is almost impossible. However, as a modern person, she can accept that Tung Song, a orc, has such advanced ideas, something she didn't expect. Shiliang looked up confused, overwhelmed by this good news. He thought becoming Yuechan's partner was already the happiest thing.
Why?
Don't you want to? Tung Song's deep eyes narrowed. Shiliang quickly shook his head. No, I do want to, but I prefer to listen to Yuechan. No male wants to share his partner, but they prefer to respect the female's wishes. Tung Song looked at Yuechan. She lowered her head, afraid to meet his serious gaze, but her voice was steady as she replied, King, I am willing. She is willing to not find a second partner before having cubs. She wasn't really looking for a partner. She was just with Shiliang because she liked him. Shiliang looked at Yuechan with surprise, and Yuechan blushed as she looked back. Their eyes met, fingers intertwined, and even the stars in the sky seemed to fade before their gaze. For some reason, Tung Song felt a bit jealous. He waved his hand to signal them to go down. The next pairing of orcs wouldn't need his direct involvement. He looked toward a fire nearby, where a small face was glowing red from the flames. His heart warmed, and he turned to get his carefully sewn snake-shed dress. Maybe 10. No, 20 jars of white crystal stones. The little female likes them, and as king, he should bring more during courtship. Sandai looked up at Tung Song's back, but didn't see Xiao Bai. Thinking about today's occasion, Xiao Bai probably wouldn't like it. She grilled a few skewers of meat, added lemon juice for flavor, planning to ask Tung Song to take some back for Xiao Bai later. But just as Tung Song finished speaking, she turned her head and saw that Tung Song was gone. This guy is always so unpredictable. She muttered quietly as she looked around the crowd for Tung Song. Mother. Sandai's younger sister, Sangyu, suddenly tugged her hand. Sandai turned around and saw Shiliang, and Yuechan had come over quietly. Sandai, thank you. I heard it was you who pleaded with the king, so he transferred me back to the tribe. Thanks to you, Yuechan and I can be together. Snake Liang expressed his gratitude with a thankful look. Sandai watched the loving scene between the two and smiled kindly. You're welcome. I only care about Yuechan. As long as you two are happy and live well, that's enough. But Yue-chan, remember what I told you, she reminded Yue-chan. Yue-chan's cheeks turned red suddenly, and she nodded obediently. Yes, Sister Sandai. I will remember. She now thought it was better not to have cubs with Snake Liang too early. As long as she didn't have cubs, she could stay with Snake Liang forever, without other males interfering. Although beast men pair up through mating, there are ways to prevent pregnancy, but not many females choose to do so. Of course, no method is 100% effective, so Sandai could only do her best and leave the rest to fate. The surrounding males looked at Snake Liang with envy. Being able to keep his mate for so long, he was truly lucky. The females, however, looked at Yue-chan with some pity. Having cubs was not easy. Before having a mate, she only had Snake Liang, who was good, but it was probably better to have several males taking care of her. At such times, many single males eagerly tried to confess their feelings to the females they liked. In just a short while, Sandai saw several females near the campfire leave, some holding hands heading toward the cave. With her good night vision, Sandai could see far into the distance, even faintly noticing the grass moving in the faraway bushes. Such passion. Sandai decided that tonight, she would try not to walk near the bushes. It wouldn't be good to disturb others' happiness. She also heard that if a male is interrupted at a critical moment, he might become shy or even unable to perform. Luo Yue and Huli, sitting by another campfire, also heard Tinking speak. Finding a mate and getting a white crystal stone. What a good deal. Luo Yue looked at Huli with disdain and immediately decided to find a new mate tonight. She had already chosen her candidate. Where are you going? Huli asked as Luo Yue stood up. Huli grabbed her. Where I go? Do I need to report to you? Take good care of the cubs and roast more meat. I'll come back to eat. Luo Yue impatiently shook off his hand, gave her orders, and left. Huli knew what Luo Yue was planning. Just as he was about to chase after her, two cubs started crying loudly. A nearby male, covered in muscles, looked displeased. Huli quickly went back to comfort the cubs. Luo Yue went to the river to wash her face, scratched her greasy, messy hair, and plucked a red flower to pin on her head. She looked around the crowd and finally found her target. She swayed her hips as she walked over, calling in a sticky voice, "Veterinarian Ing Rue." Hearing this, Ing Rue immediately stepped back several steps.
What do you want?
He remembered Luo Yue. She often caused trouble for Sandy, so his tone became a bit cold and distant. Vet Ing Rue, can I call you Rue? You heard what Wang just said, right? Today, all the partnered beast men can get a jar of white crystal stones. I only have one partner, so maybe we. Luo Yue winked at Ing Rue, stepped forward, and deliberately pressed her hand against his chest. She knew very well what kind of woman men liked. Animals that think only with their lower body wouldn't refuse an active woman. Ing Rue's brow furrowed even tighter. Before Luo Yue could touch him, he swatted her hand away. No, I don't like you either. Don't bother me in the future. I'm going to find a female to court. After saying that, he turned and quickly walked away, as if something dirty was chasing him. Luo Yue's confident smile froze on her face. Watching Ing Rue walk away quickly, she clenched her teeth in anger. How could he? How dare Ing Rue refuse her? Unseeing fool, if you're not interested, there are plenty of males willing to mate with me. Luo Yue stomped her foot in anger, then continued to look for her next target. There were so many single males in the tribe, all strong and healthy. She didn't believe she couldn't find someone better than Hulai. She only had one partner and two cubs, so having fewer partners but more cubs was very attractive to males. Confident, Luo Yue picked another male, looking down on him as if offering charity, asking him to be her partner. But the male simply rolled his eyes at her, too lazy to say a word, and turned to leave. With so many females, who would choose a female who didn't get along with Sandy as a partner? And with this attitude, only a fool would stay with her. Luo Yue refused to give up. She approached several more males, but all her efforts failed. She had no idea that her reputation in the tribe was already ruined. 3 snake cubs volunteered to roast meat. They had no experience with white crystal stones and made it too salty, causing Sandy to drink several jars of water. She couldn't help it. Whenever she looked into the innocent eyes of the cubs, she couldn't bear to refuse. As a result, she had to find a quiet place late at night to deal with her urgent needs. After finally finding a patch of grass not occupied by orcs, Sandy relaxed and walked out of the grass. Sandy, she heard a familiar voice calling her before she had taken many steps. Sandy stiffened and turned to see Eagle Ray under a tree, her face looking more serious. Could it be? Does this guy have a habit of spying? You've been here the whole time? Sandy asked with a serious face. Although she couldn't see this spot, her voice was loud enough for others to hear. Eagle Ray shook his head. I saw you come here just now. Sandy finally relaxed, glad she hadn't been overheard. It would have been too awkward, and she wouldn't be able to learn medicine from Eagle Ray anymore. Why aren't you over there eating grilled meat? Is something wrong? Sandy asked curiously. Eagle Ray looked at her gently, moonlight shining on her fair face. Her round, bright eyes looked clear like crystals. Sandy, I want to talk to you. Not far away. Ting Song held a carefully sewn snake-shed skirt. The light-colored snake shed shimmered silver in the moonlight, looking very beautiful. Ting Song was eager for Sandy to try it on, feeling a little nervous, unsure if the little girl would like it. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the two people under the tree, and he stopped in his tracks, clutching the snake shed tightly. Why must we say everything here? Sandy wondered silently but nodded and said, Go ahead. She wanted to finish quickly and go back. It was so dark here. If she weren't worried about disturbing other beastmen's affairs, she would have brought a torch. She used to go back to her cave before dark, but today was the first time she stayed outside after dark, feeling a little scared. Sandy, I like you. I've always wanted to be your partner. I want to take care of you and Xiao Qing. Can you choose me as your partner? Eagle Ray's voice was gentle but a little nervous, and he spoke softly. His usually calm face turned red, and although he was nearly 2 meters tall, he looked like a shy girl in front of Sandy. Sandy was stunned when she heard this. Eagle Ray actually had these feelings for her? Looking into his hopeful eyes, Sandy thought carefully, but finally declined. Eagle Ray, you're very good. But she truly didn't have any romantic feelings for him. She never thought about being his partner, and she never would. Hearing her words, Tung Song clenched the snake-shed skirt tightly, his deep eyes turning cold. It turns out his enemy was not Snake Liang, but this clever veterinarian. The little female always liked Ding Rue. A flash of anger crossed Ting Song's eyes. He raised the snakeskin skirt in his hand, about to throw it heavily on the ground, but he hesitated and didn't actually throw it away. His face was dark, and he looked deeply at Sandai, clutching the snakeskin skirt tightly as he turned to leave.
Sandai.
Ing Rue's eyes flickered with a hint of happiness, thinking she had agreed. But unexpectedly, Sandai spoke seriously, You're good, but Ing Rue, I only see you as a good teacher and friend. I never thought of being your partner. Sorry, I can't accept. Ing Rue was stunned in place, a trace of disappointment flashing in his gentle eyes.
Why?
Is it because I'm not good enough, can't join the hunting team, or you think I can't protect you? Or are you worried I won't treat Xiao Qing and the others well? Rest assured, I will treat Xiao Qing and the others as my own cubs, even if you don't want to have cubs with me and just want to raise Xiao Qing and the other two, I have no problem, Ing Rue said with reddening eyes. He didn't understand what Sandai meant by good teacher and friend, but he was sure it was not as close as being a partner. Seeing such a big man tear up in front of her, Sandai felt she was truly terrible. She was soft-hearted, but she couldn't let her kindness ruin her happiness. No, Ing Rue, I didn't mean that. Refusing you has nothing to do with this. Sandai shook her head sincerely. Ing Rue, you're excellent. You're the best veterinarian in the tribe. I've always respected you, but being excellent isn't the only thing I look for. Caring for the cubs isn't the standard I use to choose a partner either. Ing Rue still looked confused. He didn't understand. When females choose a partner, isn't strength and ability the main factors? Someone kind like Sandai would also want a partner who treats the cubs well. Seeing Ingrue's puzzled look, Sandai didn't insist and tried to explain, the partner I want must be someone I love and who truly loves me. Not just someone I picked to have a partner. Ingrue, I don't have romantic feelings for you, she finally said clearly. Ingrue understood now. Sandai didn't like him. Seeing his hurt expression, Sandai wished she could slap herself inside. If in her past life a handsome, gentle, and devoted guy had confessed to her, she would have agreed without hesitation. But now, she felt nothing at all. Eagle Rue was silent for a moment, then looked up again. Although his eyes lacked brightness, they remained gentle. I understand, Sandy. I won't bring up this matter again. Will you still teach me medicine? His voice was careful and hopeful, worried that Sandy might refuse and stop learning from him. Even if they couldn't become partners, just seeing Sandy made him happy. As long as you don't refuse, I will definitely learn, Sandy nodded. She had already spoken openly. There was no misunderstanding between them. Since there was an opportunity to improve herself, she wouldn't miss it. Although it might seem a bit shameless and unfair to Eagle Rue, everyone is selfish. She wanted to learn more skills so she could protect the little ones in the future. At worst, she could give Eagle Rue some herbal seeds to study as a way to make up for him. Eagle Rue finally smiled. Then, Sandy, shall I take you back? Sandy initially wanted to refuse, wanting to keep her distance from Eagle Rue, but then she remembered he was going to eat barbecue too. Since it was on the way, deliberately separating might make things more awkward. Okay, they said, walking back together. Eagle Rue deliberately stayed behind Sandy, maintaining a 2-meter distance between them. Seeing that Eagle Rue was considerate and didn't act overly aggressive, Sandy felt relieved. If she accidentally caused the tribe's most promising veterinarian to lose confidence, it would be terrible. Seeing Eagle Rue and Sandy return together after several failed attempts to find a mate, Luo Yue gritted her teeth in anger. Eagle Rue had been so eager to leave just now. He was actually looking for that despicable woman. Out of all the males in the tribe, why did he have to be attracted to the one he liked? Despicable. Despicable. Luo Yue stomped her feet in frustration. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind her. Are you Luo Yue? Startled, Luo Yue turned her head impatiently. She saw a tall, handsome male with a delicate face, whose features resembled Eagle Rue's, standing behind her, looking at her with gentle eyes. Her expression immediately changed. She pretended to smooth her hair. Cough, cough, I am Luo Yue. What do you want? She asked, deliberately raising her voice. The male smiled softly. Were you just watching Eagle Rue? I am also a beast man of the Eagle tribe. My name is Ing Shi. If you're looking for a mate, would you consider me? I and Eagle Rue are from the same tribe. I saw you were looking for males earlier, but those males don't have good judgment or vision. I really like a female like you. If I had the chance to be your partner, I would take good care of you and never let you suffer any wrong. Eagle Creek spoke sincerely. Luo Yue was surprised. Do you like me? Her heart, which had just been crushed, now felt confident again. Yes, I like you. Will you be my partner, and let me take care of you? Eagle Creek nodded with a genuine smile, showing affection. All male orcs have good genes. As long as they are not too untidy, they usually look nice. The male in front of her had a handsome face, like a young star, though not very tall or muscular. He kept himself very neat and clean, which immediately made Luo Yue interested. She blushed shyly and lowered her head. Okay, then I choose you to be my partner today. Eagle Creek smiled slightly, and in a moment Luo Yue couldn't see, his eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Sandai just sat down beside Ching Sue when she saw Luo Yue holding hands with a male and walking past her with a teasing look. She looked confused. What was this guy doing? Luo Yue snorted coldly, proudly leading Eagle Creek toward the distant grass. She couldn't wait to go back. Since everyone was outside, it made it more exciting. She was worried that if she delayed too long, Eagle Creek might change his mind. After all, she had searched for many males today just to find Eagle Creek. Mom, why aren't they eating meat? Why are they all going into the grass? Is there something tasty in the grass? I want to go too, Mom, Sandai said loudly, seeing the other orcs heading into the grass. Sandai looked puzzled. Sandai's face darkened as she held his restless little head. Young cubs can't go there. That's for adults. There's nothing tasty there either. When you grow up. No, even when you grow up, you shouldn't go. Such private matters are better discussed in a private cave. She didn't want to corrupt the young cub.
Why?
Sandai pouted, his cheeks puffed out in frustration. If other orcs could go, why couldn't he when he grew up? Because in my eyes, you'll always be a little cub. When I die, then you can go, Sandai replied impatiently. No, I want Mom to stay alive and well. Sandai immediately shook his head like a rattle, his chubby cheeks trembling. By the way, Qingsui, did you see Wang just now? Sandai asked, thinking of the barbecue. Qingsui looked at the mother and son with a kind smile and shook her head. No, Wang seems to have left already. He probably went back to rest. Today was a celebration, and if Wang had been here, everyone would have been too shy to eat properly. Sandai nodded clearly. Since it was so late, he decided to go back. Anyway, Tinkong wouldn't be short of small white meat to eat. Tinkong returned to his cave with a cold face and heavily slammed the snake-shed skirt onto the stone table. With a loud bang, the table cracked in half, and the skirt fell to the ground, pressed under the broken stone. Tinkong's expression darkened further. He kicked away the stone pressing on the skirt, picked it up again, and then found some animal skins. He wrapped the snake-shed skirt layer by layer and placed it in the box behind the bed, where the empty bamboo tube was kept. Since the young female liked Eagle Rue, his snake-shed skirt was no longer needed. King, the beast man from the Spirit Fox tribe has escaped to our tribe. They say fierce beasts attack their tribe, and now their people are trapped by the beasts. They want the king to send beastmen to rescue them, a beastman urgently reported from the cave entrance, just after the skirt was stored. The Spirit Fox tribe? How far is it from here? Tinkong looked back at the beastman at the entrance. The beastman replied, Your Majesty, the beastman from the Spirit Fox tribe said it took him 2 days and nights to come here. He said his people are trapped, have no food, but are not yet harmed by the fierce beasts. They can hold on for several more days. After speaking, the beast man waited quietly for the king's orders. Usually, when such things happened, the king would send beastmen to help. Even if they couldn't kill all the fierce beasts, saving one more beastman was worth it. Of course, sometimes the king didn't want to send anyone if the distance was too far and there was no hope of rescue. Hearing this, Tinkong didn't hesitate. He stepped out of the cave and ordered in a deep voice, Now, summon 100 brave warriors and come with me to the Spirit Fox tribe. The beast man looked up in surprise, thinking he must be hearing things. The king was actually going himself? This was the first time. Didn't hear me? Tinkong looked at the stunned beast man with displeasure. His voice clearly carried anger. The beast man quickly nodded, thinking someone must have made the king angry again. Now, he was probably going to kill fierce beasts to vent his anger. He hurried to make arrangements, afraid of angering the king further. Most of the strong beastmen in the tribe already had mates. The evening bonfire activities didn't stop Tinkong from gathering beastmen. Only a few males who were with their mates were given leave, and he didn't disturb them. The beastmen moved quickly, knowing that rescue couldn't be delayed. Every second counted, and the longer they waited, the more danger the beastmen from the Spirit Fox tribe faced. An hour later, Tinkong saw about 100 beastmen ready to go. Under the moonlight, they set out overnight toward the Spirit Fox tribe. The bonfire activity didn't last long. After finishing today's prey, the orcs extinguished the fire and went back to rest early. Even though the king allowed them to take a half-day break tomorrow, they still didn't want to waste time on hunting. That night, the tribe was very lively. The next morning, Sandy, as usual, got up early to help the pangolin orcs refine white crystal stones. Although she went to bed late yesterday, her biological clock woke her up early. Why didn't Yuechan come today? Sandy looked around and noticed that the young girl who usually followed her wasn't there. Next to her, Qingsui smiled and said, Shiliang is strong, but Yuechan is quite weak. It's good enough that she managed to get out of bed today. She probably can't come. Qingsue's smile was playful, and Sandy immediately understood what she meant. She patted her head and said, "Oh, I forgot. She just became Shiliang's partner." Sandy's cheeks flushed. She was a college student and had never been in a relationship before coming here, so she naturally lacked experience in this area. Thinking about the noises she heard last night, which lasted until late, she guessed it was something only a mature female could handle. "Miss Sandy, with such a good opportunity yesterday, why didn't you choose a male as a partner? You could have gotten a jar of white crystal stones," Qingsue asked curiously.
Me?
Sandy hadn't decided how to answer when Xiong interrupted. Cui, who is Sandy? She doesn't need that jar of white crystal stones. Even without a partner, she can live well. Xiong, now missing one arm, no longer needed to hunt. He spent his days helping Qingsue refine white crystals with her. He was strong, and the king said that any orc helping out could get more white crystal stones. Plus, the first batch of silkworms had started spinning silk and making cocoons, so he had more free time. They also had a male at home for hunting. Although Qingsue's family life wasn't as good as before, they still managed. Qingsue smiled and said, "My mind isn't very sharp. I forgot that Sandy is different from us." Sandy looked at Xiong, who was busy transporting white crystals in the distance, and asked, "What about you? Are you planning to find another partner?" With Qingsue's condition, a jar of white crystal stones was very precious. Qingsue also looked at Xiong and joked, "What's the use? With how I look now, even if I had 2 partners, I wouldn't have any offspring. The males wouldn't even look at me twice." Sandy also smiled, knowing Qingsue was joking. She probably didn't have a partner because of Xiong. Female orcs are very valuable, and even with a partner, not every one of them would have a chance to have children. She gently patted the back of her green hand. "Tsuetsue, you will have your own little ones someday. Don't worry, it all depends on fate." "Yes, I believe you." Tsuetsue nodded seriously, trusting that Sandai's words must be true. In the afternoon, the hunting team returned, and Sandai and Tsuetsue went together to collect the food. Today, it seems like there are fewer people in the hunting team. Sandai noticed that part of the open space was empty and asked curiously, "Sandai, don't you know?" Tsuetsue looked at her in surprise. "What?" Sandai looked at Tsuetsue with a confused expression. Tsuetsue explained there was an attack by fierce beasts on a nearby tribe called the Spirit Fox tribe. One of their fox-like beast men escaped to us and asked the king to send help to rescue their trapped people. The king took 100 beast men there overnight. She had heard about this from the beast men in the tribe earlier that morning. Otherwise, with all the traveling these days, the king wouldn't be in the tribe. If they didn't know, everyone would be worried. He left overnight? Sandai looked surprised. She couldn't help but think that the great villain was really kind-hearted, otherwise, who would personally go to rescue people. In her opinion, the great villain should be called a great benevolent person. How long will the king be gone? Sandai asked instinctively. Tsuetsue counted on her fingers. It took 2 days for the fox beastmen to arrive. With the return trip, fighting the fierce beasts and rescuing the beastmen, it will probably take 4 or 5 days. 4 or 5 days. Sandai suddenly felt a bit sad. She knew the tribe wouldn't face danger during this time, but just thinking about Tung Tsong not being in the tribe made her feel like something was missing. Realizing what she was thinking, Sandai suddenly shivered and patted her head. Really, whether Tung Tsong is here or not doesn't matter. No one in the tribe would trouble me. The water reservoir, water channels, and preparations for raising fish and shrimp were all done, so she decided to do something else. She remembered that after the flood, the number of outsider beast men in the Black Abyss tribe would increase exponentially. As the largest nearby tribe, almost all the displaced beast men from the disaster had fled here, hoping to join the Black Abyss tribe. Although the Black Abyss tribe was large, its capacity to hold beast men was limited. The beast men lived in caves, and if the population grew too much, the mountains wouldn't be able to support so many caves, leaving countless beast men without homes. At that point, the beast men outside would be eyeing the tribe's settlement, making it hard for the tribe's beastmen to hunt peacefully and defend against fierce beasts, making the situation extremely difficult. In the story, Luo Yuer, with the help of Ing Rue and Lu Zhe, gained the people's trust. When Teng Tsong was away, she incited the outside orcs to rebel and stole the remaining supplies from the tribe to find a new place to settle. The He Yuan tribe was the best nearby location, but it was no longer suitable for living after being damaged by a flood. Thanks to the favorable environment, Luo Yuer quickly outsmarted others with Lu Zhe's help. This time, Sandai wouldn't let these things happen. Since there weren't enough mountains to dig caves, she thought of building houses instead. The He Yuan tribe wasn't on a mountain. Nearby was a large flat area. Clearing the vegetation would make a good place to build houses. As soon as she had this idea, Sandai couldn't wait. She took some food and went back to figure out how to make building materials. The He Yuan tribe had a lot of rain, and although big floods wouldn't happen again after the last one, waterproofing was still necessary. The roof was the most important part for waterproofing. Sandai thought that firing clay tiles was the best method. They could prevent water leaks and last longer. She had experience making pottery, so it was easier for her now. Without delay, the next morning, Sandai didn't go to see the armadillo orcs but asked Shiliang to bring more clay and started making tiles. She found a large, well-shaped wooden post, smoothed its surface, and then spread a layer of prepared clay around it. The layer was about the thickness of a finger. Finally, she divided the clay circle outside the post into 4 parts, removed the mold, and fired the tiles. These tiles were all the same shape. This method was simple and quick. Sandai could make hundreds of tiles in one morning, and with male help, she could produce even more. Besides tiles, bricks were also essential for building houses. For 3 days, besides asking Shiliang to bring more clay and coal and digging kiln caves, Sandai hardly left her work, focusing on her tiles and bricks. The 3 little snakes initially played happily with their mother, molding clay together. But after a while, Sandy noticed something was wrong. The tiles and blue bricks are all fired now. Why not have Shiliang call others to learn and teach them how to make these? Why is Mother still making them herself? Little Sandy's bright eyes were full of confusion. Sandai, covered in mud, muttered. Mother said she wants to build a big house for us. She's probably worried that other orcs can't do it and wants to make the tiles and bricks herself. Sandy shook her head. I don't think so. It seems more like Mother is trying to forget some worries by doing this. The little girl was very perceptive and could clearly sense her mother's changing feelings.
桑青也拍了拍脑袋，补充说：“小月一说，我也想起来了。这几天娘亲好像有些心不在焉，总是忘记事情。那大哥二姐觉得娘亲是怎么回事？”桑风不解地问。桑月托着腮想了想，突然灵光一现，是想念。想念？娘亲在想谁？兄弟俩齐沙沙地看向桑月。前几天王不是带着很多兽人出去了吗？刚好部落里的许多雌性都有了新伴侣，说不定娘喜欢的雄性就在那群离开部落的兽人里。思考再三，桑月觉得这个答案最靠谱。他坚定地说：“没错，肯定是这样。我觉得这几天部落里好几个雌性也像娘亲一样，他们的伴侣也和王一起出去。”桑青嘴巴张成圆形，一脸恍然。难怪娘亲不要我们选的爹爹，原来是因为他已经喜欢上了某个雄性。桑月在心里盘算：大哥，娘亲不让我们管这个，你可别直接问娘亲，我们就当不知道好了。桑青认真的点点头，听妹妹的话一定没错。忽然转头，小风呢？两人身后空空如也。脏兮兮的小花猫桑风兴冲冲跑向桑代，娘亲。桑代正在挑选用来做砖头的粘土，听到桑风的声音，抬头看他。幼崽的思维不像大人那样有逻辑，总会说一些无厘头的话。桑代早已习惯，每次都耐心回应。谁知桑风问道：“娘亲，你不要不开心，王那么厉害，肯定很快就能把兽人带回来，到时候娘亲喜欢的雄性也会安全回来。”小家伙虽然有点固执，但也知道 娘亲的想念一定是因为担心。桑代一脸困惑，笑着捏了捏小家伙脏兮兮的脸。小风，你在胡说些什么呢？娘亲不是在想念喜欢的雄性吗？王出去好几天了，娘也在洞穴里待了几天。桑风歪着脑袋说，本来想说的是和王一起出部落的雄性，但话到嘴边变得简洁，只说了王。桑代的笑容一顿，胡说，娘怎么会喜欢王？小幼崽别胡说八道。第130章，王受伤了。桑代立即反驳，心跳都快加快了几拍，脑海中也不由自主地浮现出藤仓的脸。想藤仓？这怎么可能？
She was mainly worried that he might have had an accident outside, which sped up his darkening mood. When Sang Qing and Sang Yu saw this scene, they were so frightened they jumped up and ran over quickly. This foolish younger brother, who told him to ask their mother directly. Sang Feng tilted his head, looking confused, and asked in a soft voice, "No, I didn't say mother liked Wang." He clearly said he was leaving the tribe with Wang. How did mother hear it as Wang? Sang Dai was stunned for a moment, realizing she hadn't listened carefully and had misunderstood. She sighed in relief, poking Sang Feng's forehead with her finger, and said, "Whether it's Wang or someone else, mother doesn't like him. Go play somewhere else." Usually gentle, she was now a bit anxious to send Sang Feng away, worried he might say something shocking again. Just as she was about to run over to stop Sang Feng, Sang Yu, seeing her reaction, suddenly froze. Her moist black eyes blinked, as if she had noticed something. It seemed that when mother heard Wang, she was more excited than usual. Sang Qing had already stepped forward, one hand around Sang Feng's neck, holding him back, and said to Sang Dai, "Mother, third brother is talking nonsense. We won't bother you. We're going out to play." Then he quickly pulled Sang Feng away. This child. Sang Dai chuckled and shook her head. On the 5th day, Sang Dai finally found the best clay for making bricks. The bricks she made were blue, large, sturdy, and not easy to break, stronger than stone. After testing, she found that her tiles and bricks were quite waterproof. There was a flat area in front of her cave, perfect for building a small house to try out. Sang Dai asked Shiliang to find some males to help her make a lot of tiles and bricks. The males had good strength and could produce even sturdier bricks. Many beastmen in the tribe were curious and came to watch, wondering what good thing Sang Dai was making this time. She explained to them that it wasn't food. Some lost interest, but they were still willing to help her because they didn't lack places to live. Food was the most important resource. Making tiles and bricks took time. Her previous kiln for pottery could produce 500 tiles a day, but the 2 new large kilns could only make 200 bricks a day. Plus, the time spent digging and transporting clay was costly. It was hard work, and Sang Dai wasn't in a rush, so she didn't push the beastmen. Shiliang was more active, bringing more beastmen to help and digging 2 more large kilns for brickmaking. In just 2 days, the tiles and bricks in front of the cave have already been piled up. Sandy is planning the house construction schedule. If things continue like this, the construction could start in a week, and the house might be finished within a month. If it's possible, some houses could be built in advance before the flood arrives, for emergency use. It's a pity there's no cement. If I had cement, the houses would be much stronger, Sandy murmured regretfully while touching the bricks. For now, she can only mix ash, wood shavings, balloon flour, and soil to make do. Although not as strong as cement, these materials are still livable.
Cement?
What's that? Snake Liang, who was working nearby, asked curiously when he heard about something that could make the house stronger. It's a kind of material that hardens when it gets wet, even harder than stone. It's made from a type of mineral, Sandy explained. Snake Liang nodded in understanding. That's also a kind of stone. I didn't know stones could be used for so many things. Sandy, you're amazing. Here, stones are like treasures. Without Sandy, he wouldn't know there are so many types and uses for stones. After speaking, Snake Liang immediately said, "Since this cement-like stone is so good, I'll tell the tribe's monsters to keep an eye out when they go into the forest." Good idea, Sandy agreed with a nod. More people mean more strength, and maybe they'll find some. Unfortunately, their supply list didn't include a limestone mine detector. Considering that future projects will require more firing and the workload will increase, Sandy decided to have Snake Liang dig the kiln cave a bit farther away. She preferred the quiet near the cave. As she was walking back from the kiln cave, she saw all the monsters in the tribe heading outside. Did something happen? Sandy asked curiously. One kind female monster stopped to explain, "The king is back, and he brought a lot of monsters from the Spirit Fox tribe. I heard their females are very beautiful, so everyone wants to go see them. For the tribe's females, these Spirit Fox females are competitors. But for the tribe, female resources are very precious because they relate to the tribe's survival and growth. So, most females are happy when new females join the tribe. The more females, the stronger and more prosperous the tribe." After speaking, she headed toward the crowd. The young ones jumped and ran after her, eager to join the excitement. When Sandy heard that the king was back, she paused. "The king is back. Sandy, let's go see him." Snake Liang shows a happy expression. If he hadn't just become a partner with Yu Chan and been busy managing the tribe, Wang would definitely have taken him along this time. Sandai's mind suddenly flashes with nonsensical words from Sang Foam, and he instinctively wants to refuse, but his feet move uncontrollably to follow Snake Liang. The tribe's entrance is already crowded with beastmen. Sandai can't squeeze in and can only look from afar for Tung Song's figure, feeling a faint hope. He wonders how Tung Song has been these past few days away from the tribe. Snake Liang directly grabs a beastman. "Where is Wang?" "The king is injured and has been sent back to the cave," the beastman answers respectfully upon recognizing Snake Liang. "Injured?" Sandai's face changes. He quickly grabs the beastman's arm. "Was Wang hurt by a fierce beast? Did you call the healer?" The beastman is surprised by Sandai's excitement and nods blankly. "Yes, I think so. Some beastmen have gone to call the healer." Sandai frowns. "No, injuries caused by fierce beasts can't be healed by ordinary healers." "Snake Liang, you are fast. Hurry and take me to Eagle Rue. He has herbs that can treat the evil aura." "No, you go find Eagle Rue and ask him to bring the herbs to the king's cave." "I'll wait for you at the cave," Snake Liang says. He knows that if he delays, it will slow them down, so he decides to go himself for faster help. Hearing this, Snake Liang understands the seriousness and nods immediately. Okay. He transforms into a beast and rushes to Eagle Rue's mountain cave. Sandai quickly heads to Tung Song's cave. Tung Song has been away from the tribe for 6 days. It's worrying that he's only just returning for treatment. Sandai fears he might be corrupted by the evil aura, which would make all his efforts useless. Unknowingly, Sandai's worry is mixed with other feelings. Soon, he sees Snake Liang and Eagle Rue rushing over. "Eagle Rue, did you bring the herbs?" "Don't worry, I brought everything, including disinfectant wine." "I have it all." Eagle Rue pats his wooden medicine box. Sandai nods, and the three hurriedly head to Tung Song's cave. Inside, Tung Song tears off his beast skin, revealing a large, fierce wound on his chest covered with black blood. He endures the pain of his head exploding and restrains the urge to kill in a bloodthirsty way. He wants to clean the wound with the white wine Sandai brought, but his body shifts between transforming into a flying snake and turning into a human form. His beast skin skirt is already torn into pieces by his beast shape. He has traveled back without harming the beast men in the team, which is already a miracle. The creature's body was out of control. It wanted to open the wooden box containing white wine, but was pushed away by its own snake tail. The contents of the box spilled all over the ground. In just a moment, the cave was a mess. The stone table was knocked into the corner and tilted unevenly. When Sandai arrived, she saw the creature lying on the ground, its skin showing faint snake scales, and there were clear black bloodstains. From its appearance, Sandai knew it had been hurt badly this time. Over the past few days, she didn't realize how much the creature had been affected by the evil energy. The creature looked up, feeling blurry vision, and faintly seeing a small female. Just as a happy expression appeared in its eyes, it noticed a male standing beside her. It was Eagle Rue, the one it had seen courting Sandai last time. Memories flooded its mind, echoing Sandai's response to Eagle Rue. Its eyes suddenly turned bright red. Why was Eagle Rue here too? Had they already become mates? Was she bringing her new partner to see him? King, your injuries have been contaminated by evil energy. You need to treat them quickly, Eagle Rue said with a frown, holding a medicine box and stepping forward to check the creature's wounds. Get lost. The creature growled low, suddenly transforming into beast form. Its snake tail flung the three people at the cave entrance, knocking them back. Eagle Rue and Shiliang were thrown against the stone wall, struck hard in the chest, and spat out blood uncontrollably. Sandai was blocked by Eagle Rue and pushed to the ground, rolling a few times before stopping. King, you've gone crazy. How can you hurt your own people? Sandai clutched her head and crawled up from the ground. The creature was fully beast form now, its eyes blood red and no longer resembling its original appearance. Its cold gaze fixed on Sandai, making her feel a chill, like she was facing a wild beast without reason, ready to swallow her whole at any moment. Sandai's voice suddenly stopped. Why you? Was it already corrupted by evil energy, losing its mind and not recognizing her? The snake tail suddenly wrapped around her body, binding her limbs and exposing only her neck and head. It lifted her high, eye to eye with its large, bloodshot, inverted triangle eyes. Sandai's face was full of pain, feeling her internal organs being squeezed, almost bursting. Loosen. Loosen up. Her chest was compressed, making it hard to breathe and speak. In that moment, Sandai remembered a scene from her dream. No, it wasn't a dream. She remembered that night with the creature when she almost got entangled to death by it. Sandy suddenly woke up with a start. Yes, Tung Song had started losing his mind from that moment. Can she really stop Tung Song from turning evil? A feeling of helplessness washed over her just as she realized she was close to death. A stone that had been wrapped around her arm pierced her skin, bleeding and staining Tung Song's snake scales. In the next moment, the crimson in Tung Song's eyes gradually faded, and he regained clarity.
Sandy?
When he saw the scene before him, a flash of panic crossed Tung Song's eyes. He quickly transformed into human form and rushed to catch Sandy as she fell from the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Finally able to breathe again, Sandy's whole body felt weak. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Tung Song's neck to prevent herself from falling. Tung Song knelt on one knee, letting Sandy lean on him. For the first time, his usually stern face showed a hint of panic and guilt. Sorry, He didn't know why he lost control. He almost hurt the young woman. It's okay, I know the king didn't mean to. It's just that the evil energy has corrupted his body, making him act out of control. Sandy panted heavily, but kindly comforted Tung Song. The most important thing now was to keep Tung Song calm. Only when he was calm could such incidents be avoided again. Tung Song, are you alright? Eagle Rue, catching his breath, hurried over with an anxious look. Let me check your injuries. No, I'm not hurt. You should treat the king now. The injuries on his body are more urgent. Sandy quickly waved her hands. She had just been protected by Eagle Rue when she fell, so it was only a fall, nothing serious. Even Eagle Rue and Shi Liang were more injured than she was. She wasn't that fragile. Seeing this, Eagle Rue looked at Tung Song for instructions. Given Tung Song's condition just now, he wasn't sure if Tung Song would cooperate with treatment. Noticing that neither of them moved and Tung Song kept staring at her with a serious look, Sandy explained again, I'm really fine. I just had a little trouble breathing earlier, but now I'm fine. Look, I'm bouncing around happily. She deliberately stood up, jumped around in front of them, and spun in a circle. Only then did Tung Song withdraw his gaze and signal Eagle Rue to begin treatment. Shi Liang also hurried over to help, supporting Tung Song as he was laid on a stone bed. Unfortunately, the stone bed was not spared from the chaos. It was split in two, but Shi Liang managed to glue it back together temporarily. Eagle Rue took out white wine and a beast bone knife from the medical box and said to Tung Song, King, your chest wound has been contaminated by evil energy. This area is very dangerous. I can only remove the surface skin and flesh, but I cannot completely eliminate the evil energy. Tung Tsang lay on the stone bed, completely. Due to his recent wild behavior, parts of his skin were still in a beast-like state, with visible snake scales, which looked strange. His eyes, though now normal, still emitted a strong sense of pressure. Let's begin. Tung Tsang closed his eyes and ordered in a deep voice. Wait, Sandai quickly called out as Rui prepared to cut flesh forcefully. There is a herb that can numb the nerves and reduce pain. Did you bring it, Rui? Cutting flesh so roughly was too painful. I think I have it. I'll look for it, Rui replied. Hearing this, Sandai remembered a herb he had tried before. When chewed, it quickly numbed his mouth for nearly an hour. In his haste earlier, he had stuffed all kinds of herbs into his medical box. Soon, Rui found a green herb from the box. This should be it, Sandai. I'll try it on Wang, Rui said. He crushed the herb in a container and applied it to Tung Tsang's chest wound. After waiting for 15 minutes, he picked up a bone knife, disinfected it with white alcohol, and began to shave flesh from Tung Tsang. Hearing the sound of the bone knife cutting into flesh, Sandai frowned but kept watching. To learn medicine, she had to endure these things and couldn't be afraid of blood. Sandai and Shiliang watched Rui's actions closely. The herb could numb nerves and lessen pain, but the evil energy would worsen the wound and increase pain. This back and forth reduced its effectiveness. For Tung Tsang, enduring the pain was nothing compared to the long journey he had already endured. He kept his eyes open, watching Rui cut flesh from his chest without even frowning, completely different from the panic he showed when he was injured earlier. After a while, Rui wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand.
Done.
I've removed the necrotic flesh contaminated by evil energy from Wang's wound with the bone knife. But the deeper part of the wound can't be shaved further. I've applied the herb, and now Wang needs to rest quietly, he said carefully. Will Wang be like he was just now? Sandai's most worried question. Rui looked doubtful. As long as he doesn't get injured again, he should be fine. It's strange. His wound looked very serious, but when I treated it, I found that the internal damage wasn't much. Otherwise, even the beast god wouldn't be able to heal it. Seeing Sandai's worried and anxious expression, Rui chose not to say more. Snake Liang also looked confused. Yes, why did Wang suddenly regain his senses? I thought Wang was going to, he said, glancing at Sandai with a worried expression. Fortunately, Wang stopped just in time, otherwise, something might have happened to Sandai. One is the tribe's protector king, and the other is a female who has contributed a lot to the tribe. He didn't want either of them to get into trouble. That's good. Wang, you must follow the doctor's advice and listen to Rui. Rest well, and don't go hunting fierce beasts for now, Sandai said, feeling relieved. She didn't think much about Tinkong's return to reason. According to the story in the book, Tinkong wasn't yet at the point of turning dark, so he could still control himself. However, Tinkong's eyes darkened, and his deep gaze seemed to think of something. After treating his wound, the beastly skin on Tinkong's body gradually returned to normal. Wang, you should rest well. We'll go back first, Sandai said, sensing something was wrong. Without the beastly skin covering him, Tinkong's true form might be exposed. Seeing this, Rui packed up his medical kit, ready to leave with Sandai. Tinkong looked at the two walking side by side, his expression darkening. He signaled Snake Liang to bring the beast hide. After putting it on, he stood up and said, I'll take you back. Snake Liang looked at Tinkong in surprise. When did Wang become so caring? And he even wanted to personally see off a female? No, this female was probably only Sandai. Wang wouldn't even give other females a chance to speak to him. No, it's okay. I didn't bring anything. I can walk back myself. Sandai quickly waved her hand. She had just come back from the brink of death and didn't have the face to ask Wang to see her off. But Tinkong walked straight between her and Rui, his deep voice firm and unquestioning. Let's go. Sandai's feet immediately obeyed and lifted up. Tinkong stayed close beside her, leaving Ingrui with no space and only able to stand behind. Ingrui looked at Wang's back, feeling that Wang seemed to have strong opinions about him. Was it because his treatment earlier was not steady? Snake Liang, at the back, felt the atmosphere was extremely strange. Unsure why, he scratched his head and hurried to catch up. Tinkong didn't look sideways, but kept his gaze on Sandai's profile. When he just woke up, he saw her expression clearly showing concern for him. Could it mean that she also had feelings for him? Maybe he could still try to win her over. But Ingrui was the tribe's best veterinarian. If he disappeared, it would be a pity. During the short walk, Tinkong's mind was full of thoughts. After a moment, he made a decision in his heart. Instead of just tolerating Ingrui appearing in the young female's life, what he found harder to accept was that the young female did not belong to him. Outside the cave, Ingrui turned to Sandai and said, "I'll head back first. King, I'll come tomorrow to change your herbs. Remember, the wound must not get wet." After giving these instructions, Ingrui left from the other side. Tung Tsong stopped walking, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and looked at Sandai.
"You
don't live together?" Snake Liang caught up and, hearing this, asked curiously, "King, why does veterinarian Ingrui live with Sandai?" Sandai also looked confused. She really wanted to touch Tung Tsong's forehead to see if he had a fever, because he was talking so strangely. "Ingrui likes you and you." The words "likes him" made Tung Tsong feel a sharp pain in his throat, and he couldn't say it. "How do you know?" Sandai widened her eyes in surprise, looking at Tung Tsong. This big villain was still so nosy. No, only she and Ingrui knew about that conversation that day. No one else heard it. Given Ingrui's personality, he wouldn't tell others about such things. Snake Liang's reaction was even bigger than Sandai's, almost jumping up.
"What?
Ingrui actually likes Sandai? He's so bold, even daring to have ideas about Sandai." Tung Tsong's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed again. "So, you haven't become mates?" Snake Liang had been in the tribe. If Sandai and Ingrui had become mates, he would definitely know. Male members wouldn't let their mates live alone. Before Sandai could speak, Snake Liang continued, "Of course not. Besides Sandai's useless and early dead mate, she currently has no new mate. Ingrui is good, but he's not quite suitable for Sandai. If other males in the tribe found out, they'd probably fight him. To these males, Sandai was like a goddess, untouchable. They wouldn't covet her, but if anyone dared to make a move on her, they would be the first to object." Cough, cough, cough. Sandai suddenly covered her mouth and started coughing violently. It was useless. She was doomed. She wondered if Tung Tsong would remember that her first mate was him. Would he hold a grudge and come back to give Snake Liang a hard time? Snake Liang had been kind to her, so maybe she should save him. Tung Tsong's lips curled slightly, thinking. "So, according to you, what kind of male is suitable for Sandai?" As expected of his loyal followers, they still cared about protecting Sandai for him. "Of course, it has to be a strong and mighty king like you, the ruler of all beasts," Snake Liang said without hesitation, flattering him. Sandy was speechless for a moment. "Can't you consider the feelings of the person involved?" Tung Tsong's mood brightened, and he looked down casually as he asked, "Did you refuse him?" "Of course. The Eagle Rue people are good, but I don't like him, so I definitely wouldn't agree to be his partner." Tung Tsong silently pondered this in his mind. Good, but that doesn't mean he likes him. So being excellent and liking someone are not connected. He suddenly glared at Shiliang, thinking he always spoke nonsense. "Shiliang, what's wrong with him?" At this moment, a beast man hurried over. "King, among the spirit fox beast men you brought back, one male has been corrupted by evil energy and has started to go berserk. He even injured some beast men from the tribe." When Sandy and Tung Tsong arrived at the tribe's entrance, the crowd of beast men that had been packed tightly had already dispersed quite a bit. Also returning was Eagle Rue. Seeing Sandy also arrived, he worried that the previous scene might happen again and said, "Sandy, stand at the back later. This beast man is in serious condition." If he goes berserk, he might not be able to be controlled like the king. Sandy nodded, but didn't step forward. Tung Song's situation was special. They were like two peas in a pod, and other beastmen didn't need her to risk herself. The Tung Snake beastmen had already moved forward to maintain order, allowing the rescued Spirit Fox tribe beastmen to enter the tribe first. Several Tung Snake beastmen surrounded the berserk beastman to prevent him from harming others. However, two older beastmen still stood beside the Tung Snake beastmen, reluctant to leave. Can we catch him? We can't treat him like this, Eagle Rue asked the Tung Snake beastmen. The Tung Snake beastmen shook his head with difficulty. We can't catch him. He's very strong and agile. He seems to have completely lost his mind. I heard he was already injured by evil beasts before the king arrived. The two older beastmen nearby were probably his parents, so the Tung Snake beastmen spoke carefully. Given how long this has gone on, treatment might be pointless now. The male in front was covered in bulging veins, looking as if he might tear his skin apart at any moment. His hair was messy, and when he roared in madness, only his fierce red eyes were visible. His hands had turned into sharp tiger claws, and two trees nearby had been broken by his claws. He looked no different from a wild beast. Tung Song had seen many beastmen corrupted by evil energy, and those like him were almost impossible to return to normal. Even if he could be subdued and treated, it would likely end in death. No need to catch him, Tung Song ordered, signaling the Tung Snake beastmen to kill him directly. Killing was much easier than capturing. The Tung Snake orc saw what was happening and was about to act, but the middle-aged male nearby firmly held one of the other's arms.
No.
This is my young one. You can't kill him. If you do, you'll release him from the tribe, and we won't join your tribe. I'll take my young one and leave, he pleaded with red eyes. Sandai heard the voice and suddenly raised her head, unable to stop herself from stepping forward. Her instincts told her this voice sounded familiar. When she saw the two orcs clearly, she froze in place. Those two middle-aged orcs looked exactly like her parents from her past life, who had died in a car accident. Except they were wearing animal skins, their hair was a bit messy, and their skin was darker, almost like the figures she remembered.
Mom. Dad.
Sandai felt her throat tighten as she whispered. It seemed the two orcs heard her voice and turned to look. When they saw Sandai, their expressions paused, then turned into surprise.
Dyer.
You're still alive. I knew you were alive. The middle-aged male rushed over excitedly, while the female beside him had red eyes, but was calmer than him. Their voices were the same as in her memories, but the moment the male spoke, Sandai snapped back to reality. Her father never called her by her name. He always called her daughter. These weren't her real parents. Sandai stood there blankly, feeling lost. Tung Tian frowned and stepped forward to block the two. Hu Qiang glared at Tung Tian, ignoring his intimidating presence and deadly aura, and pushed him aside, squeezing between him and his partner to stand in front of Sandai. Dyer, why aren't you talking? Don't you recognize your own father and mother? Hu Qiang looked at Sandai, who was staring blankly, and felt heartache. He thought she had suffered too much and was afraid she wouldn't dare to recognize them. A Yun, say something to the cub. Hu Qiang gently nudged the female beside him. Huan Yun's eyes were red, but her voice was steady, with a slight tremor. Dyer, how have you been these days? Are you okay? Sandai snapped out of her daze, her face full of disbelief. Father? Mother? The orcs in front of her looked exactly like her parents from her past life. Could this be a coincidence? How could such a coincidence happen? Tung Tian's furrowed brow, which had just been tight, relaxed again. These two orcs were actually her little female's parents? He looked down at the arm pushed by Hu Qiang and decided not to mind. Since they were the little female's parents, he wouldn't bother. Sandai looked again at the male orc surrounded by tongue snake orcs, snarling like a beast.
So,
he was her original second brother? Father, mother, second brother. Hu Qiang snapped back to reality, painfully pushing Sandai away. Your second brother has been corrupted by anger. The anger has taken over him. He can't recognize you anymore. Please don't go near him. Dad took him out of the tribe, so he won't bother your current tribe. His palms and back of his hands were flesh, and he could only choose to let go of one. King, do you still want to handle this? The tongue snake beastman asked hesitantly. Tung Song quickly changed his tone. First, capture him. After speaking, seeing Tung Snake's slow speed, he took action himself. He took a big step forward, directly grabbing Hu Qiu's limbs and pinning him to the ground. Ing Rue, come and treat him. Ing Rue snapped out of his shock and hurried over with a medical kit. Hu Chang and Huan Yun looked worriedly at Hu Qiu, who had been subdued. Parents, don't worry. That's the king of the Black Abyss tribe. He won't hurt second brother. And Ing Rue is a veterinarian. He has herbal medicines that can cure anger. Maybe he can save second brother. Sandai comforted them, unable to remember how long it had been since she last saw these familiar faces. In her past life, she was haunted by longing, but her parents never appeared in her dreams. Now that she had a second chance at life and saw her parents' faces again, was this heaven's way of making amends? All right, as long as it can be treated, no matter the cost, I will do my best to help second brother, Hu Chang immediately declared. Veterinarians don't work for free. Treating injuries usually costs a lot of resources. Huan Yun nodded in support. Although males are less valued than females and many parents don't treat the lives of male cubs as precious, they were different. Moreover, all along, it was the second brother risking his life to protect them. No need, Dad. You don't have to worry about this. I can handle it, Sandai said with a forced smile to soothe her overly anxious parents. Ing Rue held the herbs but hesitated, shaking his head. No, this male's wounds are too many and too deep from the anger. He's still struggling, and I can't treat his wounds. He looked at Tung Song and said, plus, his injuries are worse than the king's. The herbs might not work. Tung Song's eyes darkened, as if he had thought of something. He told the tongue snake beastman nearby, bring beast tendons, trap him, and make the other beastmen step back. Don't let anyone interfere. If his suspicion was correct, the treatment process must be kept secret from outsiders. The tongue snake beastman quickly brought beast tendons and tightly bound Hu Qiu. Curious beastmen nearby were also driven away. The tongue snake beastman was very clever. It retreated to a distance, forming a circle with its back facing Tung Song, so it couldn't see what was inside, but it was close enough to hear Tung Song's voice and could obey commands at any time. Is this okay? Won't something go wrong? Huan Yun asked nervously as she looked at Hu Qiu, who was with ropes. As soon as she spoke, Hu Qiu roared at her angrily. Parents, it's fine. Maybe you should wait outside for a bit. I'll go helping Rue treat second brother, Sandai said. Second brother had many injuries, and Ing Rue alone might not be able to handle them all. Plus, there was Tung Song nearby, and it felt a bit awkward to ask the big villain for help. As soon as Sandai finished speaking, she felt her wrist being pulled. She looked down and saw it was Huan Yun holding her hand. It's dangerous over there, Huan Yun said with a frown. She looked somewhat similar to Sandai, but because she had a square face and was always serious, her expression seemed more stern. From reading before, Sandai knew that the original owner didn't get along with her mother. The original always thought her mother looked at her with disapproval and tried to stop her from doing things. But now, seeing Huan Yun's worried eyes and how tightly she was holding her wrist, Sandai truly felt that Huan Yun cared about her. Unfortunately, the original misunderstood Huan Yun's love. Sandai pressed her hand against Huan Yun's injured back. It's okay, mother. Ing Rue and I have been learning medicine for a while. I can help. Seeing her determined look, Huan Yun was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. Father, let's go to the side. Don't cause trouble for Zai Zai. Huan Yun immediately pulled Hu Chang and headed outside the tongue snake beastman area. This trust was something Sandai had never experienced before. It was much better than the stubborn, uncooperative parents she had seen many times. Hu Chang wanted to turn back, but Huan Yun tugged his ear and pulled him away. I'll help, Sandai said, taking out white alcohol and a bone knife from the medicine box, walking over to the two. Perhaps Hu Qiu's strength was nearly exhausted because his struggles lessened. Ing Rue quickly stepped in to treat his wounds. Due to the ropes and beast tendons binding him, Only the exposed wounds could be treated at first. Hu Qiu was strong, but he had many injuries on his arms, legs, abdomen, and shoulders, some deep enough to see the bone, which was almost blackened. Rui had little confidence, but tried her best to treat him. Sandai carefully removed the dead, blackened flesh, cleaned the wounds, and applied crushed herbs. Every minute that Hu Qiu delayed meant more danger. Since he had lost his senses and couldn't feel pain, they didn't use anesthesia. It took over half an hour before they finished treating his external wounds. Wang, you need to loosen half of the beast's tendons. There are still wounds that haven't been cleaned, said Rui. After applying the herbal medicine, the bulging blue veins on Hu Qiu's body and the redness under his eyes slightly subsided, but he still looked restless, baring his teeth at them and occasionally making low, beast-like whimpering sounds. Tung Song heard this and released Hu Qiu's upper body, directly gripping his two hands and pinning them behind his back. Second brother, hold on a little longer. Once the medicine takes effect, you'll feel better. Mom and Dad are waiting for your recovery. You must get better, he said. Perhaps Sandai's constant murmuring was working, because Hu Qiu cooperated very well. Sandai pushed aside his messy hair to see if there were any injuries on Hu Qiu's face. But just as she touched his hair, Hu Qiu suddenly up and bit her finger.
Ow!
Blood immediately started to flow from the corner of Hu Qiu's mouth. Tung Song's eyes darkened as he was about to act, but Sandai felt her finger loosen and quickly pulled her hand back. Sandai, are you okay? We need to treat the wound quickly. He's been corrupted by hostility, and the herbal medicine isn't working much. I'm worried his teeth might pass the hostility to you, Rui said urgently. Of course, Sandai didn't want to turn into a mindless monster, so she immediately rinsed the wound with white wine, chewed the herbal medicine into a paste, and applied it to her finger. Sandai, your brother can only be like this for now. Don't let Mom and Dad come near. If they get hurt by mistake, it won't be good. Maybe we should take him to me, Rui suggested again. Such a dangerous beast man, according to Tung Song's rules, would be dealt with directly. Letting a berserk beast man run loose in the tribe is too unsafe. If he escapes and harms other cubs or females, it would cause public outrage. By then, Sandai wouldn't have time to defend him. He thought Sandai's brother probably couldn't recover. At his place, Sandai might still see him one last time. Before Sandai could speak, a hoarse voice came through. Sister.
Sister?
Rui turned around in surprise and saw that Hu Qiu's once bright red eyes had returned to clarity, his pupils focused, and he was looking at Sandai. Second brother, you're awake? Sandai exclaimed in shock and joy. Rui was stunned. How is this possible? You looked completely corrupted by hostility just now, and the herbal medicine shouldn't have worked so quickly.
How could this happen?
He had tried different herbal remedies on various beastmen many times, and knew well how effective they were. Hu Qiu's recovery was truly a miracle. Tung Song, with deep eyes, stared intently at Hu Qiu and the injury on Sandai's finger. His suspicions were further confirmed. Cough, cough.
What just happened to me?
Tiger Hill was not fully awake yet. He recognized Sandai, but couldn't remember what had happened, and his mind was foggy. Second brother, you've been affected by evil energy and lost consciousness.
How do you feel now?
Sandai asked quickly. Tiger Hill bared his teeth, his voice hoarse and weak, but he still managed a faint smile to comfort Sandai. I'm fine, little sister.
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm healthy. A little evil energy can't really harm me. As he spoke, he touched his wound and took a sharp breath. Tiger Hill awkwardly smiled. It's just a little pain, nothing serious. I'm a male, I'm not afraid of pain. Sandai thought to herself, that was just a little pain? His body was almost torn apart by the claws of the beast, yet he said he was fine. She knew he was just trying to reassure her. Seeing Tiger Hill regain consciousness, Rui snapped out of his shock and said, you need to rest well now. Your injuries are serious. If you don't heal properly, no one can guarantee that the same thing won't happen again. If Wang hadn't been here to subdue him, he might have already been killed by the orcs. So, is my second brother okay for now? Sandai asked. Yes, Rue replied. Sandai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Rue, for helping me. Please take my second brother to my cave. I really appreciate it. Without Rue, her brother might not have made it today. Rue quickly waved his hand. I didn't do much. It was Wang who subdued him, plus your herbal medicine, and his strong body that helped him recover. After thinking for a moment, Rue could only come up with this explanation. Besides being strong and having strong willpower, he couldn't think of any other reason for such a miracle. When Sandai thanked Rue, Tung Tsang also stepped forward instinctively, deliberately waving in Sandai's line of sight. He had exerted more effort than Rue, yet Sandai's eyes were only on Rue. Sandai saw Tung Tsang staring at her bandaged chest with a bowknot, waving back and forth in front of her, and finally remembered to thank him. King, thank you for saving my second brother just now. You're welcome, Tung Tsang replied casually, his anxious eyes finally brightening with happiness. He pretended not to care. Seeing Tiger Hill awake, Tung Tsang then ordered the surrounding tongue snake orcs to disperse. Aki, are you okay? Rue, the healer, thank you so much for saving my cub. Huan Yun and Hu Chong also came over. Seeing Tiger Hill covered in herbal medicine and already awake, they were very grateful. You are very kind. These medicinal seeds were also given to me by Sandai. If it weren't for Sandai, I wouldn't have these herbs to treat him. Eagle Rue felt a bit embarrassed and humbly explained, medicinal seeds? The Huanyin couple were stunned. When did Dare ever learn about medicinal seeds? Didn't Dare say she learned medical skills from Eagle Rue? Yet it seemed the veterinarian was grateful to their Dare. They looked confused. Sandai froze completely, realizing she had always let her mother take the blame. She never expected that someone who had gone missing in this primitive beast world would reappear. Mom and Dad, my second brother's injuries are serious. We can talk about everything later. First, let him rest at my place and recover well. Sandai quickly made an excuse to change the subject. Yes, Sayokai is right. Let Chio rest first, Hu Chong nodded repeatedly. Huanyin looked at Sandai, but remained silent. Sandai felt her mother's gaze and could only pretend she didn't notice anything. Eagle Rue and Hu Chong supported Hu Chio with their arms and headed toward Sandai's cave. Not far away, Luo Yuer saw Hu Chio, who had returned to normal, and looked surprised. How is he so quickly better? Just now, he looked like he was going crazy. I heard from other beast men in the tribe that a beast going berserk this badly can't be cured. Luo Yuer and Hu Lai had seen Hu Chio from afar when he was berserk and were afraid of getting hurt, so they didn't approach or recognize him.
News spread quickly in the tribe.
Luo Yue heard that the male beast going berserk was Sandai's second brother, so she immediately brought Hu Lai over to join the fun. She and Sandai's family didn't get along, and now that her second brother looked like this, she naturally wanted to mock him. But she didn't expect to see Sandai not devastated but full of life, and Hu Chio lively and energetic. Hu Lai frowned, watching their figures leave, looking visibly tired. What's the big deal? They're not vets. Eagle Rue is the best healer in the tribe. He knows Sandai well, so he will do his best to treat him, he said, not seeing any problem. He didn't understand much about medical treatment. His focus was on Hu Chong and Huanyun. His eyes darkened. He didn't expect this old female to still be alive and to have such good luck being taken back to the tribe by Wang. He thought she had died long ago. Since he was a child, this old female had never liked him, and he never considered her his mother. Now that she was alive, it was like winning the lottery. Luo Yue rolled her eyes at Hu Lai in disgust.
You don't know anything.
She just felt something was wrong. She had just heard that Wang Yi had gone crazy, and Sandai was anxiously taking Rue to get treatment. Now Wang Yi seemed fine, as if nothing had happened. As someone who traveled through time, she couldn't be as foolish as these beastmen natives. The strange behavior of Wang Yi and Hu Chiu must be related to Sandai. Also, now Huanyun has returned. The old witch is usually strict and doesn't like lying. With her here, she can see through Sandai's lies that have been going on for a long time. Come on, Dad, Mom, and second brother are all alive. We need to go see them. Luo Yuer's eyes flashed with a fierce look as she pulled Hu Lai to follow. Now she wanted to see how Sandai would try to hide the truth. Naturally, Hu Lai didn't want to see that old female. Recently, Luo Yuer found a new partner, in Shi, a smooth-talking male who made her very happy. She even ignored Hu Zhao. It was rare for Luo Yuer to think of herself, and if she was unhappy with him, this family might really be controlled by Ing Shi. He could only endure his displeasure and follow.
Shao.
Sandai, wait a moment, suddenly shouted Teng Song, stopping Sandai as Ing Rue and Shi Liang led the three Huqiu away. Teng Song kept his distance from them. Sandai looked back with a confused look. Seeing Teng Song stop, she hurried over. Wang, do you have something to say? She always knew how to read people's expressions and saw that Teng Song had something to say alone. His stern face was very serious as he said in a deep voice, "Be careful outside. Don't let any beastmen touch your blood, especially those corrupted by evil energy." From his reaction, she guessed he didn't know her blood had this special power. The fewer people knew, the better, but if he didn't tell her in advance, she worried that if he wasn't around later, something like this might happen again, and other beastmen might find out. If any beastman knew about her blood's ability, the consequences would be terrible.
Why?
Sandai asked doubtfully, instinctively. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Ting Song's gaze fixed on her wound and suddenly remembered that Ing Rue had said twice that Teng Song and her second brother had difficulty recovering, yet they still miraculously regained consciousness. Could it be because of her blood? Her second brother had just bitten her finger and then woke up. Do you mean? Sandai raised her injured index finger, looking at Teng Song to confirm. Teng Song nodded. He knew the little female was the smartest and understood immediately. With this confirmation, Sandai grabbed her finger like protecting a treasure, her eyes wide with surprise. No way. Could such an incredible thing really happen to her? If other orcs find out about this, won't they always be interested in my blood? Just thinking about orcs wanting my blood makes Sandy shiver. Seeing Sandy look so scared, Teng Song's eyes flickered with a message. This little female is really shy and adorable. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, and I won't use your blood to help anyone else. You also shouldn't tell any orcs, especially not your family. Teng Song's deep voice carried a gentle tone that was hard to notice. Sandy quickly nodded like a chick pecking grains. Okay, I'll listen to the king. Although the three tiger men had been kind to her earlier, she couldn't be sure they wouldn't betray her out of selfishness. After all, they are her biological parents, not the ones she thinks about every day. She still needs to be cautious.
But,
King, why do you want to hide this from me? As the one who has the most contact with a fierce beast and the most danger, shouldn't Teng Song want to have her blood more? Seeing Sandy's frightened face, Teng Song couldn't help but feel like teasing her. He squinted and looked at her for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. Your blood, only I can use. Sandy pursed her lips, stiffening all over. What does that mean? Is he planning to make her his exclusive blood source? No wonder he's such a big villain. His mind is so dark.
Can't.
Don't worry. I will take good care of my health and always be ready to give you my blood. Sandy forced a smile, trying to appease him. If losing some blood could stop Teng Song from turning evil, it might be worth it. But could he just use a needle to draw blood directly? It would be better than making a wound every time. This seems a bit foolish. Seeing Sandy's stiff expression, Teng Song paused. Oh no, did he go too far? Did he really scare the little female? Zizizi. A voice from Hu Chang came from ahead. Sandy quickly responded and followed. Teng Song also stepped forward, not expecting Sandy was already thinking about painless blood-drawing methods. He stared seriously at her slender, delicate back, thinking carefully. Such a small female. How much blood could she have? Looks like he needs to be more careful when dealing with fierce beasts in the future. Next time he goes far away, he should ask Ing Rue for some herbs to carry. He can't let today's situation happen again. Even he doesn't want to hurt the little female, let alone other orcs. Zizizi. Hu Chang asked worriedly, Zizi. Where do you live now? And your 3 little ones? We can go to your place. Won't we disturb you? He was actually a bit worried that Dare might abandon the 3 little snakes. After all, the journey to escape was very hard, and given Dare's dislike for the snake cubs, it was possible she might do so. Father, don't worry. I'm doing quite well now, and Xiaoqing and the others are also fine. By the way, you don't know yet. I've given all 3 of them names, Dare said with a smile, looking at the face that resembled her father's. Our place is very spacious, and there are no other beastmen around. You, mother, and second brother can rest assured and stay here. It's safe. The 2 elders raised the original owner. Although the original owner hadn't done many good things, she had truly occupied their child's body, showing filial piety and caring for the family, which was right. Hearing that Dare was doing well and that the 3 snake cubs were still alive, Hu Chang finally relaxed. He was a bit surprised. You named them? When did Dare change her attitude? Wasn't she the one who disliked those 3 snake cubs the most? Yes, they are now called Sengqing, Sengyu, and Sengfeng. How do you like the names? I think they sound nice, Dare said with a smile. Seeing that second brother and Huanyan looked surprised, she explained further, I used to be immature. Our parents and second brother always protected me. I never suffered much. After we got separated, I realized my mistakes. I want to live a good life with the cubs now. Seeing that Dare seemed to have truly grown up, Hu Chang and his wife felt very pleased. They never expected that a tragedy could turn into good fortune, finding the lost cubs. That's good. As long as you've understood, Hu Chang nodded repeatedly. The 3 snake cubs had never seen their real father since birth and had a hard life. While they were talking, everyone had already arrived outside the mountain cave. Father, mother, second brother, this is the cave I live in, Dare introduced. The 3 looked curiously into the cave. Hu Qiu asked sister, which cave do you live in? Take us to see your place. How many beast men live here? Don't worry, second brother will stay here and rest a bit. The tribe's king promised to arrange a place for us. I won't disturb you. Since she was young, Dare didn't like to be close to him and preferred her older brother. He was afraid she might dislike him, so he explained carefully. Dare smiled, and Snake Liang replied from beside her, Second brother Dare, this entire cave is where Dare lives, except for her and the 3 cubs. No one else lives here. An entire cave? Sister, have you found a partner? Hu Qiu was surprised, then shook his head. No, if you found a partner, would you live together? His first thought was that his sister had found a strong partner who could give her such a good cave to live in. Even in their old tribe, he and their father couldn't provide such a nice living environment for her. Sandai nodded and explained, Yes, so you can stay here without needing to find another place. She recounted how she had once taken care of the young and arranged a place for them to stay. The 3 people were so surprised they couldn't speak properly. Hu Qiu, his cubs have such abilities? Am I dreaming? Hu Qiu, they've really made progress. My sister is more successful than I am as her older brother. Mother. Hearing Sandai speak, the 3 snake cubs also ran out of the cave. When they saw the 3 people beside Sandai, the cubs' big, round animal eyes widened with joy. Grandma Lord. Hu Qiu uncle.
Grandpa.
The 3 little cubs happily rushed over, each hugging a leg. The elders and Hu Qiu, who cared for the family, had always been kind to the 3 snake cubs, though they had to secretly feed them because the original owner didn't like them. The cubs felt very close to them.
Hey!
Hu Qiu responded several times, bending down to catch the fastest runner, Sangfeng. When he saw Songfeng's fair, chubby face, he was stunned. Was this his grandchild? Why did he look so different from before? This plump, white face was no longer the thin, scrawny appearance he remembered. The same went for Sangqing and Sangyue. They had become cute and round, dressed in clean, beautiful animal pelts, looking completely different from the skinny cubs he remembered. Huan Yun and Hu Qiu were also stunned by the scene before them. Had they really found Dare? Or was she already dead? Or was this all just a dying person's hallucination? Sandai loved lively scenes, and seeing this, a smile appeared in her eyes. She wished her family could always be this happy and lively. Xiao Qing, don't stop Huqiu uncle. He's hurt. Please let Huqiu uncle rest inside the cave, Sandai gently reminded. The three snake cubs finally noticed that Huqiu and the others' clothes were torn, and Huqiu had many scars. Huqiu uncle, hurry inside and rest on our bed. Mother made it so soft for us, Sang Qing said generously, leading the way. Sang Yue sweetly added, I'll go prepare more animal pelts for Huqiu uncle's bed. I'll go too. I want to help. Sang Feng immediately shouted, not wanting to be left out. The three little ones quickly ran out and back again, laughing happily, making everyone smile widely. Sandai saw how happy the cubs were and turned to invite Huqiu and the others inside. My sister's second brother is fine. You don't need to lie down, just sit here for a while. Quickly, talk to second brother and our parents. Since you separated from us, what have you been through? Huqiu just arrived at the cave entrance and sat on a chair, refusing to go inside. As the older brother, how could he be so shameless as to stay in his sister's cave? Huqiu was covered in wounds, but his eyes showed concern for his sister. She had never suffered much or faced big dangers before, always protected by their parents. Suddenly being separated from them, she must have felt very scared and helpless. He didn't know how much hardship she had endured to raise three little snakes so well. Seeing Hu Chang and Huqiu also look at her curiously, Sandai simply told them her story. Of course, she ignored the parts where Huanyun made her the scapegoat. When they heard how hard Sandai had worked, raising three cubs alone without a mate, they all looked at her with sympathy. Dyer, you should find a mate, Huanyun said sincerely. If she wanted to, finding a mate wouldn't be so exhausting. Hu Chang and Huqiu felt tense and looked at Sandai nervously. Every time Huanyun mentioned finding a mate before, Sandai would get very angry and argue loudly. Now that they had just met, they didn't want another fight. Because of this, the mother and daughter's relationship had always been a bit strained. Sandai held Huanyun's arm and smiled affectionately. I know, mother. I remember about finding a mate. But I can't just pick any male. I need to find someone I like. Don't worry, once I find him, I'll bring him home to show you right away. In her previous life, her parents were very open-minded, which made her develop this habit of being affectionate. She knew her parents' words came from love. As long as she acted cute and said nice things, her parents would be happy. There was no need to argue. Huanyun looked surprised and a bit shocked to see Sandai smiling so sweetly. After a moment, she regained her composure and nodded at her. Okay. Hu Chang and Huqiu stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Was this really Sandai? She hadn't argued with her mother, and was even smiling gently to comfort her. Seeing this, Shiliang couldn't help but speak up. Auntie, don't worry. In our tribe, even if Sandai doesn't have a mate, no one will bully her. If she has any problems, everyone will be happy to help. Our Black Abyss tribe owes its good days today to Sandai. Snake Liang looked proud and happy, as if he had contributed to the tribe himself. Oh, thanks to my sister. What has my sister done? Huqiu immediately became interested and looked at Snake Liang. Had his sister done something they didn't know about? Seeing that even Huqiu, as her brother, didn't know, Snake Liang felt even more proud and said, You probably don't know. Sandai taught us many things. She can make animal bait, pottery, raise silkworms, brew rice wine, and even found edible sorghum. Snake Liang counted on his fingers, listing Sandai's contributions over the days. With each item he mentioned, Sandai's face turned paler. She desperately signaled to Snake Liang with her eyes, trying to stop him from talking. She didn't know how to explain further. Hu Chang looked surprised. Zizai, when did you learn all these? How come we didn't know? Snake Liang and Ing Rui both looked at Hu Chang with confusion. Wasn't this taught to Sandai by Auntie? Snake Liang asked. Sandai, you told me the herbal seeds you gave me were found by Auntie by chance. Did she teach you how to recognize them? Ing Rui also looked puzzled. Sandai. She really wanted to shut these two people up. Tung Song looked at Sandai with deep eyes but said nothing. Actually this. Facing everyone's questions, Sandai's mind raced as she tried to think of a way to lie. Just then, Luo Yuer's teasing voice came from outside the cave. I told you long ago, she's not Sandai at all. Everything she told you before was a lie. Mother never taught her these things. Mother, isn't that right? Luo Yuer, with Hulai, entered the cave and looked at Huan Yun. As she spoke, she elbowed Hulai. Hulai immediately understood and nodded in agreement. I can also testify. My father, second brother, and I don't know. These things definitely weren't taught by Mother. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Sandai and Huan Yun. Sandai felt her scalp go numb. She nervously clenched her fingers. Mother. She looked worriedly at Huan Yun, hoping Huan Yun would say she didn't know, so she could make up another excuse. But soon, this idea was dismissed. The original mother always disliked her lying and was very strict with her. Their relationship was poor, and since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, she would definitely expose her truthfully. Sandai almost already knew her fate. She would probably be seen as an outsider or monster by the beastmen, captured, despised, cursed, and finally burned alive. She just didn't know if she could return to her previous world after dying this time. She still didn't know how she died in her past life. Huan Yun looked at Luo Yuer with a calm expression, glanced around, and finally focused on Sangdai. In a slightly hoarse voice, she said slowly, What are you talking about? You and I don't live in the same cave, and you two never show me respect. Why should I tell you anything? After saying this, she looked at Hu Chang and Hu Qiu. Are you two as smart as Dyer? With your simple minds, telling you is just a waste. Hu Chang and Hu Qiu awkwardly scratched their heads. Sang Dai was stunned, her eyes wide with shock as she looked up at Huan Yun's serious, expressionless face. What did she just say? She didn't expose her and even helped her cover the lie? Mother. For a moment, Sang Dai's voice choked with emotion. The original mother's love for her was real. Even if she disliked certain things, she was willing to do them for her. Child, there's nothing you can't say. These things are just casual topics I mentioned, not secrets. There's no need to hide them, Huan Yun said calmly, as if giving advice. Luo Yuer stared in shock, her eyes wide. Mother, how can you help Sangdai lie? Why was she still defending Sangdai at this moment? Could she not tell that Sangdai's body had already changed? Huan Yun's eyes turned cold as she glanced at Luo Yuer. Don't call me mother. You're not worthy. Luo Yuer, who could become a companion to Hulai, was not a good person. Hulai, tell me. She's just helping Sangdai lie. They're mother and daughter, so what they say can't be trusted. Luo Yuer couldn't help but shout at Hulai. She was determined to make Sangdai reveal her true self today. Enough. Huan Yun sharply interrupted Luo Yuer. This is Dyer's cave. If you have nothing to do here, don't stay. Luo Yuer was scolded, her face turning pale and then purple, looking very unpleasant. Tung Song also said in a deep voice, since it's a misunderstanding, let's not mention it again. Shi Liang and Ing Rue also realized the truth and didn't continue this topic. Sangdai heaved a sigh of relief inside, secretly glancing at Huan Yun's side profile, feeling extremely lucky to have such a mother. Luo Yuer, furious, dragged Hulai away with a dark expression. Big brother, wait, have you been doing well lately? Hu Qiu reached out and asked with concern, watching Hulai's back. Hu Qiu looked genuinely concerned. Although their mother didn't like Big Brother, his sister liked to stick close to him, so over time he also developed a good relationship with Big Brother. After so long apart, he was very worried about his older brother. He didn't expect that from the moment they met until they parted, his brother didn't say a single word to him. Hu Qiu felt a bit hurt inside. Hulai paused his steps and, hearing Hu Qiu's words, looked even more displeased. How was he doing? Hadn't he seen everything? Yet he still asked openly in front of so many people, probably to embarrass him on purpose. Hulai didn't speak and simply walked away quickly. Hey, Big Brother. Hu Qiu called out, but Hulai didn't turn back. He was worried and asked, What's wrong with Big Brother? I feel like he doesn't like me anymore. All beast men admire strength. Although Hu Lai was not a good person, self-centered and arrogant, he had a hero aura. In his original tribe, he was one of the bravest warriors. Hu Qiu and other males looked up to Hu Lai as a role model. Seeing his brother ignoring him and giving unfriendly looks earlier, Hu Qiu looked confused.
Sandy.
He would be surprised if he actually liked you. Second brother, from now on, you should stop looking for big brother, Sandy told Hu Qiu. When she said this, Yan Yun and Hu Qiu looked at her in surprise again. In the past, Dyer loved to follow Hu Lai around and even boasted about wanting to be his partner. Yan Yun didn't like Hu Lai much and was annoyed, so she often opposed Dyer. Father, mother, I've seen through big brother. During the time we've been apart, he and Luo Yuer haven't helped me at all. Instead, they betrayed me when I was in trouble. I've decided not to associate with them anymore, Sandy straightforwardly declared in front of her parents. Yan Yun hated that the original girl liked Hu Lai so much. She had just helped hide this, which was a big help. As her daughter, she naturally wanted to do what pleased her. As expected, upon hearing Sandy's words, Yan Yun looked surprised but quickly showed a pleased smile. Good, Dyer, I'm glad you figured out. It's true that I was too harsh when I spoke to you before. I apologize and I hope you forgive me. I was just worried. Sandy nodded obediently, saying, Mother, I understand. Hu Chang and Hu Qiu were both stunned. It was the first time they saw these mother and daughter get along so harmoniously. It was like the sun was rising from the west. Father, mother, second brother, have some water and rest. I'll prepare a cave for you. You can live here from now on, Sandy said as she brought each of them a bowl of water. They weren't very particular about things, and Sandy was happy to live with them. However, Huan Yun grabbed her wrist and said no need. We can stay with the spirit fox orcs. We've been living in their tribe for a while and are very familiar with them. We're used to it. Tiger Chung also nodded repeatedly. Yes, your mother is right. Dyer, you don't need to worry about us. We won't stay here. After losing track of the tribe, the three of them continued to escape with other members, but they disagreed on what to do. The three wanted to find Seng Dai, while the others preferred settling nearby in a different tribe. So they wandered outside for some time, looking for clues about Seng Dai. Eventually, they couldn't find her, and Huan Yun fell ill. With no choice, they joined the Spirit Fox tribe nearby. To their surprise, the Spirit Fox tribe was only 2 days away from the Black Abyss tribe, where Seng Dai was. Huan Yun regretted it, thinking she should have persisted longer. Maybe she could have found Dyer sooner. There's plenty of space here, and it's convenient to take care of second brother. Let's stay here. Once second brother recovers, you can decide to move out. When that time comes, it's up to you. Seng Dai comforted them. But Huan Yun was very firm, refusing to stay no matter what. No matter how Seng Dai persuaded her, she wouldn't change her mind. Seng Dai had no choice but to give up. All right, I'll pack some supplies. The tribe's resources aren't abundant, but I have some extra. You can use these first, she said, knowing her mother didn't want to trouble her. Her nose stung, and she decided in her heart to take good care of her elders in the future. Huan Yun wanted to refuse again, but Tiger Chung secretly tugged her hand and shook his head. If she kept refusing, Dyer would be sad. Only then did Huan Yun nod. Okay, I'll listen to Dyer. When your father and second brother go hunting later, I'll return the supplies to you. Seng Dai pouted playfully. A family shouldn't worry about returning things. Mom and Dad raised me, and I won't stop being filial. After saying that, she went inside to help the 3 snake cubs pack supplies and food. Watching Seng Dai busy with her chores, Huan Yun and Tiger Chung felt both touched and comforted. Ying Rui saw this and advised Tiger Qiu to come daily for medicine, then left. Tung Tsong exchanged a look with Shi Liang, and the two went outside the cave. Let's give them a better cave later, Shi Liang suggested. Will they live separately from the Spirit Fox orcs? Asked Shi Liang. No, they won't, replied Shi Liang with some difficulty. But there aren't many caves left in the tribe. They've stored white crystals, white wine, and coal stones. The caves for the Spirit Fox orcs are small and not ideal for dividing, he added. It's hard to balance between wanting a good place and not splitting up, and Wang really knew how to make things difficult for him. Tung Tsang gave him a displeased look. Can't you find a beast man to dig a bigger cave? Yes, I will go now, Snake Liang quickly replied. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, thinking that the king is becoming more difficult to please. Watching Snake Liang leave, Tung Tsang frowned slightly and fell into thought. The tribe's caves are becoming too crowded. With the rampage of fierce beasts, more beast men might flee to the Black Abyss tribe in the future. When that happens, there won't be enough space, and they might have to refuse new arrivals. But leaving so many beastmen outside the tribe is also a safety risk. There aren't many mountains nearby to dig caves, so the tribe can't expand further. It's time to find a solution. Soon, Sandy packed a bunch of supplies into several large bamboo baskets. Animal hides and food are essential, along with some white crystal stones, coal stones, and household items like pots, pans, tables, and beds. She doesn't have furniture here, so she plans to ask her father to find some stones to craft them later. Father, mother, second brother, let's take these first. I'll help you pack up, and later I'll come to eat at my place, Sandy said. The 3 young snake children each carried a small bamboo basket, looking very happy. That's enough. Why do you need so many? Here, let me take some, their father said. You're so heavy, you should rest. It's okay, Dad, I can carry it, Sandy smiled and waved him off. Just as she bent down to pick up a full bamboo basket, a large hand reached out and easily lifted it. Sandy stared blankly at Tung Tsang, who had returned. Thank you. The elders looked at Tung Tsang, tall and muscular, nodding repeatedly. He's a good male, both in appearance and strength, and seems capable of protecting Sandy. Tiger Chong casually asked, young man, you're so kind, helping Sandy all day. Do you like her? Hearing Tiger Chong's words, everyone in the cave turned to look at Tung Tsang. Tung Tsang's gaze also fell on Sandy's fair, rosy face. His throat tightened, and he was about to say yes, but before he could, Sandy hurriedly stepped in front of him, waving her hands to explain. Father, don't talk nonsense. He's the king, not one of the tribe's males, she said. She pulled Tiger Chong aside, lowered her voice so only they could hear, and said, joking about other males is fine, but the king is different. He has a temper. If he gets angry, he might drive us all out of the tribe. No way, I thought he had a pretty good temper, not at all like a proud male. Are you sure you got it right? Who would come personally to help move things? Could there be other motives? Sandai. Tinkong's good temper? Dad, probably only you would say that about the whole tribe. Chong, come help move things. Don't waste Dare's time. Huan Yun looked kindly and waved to Tiger Chong. Tiger Chong immediately, happily, went to help move the stuff. The group carried supplies together, heading towards the cave assigned to the Spirit Fox tribe. On the way, Tiger Chong and Tiger Hill kept glancing at Tinkong. Tiger Chong was increasingly pleased, while Tiger Hill looked at him with hostility, feeling that the guy might steal his sister. Plus, he was the king of the Black Abyss tribe, and he didn't think he could beat him. If he ever treated his sister badly, he'd be in big trouble. Tinkong was calm and confident, as if unaware of their looks, walking beside Sandai and occasionally helping her and Huan Yun clear away branches and weeds blocking the path. Even the most difficult to please Huan Yun looked satisfied. The 3 snake children happily led the way, with a small white wolf cub following at their feet. Since staying at Sandai's home, the wolf cub Mimi had gradually become tame. Now, with Milk, she was like a mother, following the 3 snake children everywhere, pointing and barking. The 3 cubs and the wolf didn't understand the adults' thoughts, only knowing that the family was together again and they could have a big feast, so they were very excited. When Huan Yun and the others heard that Sandai had raised many animals, silkworms, rabbits, fish, and shrimp, they just thought the wolf cub was also one of Sandai's food sources. Besides being surprised by the wolf's red eyes, they paid little attention. Snake Liang moved quickly. Before they arrived, he had already teamed up with the Tinkong tribe to connect 2 nearby caves into one and tidied it up before leaving. The Spirit Fox tribe had rescued over 100 tribespeople who were gentle and easy to get along with, so settling and was smooth. Sandai went to the cave entrance and asked the Tinkong tribe member maintaining order, "Are there any empty caves? My parents also came from the Spirit Fox tribe. Can they live with us?" Yes, yes, Snake Liang had already made arrangements. The Tinkong tribe member immediately led a few inside. When he looked up and saw the king standing behind Sandai, who was working hard, he was so scared he almost tripped and fell. Why was the king here himself? The Tinkong tribe member led the others into the cave. Huanyan looked around and exclaimed, "This cave is surprisingly big. My dad's second brother and I will have enough space to live." Tiger Chung nodded repeatedly and praised, "Even the outsider beasts like us can live so well here. It seems your tribe is very strong, and the king is a kind-hearted beast. Otherwise, how could he treat them so well?" Tingsha Beastman wanted to say that other Spirit Fox Beastmen didn't receive such good treatment. However, he was under the watchful gaze of the king and could only smile and nod. Yes, yes. The cave where the Spirit Fox Beastman and Hulai lived was not far away. Luo Yue was in a bad mood. Inside the cave, 2 tiger cubs were crying loudly. She complained, "Cry, cry, cry. All they do is cry all day. You two really don't make me feel at ease. Other kids are so well-behaved." Sandy's 3 wild offspring weren't this annoying when they were young. Ingshi saw Luo Yue was furious and came from behind to massage her shoulders, speaking softly to comfort her. "The cubs are still young. They can't control their crying. But it's not good for you to be disturbed and unable to rest. Maybe Hulai can take the cubs out and soothe them?" The beastmen in the nearby caves have come several times, saying they can't sleep because of the noise. Recently, Luo Yue had fallen in love. With Ingshi's comfort, her mood improved a lot. "Hulai, did you hear that? Quickly take these noisy cubs out.
Come back when they stop crying."
Luo Yue ordered Hulai. Hulai frowned. "Yue, you don't feed the cubs, and there's no extra food at home. They're hungry, so of course they cry." Luo Yue rolled her eyes. "If there's no food, why ask me? You're a male beast. Go catch more prey. Do you think it's right to tell me the cubs are hungry? I've already had 2 cubs with you. Can't you even take good care of them?" She looked confident and natural. In the beast world, it was natural for male beasts to raise the cubs. She, as a female, only needed to give birth. She wouldn't serve the cubs or take care of them. Hulai wasn't pretending to be poor. He was unhappy and glared at Ingshi, accusing him, "I can catch more prey, but ever since he became your mate, I haven't seen him bring back many prey. He eats all the cubs' food. Don't you care about him?" Now, he not only had to serve Luo Yue and raise the cubs, but also feed this guy. Hulai thought his life was already tough before, but now it was even more hopeless. Ingshi immediately looked aggrieved and apologized. "Sorry, Yue. I just want to spend more time with you. I didn't expect Hulai to have an opinion. I'll go hunting more in the future and promise not to be idle at home. Is that okay?" One was rough and aggressive, and the other was clean, fresh, and gentle. Luo Yue naturally preferred the latter. "Tiger Lai, you have no ability yourself, yet you blame others. When you go hunting, Ingshi is at home taking care of the cubs. He isn't just doing nothing." Tiger Lai's face looked extremely angry. "Taking care of the tiger cubs? It's just leaving them in the cave, ignoring them. He only cleans up their mess when he comes back." Tiger Lai was so angry that he felt Ingshi was sent by heaven as an enemy. He looked coldly at Ingshi, then turned and carried the tiger cubs out. "Yue, is he angry? I really didn't mean to. Should I go apologize to him?" Ingshi held Luo Yue's hand, rubbing his fingertips in her palm. "No need to apologize. Just spoil him," Luo Yue snorted. Feeling a bit better thanks to Ingshi's comfort, Luo Yue then remembered the strange behavior of Teng Song and Hu Qiu. Her eyes darkened, and she gritted her teeth secretly. "Sandai, I will find out your secret." Sandai wanted to help tidy the cave and organize the supplies she brought, but Tiger Chong strongly refused. He said as a father he was still here and his cubs didn't need to bend down to work. Hu Qiu also insisted not to eat at her cave anymore, so Sandai gave up. "Father, mother, second brother, can I measure your sizes?" I'll make 2 animal skin skirts for you when I go back. You can't refuse this. If you do, I'll be angry. Sandai deliberately looked serious, as if she would be upset if they refused again. Sandai's brother, Sangfeng, swung his arm happily and coquettishly begged, "Grandma, let's do it. My mom's animal skin skirts are so pretty. No one in the tribe can make better ones. Grandma wearing it will look even better than other females." Huan Yun couldn't help but laugh, poking Sangfeng's forehead with her finger. Okay. This time, Huan Yun spoke, so Tiger Chong and Hu Chiu couldn't oppose. They had to obediently let Sandai measure their sizes. Sandai used her homemade soft animal skin ruler to carefully measure and record each size. While she was doing this, Tung Song had been quietly standing at the cave entrance, watching without leaving. His presence was very low, silent. When Sandai was about to leave, she suddenly realized Tung Song hadn't gone yet. "King, why haven't you left yet?" Tung Song's eyes narrowed, sounding a little hurt. "Did I just help you, and now you're in a hurry to chase me away?" This little female was really unkind. She even knew to thanking Rui and Shi Liang. But he wanted more than just a thank you. Sandai dared not accuse him of using her as free labor. Besides, how could she admit she treated Tung Song like free help? No, I am just worried that Wang has other things to do and might be delayed by my small matters. Thank you, Wang, for helping me control second brother earlier, which gave him a chance to be saved. Sandai quickly explained with sincere thanks. The resentment in Tinkong's eyes eased a little. His gaze fell on a piece of soft animal hide measuring tape peeking from Sandai's waist. He remembered she was using that to compare with Huchio and others earlier, planning to make animal hide skirts for them. He lowered his head, lifted a corner of his animal hide skirt, which had obvious black bloodstains and a few tears from claws. Tinkong looked regretful and said, "I don't have anything to do, but it's a pity that this animal hide skirt is torn." Sandai, what does that mean? The big villain is so petty. Surely she won't make me pay for his animal hide skirt? What a pity, Wang. Your cave still has many animal hides, all cut to your size, ready to wear. Snake Liang, who had returned, couldn't help but interrupt when he heard Tinkong's words. Tinkong. He gave Snake Liang a cold glance with no expression. Snake Liang felt the sharp look in Wang's eyes and immediately got goosebumps. Did he say the wrong thing? Wang's cave really has many animal hides. Sandai quickly tried to smooth things over. Wang's animal hide skirt must have been damaged by my second brother. How about this? I need to make animal hide skirts for my parents, so I can also make one for Wang? She smiled flatteringly, thinking Tinkong probably wouldn't want a female-made animal hide skirt. Besides, he had so many hides, he wouldn't care about hers. She just wanted to save face for him. Okay, Tinkong nodded. Sandai? She was surprised at how quickly he agreed, almost thinking he was waiting for her to speak. But how could that be? Wang controls the entire Black Abyss tribe. He wouldn't bother with her small animal hide skirt. Sandai was suspicious, thinking even a big villain could be petty sometimes, but she kept smiling and nodded in agreement. Tinkong slowly opened his arms in front of Sandai. She looked confused. What was he doing now? Making an animal hide skirt. Isn't it about measuring the size? Or, do you already know my size? Tinkong glanced at her. Oh, yes, Sandai nodded repeatedly, taking out the soft animal hide tape to measure his size. Snake Liang touched his nose, watching Sandai busy with everything, feeling like Wang was just making things difficult for her. Who would want a male to make a skirt for a female? Usually, males make skirts for females. Over the next few days, Sandai visited her parents and second brother whenever she had free time. After clearing away the bad energy, Tiger Hill's recovery was surprisingly fast. It had only been a week, and many of his wounds had scabbed over and fallen off. Visually, he looked no different from a normal orc. Sandy once again marveled in her heart at the strength of orc bloodlines. Tiger Chong and Huan Yun also gradually adapted to life in the Black Abyss tribe. Their cave was tidily organized and very clean, thanks to Tiger Chong. He also joined the tribe's hunting team, which was formed by the Spirit Fox tribe. Although their daily hunts weren't very large, they were enough to keep the family of 3 fed. When they learned that silkworm farming could serve as a reserve food supply, Huanyun used some of the saved food to exchange for silkworm eggs with an orc in the tribe. Coincidentally, this batch of silkworms laid eggs. When the orc learned that Huanyun was Sandy's mother, he immediately gave her the eggs without hesitation. That same day, the food he received appeared again at Huanyun's cave entrance. When Sandy visited her grandparents with her 3 snake cubs, she saw Huanyun sorting mulberry leaves, placing them under the silkworm eggs. Tiger Chong was boiling meat soup in a clay pot. When he saw Sandy, he called out, "Little cub, you're here. Come over quickly. Today I divided the prey, and specially got pig ears and tiger hearts. You like these 2 the most." As he spoke, he sighed happily. "You don't know how many orcs are fighting for that tiger heart, but none are as good as your dad." Seeing Tiger Chong so enthusiastic, Sandy felt a soft warmth in her heart. In a daze, she seemed to see her past self coming home from school, her father cooking soup in the kitchen, and her mother doing her favorite craft work.
Thank you, Dad.
The cave was now much warmer and more comfortable than before. There were 2 beds made of grass and animal skins, a large stone table, and in the corner, Tiger Chong's neatly organized supplies, along with some bottles and jars. Nearby, there were the silkworm eggs Huanyun had brought back. She had learned how to raise silkworms and made several wooden boxes for them. The once empty cave was now quite crowded, but the 3 of them were very satisfied living there. "Little cub, this stone table is really useful. You don't have to bend over to get things, and it's not easy to kick things off if they're on the ground. It's also very convenient for eating," Tiger Chong said with a big smile as he brought the prepared food to the table. "Dad, I'm glad you like it. Later, I'll ask Shilian to help me make a cabinet to put in the cave. We can store animal skins and containers inside," Sandy said happily. Good, good. Tiger Chong nodded repeatedly, smiling so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. Sandy told the 3 snake cubs to go play with Grandma, then turned and said, "By the way, second brother, your wounds are healed now. Do you want to join the tribe's hunting team? King had promised me that he could arrange for 2 orcs to join the tongue snake orcs hunting team. You and Dad should go too." This was something she had already discussed with the 3 snake cubs. Sang Qing and Sang Feng were also willing to give up their spots in the hunting team to Hu Chong and Hu Qiu. Join the tongue snake orcs hunting team? Hu Qiu shook his head immediately. "Dad, and I will just hunt with the Spirit Fox orcs. They also have a hunting team, and they catch enough prey to feed ourselves." During the days he was healing, he didn't stay idle. He learned about the tribe's situation and knew how hard it was to join the tongue snake orcs hunting team. Also, he heard that the spots in the hunting team were originally promised by King to Sang Qing and Sang Feng. As their uncle, how could he take away the cubs' chances? If that got out, where would his face be? Yes, just listen to your second brother. Dad doesn't need to join the tongue snake orcs hunting team. Things are fine now, and your mother's needs are well met. Hu Chong also agreed loudly. When they came to the Black Abyss tribe, it was mainly thanks to Dyer. Many supplies were sent by her. The tribe's orcs treated them well, partly because they were Dyer's parents. They wouldn't want to cause trouble for Dyer. Sangdai still wanted to persuade them, but Hu Chong said, "Oh, kid, your dad is already old. Even if he joins the tongue snake orcs hunting team, he'd only slow them down. Your second brother isn't very clever either. If he makes a mistake, it would cause trouble. Better to stay as they are now." Hu Qiu. Why isn't he clever? Seeing the 2 stubbornly refuse to go, Sangdai had no choice but to give up. "All right, if you change your mind, just tell me," Sangdai said. She wasn't someone who stuck to rigid rules. These 2 special spots were like secure jobs, and if it could benefit her family without hurting others, she was happy. "Okay, Dad will definitely tell you," Hu Chong nodded, but in truth, he paid little attention. After the meal, Hu Chong and Hu Qiu went to clear the dishes. The 3 snake cubs happily carried the pots and bowls to wash by the river. Only Sangdai and Huanyun remained in the cave. Usually, Huanyun spoke very little. Hu Chang was quite talkative, making the cave lively when he was around. Now that he was gone, the cave suddenly became quiet. Mother, Sang Dai looked at Huan Yun, breaking the silence. She seemed hesitant, but Huan Yun spoke first. Dyer, I know what you want to say. Huan Yun turned her head, her usually stern face softening with a gentle smile. Just relax, it's okay. The things you know, I will hide them for you. No one will find out. Sang Can, herbal seeds, refined white crystal stones, coal, and wild animal bait. These were all unheard of in her previous tribe. She quietly looked at Dai, her tone calm, but filled with a reassuring magic. Although I don't know where you learned these things, I won't ask. If you want to tell, then tell. If not, then don't. The fewer people who know, the better. I won't even tell your father or second brother. As long as you're healthy and happy, I am satisfied. As a mother, her only wish was for her children to be safe and joyful. Dai's ability to live such a good life and earn respect from many men was her own skill. She was happy for Dai. Other things didn't matter, at least not to her. Mother. Dai stared blankly at Huan Yun. All her prepared words stuck in her throat. Over the past few days, she had come to visit her parents, but she had her own reasons. She worried about what Huan Yun might think and often tested her. She wondered if Huan Yun would dig for the truth or ask who she really was, but she never expected her to believe her outright. For a moment, Dai's nose prickled, and the face before her, which looked so much like her mother, blurred. Seeing Dai's eyes turn red, Huan Yun felt she must be suffering greatly. Foolish girl, I was too strict with you before. Don't blame me. I know you've suffered a lot these days to get to where you are now. I don't care about anything else. As long as you're well, that's enough. Huan Yun gently wiped Dai's tears, her voice soft and soothing. Dai grabbed her mother's hand, voice choked with emotion. Mother, I don't blame you. I want to stay with Dad and Mom forever, never to be separated. These words were spoken to her parents and also to her late mother. Their presence made up for her missing piece. Seeing her daughter so clingy, Huan Yun's eyes also filled with tears. She had thought she and Dai would always be enemies, never close. Little sister, you're so biased. You just want to be with Dad and Mom. What about me, your second brother? Have you forgotten about me? Tiger Hill's dissatisfied voice came from outside the cave. 3 snake cubs ran over, hugging the arms of mother and daughter. And us. We want to stay forever with Mother and Grandma too. Sandy sniffled and then smiled through her tears. Now she has loving parents, a caring second brother, and 3 adorable, smart little ones. The father of the little ones is also very strong. Although they can't recognize each other, she already feels very happy. For her family's happiness, she wants the Black Abyss tribe to stay peaceful and long-lasting. When she was about to leave, Tiger Chong brought her many things. This fruit is Sandy's favorite, sweet and sour. Today, I found a very good one growing nearby. I haven't picked it all yet. I'll go back tomorrow and gather more, he said. He opened a banana leaf to reveal small, raspberry-like berries. They were tiny but bright red and looked very appealing. Although small, each berry was perfect and undamaged, showing how much effort Tiger Chong put into picking them. There's also this beast's horn. I heard it's a good thing. If you're feeling unwell, grind a little into powder and brew it in water. It can help you get better, he added. He seemed to have pulled out a rhinoceros horn from somewhere. Rhinos are rare near the Black Abyss tribe. Sandy had heard about this before, but never tried it. Seeing this, her eyes filled with tears again. There are also these beast skins and bones. Dad said you might need them, so I kept them for you. Also, many things from the Spirit Fox tribe I received, he said happily. Then, he carefully took out a bone knife. This was made by Dad for you. Keep it for self-defense. Dad and second brother can't always protect you. If you don't like it, you can throw it away. I'll make a new one for you next time, Tiger Chong said quickly when Sandy looked at the knife without moving. Sandy took the bone knife carefully and held it close to her chest. Thank you, Dad. I like it very much, she said softly. Tiger Chong was momentarily surprised, but then smiled kindly. I'm glad you like it, he said warmly. Suddenly, Sang Ching came over. Grandpa, I can protect Mom now. I want a bone knife too. Can you make one for me? I want one too. I want one. Sang Feng chimed in, eager to join the fun. Tiger Chong chuckled and nodded affectionately. All right, I'll make one for all of you tomorrow. I'll make them all. Tiger Chiu packed everything into a bamboo basket and lifted it. Sister, the things are a bit heavy. I'll walk you back, he said. Okay, Sandy replied. She said goodbye to her parents and the three little ones and left the cave. As they headed home, suddenly a blue shadow fell from the sky. Looking closely, they saw it was Ing Rue with a serious expression. Ing Rue, what's the matter?